As Lin Nian opened his eyes, he found himself thrust into a ferocious battlefield, where every fleeting second claimed lives. Around him, the relentless eruption of artillery fire roared, accompanied by the incessant explosions of landing pods. Lin Nian's immediate desire was simply to survive. Chapter 1. Landing on Qianxian Star. Beep beep beep. Your combat identification number, 7735. Commencing descent. Commencing descent. Please prepare for combat. The shrill mechanical wail pierced the air, alongside the emotionless, frigid female voice incessantly buzzing in Lin Nian's ears. He suddenly jolted awake. The oppressive gas surrounding him compelled him to gasp for breath. Lin Nian attempted to move his body, only to discover he was confined within a coffin-like landing pod. Before him lay a small transparent observation window, allowing him to glimpse the outside world. Outside the pod, a brilliant orange-red light flickered as he plummeted rapidly towards an orange-yellow planet in freefall. In addition to his own descending pod, numerous similar landing pods were also hurtling down, all resembling shuttles, cast down by a passing interstellar warplane. Whoosh! A large, high-speed missile, seemingly from nowhere, adjusted its trajectory to evade the warplane's guided missiles. It struck the interstellar warplane directly, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered it into countless fragments, all tumbling towards the orange-yellow planet beneath Lin Nian. It was only at this moment that he recalled his predicament. He had traversed realms. This was not simply a soul transfer. He was reborn into this body. At this instant, the memories of two lives began to converge. In his previous life, Lin Nian, upon reaching adulthood, had chosen to enlist in the Imperial Army of Humanity for the sake of survival, becoming a proud soldier of the Empire. Subsequently, he was immediately dispatched to this Qianxian Star. Just prior to combat, he, like the others, was injected with a powerful biochemical agent. Under the influence of the administered biochemical agent, Lin Nian suddenly recalled the circumstances of his traversal. System. Golden Finger? Do I possess any special abilities? Panic surged within him, yet no response came. A sense of despair washed over him. Where were the promised benefits of being a traveler? Not a single one in sight. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the sky erupted with explosive sparks. The landing pods plummeting alongside him were continuously struck by anti-aircraft fire from below, resulting in a series of explosions. The nearest pod to him was grazed by an explosion, igniting almost instantly. The soldiers inside wore expressions of despair as they pounded on the pod's walls, pleading with Lin Nian. Just as he intended to speak, a massive explosion engulfed the landing pod, a bloodied metal shard crashing against the observation window before him. Subsequently, the fierce airflow from outside the pod whisked the bloodstain away, yet it remained a stark reminder. Lin Nian understood that it symbolized a once-living person. Such was the nature of the battlefield. With a sigh, Lin Nian felt a tinge of helplessness. He possessed merely the identity of a traveler, and at present, he had no means to seize control of his fate. Lin Nian could only pray silently, hoping he would not be so unfortunate. Reflecting on his past life, he had not anticipated that this existence would be even more tragic, awakening to seek an audience with the King of Hell. Above him, the landing pods from his batch were exploding continuously. However, Lin Nian realized he was rather fortunate. Countless artillery pieces on the ground were aimed at him, yet none of the concentrated fire found its mark. 100 meters to the ground. 50 meters. 10 meters. The cold female voice continued its announcements. The surviving landing pods broke through the barrage of anti-aircraft fire. As they were about to plunge directly into the orange-yellow earth, the landing pod he occupied began to generate a tremendous counterthrust. Lin Nian glanced towards the observation window, witnessing the opposing pod emitting a brilliant pale blue glow from its base. Soldier 7735. Congratulations on successfully landing on Qianxian planet. Your current objective is to find a way to survive. Awaiting completion of our new data localization on Qianxian Star. A deep male voice emanated from the pod's communicator, relaying information to Lin Nian. At that moment, he recalled his primary combat objective. The landing pod's door gradually opened. Lin Nian scanned the area at his feet, discovering two energy weapons, a machine gun and a rifle. He swiftly equipped himself with all available munitions and various types of throwable devices into his energy combat armor. Fall back. I am Corporal Chen Shun. Everyone, follow me quickly. Those cultists from the Wild Heaven sect have surely discovered our landing point. A soldier clad in battle armor, gripping his energy machine gun, loudly urged everyone to follow him. Lin Nian cast a glance at Chun Chen's stance, promptly mimicking the same posture as he advanced, hastening to the side of the corporal. He remembered distinctly that since he had enrolled directly, he bore the lowest rank of private. It was reasonable for a private to heed a corporal's orders. The Wild Heaven sect that Chun Chen spoke of originally known as the Wild Heaven Cult, was a heretical organization within the Imperial Army's star domain, notorious for wreaking havoc within the Empire. Their arrival on Qianxian stars signified their intention to impose military suppression. As he gathered with the successfully landed soldiers, Lin Nian surveyed his surroundings. After enduring the fierce storm of anti-aircraft fire, only a handful of individuals remained, just a few dozen. Excellent. Everyone, follow me. Seeing that the group was mostly assembled, Chen Shun waved his hand decisively, pointing in a specific direction. Lin Nian instantly perceived Chen Chen's location through his helmet, along with various coordinates and map information. He opened the map with his gaze. However, he found the map blank and white, likely due to the Wild Heaven rebels executing large-scale signal interference. Chen Shun led the charge, with others closely trailing behind. Lin Nian, having opened the map, took a few extra seconds to react. Yet those few seconds saved his life as a tracking missile whistled down. It exploded right beside Chen Shun. Within the blast radius, all soldiers were instantly obliterated, reduced to a pool of crimson. Enemy attack. On my leg. Those cultists are coming. Everyone run. The squad of a few dozen descended into chaos, various cries echoing amidst the turmoil. Lin Yan's makeshift leader had not held his position for long before he was taken down. He recalled the origin of the missile's trajectory and quickly turned to look behind him. The visual indicators in his helmet immediately locked onto a target, zooming in to highlight it. In the desolate expanse behind them, a multitude of four-wheeled vehicles emerged, manned by a group of soldiers clad in black, armed and firing upon them. A small number of soldiers wielded long-barreled artillery, continuing their assault. Damn it, run! Lin Nian, observing the new wave of missiles hurtling toward them, felt no hesitation. He activated his energy armor and swiftly turned to flee, opportunistically dragging along a fellow soldier who was howling in pain from a severed leg. Warning, shoulder-mounted missile locked. The cold female voice echoed from within Lin Nian's armor. He glanced back to see several missiles screaming toward him. In truth, only one missile was actually targeting him. At his speed, he would undoubtedly be unable to outrun its pursuit. Damn it, this is it. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, abruptly halting his flight. He released the comrade he had pulled along and swiftly drew his energy rifle. Aware of the situation, he knew the tracking missile possessed a guidance system at its front. If that mechanism were damaged, it would no longer lock onto him. The challenge lay in how to hit it. With no escape available, Lin Nian decided to take a gamble, quickly crouching down, steadying his rifle. The aiming point of the rifle immediately materialized upon the visor of his kinetic combat helmet. Lin Nian could already discern the incoming missile with clarity. The metallic structure of the projectile and the white smoke trailing behind it were vividly apparent. Each detail was unmistakably sharp. Lin Nian took a deep breath, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to slow down. He squeezed the trigger, and the kinetic bullet soared forth. Unexplainably, Lin Nian felt an inexplicable certainty that he could strike the missile. Chapter 2. The first display of might, the tracking missile briefly flashed across the surface, only to swiftly lose its aim and begin to fly erratically, ultimately plunging into an open area with a resounding explosion. Lin Nian felt a surge of joy within. How had his combat reflexes suddenly reached such astonishing heights? Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. His fingers rapidly squeezed the trigger, deftly eliminating the guidance systems of the remaining tracking missiles. The cacophony of explosions echoed around him. Impressive, brother, praised a soldier from the Empire who had lost a leg. Lin Yan's display of prowess invigorated the previously retreating Imperial soldiers, who now brandished their kinetic rifles and unleashed fire upon the advancing cultists of the wild sky. The ensuing exchange of gunfire was fierce. The unarmored cultists fell easily to the kinetic rounds, while Lin Yan and his comrades, clad in full armor, remained largely unscathed as enemy bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their defenses. Steady, we can win this, Lin Nian bellowed to his fellow soldiers, observing the futile attempts of their adversaries armed with mere small-caliber weapons. The cultists continued to drop under the relentless firepower, and Lin Nian's heart swelled with exhilaration. Reveling in his newfound status as a battlefield demigod, engaged in a thrilling exchange of gunfire. However, after Lin Nian had dispatched several cultists, a fleet of fully armored vehicles suddenly emerged from behind a four-wheel transport. The booming sound of their cannons unleashed a torrent of firepower, far more ferocious than that which they had wielded. In an instant, a vast number of Imperial soldiers were mowed down. The kinetic armor offered little protection against such overwhelming force. Lin Nian found himself caught in the crossfire and swiftly rolled to evade the onslaught. Just as he intended to drag his injured comrade to safety, Lin Nian realized with horror that the legless soldier had fallen silent. A bullet had pierced his skull. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Nian turned to flee, and the other Imperial soldiers, sensing the dire situation, followed suit. The relentless pursuit of the cultists continued unabated, fueled by the anger of those who had been struck during Lin Nian's prior counteroffensive. The soldiers in the four-wheeled vehicle bore a particular grudge against Lin Nian, unleashing a hail of bullets in his direction. He zigzagged desperately, activating the acceleration function of his armor and narrowly avoiding their fire. Together with the remaining Imperial soldiers, he plunged into the dense woods. Lin Nian felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Not only had they been cast into this perilous situation by the Empire, but they had also been denied any supporting firepower. Were they merely sent to their deaths? Anger bubbled within him. Occasionally, he would turn and fire at the pursuing cultists, successfully taking down several. Yet, the armored vehicles surged forward, leading the charge, and a swarm of drones was unleashed from their front, buzzing ominously as they bombarded the Imperial soldiers. As soon as the drones encroached upon their vicinity, a series of explosions erupted, sending trees crashing down and leaving a grim tableau of fallen Imperial soldiers in their wake. Fortuitously, Lin Nian was not among those initially targeted by the drones. He glanced back, and his heart sank as he saw another wave of drones ascend. This time, he felt a chill. At least half of them were homing in on him. Just as he thought there was no escape, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Warning, you have been targeted by a large swarm of drones. Please deploy electromagnetic interference grenades immediately to significantly enhance your survival probability. The mechanical tone was icy. Yet to Lin Nian, it was like a divine revelation. He recalled the throwing devices he had taken before leaving the landing pod, including the electromagnetic grenades. Without delay, he activated the grenades and hurled them skyward. The explosion illuminated the sky with a dazzling electromagnetic glow. The oncoming swarm of drones plunged into the designated area, crashing to the ground amidst the chaos of detonations, their explosions masking the battlefield in a shroud of smoke. This development allowed Lin Nian to hasten his escape. The sound of machine gun fire continued to ring out behind him, and he felt his armor vibrating under the strain. But there was an absence of the heavy fire he had feared. After a short distance, Lin Nian's pace faltered as he beheld a wide river suddenly appear before him, its turbulent waters surging with an unstoppable force. What we do now, 7735. The few remaining Imperial soldiers turned to Lin Nian with anxious expressions, having witnessed his earlier valor and instinctively looking to him as their new pillar of support. Lin Nian remained silent, gazing at the raging river. Their escape route was cut off. Was retreating to engage the enemy an option? Yet, the numbers were overwhelming, and their weaponry formidable. How could they possibly fight? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the cold voice resonated once more. Enemy commander detected. Target has been marked. Eliminating them will significantly enhance current survival probabilities. Lin Nian paused, then turned to the nearby Imperial soldiers. Did you all hear that? He asked urgently. 7,735. What did you hear? The soldiers looked around in panic, assuming Lin Nian was warning them of an imminent attack. However, the earlier drone explosions had obscured their vision, and the cultists were not pressing forward to search for them, likely aware that their escape route led directly to the river. Lin Nian quickly realized that the voice only he could hear was likely a system or some sort of special ability. He dismissed the notion and switched his weapon from the machine gun to a rifle. When I shoot, you all follow my lead and fire where I do. He set aside his curiosity about the voice and took a deep breath. Through his helmet's visor, he discerned the smoke swirling around them, but still managed to identify a distinct human silhouette, bright and clear. The figure appeared relaxed, holding a cigarette rather than a weapon, pointing in their direction. At that moment, Lin Nian understood. This person was likely the commander of the cultists. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired. In the next instant, the silhouette's head exploded like a watermelon. The Imperial soldiers beside him quickly followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The death of the enemy commander sent the cultists into disarray. Identify the next high-value target. Enemy ammunition depot. Detonating, it will greatly enhance current survival probabilities. The voice announced once more. Lin Nian, emboldened by the chaos, continued to fire at the only remaining illuminated target. With a single gunshot, a massive explosion erupted, igniting several vehicles and triggering a series of catastrophic chain reactions. Cultists were sent flying into the air amidst the carnage. What a shot! Incredible! So powerful! The Imperial soldiers exclaimed in awe. The smoke from the drones began to dissipate, revealing the battlefield clearly, particularly the remarkable feat Lin Nian had just accomplished. The Imperial soldiers quickly followed suit, firing relentlessly and taking down numerous adversaries. Smoke grenade. Lin Nian shouted as the smoke cleared and the cultists began to return fire, including throwing grenades. Without hesitation, he rose from his position, deploying smoke grenades while leading the remaining Imperial soldiers toward a nearby embankment for cover. The enemy's new commander has been detected. Target has been marked. Eliminating them will significantly enhance survival probabilities. Lin Nian once again discovered a new marker appearing before him. No longer hesitating, he fired again. The gunshot echoed, claiming a headshot. Chapter 3. The Empire's support in the expanse of outer space above Qianxian Star. An Imperial Star fleet hovered silently, awaiting information from the ground reconnaissance units that had infiltrated. On the flagship's bridge, the Chief of Staff inquired, "What is the current situation? Has no reconnaissance unit returned with any news?" When Rong, clad in a crisp Imperial military uniform, strode in briskly. He was a colonel of the Empire, the highest commander of the entire fleet, and son of a prominent general, a vice admiral in the Empire. "The cultists from the Wasteland sect have ambushed our airdropped reconnaissance units, resulting in heavy losses. We are still verifying the situation," the Chief of Staff explained cautiously. When Rome, relying on his father's esteemed position, had a rather irritable temperament, the Chief of Staff hurried to the front lines, urging the soldiers to promptly gather data, with a focus on locating all deployed frontline reconnaissance teams. The soldiers scanned the area, but all the infiltration points lay in eerie silence, firmly held by the Wasteland sect soldiers. "Sir, we found traces at coordinates X8123, Y5678. There's a surviving reconnaissance squad left. Only 9 men. One soldier exclaimed excitedly to the Chief of Staff behind him. "Excellent. Let me see." The Chief of Staff was about to lean in to assess the situation when Rong interjected, "No need. Just project it onto the central screen." He stood on the bridge, exuding an air of authority. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances with the Chief of Staff. "Proceed as ordered," the Chief of Staff replied resignedly, nodding at the soldiers, who promptly complied. Real-time high-definition footage soon appeared on the large screen, rendered in stark black and white. In a wooded area alongside a great river, 9 soldiers bearing the Imperial insignia were engaged in fierce combat with nearly 1,000 Wasteland sect soldiers. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the Wasteland soldiers were failing to eliminate the remaining Imperial troops, who were displaying an alarming tendency towards victory. Any equipment utilized by the Wasteland soldiers was swiftly neutralized by one of the Imperial soldiers, instilling fear among their ranks. As the Imperial forces continued to demonstrate their prowess, the morale of the Wasteland soldiers plummeted, leading to their formation disintegrating under pressure. Everyone on the bridge was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening? Chief of Staff, what is the situation?" When Rong's eyes gleamed with interest. While he was indeed a second-generation officer, he recognized the value of talented individuals and would not hesitate to recruit them, enhancing their status and cultivating them as loyal subordinates. "This must be Soldier 7735. His capabilities seem remarkable." The Chief of Staff wished to remind Rong that he could see the situation for himself without needing an explanation. However, given the hierarchy, he could only reiterate the unfolding events. The standout performer was undoubtedly Lin Nian. "Excellent. Immediately contact the starfighter units to provide long-range fire support. Execute a plowing operation, focusing on the area at X8123, Y5678. Establish a new landing point at the location of Soldier 7735, when Rong commanded decisively. As long as there were surviving Imperial soldiers landing, the Wasteland cult strongholds, along with multiple active firing positions, would breach the signal jamming over Qianxian Star, allowing for coordinate synchronization and information localization. This would secure a safe landing point for their star fleet. Soon, several starfighter jets, identifiable by their yellow tail flames, zipped past the transparent portholes of the bridge, heading straight for Qianxian Star below. On the main screen, the footage of Squad 7735 continued to showcase their relentless assault on the Wasteland soldiers. Subsequently, a barrage of precision bombs rained down from the sky, igniting the battlefield in a series of explosive displays. The Wasteland soldiers were sent soaring into the air. On the ground, Lin Nian had just followed the orders from the female voice, taking down yet another Wasteland soldier when a piercing shriek filled the air above him. Suddenly, a dazzling explosion erupted before Lin Nian, decimating 1,000 Wasteland soldiers in a concentrated bombardment. 7735, it's the Empire's aerospace fighters. "We're saved," one of the Imperial soldiers shouted excitedly at Lin Nian. The taste of survival was bittersweet, but much of his voice was drowned out by the roar of explosions. Lin Nian pieced together the meaning. They were rescued. A sigh of relief washed over him. If the Empire had no means to showcase their might against a rebellious cult within their territory, allowing these soldiers to perish in vain, it would reflect poorly on the Empire. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. After several rounds of bombardment, the battlefield lay in ruins, with the remaining wasteland soldiers surrendering en masse. Lin Nian led the surviving Imperial soldiers in binding the surrendered foes. At that moment, dozens of massive transport airships descended rapidly, landing near Lin Nian. These transport vessels were the standard landing equipment, unlike the shuttle-like landing pods he had previously used, which were makeshift and bore a high casualty rate, officially dubbed as battlefield fill line soldiers. Due to the associated mortality rate, Lin Nian's group had been colloquially referred to as Imperial cannon fodder. However, survival would yield substantial rewards. Lin Nian pondered why he had once impulsively opted to join the perilous fill line soldiers. Now, there was no chance for a do-over. His true self-awareness had awakened far too late. That girl? The system? The golden finger? With a moment of respite, Lin Nian hastily attempted to reach out to the cold female voice within his mind, only to find it utterly silent. As if the voice that had previously aided him had never existed, merely a figment of his imagination. Who is 7735? At that moment, the first transport airship opened its hatch, and a military officer clad in a black and white armored suit leaped out. Instinctively, Lin Nian glanced at the armor of his comrades, all in shades of gray and white. The officer strode directly toward Lin Nian, who noted the insignia on his armor. Second Lieutenant. Report, Second Lieutenant. I am 7735. Private 7735 greets you. Lin Nian, seeing the officer approaching, could only salute according to protocol, recalling the proper demeanor of a subordinate addressing a superior. The officer before him commanded a force of over 10,000 soldiers, all impeccably equipped, far beyond what Lin Nian could manage alone. The second lieutenant, with a serious expression, circled around Lin Nian. Remarkable. 9 against nearly 1,000. And you did not falter. You have upheld the Empire's valor. Tell me your name. The second lieutenant's face bore admiration. Who wouldn't cherish capable subordinates? In the military, one's glory was shared, as was one's downfall. Lin Nian was his subordinate, and if Lin Nian excelled, so too would the second lieutenant. The latter eagerly wished for Lin Nian's continued strength, knowing it would expedite his own rise in rank. Lin Nian, he replied to the second lieutenant. Chapter 4. Return to the Starfleet good name. I am Liao Fan. You shall soon find fame. Liao Fan resoundingly struck Lin Nian's chest armor and spoke to him in a hushed tone. Lin Nian, still in a state of bewilderment, had yet to comprehend the situation when Liao Fan had already turned around, addressing the over 10,000 Imperial soldiers behind him with a booming voice. SEALs team, this is our battlefield line infantry brigade. Without any support, we accomplished the remarkable feat of 9 against 1,000. Now, allow me to introduce the valiant individual responsible for this. His name is Lin Nian. Upon the conclusion of Liao Fan's proclamation, the battlefield erupted in a chorus of cheers for Lin Nian. The Imperial soldiers, with keen eyes, had witnessed the earlier footage displayed on the main screen. It was evident that Lin Nian's prior performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. He found himself taken aback, momentarily lost in the gravity of the acclaim he was receiving, accepting the fervent shouts with a dazed expression. All right, everyone, check your equipment. We must deliver a crushing blow to those heretics. We cannot allow our brother unit's hard-won position to be squandered, Liao Fan declared, observing that the morale had sufficiently surged. He raised his fist before the orderly ranks of Imperial soldiers, silencing them. Now quiet down. Lin Nian, we are set to execute our mission. You may withdraw to the rear for recuperation. Liao Fan returned to Lin Nian's side, imparting a few low whispers, concluding with an appreciative pat on Lin Nian's shoulder before striding towards his subordinates. From the transport airship, dozens of heavy war vehicles descended, kicking up clouds of dust as they traversed the arid landscape. Lin Nian watched as Liao Fan led the contingent of over 10,000 into the vehicles, while the crew members of a now empty transport airship waved tirelessly at them, signaling for the empty vessel to return to the star fleet above. Lin Nian, let us proceed. One of the 8 survivors beside Lin Nian urged, having now come to regard him as their leader. All right, Lin Nian nodded, still astonished by his survival during the forced landing on Qianxian Star and the subsequent onslaught from the cult of the Wild Sky. As he jogged into the spacious transport cabin, the crew members quickly gathered around him. You all are incredible, surviving such an ordeal. Do you realize that all the other line infantry who stormed in with you perished? You are the only remnants of those 3,000. They lauded Lin Nian and his companions. Transport airship preparing for takeoff. Please secure your seats, came the announcement. Inside the cabin, the lights shifted from white to a flickering red. The crew members hastily gestured for Lin Nian and the others to take their places, fastening their safety harnesses one by one. Only a handful of survivors? Lin Nian murmured to himself, turning towards the open rear hatch. Several starfighter jets roared past, leaving explosions in their wake, while Yao Fan SEALs team surged toward a stronghold in the desert, engaged in relentless combat. But as the hatch closed, Lin Nian could see nothing more. After enduring a period of turbulence and weightlessness, the transport airship successfully departed Qianxian Star and, escorted by several starfighters, gradually made its way into the vast fleet. All right, we have safely returned to space. If you wish to stretch a bit, you may now unfasten your harnesses, announced the transport crew member, who had relaxed his demeanor and began to free himself from his restraints. After exchanging a few words with Lin Nian and the others, he busied himself with other tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian promptly unbuckled his harness, feeling an exhilarating sensation of floating. It was a curious and familiar feeling, reminiscent of past experiences yet tinged with the strangeness of his former life. He drifted towards the transport airship's viewport, gripping the edge of the handrail. An orange-yellow planet dominated the view, occupying a significant portion of the scene, while the remaining expanse was dotted with countless starships. Among them, one colossal battleship stood out, its size dwarfing the rest, taking up half the fleet's entirety. "What are you gazing at, Lin Nian?" his comrades inquired, drawing closer to him. "That largest ship is..." Lin Nian pointed to the most prominent vessel. "It is a Dreadnought-class super battleship, the largest currently in the Imperial fleet, typically serving as the flagship." "That's common knowledge," Lin Nian remarked one of the Imperial soldiers. "Ah, I just couldn't recall it at that moment," Lin Nian explained briefly, continuing to observe the immense battleship, which was actively engaging in a flurry of material transfers with surrounding vessels. Suddenly, Lin Nian noticed a particularly conspicuous space shuttle emerging from the flagship, making its way directly towards their transport airship. The shuttle swiftly approached, docking with the side of their vessel, causing a slight tremor throughout. Not long after, several high-ranking Imperial soldiers escorted a woman clad in immaculate Imperial military attire. She scanned the interior of the transport airship before her gaze finally settled on Lin Nian and his group. "Which of you is Lin Nian?" "Colonel Wenrong, the fleet's supreme commander, wishes to see you." The woman's eyes fixed on Lin Nian, as everyone else turned to him with expectant expressions. "I am," Lin Nian replied. Confusion etched on his face. "What should I call you?" He was baffled as to why he was granted an audience with the fleet commander. The woman's rank, a lieutenant, was even higher than Liao Fan's. "You need not concern yourself with how to address me. Now, Private, remove your armor and weaponry. Come with me at once." The lieutenant commanded coldly, turning on her heel to return to the shuttle. The soldiers left in her wake began assisting Lin Nian in removing his armor, thoroughly checking him for any concealed weapons. Before long, Lin Nian found himself being ushered into the shuttle like a prisoner. "Private, while you may have performed admirably in your previous mission, I hope you understand this. Do not make any requests of Colonel Wenrong. You lack the standing to do so. Simply accept the accolades quietly and pledge your loyalty to Colonel Wenrong. Do you understand?" The lieutenant leaned closer to Lin Nian, her attractive features marred by her condescending demeanor, which he found rather unappealing. "Understood." Lin Nian nodded, feeling the imposing presence of several burly men surrounding him, leaving him no room for refusal. Chapter 5. From Private to Second Lieutenant. As a door swung open, Lin Nian was led into a lavishly adorned room, its decor and furnishings meticulously curated. A young man, appearing to be of similar age, sat on a sofa, engrossed in a floating holographic display that repetitively showcased Lin Nian's earlier counterattack, particularly the moment he shot the commander, which was played on loop. "Colonel Wenrong, the individual has arrived," the lieutenant announced with a serious and respectful expression, in stark contrast to his attitude towards Lin Nian. Wenrong seemed to have just realized who he was. "Oh, you're Lin Nian? It is a pleasure to meet you." He rose gracefully from the sofa, each movement exuding refinement, which left Lin Nian somewhat astonished. A supreme commander of a fleet treating a mere private with such courtesy? "Yes, sir," Lin Nian saluted, adhering meticulously to the formality ingrained in his memory. The nature of Wenrong's demeanor towards him was inconsequential. It was beyond his control. Lin Nian yearned to live another life in this world. "Excellent. I'll watch your battle. It was unexpectedly splendid. Despite the arduous conditions, you did not choose to surrender. Your spirit is commendable. The Empire needs individuals like you." Wenrong's words were also courteous, straightforwardly praising Lin Nian before gesturing for him to sit down and converse. "Thank you for the commendation, sir. This is our duty. Serving the Empire is our honor." Lin Nian continued to recite the slogans lodged in his mind. Then, under the watchful eyes of Wen and the female lieutenant, he cautiously took a seat on the sofa. Lieutenant Lin Nian, I summoned you to elucidate some of your on-the-spot judgments. I am quite curious. Wenrong's tone remained amiable. However, Lin Nian was more preoccupied with the title of lieutenant. When had he been promoted to lieutenant? With a look of confusion, Lin Nian glanced at the female lieutenant beside him, but she shot him a glare, urging him to respond to Wenrong promptly. Lieutenant Lin Nian? Wenrong quickly noticed their subtle exchange, glancing at them. Oh, very well. Sir, please proceed. I am all ears. Lin Nian promptly regained his composure, inviting Wenrong to share his inquiries. Wenrong nodded, waving his hand gently, causing a holographic screen to materialize before Lin Nian. The video commenced. Here, Wenrong indicated the first point, showcasing the moment Lin Nian had shot and killed the commander of the arid sky. Given the complex battlefield circumstances, how did you precisely target this commander and successfully eliminate him? Wenrong posed his query, emphasizing that he did not lack sharpshooters. Those capable of hitting the bullseye from 100 paces were plentiful. What he lacked were individuals with intellect. Lin Nian's decisive action had revealed much information, particularly in the life-and-death moments that truly showcased one's character. Intuition. Lin Nian uttered a term steeped in mystique. He could hardly admit that at that moment. A voice had been directing him, even highlighting the actions he should take. Intuition, you say? Wenrong paused, pondering for a moment before switching to several other scenes, all depicting moments when Lin Nian had been guided by that voice. Watching him now, Lin Nian broke into a cold sweat. During those adrenaline-fueled moments, his mind had been devoid of thought, entirely following the voice's commands, executing actions one after another. Viewing it now, from a completely third-person perspective, he gleaned a different meaning from the guidance of that voice. At that time, it had directed him to take the most appropriate actions at the most opportune moments. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would have perished amidst the chaos. The arid sky soldiers have been systematically eliminated due to critical communication nodes, plunging them into disarray, thereby granting Lin Nian the chance to survive. It was indeed intuition, sir. In that situation, I had no time to ponder. I merely wished to survive. Lin Nian spoke earnestly. Understood. I have no further questions. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Lin Nian. Now go and rest well. The Empire still needs you. My third-star fleet requires talents like you. Wenrong's demeanor remained warm, even extending his hand toward Lin Nian, which took him somewhat by surprise. After all, this was his direct superior, and he had not anticipated such regard. Yes, sir. I vow to serve the Empire and the third-star fleet with unwavering loyalty, Lin Nian exclaimed, saluting loudly without taking Wenrong's hand, aware that he had yet to earn such a privilege. He had no extraordinary abilities. It was prudent to remain humble and ingratiate himself. He reiterated the flattering phrases ingrained in his memory. Very well. Put in your best effort. I have high hopes for you, Wenrong smiled, clearly pleased with Lin Nian's response, solemnly patting his shoulder. Before long, Lin Nian was escorted out of Wenrong's study by the female lieutenant, who remained silent as she led him to the hangar. The enormous outer space doors stood ajar, with large cargo ships continuously landing, essential for the effective operation of the fleet. This time, no armed soldiers accompanied Lin Nian. Upon reaching the boarding passage of the shuttle, the female lieutenant suddenly spoke. Lieutenant Lin Nian, it seems you have not engaged in any unnecessary actions. Colonel Wenrong holds you in high regard, as long as you continue to achieve results. Advancing further in your current position is not out of the question. The female lieutenant crossed her arms, exuding a sense of grandeur that, despite being concealed beneath her military attire, was still palpable. Thank you for your guidance, Lieutenant. Lin Nian nodded, sensing a noticeable softening in her demeanor. However, he did not intend to engage in further conversation. Being overly familiar was rather absurd. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huiyun. The female lieutenant extended her hand toward Lin Nian. He hesitated for a moment. After all, he had to navigate his way through this fleet. Offending her could lead to complications. Not wishing to create trouble, he decided against antagonizing her, given her initiative to ease their relationship. All right, Lieutenant Huiyun. I am Lin Nian. This time, Lin Nian extended his hand. He felt he had the right to do so with her, even if he did not with Wenrong. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your new rank and position have been updated in the military system. You can check them via your wrist device. Farewell. Huiyun reminded him before standing there, watching Lin Nian board the shuttle. As Lin Nian settled into the shuttle, he glanced at his left wrist, where a watch he had overlooked rested. He touched it with his right hand, causing a small holographic screen to pop up, displaying his half-body portrait along with his new rank and position. Name, Lin Nian. Rank, Lieutenant, updated position, Captain of the 10th Mobile Unit. Imperial 3rd Starfleet Marine Corps, updated, affiliation. Imperial 3rd Starfleet, Class A Medium Warship No. 1455, updated, Chapter 6, the undercurrents of the human empire in the vicinity of Tiantian Star. Amidst a silent starfield, a vast fleet congregated. They were all members of the Arid Sky cult, the main force resisting the Imperial Army. On the bridge of the largest flagship, the cult's founder, High Priest Han Tianzu, wore a grim expression. After much effort, they had managed to occupy the entirety of Tiantian Star, only for the Empire's 3rd Starfleet to respond swiftly, relentlessly pursuing them and swiftly quelling the rebellions across various star systems, nearly nipping at their heels. When the Imperial fleet arrived at Tiantian Star, they resorted to their old tactics, employing those line fillers to force open a gap, rendering the interference smoke ineffective. The opportunity to secure a landing point was granted to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Master, should we continue to support Tiantian Star, or opt for withdrawal? We must make a decision swiftly, the Chief of Staff conveyed to Han Tianzu. Let us retreat. The Imperial Regular Army has arrived. We stand no chance. Han Tianzu shook his head, feeling helpless. Although the cult of the wild sky had grown rapidly, the strength of its adherents was akin to that of weaklings, utterly inadequate to confront the Imperial regulars. Indeed, Master, the Chief of Staff no longer hesitated. The order for retreat would be executed immediately. They would head straight for the next star domain, the Void Cloud Star region. This region belonged to the outer undeveloped territories of the Empire, areas beyond its grasp. The Empire's influence here was feeble, unaware that the headquarters of the cult of the wild sky was situated within. They would first procure supplies and personnel there, and subsequently launch a new wave of insurrection against the Empire. As the 300,000-strong fleet of the cult of the wild sky gradually withdrew from Tiantian Star, departing also meant a complete exit from the Hanyun Star region. Once Han Tianzu confirmed they would not be detected by the Imperial fleet, he issued the command for a jump transmission. Engage the jump. With the infusion of energy, a portal gradually unfolded. All ships entered it in succession, vanishing from sight. On the flagship bridge of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Colonel Wenrong received a report from the ground forces. Tiantian Star in the Hanyun Star region has been reclaimed. The Chief of Staff informed Wenrong. Excellent. Immediately report this to my father, Wenrong commanded. Yes, the Chief of Staff nodded repeatedly. Wenrong's father, General Wenyorin, was the supreme commander overseeing the suppression of the rebellion. With the reclamation of Tiantian Star by the Imperial forces, the insurrection incited by the cult of the wild sky had essentially come to an end. Transmission to the Imperial Military Command. This is the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Colonel Wenrong has eradicated the final stronghold of the cult of the wild sky, the ordinary sound waves, following a series of complex encryption device transitions, transformed into chaotic data codes. These were subsequently transmitted through specialized long-distance communication means across star domains to the core planet of the Hanyun Star region, Water Orange Star. The joint command of the 3 interstellar fleets responsible for quelling the rebellion was temporarily stationed here, on one of the foremost administrative planets within the Empire. General Wen had just received the frontline report from the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. An aide, having obtained permission, hurriedly entered General Wenyorin's office, holding an untranslated telegram. Please translate it first, General Wen said, not lifting his head from his writing but maintaining a calm tone. Yes, General, the aide nodded, and with this permission, he immediately used General Wen's translation device to process the message. The translation progressed swiftly, showing 100% completion, and the results were delivered directly to General Wen's wristwatch, avoiding any third-party access to maximize the prevention of critical intelligence being compromised. General Wen, the translation is complete. The detailed information is now on your wristwatch, the aide respectfully reported. Thank you, General Wen replied, swiftly reviewing the information. The holographic display on his wristwatch was visible only to his own eyes, allowing him to examine the message without concern in front of the aide. Quite satisfactory. That lad did not bring me shame. A smile appeared on General Wen's face. This final battle to eradicate the stronghold of the cult of the wild sky was meticulously tailored for his son, Wenrong, intended to gild his reputation. And Wenrong had not disappointed his father's expectations. Aide, please refine this message and promptly relay it to the Imperial Regent Prince, informing the Empire that the uprising by the cult of the wild sky has been largely quelled. General Wen's expression turned serious. Yes, General. The aide solemnly saluted and then activated his wristwatch display, already having received the message transmitted by General Wen. In the imperial capital of the human empire, Emperor Zhu Renhe sat upon the throne, a symbol of the empire's supreme authority. However, at just 5 years old, Zhu Renhe could not comprehend the discussions of the Empire's high officials below him. Candy, I want candy. Zhu Renhe expressed his dissatisfaction with the nurse beside him. All right, Your Majesty. After you have your candy, you must sit obediently here. The nurse gently soothed the oblivious young emperor, her gaze cautiously glancing at a richly dressed young man seated nearby. This was Prince Zhu Xian, the cousin of Emperor Zhu Renhe, the son of the previous emperor's brother, who now wielded significant power over the human empire. Though not the emperor himself, Zhu Xian held authority that rivaled that of the emperor. He had just received the latest report from General Lin Nian, with the reclamation of the last rebellious star domain. It seemed that peace had returned to the vast interstellar territories of the human empire. Yet, the cult leader Han Tianzu remained at large, a persistent threat. However, more concerning to Zhu Xian than the troublesome cult of the wild sky was another individual, Lu Ili, a governor who had long defied central authority. Previously, he had allied with two other imperial governors, frequently issuing declarations of dissatisfaction with Zhu Xian's control over the central power of the human empire, threatening military action against him. Fortunately, these three factions were not a united front. To placate Lu Ili and his associates, Zhu Xian had already made considerable concessions. Of course, he harbored deep wariness towards the recently victorious General Lin Nian. He turned his gaze toward the young Emperor Zhu Renhe on the throne, his eyes narrowed with ambition. He too wished to occupy that position. The entire human empire was like a coveted delicacy, enticing everyone to take a bite. The premature death of the former emperor and the youth of Emperor Zhu Renhe had created a power vacuum, prompting many influential figures to aspire to be the one wielding power. Prince, since the Qianxian star region has been stabilized, who should be stationed in the Hongyan star region? We must remain vigilant against a resurgence of the cult of the wild sky. An imperial official stood and addressed Zhu Xian. They had gathered to discuss the post-war affairs regarding the cult of the wild sky. Let me ponder this. Zhu Xian walked amidst the officials, deep in thought. Prince, perhaps we should have General Lin Nian stationed directly? A minister suggested. No, General Lin Nian commands the three most elite interstellar fleets of the empire. Such power should not be left unchecked in the field. It could easily become a new Lu Ili. These fleets must be recalled to the central command without delay. Another official quickly interjected. Chapter 7. Return to the central star domain of the empire. Prince, I have a recommendation. Major General Shen Liang, whose father was the esteemed General Shen Wei, one of the few who resisted the incursions of the human republic. He is a scion of a renowned military family and may be suitable, another added. General Shen Wei had long passed away, and his son Shen Liang had been elevated to the rank of Major General due to his father's notable achievements. Where is Major General Shen Liang? Is he present? Zhu Xian's face flashed with intrigue. General Lin Nian should not be allowed to retain control over the three elite interstellar fleets in the central command. Shen Liang's background and record are commendable. Shen Liang's rank as Major General could be directly appointed to the Hongyan star region. As for whether Shen Liang could lead in battle, Zhu Xian did not feel it necessary to worry. Han Tianzu had already been defeated, and there should be no immediate concern regarding the cult of the wild sky's resurgence. Prince, I am here. Suddenly, Shen Liang heard Zhu Xian calling his name and hurriedly stepped out from the crowd, exclaiming loudly. He had never doubted his own capabilities. Yet he had been relegated to the central star domain, deprived of any opportunity to command military forces. Shen Liang held individuals like Lin Nian in disdain. His family, the Shen clan, was a prestigious lineage within the empire, while Lin Nian was merely a fortunate upstart, elevated from the ranks of commoners. Given three elite imperial star fleets, Shen Liang believed he could quell the rebellion of the Haoshan sect with ease. Very well. I shall now recommend you to the emperor for the position of governor of the Hongyan star domain and grant you command over the imperial 7th star fleet to suppress the remnants of the Haoshan sect. Zhu Xian stated. Shen Liang's face lit up with joy. This so-called recommendation was, in essence, equivalent to a direct appointment. Then let the Central Military Command issue the orders to recall Major General Lin Nian and his three imperial star fleets. Zhu Xian revealed his true intentions. 5 months later, Lin Nian, accompanied by the Imperial 3rd Legion fleet, was making his way back to the capital, Baimang Star, located in the central star domain. The massive fleet moved sluggishly. Without careful observation, one might even perceive it as stationary amidst the vastness of space. Among the fleet, a nondescript medium-sized warship bore the conspicuous hull number 1455. Lin Nian was aboard this very vessel, gazing out through the porthole at the monotonous scenery outside. The initial thrill of interstellar travel had long since waned during the protracted journey. Lin Nian, what are you looking at? Liao Fan, drenched in sweat, plopped down beside him. With the suppression of the Haoshan sect, the entire Imperial Third Star Fleet had received promotions. Lin Nian was fortunate enough to be elevated from a second lieutenant to a lieutenant, a significant leap in rank. Countless others had struggled for years, trapped in the ranks of sergeants, unable to cross the threshold into officer status. "I'm just admiring the starry sky," Lin Nian replied succinctly. He and Liao Fan had become friends during their time aboard the medium warship, where Lin Nian had been engaged in combat training and studying fleet command. His mobile squad comprised 3,000 personnel, and due to his exceptional promotion, he needed to learn much that was typically reserved for seasoned officers. Unlike Liao Fan, who had directly ascended to command a mechanized infantry company of 20,000, their frequent encounters aboard the 1455 starship had fostered camaraderie. "Aren't you tired of it yet?" Liao Fan leaned in for a peek before retreating, using a towel draped over his shoulder to wipe away the sweat. He had just finished exercising in the officer's gym. "Not really," Lin Nian nodded. After all, he was living a second life, and many things felt unfamiliar and refreshing in this unknown future world. His past experiences were largely irrelevant, but he had learned to navigate social interactions with greater prudence. "Lieutenant Liao Fan, do you have any knowledge of the Central Star Domain?" Lin Nian shifted his gaze from the porthole to inquire about something that piqued his interest. "Not much. All I know is that the Empire is in turmoil. Since the death of the old emperor, the regional governors with military power are vying for control," Liao Fan replied cautiously. "Lieutenant Lin Nian, this is not something at our level to investigate," he added, urging Lin Nian to refrain from pressing further on the topic. Lin Nian nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve deeper. Suddenly, the entire ship began to tremble as the engines accelerated. "What is happening?" Lin Nian quickly turned to the porthole. He observed the once static fleet of ships now igniting their thrusters and beginning to accelerate. "Let me check." Liao Fan leaned over. "It's nothing. It's likely just the energy buildup for the teleportation system concluding." "We're about to initiate a jump," Liao Fan explained to Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded, understanding. He had already experienced a teleportation jump once. The portal could only be activated once within a short time frame. The fleet was accelerating uniformly to ensure the successful completion of this jump. If they failed to traverse within the portal's operational window, they would be left stranded. It would be no simple task to reunite with the main fleet. "This jump should bring us to the heart of the Empire," Lin Nian remarked to Liao Fan. "Indeed. Perhaps we will have a chance to return home," Liao Fan suddenly suggested. Lin Nian paused, taken aback by the notion of home. Memories surged within him. He had parents here, though his mother had perished during childbirth. His father had remarried, only to pass away due to illness when Lin Nian was a teenager, leaving his stepmother to raise him and his half-brother. Their home was on a planet called Huiguang Star in the Central Star System. As memories flooded back, Lin Nian began to understand many things, including why he had chosen to enlist as a frontline soldier in the most perilous battlegrounds. It was for the money. His stepmother was gravely ill, and substantial funds were necessary for her treatment. To secure the money, he had resolved to become a line soldier, which would immediately grant him 300,000 star coins, equivalent to an advance on a death benefit. Should he perish in battle, his designated beneficiary would receive an additional 300,000. That sum would be more than enough to cover his stepmother's medical expenses. He had filled in his half-brother's name, Lin Feng, as the designated beneficiary. Though his family was far from perfect, for Lin Nian, it constituted home. At present, he had managed to carve out a place for himself. If, as Liao Fan suggested, they were granted a brief respite, Lin Nian would not mind returning to see his remaining family in this world. "What is wrong?" Liao Fan noticed Lin Nian's prolonged silence and inquired. "I miss home," Lin Nian replied, turning his gaze back to the porthole as their ship, the 1455, began to traverse the colossal portal. Chapter 8. The Resurgence of the Haoshan Sect in the Kanjiayun Star Domain. A formidable fleet surged forth once more. Han Tianzu had completed his resupply. The Kanjiayun Star Domain was rich in resources, albeit lacking in provisions. The followers of the Haoshan Sect that Han Tianzu had rallied numbered in the millions, an untenable burden for him alone. It was far more prudent to seize an administrative planet from the Empire. After all, the Central Star Fleet had retreated months prior. Han Tianzu was well informed. Currently, the individual overseeing the Hongyun Star Domain was Shun Liang, a mere major general, not particularly renowned compared to Wen Yoren. Most likely, he was just another privileged individual with a questionable pedigree, the sort Han Tianzu relished confronting as it presented an opportunity for grand theft. "Advisor, report on the movements of the Imperial Star Fleet. Where shall we strike first?" Han Tianzu declared vocally to his aide. "Master, according to intelligence relayed by our spies, The newly appointed Major General Shen Liang has dispatched the 7th Star Fleet to patrol the borders of the Hongyun Star Domain. However, he himself has expressed disdain for the hardships of military life and chose to remain on Shuicheng Star instead of accompanying the fleet. I propose that our initial target should be Shuicheng Star, the advisor proclaimed loudly. This reasoning resonated well with Han Tianzu, prompting him to nod in agreement. Excellent. I command the entire fleet. Target Shuicheng Star. He gestured grandly from the command platform, and the fleet of the Huangtian battleships surged forth, heading directly towards the administrative planet of Shuicheng Star within the Hongyun Star Domain. Meanwhile, within a lavish estate on Shuicheng Star, Shen Liang reclined comfortably on a beach chair, surrounded by alluring women with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures. He indulged in his pleasures, reveling in the company of beauty and wine. For months prior, he had arrived on Shuicheng Star via its planetary teleportation device from the Central Star System. Compared to the cramped confines of life aboard Starship, Shen much preferred this existence, enveloped by charm and luxury. My lord, a telegram has arrived from the 7th Star Fleet, reportedly concerning urgent military matters. Shen Liang's butler rushed in, addressing him with utmost respect. What is it? I can't hear you. Shen Liang slurred, intoxicated, and waved dismissively, oblivious to the urgency of the message. As the governor of the Hongyun Star Domain, he was inundated with officials seeking his favor to secure promotions through his influence. At that moment, he had no time to deal with such trivialities. My lord, this is a report from the commander of the 7th Star Fleet. It insists that you must review it. The butler reiterated, urgency creeping into his voice. What? News from the 7th Star Fleet? Well, I suppose I should take a look, Shen Liang replied. His face flushed and his eyes barely open. Just as he reached for the telegram, a hand from one of the women beside him pressed down on his. My lord, didn't you say today you wouldn't handle any state affairs? Didn't you promise to spend the entire day with us? One beauty whispered sweetly in his ear. Indeed. My lord, are you going back on your word? The others chimed in, sensing the opportunity to sway him. With a wave of his hand, Shen Liang dismissed the telegram, saying, put it aside for now. I shall review it tomorrow. His hand, which had reached out, transformed into a gesture of dismissal as he beckoned the butler to step back. Ladies, I am here. Shen Liang's expression shifted from momentary surprise to one of blissful indulgence. The butler, resigned, could only comply and withdraw. On board the flagship of the Empire's 7th Star Fleet, the fleet's commander paced anxiously. Chief of Staff, what is the current situation? Has Major General Shen Liang responded? The commander's face was etched with worry. He had just received intelligence indicating a sudden influx of Huangtian sect fleets, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, emerging from the eastern sector of the adjacent Hongyun Star Domain. These fleets surged towards Shuicheng Star in a manner that the local defensive forces could not hope to withstand against Han Tianzu's impending assault. The most alarming aspect was that Major General Shen Liang was still present on the planet. If Shuicheng Star fell, the commander would bear the brunt of the blame. Major, there has been no word, the Chief of Staff replied, shaking his head. We have no choice but to order full speed ahead to Shuicheng Star. Let us hope we arrive in time. The commander slammed his fist onto the command platform, frustration evident. The 7th Star Fleet had just performed a spatial jump and had only recently entered the Hongyun Star Domain from the west. A subsequent jump would require time to recharge. And who could have anticipated that the dormant Huangtian sect would resurface at this precise moment? All that remained was to employ the most rudimentary strategy, advance steadily towards their destination. The commander silently prayed for their timely arrival. In the outer regions of Shuicheng Star, a multitude of Huangtian warships traversed the teleportation gates, flooding the area and swiftly approaching the planet. What in the world is this? Exclaimed an observer at the outer defensive space station of Shuicheng Star, his face a mask of terror. He hastily roused his napping colleague. Awake! This is a serious situation. We must notify the surface of Shuicheng Star immediately and activate the defense systems. The observer's frantic cries were interrupted as a massive beam of energy hurtled toward them, arriving in the blink of an eye. The outer space station was instantly engulfed in a fierce assault, with explosions lighting up the cosmos. The relentless fleet surged forth, akin to a stampede of wild buffalo, obliterating every defensive station and orbital cannon in their path without exception. As they neared Shuicheng Star's low orbit, the larger warships halted, while the smaller vessels plunged into the planet's atmosphere. Thousands of small and medium-sized warships surged simultaneously, creating a breathtaking spectacle as their sharp prow glimmered with fierce crimson light. Only now did the ground defenses of Shuicheng Star begin to react. unleashing a barrage of fire upon the intruding vessels. The thunderous roars of heavy artillery echoed incessantly as they shattered the invading fleet. Yet soon, the larger Huantian warships, lingering in outer space, commenced their own formidable main cannons, targeting the ground defenses with methodical precision. Beams of energy descended like divine retribution, instantly penetrating and incinerating the heavy artillery on the surface. As the defensive capabilities of Xuecheng Star dwindled rapidly, the invading ships successfully landed, and hordes of Huantian ground forces, piloting various vehicles, surged like a black tide toward the largest city on Xuecheng Star. Any form of resistance was swiftly crushed, and the panicked residents, desperate to hide, found themselves captured by Huangtian soldiers, shackled with electromagnetic restraints. For the Huangtian sect, capturing individuals was the most valuable resource, and they welcomed an abundance of captives without consideration of their sustainability. If they could not sustain them, they would simply move on to seize another planet. Chapter 9. The Demise of Major General Shen Liang. As the banners of the Xuecheng Star administrative office fell and were ignited by Huangtian soldiers, the fall of Xuecheng Star was officially declared. Major General Shen Liang, the highest military officer on the planet, was taken captive and brought before Han Tianzu. Please don't kill me. I am a major general of the empire. My family is wealthy, and you can reap great rewards. Spare me. Shen Liang pleaded frantically. However, the massed Huantian soldiers surrounding him remained silent. Upon noticing Han Tianzu, Shen Liang exclaimed, "Brother, is this the so-called governor? Who would have thought we would one day capture a governor?" Standing beside Han Tianzu was a burly man, Han Tianzu, his younger brother, who wore a grin. And there's so many beautiful women as well. This fellow knows how to enjoy himself. Han Tianzu remarked, his gaze drifting over to the bikini-clad women brought along as captives. Han Tianzu immediately approached, his hands roaming indiscriminately. The women shrieked in alarm, hastily retreating in fright. Bang! Han Tianzu fired a shot into the air. Whoever dares to hide again, I shall end her life. His expression was one of fierce menace. The women immediately fell silent, enduring the humiliation imposed by Han Tianzu. Enough, Tianzu. This is not the time for such frivolities. Bring forth the imperial governor. Han Tianzu instructed Han Tianzu. He then turned to Shen Liang, who was promptly seized by the soldiers of the Arid Sky sect and forced to kneel before Han Tianzu. Speak. What can you offer me? Han Tianzu Linid Cruiser. I can provide you with money, an abundance of it, and whatever else you desire. If I possess it, I can give it. Shen Liang's face was a mask of panic. Is it merely money you seek? Do you believe we lack such triviality? Han Tianzu glanced at his brother Han Tianzu, and they exchanged knowing smiles. What then do you wish for? Tell me. Shen Liang looked up at the two brothers, desperately pleading. He understood that their whims were the fulcrum of his fate. You may be wealthy and powerful, but to us, you are of no consequence. We cannot claim your bounty, nor can we wield your authority. Thus, you hold no value for us, Han Tianzu whispered, while Han Tianzu slowly raised his gun, aiming it at Shen Liang's nape. Oblivious, Shen Liang continued to plead with Han Tianzu. Wait, I can, but his words were abruptly cut short by the gunshot. Shen Liang's head exploded, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Oh wow, so this is the sensation of assassinating an imperial governor. Absolutely exhilarating, more thrilling than pleasure. Han Tianzu shouted in excitement, his face beaming with joy. Regrettably, the one who had driven them into such a state of disarray, Wen Yoren, was not present. Otherwise, Han Tianzu would have sought vengeance for this affront. At that moment, Han Tianzu's chief of staff hurriedly arrived. Upon disembarking from his vehicle and witnessing Shen Liang's lifeless body, his expression morphed dramatically. My lord, why the haste? Shen Liang must not be killed. The chief of staff exclaimed, visibly distressed. My lord, is it truly that serious? He was merely an imperial official. We have slain such figures before, Han Tianzu retorted, his demeanor displeased as he gestured at Shen Liang's corpse with his gun. Alas, you do not comprehend. Do you know what a governor signifies? The highest officer commanding an entire star domain. To kill him is akin to slapping the empire in the face. An army will soon be dispatched to hunt us down. The chief of staff insisted, attempting to elucidate why Shen Liang was untouchable. Well, the deed is done. As for the empire's pursuit, we have faced such trials before. We can always flee again, Han Tianzu remarked nonchalantly. He had no intention of establishing a so-called stronghold. As long as he, the leader of the Arid Sky sect, remained alive, he could always rally new followers elsewhere. Very well then, the chief of staff conceded, realizing further persuasion was futile. We must swiftly pack our belongings and evacuate Water Orange Star. The Empire's 7th Interstellar Fleet will undoubtedly pursue us. The Chief of Staff began outlining a new plan for Han Tianzu. Indeed, you are correct. Everyone, spring into action. Follow the Chief of Staff's instructions. Han Tianzu commanded. Though he possessed many flaws, he had one commendable trait. He was receptive to counsel. The soldiers of the Arid Sky sect promptly began to mobilize. In the capital of the Human Empire, by Mangstar, Prince Zhu was convening an imperial meeting once more. The young Emperor Zhu Renhe was still being coaxed into sitting upon the imperial throne, a piece of candy in his mouth and a mini mechanical dog in his hands. He was engrossed, playing with the artificial intelligence toy. Your Highness, Major General Lin Nian of the Red Cloud Star Domain has been slain. The Arid Sky sect has incited chaos once more within the Empire. We must deploy forces immediately to quell the rebellion, a senior minister stated gravely. Who shall we send? Prince Zhu immediately surveyed all present, his tone forthright and gaze piercing. The ministers exchanged glances. Your Highness, what a Major General Winyoran. One minister ventured to suggest. Prince Zhu fell silent, the quietness deafening. The ministers, astute as they were, understood Zhu's apprehension towards Winyoran. Previously, Winyoran had successfully quelled the rebellion of the Arid Sky sect, leaving Prince Zhu at a loss for how to reward him. He was unwilling to bestow upon him the title of general, and appointing him as governor was out of the question. Ultimately, he had only granted him a nominal position and a few words of commendation, while stripping him of the command over 3 fleets, an act of covert demotion. Now, to send Winyoran to suppress the rebellion would raise the question of whether to restore the military authority he had just taken away. If he were to win again, how could the central authority reward Winyoran? Will they grant him real power? To nurture another Lu Ili? Are there no other candidates? Prince Zhu's voice was low. The ministers remained silent for a considerable time. As Zhu grew impatient, another minister stepped forward. Your Highness, I propose sending Major Generals He Zhuo and Yin Wen. Each will command the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets respectively, uniting with the 7th Interstellar Fleet from the Red Cloud Star Domain to exterminate the Arid Sky sect. The minister suggested. Upon hearing this, Prince Zhu's sullen expression lightened slightly. He was disinclined to grant military authority to Winyoran's 3 fleets. Such formidable forces were better held within his own grasp. Very well, I shall recommend this to His Majesty. You are to inform Major Generals He Zhuo and Yin Wen at once, Prince Zhu declared with a facade of righteousness, though internally he felt uncertain. Despite both being major generals, their ranks were largely due to parental influence, and he doubted their capabilities. However, it was fortunate that the leader of the Arid Sky sect, Han Tianzu, was similarly inept. Previously, he had nearly instigated a vast rebellion across 3 star domains, only to be effortlessly subdued by Winyoran. Chapter 10, Sanitation Space Station Number 007, Central Imperial Star Domain. Not far from By Mang Star, there lay a planet named Yintian Star, where Winyoran's residence was situated. At this moment, Winyoran had returned home. He had recently received an imperial order relieving him of his military command. Nevertheless, his son, Wenrong, still commanded the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. As long as he retained this, Winyoran was not concerned about his ability to make a comeback. Regarding Prince Zhu's covert demotion, Winyoran felt considerable anger, but he had no recourse. He himself had a rather unsavory past, having backstabbed his superior on 2 occasions. Who could blame them for being wary of him? Unlike Lu Ili, Winyoran lacked the leverage to confront the Empire directly. He could only persuade himself to suppress his indignation. My lord, we have just received news from the Central Authority. The Arid Sky sect is leading 1,000,000 rebels in a renewed assault. Major General Shun Liang has been killed, and the entire empire is in turmoil. The steward informed Winyoran, removing his outer coat while delivering the news. What? Shun Liang has been slain? When did this happen? Surprise flickered across Winyoran's face. He had only just returned home, intending to lie low for a while. To his astonishment, Han Tianzu of the Cult of the Desolate Sky delivered such splendid news. The Hongyun star domain is, in fact, not far from the Empire's central star system, merely separated by the Yingyun star domain. It is entirely plausible that one day, Han Tianzu might leap directly from the Hongyun star domain into the Yingyun star domain. Should that occur, the spectacle would be monumental. Zhu Xian would find it utterly impossible to suppress himself at that juncture. Has the Central Authority selected candidates for quelling the rebellion? If so, who are they? Winyoran immediately inquired of the steward. It was only now that he gleaned this information from the steward's lips. Clearly, Zhu Xian did not intend to employ him this time. He must have chosen others to quell the insurrection. If Han Tianzu were to be suppressed once more, his opportunities would dwindle to naught. My lord, The Central Empire has indeed selected candidates. A notification has just been issued. It is Major General Hezwa and Major General Lin Nian, the steward promptly responded. Oomph. It seems there is indeed a performance worth witnessing, when Yorn scoffed softly. He promptly reached out to Wen Rong, instructing him to prepare the troops for battle at a moment's notice. We may yet have an opportunity, he added. Understood, my lord. The steward replied before hastily departing to attend to his duties. The Empire's third interstellar fleet, following yet another transmission, had arrived at the Empire's central star system. Returning to Baimang Star, the fleet was gradually entering the capital's sanitation perimeter, composed of multiple tiers of sanitation space stations. Externally, they resembled the rings of Saturn. However, instead of asteroids, they were densely packed with large defense space stations, serving as the core protective force of the Empire's capital. Within this sanitation belt stood an exceptionally prominent, artificially constructed spherical space station, Docking Station 007, the motherport of the Empire's third interstellar fleet. This is our base of operations. Upon our arrival at the motherport, we typically enjoy a leave of approximately 15 days, Liao Fan remarked to Lin Nian, who was gazing intently at the enormous sphere through the porthole. The gray-white exterior revealed a multitude of intricate mechanical structures, exuding a certain ineffable mechanical beauty. Against the backdrop of the starry cosmos, it appeared quite magnificent. This motherport looks awe-inspiring. I couldn't appreciate it before, Lin Nian nodded, reflecting on his previous rank as a private, which afforded him little chance to gaze out from the porthole. Thousands of individuals were crammed into a single room, unlike now, where Lin Nian enjoyed the privilege of his own private quarters. The ship is about to dock. All personnel, please secure your positions and fasten your seatbelts. Echoed a mechanical voice throughout the warship. Lin Nian exchanged glances with Liao Fan before locating nearby seats. Past incidents during docking had led to this precautionary measure, which Liao Fan explained to Lin Nian, who had previously posed numerous questions, leading Liao Fan to respond almost instinctively. Ah, I see, Lin Nian nodded, absorbing the ongoing safety announcements, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere, specifically to that mysterious feminine voice. He had not heard it since. He recalled that the voice seemed to manifest in moments of peril. Was assistance only forthcoming when he faced life-threatening situations? Lin Nian pondered silently, yet no conclusions emerged. He still required further testing. He did not fret about lacking opportunities, for they had just seen the news. The cult of the desolate sky had resurfaced after months of silence, once more making waves in the Hongyun star domain. Rumor had it that an imperial governor had perished. However, their interstellar fleet was already on its return journey and should not be redeployed to the war zone in the immediate future. At that moment, the entire ship began to change color, shifting to a muted yellow hue as it prepared to dock at the military port. All personnel, please secure your positions immediately. Do not wander about, the mechanical voice reiterated insistently. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Prepare for impact. Lin Nian soon felt a powerful vibration emanating from the ship's hull, causing both him and Liao Fan to be jostled by the immense force. Fortunately, their seatbelts held them in place, preventing them from being thrown about. What on earth is happening? Why is it shaking so much? Lin Nian inquired of Liao Fan. It's just the docking clamps vibrating. There's no avoiding it. This is how ships dock. Just bear with it, Liao Fan replied loudly. All right, Lin Nian acquiesced. Before long, the shaking ceased, and the dim yellow lights transitioned back to normal white illumination. Liao Fan unbuckled his seatbelt, prompting Lin Nian to do the same. All right, we should be able to disembark from the warship now. If there are no immediate tasks, we can move about freely. I've been cooped up for far too long. I need to let loose. My desires are soaring. Liao Fan grinned at Lin Nian, winking playfully. Lin Nian, are you coming? I know a fantastic military bar where there are plenty of beautiful girls. Forget it. I want to return home for a visit. My mother is gravely ill. Having narrowly escaped, I wish to see her condition, Lin Nian replied, shaking his head with a smile. I didn't expect you to be such a filial son. No guande. With your talents, you chose to be a frontline soldier in such perilous times, Liao Fan remarked. In that case, I won't go to the bar. I'll take you to the teleportation array here. You can use it to reach the central Baimang star, and then transfer through the Imperial Capital Star to your home on Huiguang Star. Such teleportation arrays are not commonplace. Only significant planets and large space stations possess them. Even a flagship of an interstellar fleet cannot accommodate such a device. Liao Fan explained as they moved away from the previous resting cabin toward the ship's docking area. Suddenly, both of their wrist devices began to vibrate. Military communique. Liao Fan glanced at his wrist device. Lin Nian observed him tapping the screen, evidently operating the device. He too halted, checking his own wrist device. Lieutenant Lin Nian, Colonel Wenrong has issued the latest orders. Due to the resurgence of the cult of the desolate sky, all forces are to prepare for battle. Without exceptional reasons, no one is permitted to disembark. Chapter 11. The explosive flagship of the 10th Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian read through the information rapidly, his mood inexplicably agitated. The home was so near, yet he could not return. Damn it. Vacation canceled. Lin Nian, it seems we both must remain aboard this warship. Liao Fan sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. Liao Fan, is it possible to contact family from here? Lin Nian posed a new question. Not all. We are currently in a mission period and must strictly adhere to military confidentiality regulations. Liao Fan replied directly, dousing Lin Nian's hopes. Very well, Lin Nian sighed. Don't lose heart, Lin Nian. There are advantages to being on the warship. There will be entertainment ships visiting every evening for the next few days, Liao Fan suddenly said with a mischievous glint. What do you mean by entertainment ships? Lin Nian asked, momentarily taken aback. Liao Fan winked. Lin Nian quickly understood. Good heavens, the glorious empire's military enjoys such benefits? Got it, huh? Liao Fan noted the shift in Lin Nian's expression, instantly recognizing his comprehension. It's an imperial perk. His Majesty the Emperor has already paid for us. Authentic, licensed entertainment. Every officer receives their share, while the common soldiers must share among 10. The plight of the lesser soldiers is even more dire. They are utterly devoid of any semblance of dignity. Liao Fan shook his head and remarked, well, they claim to enhance training, yet it remains the same old routine. We should be able to rest for a few days now. They won't schedule any training for us. Let's go and take a break. Liao Fan straightened himself and patted Lin Nian on the shoulder before making his way to his private quarters. All right then, Lin Nian sighed softly, watching Liao Fan's silhouette fade away. He shook his head in resignation and entered his own chamber. As the automatic door slid open, the previously dark room illuminated upon his arrival. Is this what the future holds? Lin Nian reclined upon the soft bed and reached for a photograph resting nearby. It depicted a trio, his adoptive mother, Lin Feng, and himself. Lin Nian gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar visage staring back at him. The soul remains the same. Only the body has transformed into something new. On the border between the Red Cloud star domain and the Shadow Cloud star domain, the vast army of the Arid Sky sect, numbering in the millions of warships, advanced with formidable momentum, directly invading the Shadow Cloud star domain. They clashed head-on with two Imperial star fleets. Previously, Han Tianzu had launched a relentless assault, penetrating multiple Imperial planets, mercilessly plundering their resources and populace, coercing new recruits into becoming brigands, and then proceeding to the next planet to repeat the cycle. As long as the Imperial forces remained insufficiently strong, Han Tianzu would lead his locust-like army on a slaughtering spree. Now, they finally encountered a formidable regular army of the Empire, yet Han Tianzu remained undeterred. The Arid Sky sect had undergone a significant transformation. After conquering numerous Imperial planets, they had seized countless Imperial warships, endowing them with the capability to engage in battle. Chief of Staff, report the situation immediately. Han Tianzu commanded with a grave expression. Their fleet was on the verge of a direct confrontation with the Imperial 10-star fleet. Meanwhile, on their right flank, the 11th fleet of the Empire was also pressing forward, evidently intent on annihilating their million-strong fleet in one fell swoop. Master, the enemy intends to encircle us from 3 sides. However, the 7-star fleet of the Empire is lagging significantly. For the time being, our rear is secure. Our objective is to continue our aggressive assault. If we can shatter one of the Imperial star fleets head-on, the advantage shall be ours. The Chief of Staff's eyes sparkled with excitement as he struck the tabletop vigorously. Excellent. All troops heed the command, advance. Han Tianzu did not comprehend the Chief of Staff's words, yet he knew that the chief would not lead him astray. With a grand gesture, he issued the order. The million-strong fleet of the Arid Sky sect surged forward, simultaneously accelerating. In interstellar warfare, the presence of energy shields on warships rendered both laser attacks and missile tracking ineffective at breaching those defenses swiftly. It was often more effective to engage in close-range bombardment or to execute forced boarding actions. Thus, each round of interstellar conflict was horrifically brutal, resulting in substantial casualties. Yet, for Han Tianzu, the one thing he lacked was manpower. As the two fleets clashed, the intensity escalated rapidly, with an overwhelming barrage of attacks unleashed. Yet all were thwarted by the semi-transparent, eggshell-like shields of the opposing vessels. Ultimately, both sides entered a stage of direct confrontation, where the shields of warships were swiftly depleted amid a flurry of collisions. Starfighters, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes, surged toward the enemy vessels, simultaneously deploying numerous boarding troops to launch the most savage boarding assaults. The two largest flagship vessels of the 10th and 11th Star Fleets became prime targets for the Arid Sky forces. Waves of various Arid Sky warships relentlessly assaulted these two flagships. The once formidable energy shields were ultimately overwhelmed, drained of their protective energy. A multitude of Arid Sky boarding troops were hurled onto the Imperial flagship. At this moment, aboard the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet, Major General Hezwa exclaimed, "We must retreat immediately. Multiple compartments of the flagship have been breached by the Arid Sky rebels. If we do not leave now, we shall have no chance of escape." The Chief of Staff grasped Major General Hezwa, attempting to forcefully extricate him from the ship. The number of Han Tianzu's insurgents surpassed their expectations, and Han Tianzu cunningly concealed his most formidable warship among a multitude of smaller vessels, thwarting their elite boarding unit strategy to decapitate him, while the enemy's ambush succeeded. "No, this is the Imperial flagship. I cannot flee. I cannot leave this flagship to the Arid Sky rebels. That will be the greatest humiliation for the Empire." Major General Hezwa's expression twisted in desperation, reminiscent of a gambler unwilling to leave the table after a losing hand. "Major General Hezwa, preserving your life is of utmost importance. Do not squander it needlessly. His Majesty would not wish to see you like this." The Chief of Staff continued to plead, attempting to rally other officers to forcibly pull Hezwa away, only to be shoved aside by Hezwa. At that moment, an explosion of intense gunfire erupted from the compartments outside the bridge. The expressions of those within the bridge momentarily froze, followed by a myriad of emotions: fear, despair, and the grim realization that the Arid Sky rebels had breached their core zone. It would not be long before they were either killed or captured. Chief of Staff, initiate self-destruction. At this point, Major General Hezwa had remarkably regained his composure. As the Chief of Staff began to speak, his words devolved into incomprehensible murmurs. "Give me the keys at once. I must self-destruct the flagship." Hezwa bellowed, his voice sending a shiver through everyone present, akin to a death sentence. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the Chief of Staff ultimately handed over his keys. Hezwa acted swiftly, inserting 2 keys consecutively, finally activating the self-destruction sequence. His hand hovered over the large, red button. "I'm sorry. It is I who have brought us to this dire situation. I owe you all an apology. But I cannot betray His Majesty. Forgive me, Empire. Glory belongs to the Empire." Hezwa shouted fervently. "Glory belongs to the Empire." The Chief of Staff and all crew members within the bridge stood in unison, striking their right shoulders in salute. Suddenly, the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet erupted in a colossal blaze at the heart of the battlefield, a silent explosion consuming everything in its vicinity. Chapter 12. The Defeat of the Imperial Star Fleet. Hezwa's decision to self-destruct the flagship triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. The 10th Star Fleet immediately descended into a state of disarray, bereft of leadership. Chaos ensued, with some captains choosing to persist in their assault against the Arid Sky sect, while others, recognizing the futility of escape, opted to surrender. Meanwhile, many captains attempted to break through the encirclement. The 11th Star Fleet of the Empire faced its own dire circumstances, especially its commander, Major General Lin Nian, whose face was etched with panic. The initial plan to encircle Han Tianzu had devolved into a situation where his side was now on the receiving end of the assault due to the tardiness of the 7th Star Fleet and the destruction of the 10th Star Fleet's flagship. For Lin, this was utterly unacceptable. "Chief of Staff, what are our chances of victory?" Lin queried, glancing at the tumultuous battlefield. The weight of the situation, following Hezwa's sacrifice, now rested squarely on his shoulders. Major General Lin, initial estimates suggest less than 3%. "Major General, we must retreat from the battlefield immediately." The Chief of Staff's words came swiftly. The 10th Star Fleet had been shattered, and they were unable to hold their ground. As for finding and destroying Han Tianzu's flagship within the ranks of the Arid Sky forces to turn the tide of battle, the Chief of Staff dismissed the thought upon surveying the multitude of Arid Sky warships surrounding them. It can be asserted that should this battle continue, they would inevitably face total annihilation. "Very well. I hereby declare that due to the changing circumstances, our forces are vastly outnumbered and must retreat immediately." Lin does not possess the foolish loyalty of Hezwa. Sensing the dire situation, he promptly resolves to withdraw from the battlefield, prioritizing the preservation of strength. With the order issued, the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet becomes the first to lead the retreat. They are marginally better off than the 10th Star Fleet. The energy shields of the 11th Star Fleet's flagship have yet to dissipate. Bearing the brunt of the enemy's artillery fire, they accelerate fiercely, fleeing towards the rear. However, having just annihilated His Hong Tianjiao fleet, their morale is soaring, and they are loath to let Yin escape unscathed. Under Han Tianzu's command for a full-scale assault, they charge headlong towards the retreating 11th Star Fleet. A more brutal chase ensues. The warships of the 11th Star Fleet find their energy shields continually breached, and the relentless Hong Tian soldiers penetrate the vessel's interiors, engaging in an exceedingly bloody internal purge. Occasionally, some warships opt to avoid capture by detonating themselves, taking all aboard with them. Yet the advance of the Hong Tian fleet does not falter, systematically devouring the lagging Imperial warships. Ultimately, they close in on the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet. The energy shields of the 11th Star Fleet's flagship flicker incessantly, and in a desperate collision with a Hong Tian warship, both vessel shields shimmer momentarily before shattering. In that fleeting instant, the flagship, previously unrestrained in its attacks from within the protective shield, finds itself momentarily silenced. An overwhelming swarm of Hong Tian starships, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly encircle the vessel. A multitude of boarding pods are launched, and countless Hong Tian soldiers surge into the massive warship's interior. Despite the Imperial flagship's arsenal still roaring in defiance, it resembles nothing more than a final struggle before death. Ultimately, with no avenue for escape left, Yin leads all personnel aboard the Imperial flagship in surrender. The Imperial flag is lowered, and a great white flag is raised in its place. At this moment, the flagship of the Hong Tian faction erupts in jubilance. Master, we have captured it. The Chief of Staff is overwhelmed with emotion. Against the odds, they have defeated 2 regiments of the Imperial Regular Forces. The 10th Star Fleet is utterly decimated, its flagship self-destructing, while Major General Hizwa has taken his own life. The 11th Star Fleet has been completely shattered, its flagship surrendering, and Major General Yin is taken captive. This marks an unprecedented victory. The Imperial realm of Yingyun is left defenseless. Should they dare to be bolder, a jaunt through the Imperial Central Star domain may not be out of the question. Indeed, Han Tianzu's hands tremble. They have truly triumphed over 2 Imperial fleets. Once they assimilate the surrendered 11th Star Fleet, their combat prowess will ascend to new heights. Han Tianzu dares not contemplate what lies ahead, but a victory is a victory. We have won, he suddenly exclaims, raising his fist in a heart-wrenching cheer, echoed throughout the flagship's bridge. Meanwhile, in the White Radiant Star, within the Imperial Council chamber, local time is 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Xian strides in with an imposing presence, yet his countenance is marked by profound gloom. He has just received urgent news from the Yingyun Star domain indicating a catastrophic defeat for the Imperial forces. 2 major generals, 1 dead and 1 captured. 3 Imperial fleets have been shattered. 1 is captured, and another is in retreat. The most ludicrous of all is the 7th Star Fleet, tasked with flanking maneuvers, which has yet to even reach the front lines. Upon hearing of the Imperial fleet's defeat, they have already begun to withdraw. Zhu Xian's fury simmers within. Yet he refrains from immediate outbursts, standing silently in the center of the Imperial Council chamber, his fists clenching and unclenching. Ma'am, I want to sleep. I do not want to go to the council chamber. The young emperor struggles, crying and throwing a tantrum. However, the nursemaid, at Zhu Xian's insistence, manages to place the young emperor in the imperial seat. Zhu Xian casts a glance at his cousin, his eyes glinting with malice. Were it not for the numerous imperial governors who openly and covertly oppose him, he would have already kicked Zhu Renhe aside and claimed the throne for himself. Gradually, imperial dignitaries begin to arrive. How could this happen? Hizwa and Yin have betrayed the nation. 3 against 1, and this is the disgraceful outcome? The imperial army has become utterly corrupt. Now, the Hong Tian faction is beyond control. They gather in small groups, incessantly discussing the recent battle. The defeat of 2 imperial fleets on the front lines has an immeasurable impact, threatening the very foundation of the empire and potentially allowing the Hong Tian faction to operate without restraint. Zhu Xian remains silent throughout, observing the imperial ministers as they engage in fervent debate until all have assembled in the council chamber. Ahem. Zhu Xian clears his throat, and the discussions gradually cease. You have all seen the latest battle reports, I presume? If you are unaware of the situation, no matter. You may view them now. With a vigorous wave of his hand, a massive holographic display materializes, showcasing the explosion of Hizwa's flagship and the moment when Yin raised the white flag. Beside the 2 videos, extensive text descriptions appear, with the final line emphasized in bold. An unprecedented and catastrophic defeat for the empire. Is this the person you recommended? Incompetent. Derelict. The entire situation of the empire has deteriorated into this state because of you. You hold such high positions and salaries within the empire. And this is how you repay it? Zhu Xian unleashes the pent-up fury within him, vociferously berating all the imperial ministers. Ma'am, I am frightened. The young emperor, who had previously been drowsy and crying, now clings tightly to his nursemaid's arm, cowering behind her. After Zhu Xian's outburst, the imperial council chamber falls into a profound silence. Notably, several prominent ministers exchange glances, fully aware that the current predicament is not solely Zhu Xian's doing. Had the Hong Tian faction emerged earlier, they could have simply utilized Wen Yuan. Yet, Zhu Xian was unwilling. Chapter 13, Virtual Training Operations. Now, he turns around to blame them. The ministers feel deeply aggrieved. However, they lack the courage to confront Zhu Xian directly and thus choose to remain silent. Zhu Xian continues to lambaste Hizhua and Yin, as well as the acting commander of the 7-star fleet and the Admiral Shen Liang, who allowed this situation to spiral out of control. Because of Shen Liang's indulgence and pleasure, they were ambushed by Han Tianzu. The Empire subsequently dispatched 3 fleets to clean up Shen Liang's mess. Yet, following the previous battle's defeat, the Hong Tian faction's influence only swelled, sweeping through the Imperial Hongyuan and Yingyun star domains. Speak up, will you? Have you all lost your voices? Are you waiting for the Hong Tian faction to invade the Imperial Central Star Domain before you feel inclined to speak? Zhu Xian vents his frustrations, attempting to stabilize his own emotions while also hoping to spur some response from the Imperial ministers. Your Highness, blaming anyone now will yield no results. Finding a way to counter Han Tianzu's Hong Tian faction is the priority. We must not allow him to enter the Imperial Central Star Domain. In the current state of affairs, we require a formidable general to stabilize the situation. I recommend one. Major General Wen Yuan. An influential minister speaks up. Zhu Xian finally heard that name. He was inclined to outright reject Wen Yuan. Yet compared to allowing Han Tianzu to enter the Central Star Domain, it was marginally preferable to utilize Wen Yuan. The decision between permitting the chaos of the Arid Heaven sect to continue and suppressing Wen Yuan was clear to Zhu Xian. Indeed, at this juncture, he had no choice but to call upon General Wen Zhong. Initially, he had hoped to grant General Wen Zhong and the Empire's 3 elite interstellar fleets a respite. However, given the current perilous circumstances, that was no longer feasible. Zhu Xian nodded in agreement, as if he had always been an ally of Wen Yuan. This scene evoked a singular word in the minds of all the courtiers: hypocrisy. Immediately summoned Major General Wen Yuan. Zhu Xian commanded without hesitation. On the periphery of White Mang Star, within Space Station 007, the 1,455th warship, a small squad, led by Lin Nian, swiftly infiltrated the enemy's fleet, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Lin Nian and his mobile squad seized control of the bridge. Of the 3,000 who had stormed in, only just over 100 remained, a staggering casualty rate. As the ambient lights around Lin Nian illuminated, he declared, "All right, the exercise is concluded." Captain Shui Wuju shouted. Members of the 10th Mobile Squad removed their armored helmets, their faces glistening with sweat. They had just engaged in the most authentic battlefield simulation within the virtual realm. Lieutenant Lin Nian stepped forward. Captain Shui Wuju called out, his gaze icy. Yes. Lin Nian stood tall and saluted. He understood why Shui Wuju summoned him. His performance in the virtual combat had been dismal. Without the assistance of that female voice, Lin Nian was, in fact, no different from an ordinary person. Although he held the rank of lieutenant, his capabilities had not been adequately demonstrated. Shui Wuju's expression darkened as he led Lin Nian into a room. Meanwhile, outside the training observation chamber, separated by a pane of one-way glass, when Huiyun had witnessed everything unfold, Captain Shui Wuju had repeatedly reported Lin Nian's situation to her, seeking to replace him, but each suggestion had been promptly dismissed. Lin Nian was a protege of General Wen Rong. Since it was not wartime and Lin Nian had committed no grave offenses, when Huiyun would not strip him of his military position. Lin Nian's role as the captain of the 10th Mobile Squad was, in essence, a position of high rank with low responsibilities. The squad he led functioned similarly to the Empire's line fillers. Once the enemy warship's shield energy dissipated, they would be directly deployed for boarding or to repel enemy incursions against their own ships, a role characterized by high casualty rates. It was the only military position available. Given Lin Nian's rank of lieutenant, he could only be assigned here. Other desirable positions were beyond his qualifications, and he lacked sufficient convincing achievements to warrant a better role. Show me the surveillance footage, when Huiyun instructed the soldier beside her. Yes, Lieutenant 1. The soldier promptly activated a display, clearly revealing the scene with Shui Wuju and Lin Nian in the room. Lieutenant Lin Nian, If this is the extent of your abilities, I cannot accept it. With your current competence, you are wholly unfit to serve as the captain of the 10th Mobile Squad. Do you understand the nature of our mission? It is the most perilous, with the highest casualty rates for infiltration operations. How do you expect to fulfill the operational objectives? Protect your subordinates? Captain Xue Yuju slammed his hand on the table as he confronted Lin Nian. Captain Xue Yuju, if you have any grievances against me, you may address them to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet Command. As for your belief that I am unworthy of this position, I regret to inform you that your opinion holds no weight. Simulated combat does not equate to reality. The battlefield is the only true measure of one's strength. Lin Nian retorted, maintaining his composure. Xue Yuju seemed oblivious to the underlying circumstances, but he consistently directed his ire towards Lin Nian. Lieutenant Lin, Xue Yuju suddenly stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You may have performed well on Qianxian Star, but to me, it appears you merely had a stroke of luck. Surviving a barrage from Qianxian Star's ground-based defenses was merely fortuitous. I am unaware of your relationship with that one Huiyun. Perhaps you have some connection with her that prompts her to protect you. However, I assure you, if your performance remains as it is in the next battlefield engagement, you will meet a most grim fate. After delivering his warning, Xue Yuju cast a glance at the surveillance camera in the room and stepped back. Lieutenant Lin, remember this. Luck cannot be relied upon indefinitely, he cautioned, adjusting his military cap and striding away. Lin Nian silently observed Xue Yuju's departing figure, pondering whether there was an issue between the two and whether he had been caught in the crossfire. Yet, he acknowledged that his current performance was indeed lacking. With a sigh, Lin Nian mused that if he had the assistance of that female voice, his performance would be markedly different. While he struggled with command, his proficiency with firearms remained exceptional. Emerging from a small room, Lin Nian found Wen Huiyun waiting for him outside. Lieutenant 1, he saluted her. The strict hierarchy of the military compelled him to do so. His current rank was still a notch below hers, necessitating respect to avoid disciplinary action, which was an unpleasant ordeal. Lieutenant Lin Nian, when Huiyun returned the salute, Captain Xue Yuju seems quite dissatisfied with you. What transpired? She inquired, glancing in the direction of Xue Yuju's retreating figure. I'm not sure. Lin Nian shook his head, wishing to avoid delving further into the topic. What brings you here? Lieutenant Wen? He redirected the conversation to her purpose. General Wenrong has expressed an interest in your current situation and sent me to assess it, she explained. Well, as you can see, the atmosphere is far from amicable. Lin Nian shrugged nonchalantly. Initially, he had garnered considerable respect within the fleet, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. His unsatisfactory results in virtual training had led to growing skepticism, particularly regarding the disparity between his training outcomes and actual performance on Qianxian Star. Lin Nian understood the reason behind this skepticism. He had ascended the ranks too swiftly, lacking any significant background, yet transitioning from a mere soldier to an officer. This rapid elevation had fostered resentment among those who were still biding their time for advancement. In their eyes, a single success did not constitute genuine achievement. It was merely luck that had afforded Lin Nian advantages he perhaps did not deserve. Surviving on Qianxian Star had been a stroke of fortune, as had the recognition from General Wenrong. They likely believed that had they occupied Lin Nian's position, they would similarly enjoy comparable privileges and ascend to the rank of lieutenant without difficulty. The animosity directed at him stemmed not from personal disdain, but rather from resentment of his undeserved rise. Coupled with his recent poor performance in virtual training, it provided them with a target. Lieutenant Lin, jealousy is the first hurdle you must overcome. Nonetheless, I see your mindset is in a decent place. Yet I must remind you, the path ahead must be traversed by your own efforts. Major General Wenrong's appreciation for you is limited to this extent. Do not harbor any illusions that Major General Wenrong will assist you further, Wen Huiyun solemnly stated. She then glanced at her wristwatch, repeatedly gesturing in the air as if operating her own holographic display in front of Lin Nian. Thus, this visit comes to an end. It has been a pleasure to see you again, Lieutenant Lin Nian. I look forward to your future performance. Wen Huiyun extended her hand to Lin Nian. Indeed, I feel the same, Lin Nian replied, lightly shaking her hand before releasing it. The touch felt somewhat cool. Wen Huiyun gave a slight nod to Lin Nian and began to depart. Lin Nian, how could you be here? Liao Fan suddenly emerged from around a corner, whispering to Lin Nian. She came to assess the situation of a visit. Lin Nian provided a brief explanation. Liao Fan was one of the few aboard the battleship 1455 who still supported him. I see. I heard you were reprimanded again by your commander. Did you encounter issues during your virtual training? Liao Fan inquired as he stepped out from his hiding spot, observing when Huiyun vanished around a corridor. There's no helping it. I am the target of envy, Lin Nian sighed, reluctant to delve into that topic. He increasingly wondered if the potent biochemical agent he had been administered had induced auditory hallucinations, making him believe a feminine voice was aiding him. Yet that made little sense, for the voice had indeed provided assistance. Lin Nian pondered the biochemical agent once more. It bore similarities to a stimulant, enhancing soldiers' reflexes and physical endurance, albeit with significant side effects. It was typically only utilized for extreme, perilous missions. Many speculated that his extraordinary performance stemmed from this biochemical agent. Lin Nian, do not lack confidence in yourself. I have high hopes for you, as you differ from those who merely rely on luck. I have witnessed your prowess in battle. They seem to forget that in the prior reconnaissance engagement at Xianxian, of the thousands deployed, only 9 return alive. Such a high mortality rate is not something just anyone can survive, Liao Fan asserted, wrapping an arm around Lin Nian's shoulders earnestly. Liao Fan, I must admit, your comforting skills are quite impressive. However, I am not swayed by such tactics when it comes to your sister, Lin Nian chuckled, brushing Liao Fan's hand away. Liao Fan's encouragement was indeed appreciated. Now you see. Come on, today's training is over. I'm starving. Let's grab something to eat. It's a pity the benefits on the flower ship have concluded. Who knows when it will happen again? By the way, Lin Nian, have you been involved with anyone during these days? You aren't still a virgin, are you? Liao Fan's enthusiasm surged at the mention of women, teasing Lin Nian. Get lost. You are the virgin. Lin Nian kicked Liao Fan playfully. Meanwhile, when Huiyun had disembarked for battleship 1455 and entered the awaiting vehicle, traversing the bustling military port filled with hoisting supplies. This facility was entirely automated, governed by artificial intelligence, requiring only a few personnel at designated locations. The Empire had extensively adopted AI systems in its production sectors. However, such systems were impractical in warfare, where severe electromagnetic interference was inevitable. The hovering vehicle soon came to a halt at a docking berth, where a colossal Imperial flagship lay silently anchored. The exchange of vast quantities of supplies occurred incessantly, accompanied by the sharp warning tones of hoisting operations. When Huiyun spotted Major General Wenrong standing before the battleship, Major 1, she immediately saluted. Captain 1, I have reviewed your report. Do you concur with Captain Shui Wuju's perspective? Wenrong inquired with a smile. Yes, considering various factors. I believe Lin Nian cannot adapt to the role of a lieutenant. When Huiyun expressed her lack of faith in Lin Nian, to her, Lin Nian's luck seemed extraordinarily improbable. His achievements at Xianxian would at most qualify him for the rank of a sergeant or a level 4 petty officer, certainly not warranting a promotion to an officer's rank. Captain 1, we are set to embark again. When Rong abruptly shifted the subject, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. When Huiyun's expression momentarily faltered. My apologies, I was rude just now. Major General, are we about to engage in combat? She quickly apologized while voicing her concern. After all, they had only recently returned to the home port, and it was alarming to be departing again so soon, indicating that something significant was afoot. Nothing to worry about. When Rome replied, shaking his head as he exhaled a cloud of smoke that quickly dissipated, absorbed by the port's efficient ventilation system. We are indeed heading into battle. We just received intelligence from the Central Military Headquarters. The Cult of the Storm has resurfaced, having decisively defeated the 10th and 11th Imperial fleets in the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. When Rome continued to elucidate the situation to Wen Huiyun, who instinctively pressed her lips together, another major conflict loomed. The Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet was preparing to return to the battlefield. Regarding whether Lin Nian was a liability, when Rome mused, the war will reveal the truth to me. I have always been confident in my judgment. He swiftly finished his cigarette, discarding it to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Let us proceed. The fleet's departure necessitates considerable preparations. Without casting another glance at Wen Huiyun, Wen Rong joined the waiting security personnel and made his way toward his flagship. Before the colossal iron beast, their figures appeared as insignificant as dust. Countless white lights flickered across the surface of the giant vessel, reminiscent of a starry sky. Chapter 15, Enemy Strategy. 001 Sanitation Space Station. When Yorin personally boarded the flagship of the Empire's 2nd Interstellar Fleet, compared to the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. The 2nd Fleet had the fastest return journey and was the first to complete resupply among the 3 fleets. General 1, the captain of the flagship, saluted when Yorin. Colonel Shen, please inform the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets that we are to depart immediately and reach the Shadow Cloud Star Domain as swiftly as possible to reclaim the core planet. Yamlin Star. When Yoren nodded slightly and issued orders to the flagship captain. Understood. Captain Chun straightened, and the command was swiftly disseminated. Countless crew members began to mobilize. As the ship's locks disengaged from the space station, the battleships of the Empire's second interstellar fleet began to turn towards the direction of the Shadow Cloud star domain. This time, the cult of the storm infiltrating the Shadow Cloud star domain posed little distance for Yoren to traverse. After all, the central star domain was adjacent to the Shadow Cloud star domain. A single space transfer would suffice to reach Yanlin's star swiftly, saving an additional transfer compared to the outskirts of the Hongyun star domain and Xianxian. The ship's exhaust ignited with blue and white flames as Yoren hastily arrived at the flagship's bridge. The bridge was expansive, accommodating 3,000 specialized crew members, who were actively engaged with real-time data. Finally, he approached the highest-ranking commander present. Since Yoren boarded the ship personally, the highest command had shifted from the flagship's captain to him. Chief, we have just received communications from the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. Should we connect? The communications officer abruptly rose and addressed Yoren in a loud voice. Initiate the connection. Yoren stood on the 2nd level of the bridge, gripping the railing with both hands, gazing down at the bustling crew below, and nodded slightly. Understood. The liaison officer nodded in response. Soon, 2 enormous screens sprang to life, displaying the visage of General Wen Rong alongside another Major General. Commander. Both men saluted Yoren with solemnity. General Wen, General Ning. What is your progress? Yoren returned their salute. Report, Commander. The Imperial 3rd Star Fleet has departed. General Wen Rong answered first. Report, Commander. The Imperial 4th Star Fleet has also set sail. Major General Ning followed suit. Excellent. I shall now activate an interstellar gateway, maintaining it in the longest duration mode, 3 hours. You must arrive promptly and proceed through without delay. Yoren's expression turned grave. Yes. Both men saluted in unison as the screens vanished. The energy for the interstellar gateway was accumulating. 24%. 100%. Energy fully loaded. Commander, shall we activate the interstellar gateway? The flagship's chief of staff inquired loudly. Activate. Yoren commanded with a stern countenance. As his words resonated, all eyes turned towards the transparent portholes on either side. 2 colossal launch devices gradually emerged from the flagship's hull, unleashing 2 beams of distinct colors, one red, one blue. The beams converged at a specific point in the starry expanse directly ahead of the flagship, initiating a distortion of space. As the energy surged, the spatial distortion expanded, growing to several hundred kilometers before ceasing its growth. Once the distortion stabilized, everyone could perceive the unfamiliar starfield beyond. All personnel of the Imperial 2nd Star Fleet, accelerate forward. Yoren commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, the entire Imperial 2nd Star Fleet surged ahead in unison. Yoren then settled into his position, fastening his seatbelt. As the fleet's engines roared to life, a tremendous tremor resonated from within the ship's structure. One vessel after another traversed the vast void before them. Yoren glanced at the map's positioning display, noting that they had almost instantaneously transported from the Central Star region to the vicinity of Yanlin Star in the Shadow Cloud Star region. Once the flagship had safely passed through the transfer, Yoren unfastened his seatbelt and beckoned the captain and the fleet staff to gather at the conference table. A dozen individuals promptly assembled before him. The three-dimensional star map vividly illustrated the current state of the star region. Chief of Staff, please elucidate the current situation. Yoren requested. Yes, Commander. The Chief of Staff immediately saluted and began manipulating the star map before him. Since the defeat of the 10th and 11th Fleets, the influence of the Wild Sky sect has surged. Currently, a vast expanse of planets in the southeastern area of the Shadow Cloud Star region is being ravaged by the Wild Sky sect, including the core planet, Yanlin Star. The Chief of Staff circled a region on the star map, encompassing the entire center of the Shadow Cloud Star region and extending throughout the southeast. I recommend that our primary objective should be the immediate recapture of Yanlin Star. He proposed. Yoren and the others nodded in agreement without dissent. The Wild Sky sect lacks fixed strongholds. Should we disperse our forces in pursuit, it would yield little success. Han Tianzu's maneuverability relies on the mobility of his warships, which in turn necessitates resupply from resource planets. Therefore, his next potential course of action becomes abundantly clear. The Chief of Staff continued to sketch on the star map. Dozens of energy resource planets turning red as they formed a rough line meandering upward on the northeastern side of the Shadow Cloud Star region. The initial planet began to flicker with increasing intensity, revealing its name, Huangan Star. We must swiftly mobilize our forces to secure resource planets like Huangyan Star, particularly the paramount Huangyan Star. I believe the Wild Sky sect will inevitably arrive. The Chief of Staff emphasized Huangyan Star. In conclusion, we should strive to fortify our defenses and lay waste to the fields. Once the Wild Sky sect is deprived of resources, population, and sustenance, their strength will wane rapidly, regardless of their current might. At that point, whether we expel them from the Shadow Cloud Star region or pursue them to the Red Cloud Star region, it shall not pose a challenge for us. The Chief of Staff regarded Wenyorin, whose strategy was essentially to fortify their positions and await the internal strife within Han Tianzu's ranks. When the time was ripe, they would engage the Wild Sky sect in a decisive battle. Yizhua and Yin, when were previously defeated due to their overzealousness, attempting to orchestrate a pocket encirclement. Yet, before the pocket could be properly secured, they hastily tightened it, resulting in a disarrayed confrontation. Chief of Staff, I fundamentally concur with your strategy of fortifying our defenses and laying waste to the fields. However, there is one issue. Han Tianzu may not necessarily choose to commence from Huangyan Star. He could target any location among these resource planets for his plundering. When Yorin pointed out the Chief of Staff's oversight, the Chief of Staff fell silent for a few moments, appearing somewhat resigned. Commander, I admit my oversight. We shall transition to a sentry mode. He acknowledged that spreading defenses could lead to vulnerabilities, yet establishing outposts with minimal forces at each point was feasible. The main fleet would patrol the periphery, should the Wild Sky sect's main force be confirmed in one area. They could dispatch troops from multiple directions to encircle and eliminate the invading fleet of the Wild Sky sect, maximizing the annihilation of their forces. Chapter 16. Deployment Arrangements for Huangyan Star. Moreover, the Imperial 7-star fleet is en route. With 4 Imperial Star fleets, we shall employ ample strength for our defense. The Wild Sky sect will undoubtedly reveal vulnerabilities. The Chief of Staff concluded with emphasis on fortifying their defenses. Very well. For now, let us proceed with the first step, reclaiming Yanlin Star before addressing other matters. When Yorin decisively concluded, yes, everyone saluted in unison. Flagship of the Wild Sky sect, report. Sect Leader, we have just received information from Yanlin Star. The Imperial 2nd Star Fleet has arrived and successfully secured it. A liaison officer announced loudly. Damn it. How did Wenyorin arrive so swiftly? Han Tianzu slammed his hand on the table. Irritation etched across his face. The days of plundering by the Wild Sky sect were not yet over, and his old adversary had re-emerged, reclaiming Yanlin Star, which he had painstakingly conquered. Chief of Staff, it is fortunate I heeded your advice. Otherwise, advancing northward would have led us directly into Wenyorin's path. Han Tianzu felt a flicker of relief. Sect Leader, now is not the time to relax. While our plundering in the southeastern area of the Shadow Cloud Star region faces little resistance, we have brought along too many unnecessary personnel and supplies. These will become our burden. The Chief of Staff wore a worried expression. What shall we do then? I defer to your judgment. Han Tianzu lacked any ideas, relying entirely on his Chief of Staff for counsel. Our plundering here has become meaningless. What is most vital to us now is fuel for our warships. Without fuel, we will lose the very speed essential for our survival. The Chief of Staff manipulated the star map, switching the display mode. A string of resource planets appeared before them. Here, the Chief of Staff pointed at Huangyan Star. Chief of Staff, are you suggesting? Han Tianzu was perplexed. Sect Leader, we shall commence our operations at Huangyan Star. Initially, we will deploy a modest contingent to execute landing maneuvers. Should the Empire maintain a lack of formidable defenses in this locale, we will then proceed with a full-scale incursion, seizing what we can and retreating swiftly. However, if we encounter fierce resistance, we shall withdraw promptly and redirect our efforts elsewhere. After all, there are numerous resource-rich planets ripe for our exploitation. The Chief of Staff elucidated this plan to Han Tianzu. Ah, I see. Han Tianzu feigned comprehension, though his mind was a tumultuous haze. The Chief of Staff sighed internally, recognizing his superior's lack of understanding. Chief, shall we mobilize everyone immediately to assault this Huangyan Star? Han Tianzu inquired once more. No, we shall divide our forces. One group will advance north while another continues southward. The southern contingent will serve as a decoy to divert Wenyorin's attention, thereby enhancing our chances of securing resources with the northern group, the Chief of Staff replied. Shaking his head, my recommendation is for me and the commander to lead the elite forces north, while Commander Han Tianzu continues to lead the main body of troops in extensive raids throughout the eastern region. As long as Wenyorin does not approach, we shall remain hidden. But what my brother? He stands no chance against Wenyorin. Han Tianzu expressed his concern for his sibling's safety. As long as he follows orders, there shall be no harm befall him. The commander must ensure he understands, in dire situations, he must abandon everything and retreat to the Hongyun star domain. He must not cling to any supplies. They are expendable. Lin Nian will not pursue him. He must not harbor any illusions of defeating the Empire's fleet. Such thoughts are best left unconsidered. This time is different from Hezua and Yinwen. When Yoren commands the Empire's true elite forces, the Chief of Staff continued to emphasize. Very well. I shall contact him at once. Han Tianzu nodded in agreement. The Chief of Staff then turned his gaze back to the star map, focusing on Huanggan Star, the Empire's third interstellar fleet. Bridge of the flagship. Yes, Commander. I shall initiate deployment immediately. When Rong addressed his father with a respectful nod, refraining from calling him father directly, adhering to protocol by referring to him as Commander. As the holographic screen faded, when Rong turned to his staff, Brigadier General 1, our task is to secure this line of resource planets. The Chief of Staff began, pointing to the star map. According to reliable intelligence, the Huangtian Sect's fleet is currently causing disturbances in the southeastern region and shows no intention of advancing northward. Consequently, when Yoren made an immediate decision to dispatch the 4th and 7th fleets southward, gradually reclaiming lost territory while simultaneously constricting the Huangtian Sect's operational space. It would be ideal to force the Huangtian Sect back to the desolate Red Cloud star domain, which had already been devastated and was no longer susceptible to further plundering. Indeed, the Huangtian Sect will certainly come to seize the warship's energy resources. We must establish outposts on these resource planets to constantly monitor their movements. Upon detecting a large-scale offensive from the Huangtian Sect, it shall be the moment for our main fleet to make its appearance. The 2nd Interstellar Fleet stationed at Yanlin Star will also provide us with reinforcements, when Rong affirmed. Now, back to the matter at hand. With so many resource planets, we must swiftly arrange specific outpost troops for on-site defense, when Rong directed, considering the numerous resource planets, all potential targets for Han Tianzu's assault. They cannot afford to concentrate excessive forces on a single planet, lest they be unable to respond to assaults on other resource planets. Only by ensuring the Huangtian Sect's main fleet is engaged with the 3rd Interstellar Fleet truly commit to action. The first target, Huanggan Star. When Rong's finger landed decisively on Huanggan Star, and Lin Nian's visage flashed through his mind. Let me see if your strength is merely a matter of luck. When Rong mused internally before glancing at the Chief of Staff. Brigadier General 1, have you selected a candidate? The Chief of Staff, knowing when Rong well, immediately discerned his expression. Indeed, I have decided to dispatch the 10th Mobile Team of Warship 1455, led by Lieutenant Lin Nian, comprising 3,000 personnel. This is perfect for a warning contingent, when Rong declared. The Chief of Staff contemplated for a moment. Huanggan Star was not large and was a commonplace planet. 3,000 personnel would suffice. Very well, Brigadier General. Who shall be the next? He nodded in agreement, allowing when Rome to select the personnel for the next resource planet. As each planet's personnel were confirmed, the 3rd Interstellar Fleet effectively mobilized nearly all its warships, aggregating a substantial force of nearly 100,000 personnel. There were 30 resource planets in total, which considerably diluted their combat strength. However, a fully manned fleet consisted of 101 warships, 10 large, 30 medium, and 60 small vessels, in addition to 1 super-large flagship, necessitating at least 120,000 personnel. Chapter 17. Departure from Warship 1455. This effectively meant that 1/12 of their strength had been allocated elsewhere. Brigadier General 1, everything has been confirmed, the Chief of Staff remarked, looking at Rome. Very well. Now, let's notify them to proceed to their respective defense planets. Rome promptly issued the command. Yes. The Chief of Staff saluted and withdrew. In a cramped space, Lin Nian stood beneath a flashing red light within the cabin. Charge. We have 3 minutes left. We must seize this warship. Lin Nian shouted to his subordinates, continuously pulling the trigger as bullets flew towards the adversaries before him. However, the enemy's counterattack was equally resolute, launching ambushes and counteroffensives from every corner. Lin Nian felt a surge of anxiety. He was determined not to fail this mission again. Time was running short, and with each passing moment, he drew closer to failure. Yet the enemy's resistance was fiercely persistent, causing Lin Nian repeated setbacks. Damn it, he cursed silently. During this period, he had been the subject of ridicule from others, and he too felt the urge to prove himself. With a fierce determination, Lin Nian gritted his teeth, refusing to remain hidden behind cover any longer. He charged forth in a bold assault, but several bullets flew towards him, causing his visor to black out momentarily before the scene reappeared. However, he found himself standing in an empty training hall. Shui Yuju and several other junior officers were present, many wearing expressions of schadenfreude, whispering to one another and laughing heartily. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your training performance today is unsatisfactory. As a squad commander, why did you run out from behind cover? Did you think you could be a hero? Shui Yuju's expression was frigid as he held a clipboard, marking Lin Nian's final training score, which was displayed prominently in the training hall, adorned with glaring red crosses that stood out painfully. Lin Nian removed his helmet, offering no rebuttal to Shui Yuju's words, for he knew they were true. His training results were abysmal, unquestionably so. Yet within him resided a deep sense of frustration. It ought not to be this way. If only he could awaken that female voice, he would be able to retaliate against everyone with his utmost strength. Lieutenant Lin Nian, are you even listening to me? Shui Yuju suddenly raised his voice, silencing the previously chaotic training hall. All eyes turned towards Captain Shui Yuju and Lieutenant Lin Nian. Captain Shui Yuju, say what you will. If you possess the audacity, dismiss me now. Lin Nian's tone was equally brusque, embodying a sense of reckless abandon. Each time Shui Yuju confronted him, it left Lin Nian feeling quite irked. If he had the option, Lin Nian would prefer to vacate the mobile brigade altogether. He could even return to being a line filler. At least there, no one would meddle in his affairs, allowing him the freedom to act as he pleased. Lieutenant Lin Nian, are you aware of what you are saying? You are the commander of the 10th Mobile Division aboard the 1455 battleship. Do you comprehend how many lives are under your command? 3,000. Your attitude will only lead to the demise of us all. We are speaking of 3,000 living souls, not mere statistics. This is not a game. If you cannot adapt on the battlefield, you will bring about even greater calamity. Shui Yuju abruptly hurled the electronic tablet to the ground, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Nian as he shouted, "Do not point at me like that. I have not caused the death of anyone." Lin Nian retorted, feeling a surge of agitation. "Very well, Lieutenant Lin Nian, since you are so defiant, let us settle this with a duel." Shui Yuju tore open his shirt, revealing a body marred by countless scars, several parts replaced by mechanical enhancements. Lin Nian paused for a moment. Such injuries could only be born from the chaos of battle. For an instant, he felt a twinge of remorse for having gone a bit too far. If he were to truly engage in combat, he might indeed lead his subordinates into the depths of despair. What is it, Lieutenant Lin Nian? Where is your bravado now? Do not hold back. This is merely a test of fists, devoid of rank or hierarchy. I only wish to demonstrate to you that you are mistaken. Furthermore, the cost of war is not one you can bear lightly. Shui Yuju's gaze was piercing, and as he uttered that last sentence, his voice took on a somber tone. Lin Nian took a deep breath, realizing that the confrontation was inevitable. Just as he raised his fist, preparing to take a stance, a vibration coursed through his wrist. Lin Nian paused as a holographic display materialized before him. Urgent mission. Lieutenant Lin Nian, commander of the 10th Mobile Division aboard the 1455 battleship. You and your subordinates have been assigned a new operational task by Major General Wenro. The mission objective is to secure Huangyan Planet. Effective immediately, please gather your operational requirements and proceed to the designated boarding dock within 10 minutes to prepare for deployment aboard the large transport airship. No delays are permitted. Lin Nian swiftly read the message. When he looked up, he saw that Shui Yuju was also examining the holographic display, likely having received the same information. Lin Nian turned to his subordinates and noticed their expressions were far from favorable. He quickly grasped the reason for their disquiet. This was a solo mission, a detachment from the fleet for defensive operations, and the likelihood of return was grim. Should the enemy force a landing on the planet they were tasked to defend, should they falter, it would mean total annihilation. The fleet would not expend vast resources to rescue merely a few thousand men. Most critically, their commander, himself, was a battlefield trainee with a record of failures. Lieutenant Lin Nian, if you wish to prove yourself, focus on this battle first, Shui Yuju remarked. His expression still impassive, arms crossed. Understood, Lin Nian replied after a brief silence, his voice barely above a whisper. Despite his assertions that training did not equate to real-world performance, the impending war stirred a sense of trepidation within him. The shadow of death loomed ominously, arriving unannounced, offering him no preparation whatsoever. 10th Mobile Division, follow me, Lin Nian called out, swiftly regaining his composure and turning to his subordinates. The 3,000 troops exchanged glances. Yet they fell into formation in silence, for military orders were absolute. They followed Lin Nian out of the training hall, and he and his subordinates donned their gear in the shortest possible time before reaching the boarding dock of the 1455 battleship. There, Lin Nian spotted Liao Fan. Brother, return alive. Liao Fan said nothing, simply extending his right hand. Lin Nian clasped it firmly and bumped shoulders with him. I'm glad you're here. As Lin Nian released his grip, he looked solemnly at Liao Fan. Of course, brother. How can I not come? Let us go. Liao Fan turned towards a massive transport bay with its rear hatch open. Lin Nian fell silent, leading his subordinates as they jogged aboard. Chapter 18. The Central City of Huangyan Planet. Huangyan Planet. Several large transport ships descended slowly under the escort of interstellar fighters. Lin Nian was the first to disembark. Clad in Imperial kinetic battle armor, wielding 2 kinetic guns, essentially the same equipment he had used to land on Qianxian Planet. Huangyan Planet appeared quite desolate overall. Yet akin to ordinary planets, it boasted a central city. Being resource-rich, its central city was not situated on the surface, but rather underground. Reporting, Commander. The entire mobile squad consists of 3,000 personnel. Expected, 3,000. Present, 3,000. Awaiting instructions. An Imperial soldier sprinted towards Lin Nian, speaking loudly. Lin Nian shifted his gaze back to the transport ship, noting that his subordinates had assembled and were fully prepared for departure. At least in terms of discipline, they were notably orderly. Lin Nian regarded the soldier, recognizing him as his deputy commander. Without issuing any commands, this deputy had taken the initiative to organize everything. It was commendable, yet Lin Nian felt somewhat usurped. Deputy commander? Lin Nian inquired tentatively. Yes, commander. Please give your orders. The deputy commander stood tall, addressing Lin Nian with a formal tone, devoid of any hint of familiarity. When Lin Nian had been aboard the 1455 battleship, the deputy commander had initially shown him respect, even a semblance of camaraderie. However, as Lin Nian's training scores consistently marked him down, the deputy's demeanor had gradually grown distant and formal, likely perceiving him as a privileged scion of some sort, intending to keep him at arm's length, especially the recent actions of organizing the troops. Such tasks were not typically within the purview of a deputy commander. Lin Nian was certain that if he were to issue any dangerous orders, these individuals might not be inclined to heed him. If it devolved to that, he would be no different than a figurehead. Presently, Lin Nian had no recourse to voice his concerns, as there had been no overt acts of usurpation. All his thoughts were mere impressions. Deputy Commander, how much heavy equipment do we have? Lin Nian inquired, directing his gaze towards the transport vessel. As all personnel from the 10th Mobile Division disembarked, 12 various types of vehicles began to descend. There was no need for drivers. All were equipped with automatic docking modules. As the rear hatch of the transport ship gradually closed, it ascended into outer space, with 2 interstellar fighters continuing to escort it on either side. Report. Our heavy equipment consists of 2 categories. For defense, we have mine-laying vehicles and magnetic storm vehicles. For offense, we have heavy beam vehicles and heavy missile vehicles. 3 of each type, the deputy commander announced in a loud voice. The mine-laying vehicles, as the name suggests, were designed to deploy airborne floating mines and ground-hidden mines, while the magnetic storm vehicles were intended to generate magnetic storm clouds. A vast expanse of magnetic storm clouds is generated, intended to obscure the entire surface of the planet, thereby severing external warships' ability to conduct reconnaissance on the planetary surface. This is akin to artificially creating a fog of war. Only by dispatching landing soldiers to the ground for signal calibration can the conditions of the planetary surface be illuminated. Reminiscent of the actions taken during the landing on Qianxian star years ago, the assault beam vehicle fires lasers, while the assault missile vehicle launches missiles. There is little more to elaborate. Deputy Captain, Class 1 is to immediately deploy all defensive vehicles. Class 2 shall establish a communication channel with the fleet. Class 3, follow me into the central city here and connect with the local defense forces. Lin Nian's 3,000 troops are also divided into 3 classes, each consisting of 1,000 men. Understood, Captain. The deputy captain promptly accepted the orders to arrange the defensive measures. At this moment, dozens of mini 4-wheeled vehicles arrived. All equipment dropped off by large transport ships. These lightweight transport tools were not counted among the heavy weaponry. Lin Nian boarded one of the rudimentary 4-wheelers, accompanied by 1,000 of his subordinates, and made his way directly to the entrance of the nearby central city. Lin Nian raised a simple telescope, and a multitude of images flooded in. 1 kilometer ahead, there was an entrance resembling a tunnel, descending deep into the earth. Near the entrance stood numerous locals, presumably the Imperial administrative personnel of Huangyan Star. Lin Nian retracted the telescope. The air of Huangyan Star was breathable. He had already removed the mechanical visor of his helmet, inhaling the somewhat mixed local air. Is it you? While awaiting arrival, Lin Nian suddenly noticed the soldier driving for him was one of the 9 survivors from the previous encounter, his former comrade, Sergeant Chen Xiao. Greetings, Commander. Chen Xiao hastily introduced himself. Chen Xiao, I remember, Lin Nian nodded. At this moment, few were willing to be friendly toward him. Captain, don't take it to heart. The deputy captain expressed concern that the captain might lead everyone into peril. They did not trust the captain's abilities. We believe in you. After all, it was you who personally led us to survive, Chen Xiao said earnestly, hoping that the captain and deputy captain would not clash. Lin Nian felt a bitter smile within. He lacked such confidence. After all, he had yet to comprehend the source of that female voice. If it were merely his auditory hallucinations, he could indeed lead his subordinates to doom. However, on the other hand, Lin Nian felt that it could not be a mere illusion. All events following the appearance of that voice could not be explained by hallucinations. After all, he had truly decimated the forces sent by the cult of the Wild Heavens to besiege them. Due to the short distance, the vehicle quickly arrived and had not yet come to a complete stop when a welcoming party approached. Commander, you have finally arrived. We are thrilled to hear that the Empire is willing to send personnel to garrison a resource planet like ours. The leader of the group, a balding middle-aged man, kept bowing to Lin Nian. Please rise. Let us dispense with the formalities. We must immediately take control of the local defense system of Huangyan. What shall I call you? Lin Nian disembarked and helped the bowing man to his feet. Commander, my surname is Huang. You may call me Huang Zongshu, he replied. Lin Nian understood that the Zongshu in his name signified a title akin to that of a city lord or mayor. I am the administrative governor here. The entire population of Huangyan is merely around 100,000. Upon hearing of the cult of the Wild Heavens approach, everyone was in a state of panic. Now that you have arrived, we can finally feel at ease. Though Huang Zongshu spoke reassuring words, Lin Nian held a different perspective. He knew that his 3,000 troops would primarily serve as watchmen. Once the main force of the cult of the Wild Heavens arrived, their primary function would be to relay information to the Third Interstellar Fleet. As for resisting the cult of the Wild Heavens, they could only do so within their capabilities. After all, 3,000 troops were not many. Chapter 19. The deputy captain with ambitions for power guided by Huang Zongshu. Lin Nian swiftly reached the core area of Huangyan's central city. The situation here previously involved pioneers controlling the mining machinery. Following the establishment of Central City, a series of supporting facilities such as schools, hospitals, and shopping centers gradually emerged, and workers began to bring their families, forming a new human settlement. As Lin Nian led his team through the core area, he frequently caught sight of locals whose expressions reflected fear and concern. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind Lin Nian began to heckle, whistling at the residents. Order. No one is to disturb the citizens. Observing this, Lin Nian issued his first mandatory command via the display on his wristwatch. The discipline among the imperial soldiers was hardly commendable. Many resembled bandits. Listen, we are here to garrison against the cult of the Wild Heavens. Anyone causing trouble here will not be spared my wrath. Lin Nian warned his 1,000 men. Yes, Captain. They responded softly. Lin Nian was uncertain how sincere their replies were, but it was all he could do for the local residents. Commander, this way, Huang Zongshu said, witnessing everything and improving his demeanor toward Lin Nian. Soon, Lin Nian entered an underground control room. As the lights illuminated, the defense control panel became visible. Lin Nian pressed the activation button on the equipment, and a holographic map of Huangyan appeared, revealing a dense array of defensive artillery. The defensive firepower here exceeded Lin Nian's expectations, although many areas were marked in red, indicating they were non-operational. Chen Xiao, begin integrating with the system, Lin Nian ordered. Understood. Chen Xiao immediately led his men to set up. Deputy Captain, the damaged defense points have been marked. You are to take personnel for repairs. Lin Nian continued, issuing new commands. Yes, Commander. The deputy captain's response was filled with static noise, and the signal began to deteriorate. Not far from Huangyan, a fleet advanced quietly, with Han Tianzu among them. Chief of Staff, what is the current situation? He inquired of his Chief of Staff. Master, as per the initial plan, your brother has attracted considerable attention from the Imperial forces in the southeast. Even when Yoren's Second Interstellar Fleet is moving south, they now believe we will not head north and plan to encircle us in the southeast corner. The Chief of Staff pointed at the star map. The Yingyan Star region's southeastern area had become a chaotic battleground. Now is the best time for them to invade the resource star. Rumors suggest the Third Interstellar Fleet is here. We cannot afford to seize resources, can we? Han Tianzu expressed his concerns. Master, it's not a significant issue. They are merely spreading their forces thin. We just need to withdraw with the resources we acquire before the main force of the Third Fleet arrives. Prolonged occupation is unnecessary. The Chief of Staff remained confident. How many core planets have they breached and taken? Small planets like Huangyan star should be effortless. As for the possibility of being unable to fight back, I do not believe such a scenario exists. Very well, Han Tianzi nodded. He had witnessed the Chief of Staff's capabilities on numerous occasions and chose to continue placing his trust in him. So where's our first attack target? Han Tianzi inquired about the primary objective. The fleet he brought this time was not large. No longer can we rely on sheer numerical superiority to crush our adversaries. However, there are advantages compared to before. We are all elite warriors. And it is Huangyan Star. The Chief of Staff pointed intently at a location on the star map. The marker for Huangyan Star standing out prominently. Excellent. Let us commence our journey. With a sweeping gesture, Han Tianzi commanded the fleet of the Desolate Sky sect to spring into action. They no longer moved at the sluggish pace of silent flight. The thrusters ignited in a brilliant display, propelling them swiftly towards the not-so-distant Huangyan Star. Beneath the surface of Huangyan Star, Lin Nian was busy organizing his subordinates to establish defensive fortifications. Thanks to his strict enforcement of military discipline, many local residents voluntarily came to assist, significantly hastening their progress. Naturally, Lin Nian was also aware of the murmurs of discontent among several members of the mobile unit regarding his decisions, particularly his refusal to grant the customary benefits to the soldiers. His deputy's stance on the matter was ambiguous, or rather, he seemed to seize the opportunity to use this issue to consolidate his own influence. Lin Nian increasingly felt that his authority was being undermined by his deputy, as the soldiers seemed more inclined to heed the deputy's words than those of their rightful leader. For the moment, Lin Nian chose to endure this situation, refraining from an immediate outburst. To confront the deputy now would only push the men further into his camp, isolating Lin Nian himself. He hastened to the control room of the defense system, intending to conduct another weapons check. Unit number 7735, prepare for battle. At that moment, a chilling female voice suddenly echoed in Lin Nian's mind, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. It had arrived. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. Hello, hello. Lin Nian desperately attempted to call out to the voice in his mind, but received no response. Was it still ineffective? He shook his head in frustration. However, the appearance of the voice provided him with critical information. The enemy was approaching. Damn it! So soon. Lin Nian slammed his fist against the control panel, hastily pressing the communication button in his helmet. Deputy, where are you? The Desolate Sky sect is coming. Bring your men back immediately. He shouted urgently. The deputy frequently wandered outside with half of the mobile unit, ostensibly to inspect and repair the armory. Lin Nian was skeptical of this claim. However, among his subordinates, there were too few truly loyal to him, leaving Lin Nian bewildered as to what the deputy intended to do with 1,500 men. Report, Commander. We're encountering ground signal interference. I can't hear you clearly. Please repeat. The deputy's voice crackled through Lin Nian's helmet. Deputy, I said the enemy is coming. You better return at once. Lin Nian yelled repeatedly. Deputy, did you hear me? Respond immediately. Yet, there was no reply from the other end. Lin Nian fell silent. Meanwhile, on the desolate surface of Huangyan Star, the winds howled through the sands. Did you hear that? Respond immediately. The deputy, with a cigarette in his right hand, took a leisurely puff. His helmet hung from the frame of a vehicle beside him, and Lin Nian's voice continued to emanate from it. Did I tell you to stop? Keep smoking. In his other hand, the deputy held a pistol, the barrel pointed at a young woman beneath him, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. He surveyed his surroundings. In the vast wilderness, the 1,500 men he led were all disheveled. They had discovered a makeshift encampment of refugees. Since Lin Nian forbade them from disturbing the inhabitants of Central City, surely it was permissible to take advantage of the women here. A smug smile graced the deputy's face. Brothers, isn't it exhilarating to follow me? He suddenly shouted to the others. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The imperial soldiers wore proud smiles, having killed many in their pursuit of women. As for the orders issued by that incompetent leader, Lin Nian, they had long been cast aside. Now you understand who your true allies are? The deputy took another drag from his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring with nonchalance. We pledge our undying loyalty to the deputy. The imperial soldiers cried out in unison, intensifying their actions. Next, we just need to eliminate that Lin Nian brat. After all, Huangyan Star's failures are not our concern. He is the one in charge here. The deputy contemplated his forthcoming plans. Once the Desolate Sky sect arrived, they would find a way to dispose of Lin Nian and then seek refuge elsewhere. Huangyan Star was vast. The Desolate Sky sect could not search every nook and cranny for them. After the threat had passed, they would contact their affiliated 3rd Starfleet and return safely, shifting all blame onto the captain of the mobile unit. They would bear no responsibility and might even secure the captain's position for themselves. Lin Nian's training performance had always been subpar, largely due to their influence. Without tarnishing Lin Nian's reputation, how could they ascend? The deputy's eyes glinted with ambition. It was precisely because of this parachuted Lin Nian that he had to expend considerable resources to secure his position, which Lin Nian had snatched away. Now was the moment for Lin Nian to pay the price. The deputy suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, closing his eyes momentarily in a shiver. After a brief pause, he turned to the other Imperial soldiers. "All right, brothers, it's time to head back." With an emotionless expression, the deputy fired his weapon at the woman beneath him. The bullet pierced through her skull, her expression forever frozen in shock. The other Imperial soldiers mirrored this lack of mercy, engaging in slaughter. They would not be lacking in women. Once they returned to base, it would be Lin Nian's demise. With Lin Nian out of the picture, Central City Underground would be theirs. At that point, they would have no shortage of women. Just then, a piercing scream reverberated from the sky. A massive beam of light descended upon them. In an instant, all the Imperial soldiers were reduced to charred remains. The deputy stood dumbfounded, gazing at the suddenly descending light beam, Lin Nian's earlier warning flashing through his mind. It was the enemy. The desolate sky sect had truly come. The deputy looked up at the impenetrable cloud of interference above, and then witnessed countless missiles piercing through the clouds, launching a saturation bombardment upon them. "It's thermal tracking. Quickly, put on your armor. Everyone, scatter and get in the vehicles." The deputy, seasoned in combat, understood the situation immediately. Their earlier revelry had left them stripped of their armor, rendering them vulnerable to thermal detection. Without a moment's hesitation, the deputy seized a 4-wheeled vehicle, deftly steering it away from the area. He abandoned his subordinates in dire straits. Each man thought of his own survival. The relentless bombardment continued, with several vehicles being sent hurtling into the sky by the missiles above. Meanwhile, in the outer space surrounding Huangyan Star, dozens of medium-sized ships from the desolate sky sect relentlessly bombarded the surface, conducting indiscriminate strikes. These ships dared not breach Huangyan Star without dispersing the fog of war first, but unleashing laser and thermally guided bombardments was certainly within their means. It was peculiar that the Imperial soldiers stationed underground had gathered above ground in a cluster, failing to conceal themselves. It is perfectly opportune for them to conduct indiscriminate bombardments. "General Feng, the surface has been preliminarily cleared. The scattered Imperial soldiers have vanished without a trace. Shall we proceed with the planetary infiltration mission?" The largest medium-sized wasteland battleship. A soldier inquired of his commanding officer. "Continue the bombardment for a few more rounds. Allow me to consult with the pontiff." General Feng shook his head. As a general of the wasteland sect, he remained quite cautious, opting to first seek the advice of his superior. After all, Han Tianzu had merely instructed him to carry out surface bombardments, not to deploy line fillers or penetrate the enemy's interference clouds to dissipate the war fog hovering over Huangyan Star. Communication was swiftly established. Han Tianzu's visage appeared before General Feng. "General Feng," Han Tianzu said calmly through the holographic screen. "The pontiff, as per your directive, we have conducted an initial sweep of visible targets. What are your further instructions?" General Feng stood tall, addressing Han Tianzu. "Excellent. What should we do next?" Han Tianzu momentarily appeared taken aback in the holographic display, instinctively glancing to his side. Outside the frame, the whispers of the chief of staff could be heard. "Oh, right. Deploy the line fillers to clear the war fog, and subsequently send in ground forces to secure the central city of Huangyan Star. Must I teach you such matters? You are one of the many generals of the Wasteland sect. You ought to have your own opinions. I'll look forward to your good news." Once Han Tianzu finished speaking, he abruptly closed the holographic screen. "Attention!" General Feng immediately turned to his subordinate nearby. "Yes, please advise." A Wasteland soldier hurriedly approached. "Prepare the interstellar fighters at once. Deploy the Wasteland line fillers. The first wave consists of 3,000 personnel." General Feng issued the order without hesitation. "Understood." The Wasteland soldiers swiftly retreated. Several medium-sized Wasteland battleships hovering in the outer space opened their fighter launch bays, with a continuous stream of interstellar fighters emerging. Each interstellar fighter carried 100 line fillers. 30 interstellar fighters roared forth, swiftly lowering their profiles as they breached the atmosphere of Huangyan Star. The fierce friction with the air caused numerous sections of the interstellar fighters to glow red. Upon reaching the designated altitude, the first wave of deployment commenced. A multitude of shuttle-shaped landing pods were released, plummeting freely towards Huanggan Star, shrouded beneath thick white clouds. Meanwhile, in the underground central city of Huanggan Star, the entire underground complex was flashing ominously with red alarms. Chen Xiao, Deputy Commander, have those individuals not yet made contact? Lin Nian was irate. The Deputy Commander had taken away half of his personnel, leaving many defensive positions unmanned. Most critically, their fates remained unknown. Report. The captain still has no news. Just as Chen Xiao finished relaying this, another individual abruptly stood up. Captain, the Wasteland sect is deploying a substantial number of line fillers. They intend to re-establish surface communication. Should we utilize ground firepower? The individual loudly reported the situation, just monitored. Move. Lin Nian had barely uttered a single word before swallowing the rest of his response. Do not engage. Remain on standby. Lin Nian chose to abandon his initial thought. He heeded the female voice's warning. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment. The enemy's primary target had yet to arrive. There was no need to prematurely expose the surface defense firepower. Chapter 21. The Commander's First Battle. Captain? If we do so, the interference clouds we painstakingly arranged will be rendered ineffective. The defense system operator was taken aback, then anxiously spoke. I know. Lin Nian nodded resolutely. He was waiting for a more pivotal moment, confident that there would indeed be support from the female voice. Now was the time to be brimming with confidence. Send me the real-time defensive map. I will command the frontline ground defenses. Lin Nian issued a new order. Yes, Commander. The soldiers in the defense operations room nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, real-time defense information streamed into Lin Nian's helmet. Outside the atmosphere of Huanggan Star, the landing pods carrying wasteland line fillers continued to descend. These landing pods typically had two methods of resolution. One was to intercept them with planetary firepower on the ground, though this was exceedingly challenging, as it was virtually impossible to completely defend against them due to the planet's size. Essentially, it required a combination of ground firepower and floating mines to establish a joint defense. Of course, there was a second method, which involved estimating the landing points and deploying mobile ground forces to eliminate the incoming enemies. The enemy's incursion aimed to re-establish the signal network, constantly broadcasting their own positions, making them remarkably easy targets to lock onto. Now was the time for live targets. Ground vehicles could be deployed at close range, while aerospace fighters could take to the skies. Huanggan Star was equipped with Imperial military aerospace fighters. Unlike interstellar fighters, aerospace fighters could not operate in space, but their firepower and arsenal were more than sufficient. Lin Nian intended to employ the second method for interception. Chen Xiao, immediately relay my order to withdraw 300 personnel to board the local aerospace fighters. I will go unlock the fighters right away. Lin Nian commanded through his helmet. Yes, Commander. Chen Xiao's voice promptly came through the helmet. Lin Nian planned to reassign the initial 8 survivors who had fought alongside him. These individuals were the ones willing to follow him now. Cultivating a loyal faction was crucial, but more importantly, winning this first battle was paramount. Lin Nian began to pull up numerous holographic displays before him. Countless verification commands awaited his signature. Not just anyone could unlock ground-based aerospace fighters. Only officers registered with the Imperial Central Intelligence could authorize such commands. Once marked as missing, deceased, captured, or having surrendered, one's identity would be locked within the intelligence system, rendering it ineffective. This was the reason Lin Nian had not encountered any aerospace fighters during the interception at Shinxian Star. The soldiers of the Wasteland sect lacked the authority to unlock such assets. Finally, when the last document was signed, Lin Nian obtained the temporary key to unlock the aerospace fighters. Chen Xiao, the key has been sent out. Immediately prepare for the launch of the aerospace fighters. There are 3 coordinates: 7723 in 2315W, 7933 in 3575W, 8278 in 1655W. Lin Nian continuously recited the coordinates. Before him lay a holographic map of Huanggan Star, with 3 red dots flashing incessantly. This indicated the initial landing positions of the Wasteland sect. Lin Nian placed his hand over the display, pinching his fingers together before expanding it. The front still displayed a 3-dimensional map, while the back directly showed real-time footage from nearby surveillance points of the 3,000 landing pods deployed in the first wave. After traversing the floating minefield, only a little over 1,000 successfully landed. Had Lin Nian unleashed the ground defense artillery, that number would have been even smaller. Even now, Lin Nian still had no intention of revealing his ground fire positions. The line fillers were merely an appetizer, the real battle lay ahead. The ground firepower was reserved for interstellar fighters and the enemy's large-scale transport vessels. What is your current position? Please synchronize your locations immediately. Lin Nian continued to call out to the already dispatched aerospace fighter units. Report, Commander, currently transmitting our position. We will reach the first target location in 5 seconds. The words of the mobile team members came swiftly. Moments later, the first-person perspective footage from the aerospace fighters was relayed back. It revealed a barren landscape with approximately 500 wasteland soldiers gathered. Lin Nian was fortunate. The enemy's deployment position was not within a rugged mountainous area. If landing in such a place, Lin Nian would find it impossible to eliminate all targets. Commander, we have identified the objective. Should we engage immediately? A member of the mobile team inquired. Valuable targets have been marked. Eliminating them will enhance our survival chances. Just as Lin Nian was analyzing the real-time images, a female voice unexpectedly interjected. Several yellow dots were highlighted before his eyes. Lin Nian's heart settled instantly. With the information in hand, he felt invincible. He promptly transmitted the highlighted targets to his subordinates. These individuals were cornered, undoubtedly the frontline commanders of the battlefield. Key personnel have been marked for elimination. Prioritize their extermination. The rest may fire at will. Lin Nian instructed swiftly. Understood, Commander. Engaging now. The mobile team member responded immediately. Compared to the vice captain's uncertain fate, Lin Nian found great comfort in this reassurance. On the desolate Huanggan Star, the line soldiers of the Cult of the Desolate Sky were shaken, having just endured a life-and-death moment. Despite the absence of ground-based air defense fire, they were plagued by a terrifying number of airborne mines. Countless comrades perished during the descent. Yet, smiles surfaced on the faces of these line soldiers. As landing was considered a success, survival would guarantee their ascension. The high mortality rate among line soldiers was offset by rapid advancement. This pattern held true everywhere. All personnel, regroup around me. Our goal now is survival. The enemy's defensive fire is minimal, indicating their strength is limited. This is our opportunity to achieve merit. For the Master, for the overthrow of the Empire. A centurion of the Cult of the Desolate Sky boldly proclaimed. For the Master, for the overthrow of the Empire. The soldiers echoed fervently. However, before their cries could dissipate, the sky erupted with the shrill sound of incoming missiles. The first missile struck the centurion, obliterating him into a pool of crimson. Instantly, the line soldiers found themselves leaderless, screaming in panic as they scrambled for safety. A few 10 commanders attempted to reorganize, but the Empire's aerial forces had already locked onto them as the next targets. A barrage of explosions ensued, sending bodies soaring into the air. In no time, over 500 soldiers of the Cult of the Desolate Sky were completely annihilated. Report, Commander. All line soldiers at the first landing point have been eliminated. A sergeant aboard the Sky combat aircraft promptly informed Lin Nian. This marked the sergeant's first experience of such a smooth battle, devoid of concerns, as Lin Nian had already marked the key personnel for them. The sergeant was unaware of how Lin Nian had accomplished this, but his commanding performance was a stark contrast to their training sessions. Chapter 22. Intensifying the Assault of the Cult of the Desolate Sky. Acknowledged. Proceed to the next location. The coordinates have been transmitted. Please swiftly eliminate the enemy there. Lin Nian's voice echoed. Yes, Commander, the sergeant replied without hesitation, signaling to the other pilots of the Sky combat aircraft. In this interstellar era, all vehicle controls were highly automated, allowing even ordinary individuals to operate them with minimal training. This was particularly true for members of the combat fleet. Dozens of Sky combat aircraft were formed into formation, hurtling towards the next target. Soon, they again eradicated all soldiers of the Cult of the Desolate Sky. Once the last infiltrating line soldier fell, they maneuvered their aircraft back home, smiles adorning the faces of all members of the mobile team. This had been their easiest battle yet. The enemy's key command personnel had perished in the initial wave of fire, leaving the subsequent line soldiers as mere targets. Each picked off with precision. In outer space above Huangyan Star, General Feng's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. Standing at the communications station, he held a headset. Commander, the enemy's firepower is fierce, and the commander fell immediately. Everyone is now leaderless. The 10 commanders have also fallen. We request support. We request bombardment. The communication device crackled with a cacophony of static, leaving no further response. This was the last wave of successfully landed line soldiers. Signal officer, immediately inform me if their signal sources are still active. General Feng turned to another communications officer. Report, General. All signals have been extinguished. The officer hesitated before continuing. Speak clearly, General Feng bellowed. Yes, General. All personnel have perished. The communications officer's chest heaved with the weight of the news. Damn it. General Feng angrily hurled the headset from his hand. The circumstances surrounding the first wave of infiltration were exceedingly strange. He had received no useful information whatsoever. The Imperial forces on Huangyan Star had seemingly left themselves exposed to allow the deployment of line soldiers, using only the requisite airborne mines and refraining from activating any ground-based air defenses. This left General Feng hesitant to allow the starfighter to approach for deployment. What if the enemy was merely lying in wait for them? Advisor, what should we do now? General Feng turned to his ship's advisor. General, the current situation is quite peculiar. We must ascertain the conditions on the surface of Huangyan Star. I recommend deploying another wave of line soldiers, but this time with quadrupled force, 12,000 personnel. The advisor had no better ideas. Their master flagship was not far off, and failing to manage the situation could cost them their positions, and worse, their lives. Very well, I defer to your judgment, General Feng conceded, allowing the advisor to proceed with the plan. Yes, General. The ship's advisor sprang into action. Quickly, multiple locations on Huangyan Star were once again inundated with large numbers of line soldiers from the cult of the desolate sky. General Feng watched as the landing pods disappeared from view, hoping fervently that this batch would yield results. Every critical point had been communicated clearly to each soldier. They needed to understand how the first wave had met their demise. In the underground command center of the central city on Huangyan Star, jubilation erupted. Victory! We have triumphed! Chen Xiao shouted in excitement, with others joining in the cheers. Lin Nian simply exhaled heavily. He had successfully thwarted the first wave of the cult of the desolate skies attack. This marked a promising beginning, especially as Lin Nian felt confident, assured that the female voice would assist him in making crucial decisions at pivotal moments. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating, akin to possessing a battlefield perspective enhancement. The enemy's critical points had been preemptively highlighted, ensuring that as long as he did not act recklessly, defeat was not an option. All right, that should suffice. The enemy will undoubtedly launch a second wave, perhaps even now in progress. We must immediately prepare for resource resupply and new defensive deployments. Lin Nian clapped his hands, his smile fading as he urged everyone to spring into action again. Having only eliminated 3,000, the cult of the desolate sky would not relent. With Lin Nian's clapping, the other mobile team, soldiers, nodded vigorously, driven by an unprecedented fervor. Initially, they had thought following Lin Nian would lead to their demise. But now they discovered they were here to achieve merit, and thus their enthusiasm soared. Lin Nian also sensed the shift in the attitude of those around him. As he demonstrated that following him could lead to victory, the mobile soldiers quickly accepted his leadership, shedding any lingering disdain. Lin Nian sighed inwardly. Such was the reality. Value determined respect. The value one can offer to soldiers is paramount. When he speaks, everyone is inclined to listen, even with an open mind. However, when he lacks value, or worse, embodies a negative worth, these individuals become indifferent to him. What a vice captain! Why has there been no word from him? Lin Nian recalled his vice captain, the one who had taken half of his men and ceased all communication. At this moment, their fates were uncertain. Report, Captain. There is still no news from the vice captain. The liaison suddenly stood up and announced. Captain, it's the vice captain. We have been struck by an incursion from the cult of the wild heavens. Our losses are severe. Only over 300 of us survived. We are making our way to Central City. We request the immediate dispatch of aerospace fighters for our escort. The vice captain's voice crackled through the wireless, tinged with a tremor of having narrowly escaped. The interference cloud does not indiscriminately disrupt signals. It only permits communication through specific channels. Lin Nian's internal communications and satellite reconnaissance remained unaffected. Vice Captain, the enemy's first wave of assault has concluded. You can safely return during this interval. The aerospace fighters are assigned to more critical tasks. Over and out. Lin Nian bluntly refused the vice captain. It would be better if these disobedient fellows met their end. It was remarkable that this vice captain had managed to survive such a barrage. He had certainly witnessed the onslaught from the cult of the wild heavens and observed those individuals congregating in a blind spot of surveillance, engaged in some unknown activity. What? The first wave has ended? Understood. We are returning at full speed. Over and out. The vice captain's voice returned, tinged with surprise. Yet, Lin Nian could no longer concern himself with them, as the defense system incessantly emitted multiple alerts. Numerous landing pods were being deployed. Report, Captain. The cult of the wild heavens is launching another assault. This time, it is expected to exceed 10,000 troops. Should we activate ground air defense forces? An operator shouted urgently at Lin Nian, while others hastily sprang into action. Chapter 23. The Returning Vice Captain. Lin Nian immediately engaged the star map in his hands. A plethora of marked red locations densely emerged, accompanied by alarms from floating mines being triggered. Multiple high-value targets have been identified and marked, significantly enhancing survival probabilities. The cold female voice resounded once more, heightening Lin Nian's sense of urgency. The phrase, significantly enhance survival probabilities, was alarming, as its appearance indicated a grave threat to his existence. Lin Nian swiftly summoned the holographic display. In the marked red zones above, dozens of interstellar crafts hovered, evidently preparing for the deployment of landing pods. Moreover, in Lin Nian's view, 6 brightly highlighted interstellar vessels stood out. Clearly, these 6 ships were the high-value targets he needed to confront. The numerous interstellar vessels and landing pods being deployed were mere bait, designed to draw Lin Nian's ground fire. Captain, the enemy is breaching the floating mine defense line in large numbers. Should we activate the ground defense system? The operator spoke rapidly and anxiously. If the landing forces succeeded in calibrating their signals and breaking through, the first line of defense on Huanggan Star would be utterly dismantled. They would then be exposed to the long-range firepower of outer space. The firepower of the interstellar warships could not be compared to that of Huanggan Star's ground forces. They would be ruthlessly bombarded, and without the interference cloud, their chances of survival would be severely compromised. Activate, but only partially. Lin Nian did not hesitate this time. The consequences of this second round were evidently far more severe than the initial warning. For the 6 targets, deploy the most powerful tracking missiles. Target information has been sent. Execute the command immediately. Lin Nian swiftly relayed the details of the 6 high-value targets to the operators. Captain, are we really going to expose our most powerful defensive weapons just for 6 interstellar fighters? What will happen after we eliminate them? The vice captain burst in, alarmed at Lin Nian's intention to deploy their trump card. He could hardly believe Lin Nian would squander such resources. The operators paused, caught between their commanding officers, unsure whom to heed. The vice captain's authority still loomed large, as he had always been a stalwart of the 10th Mobile Unit, while Lin Nian was merely an airlifted captain. Enough. Lin Nian's gaze was frigid. He felt no inclination to explain himself to his vice captain. He bypassed the operators and firmly pressed the launch button. With the command input, the missiles, which had long been primed, surged into the sky. Thanks to electromagnetic propulsion, they accelerated to maximum speed, racing toward their designated targets. Madness. Pure madness. You're out of your mind. The vice captain fumed, attempting to seize Lin Nian. Sans signe danger. He dodged left and threw a right hook, hoping to regain composure. The female voice prompted Lin Nian, who wasted no time in following the guidance. He dodged left and then swung his right fist with force. Although Lin Nian's actions appeared more akin to flailing at the air, the vice captain's reflexes led him directly into Lin Nian's punch. With a resounding impact, the vice captain's robust frame was slammed against the wall. All surrounding Imperial soldiers stood in stunned silence. Previously, Lin Nian had always been the one on the receiving end of the vice captain's might, whether in training or public contests. Now, Lin Nian's swift response and explosive power left him in awe. Listen, I am your captain. After I issue a command, I expect no one to question my orders. Do you understand? Lin Nian bellowed, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. All in attendance shuddered in unison. Understood. They collectively straightened and saluted Lin Nian. That'll be all. Bring the vice captain for treatment. Lin Nian signaled to the vice captain's trusted aides outside. The enemy has arrived, marking the moment for him to assert his personal authority. He had endured patiently until this pivotal instant. Vice captain. The sycophants hurried forward to assist the fallen vice captain. Lin Nian locked eyes with him, who remained silent, casting a venomous glare in Lin Nian's direction. Undeterred, Lin Nian knew that as long as he triumphed in the present battle, the vice captain would merely be a transient figure. Upon returning to the battleship number 1455, he vowed to expel the vice captain, to lead half of the mobile squadron into battle and return with merely 300 soldiers, and then to negate his own orders and usurp his authority. Lin Nian was determined to establish his dominance this time. Fortunately, the prompt warning from the female voice proved far more effective than his previously conceived show of force. Sergeant, report the results. Lin Nian shifted his gaze back to the launched missiles. Report, Captain. All 6 missiles have struck their targets. Not a single one missed. The operator exclaimed gravely as he turned to Lin Nian. Lin Nian turned towards the large screen and indeed saw the 6 downed interstellar fighters. Above, the dense interference clouds unleashed reciprocal beams, obliterating 6 precious launch platforms. Chapter 24. The main force of the desolate sky sect strikes. Immediately deploy aerospace fighters and ground forces for a continued assault. Lin Nian issued a new command. He remained unaware of the contents within those 6 interstellar fighters, but their destruction assured him a greater measure of safety. The female voice marked multiple points of value for him. Lin Nian promptly set about organizing and executing his plans. Although these were not high-value targets of the enemy, it was imperative to mobilize his remaining subordinates to prevent the vice captain from monopolizing the situation. In the outer space of Huangyan Star, why do the Imperial soldiers on the ground know? My most elite warriors. General Feng seethed with fury. The 12,000 troops he had deployed included not only regular line fillers, but also high-value, fully armored elite soldiers, an assembly of fighters with extraordinary combat capabilities, along with crucial frontline commanders. I had designated those cannon fodder as decoys. How could they have been discovered? Is there a traitor among us? General Feng scanned the entire bridge of the battleship. General, please remain calm. There are no traitors here. If there were, we would have to face not only the garrison of Huangyan Star, but also the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. An aide urged, attempting to soothe him. Perhaps the flight trajectory and speed revealed their anomalies. The aide suggested, positing a more plausible explanation. I refused to believe it. How could anyone notice such details? General Feng shook his head. Dealing with these resource stars has always been effortless. Report, General Feng. Our ground forces are being swiftly eradicated by the Imperial Army. The situation is dire. At that moment, the communications officer shouted. General Feng and his aide turned towards the large central screen of the bridge, where green dots indicating their forces were rapidly diminishing, batch after batch being wiped out. Immediately inform me if any ground fire points have been exposed. Anxiety was etched on the aide's face. The losses were indeed significant. The 15,000 line fillers sent were not without cost. Most were seasoned veterans. Suffering such a loss in one fell swoop was untenable for them. Who was in command on the ground? The aide regarded the planet still shrouded in interference clouds, deep in thought. General, we must upload the battle report to the commander and the chief of staff for their judgment, the aide advised General Feng. Perceiving the gravity of his aide's expression, General Feng composed himself, nodding solemnly. Before long, Han Tianzu and the chief of staff aboard the flagship received news. Chief of staff, what should we do? We deployed 15,000 troops, yet we couldn't even breach the interference clouds. Could it be that the main force of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet is stationed below? Perhaps we should withdraw for now. The commotion here is considerable. The Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet might have already dispatched reinforcements. Han Tianzu expressed his concerns. As their battleship was running low on energy, and the situation on his brother's side was also precarious. The 3 Imperial fleets were pressing down on Han Tianzu, leaving him breathless. Indeed, this is not a suitable place to linger. However, it is not yet time to retreat. We can make one final effort. I will personally take command, the chief of staff replied to Han Tianzu. Perhaps the news of the attack on Huangyan Star has already spread. From the moment it was received to their arrival, it would take a while. If we leave now, we will be unaware of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet's position, allowing the Empire to pinpoint our location. Conversely, if we remain, we can buy time for the news to reach Rome, ensuring they know we are still a Huangyan Star, drawing the 3rd Interstellar Fleet towards us. At that point, we will be the ones maneuvering the Imperial forces, rather than the other way around. In battle, the one who takes the initiative holds the advantage. All right then, let's make one last push. Chief of Staff, give the orders. I will have them follow your lead. Han Tianzu still couldn't quite grasp his Chief of Staff's intentions, but that mattered little. He trusted him. Thank you for your trust. My lord, the Chief of Staff replied respectfully, then began to scrutinize General Feng's frontline battle reports. The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. What is it? Chief of Staff? Han Tianzu quickly sensed something amiss and inquired. There may be a formidable presence on Huangyan Star. The deployment of these 15,000 soldiers has barely made a ripple, the Chief of Staff mused. But surely you have a plan, don't you? Han Tianzu expressed his confidence in his Chief of Staff. Of course, the Chief of Staff replied with a smile. Since the line fillers have proven ineffective, we shall deploy smaller vessels with greater defensive capabilities. After all, our battleship is low on fuel, and these smaller ships will ultimately need to be discarded. Let's cast them into the fray. The positioning of Huangyan Star guarantees a lack of substantial air defense. Let me see what that Imperial commander has left up his sleeve, the Chief of Staff remarked, smiling. For the Imperial fleet, small vessels are precious assets, too valuable to risk in such assaults. Yet for the line fillers, the Empire has an abundance. For the desolate sky sect, these vessels are currently in surplus. having captured numerous small ships after defeating 2 Imperial fleets. Excellent. Han Tianzu immediately praised. I grasp the strategy now. Let us proceed. First, deploy a few empty ships to gauge the ground's response. The Chief of Staff was particularly intrigued by Lin Nian, especially how he had discerned their most threatening points. With the Chief of Staff's orders issued, Han Tianzu's fleet swiftly sprang into action. Several empty, fuel-depleted small vessels were sent directly toward dying.Star. As these vessels entered the atmosphere, they were met with violent explosions, and the floating mines laid by Lin Nian's mobile team were largely neutralized without response. A wise choice. The Chief of Staff remarked to himself, issuing further commands. Let us proceed with the deployment of the small-scale warships, fully armed. Descending along the trajectory recently traced by the abandoned vessel, the Chief of Staff continued to issue commands to the soldiers of the Arhut Order. Once again, the dying.Star exhibited no signs of resistance. Its anti-aircraft defenses and ground guard forces seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the subsequent small warships landed smoothly, the interference clouds dissipated, gradually illuminating the surface of dying.Star. The location of the central city was promptly pinpointed. Han Tianzu was momentarily taken aback. General Feng had described the mission as fraught with insurmountable difficulties, yet it appeared to be resolved with such ease. Chapitre 25, Fiers offensive. The Supreme Leader should be satisfied now. Let General Feng handle the ensuing matters, the Chief of Staff said with a smile. The absence of anti-aircraft defenses on the ground implied either a lack of such forces or a deliberate abandonment. Excellent. Han Tianzu nodded and quickly sent the message. Before long, General Feng received news that the interference clouds over dying.Star had dissipated. As expected of the Chief of Staff, swift and efficient, General Feng praised. Indeed, the fleet's staff officers nodded in agreement. Send for me. I shall lead the team personally. We must root out all subterranean enemies. General Feng declared with visible irritation, determined to vent his frustration. General, isn't this too risky? dying.Star is not yet secure. Perhaps we should wait until the landing forces have fully secured the surface. An officer cautioned. No need. The entire surface is exposed. The Imperial forces have even forsaken their interference clouds. They are clearly at their wit's end. Now is the perfect moment to prove my worth. General Feng had his own agenda. Both the Supreme Leader and the Chief of Staff were surely observing. How could he demonstrate his value without leading from the front? Rejecting the prudent advice, General Feng insisted on going to the front line. Preferably, the Imperial forces will provide me with some resistance, so my courage can truly shine. Order all personnel, full assault on dying.Star. Eliminate all obstacles encountered. General Feng's resolve was resolute. Having secured air superiority, dealing with the Imperial defenses on a resource planet was but a trivial task. Following his command, his starships descended en masse, their cannons relentlessly bombarding the sky to eliminate floating mines. Within the flagship, General Feng's fervor was unmistakable. Han Tianzu watched the magnificent scene of the warships charging forward with a touch of emotion. Supreme Leader, this is precisely where his value lies. The Chief of Staff acknowledged with a subtle nod. A general willing to lead the charge is, in truth, an asset, provided all remains safe. As the two awaited good news from General Feng in a state of leisure, suddenly, several large ground-to-air attack installations emerged on dying.Star surface. Intense beams of light were unleashed in rapid succession, focusing on a medium-sized starship where General Feng was stationed. Unprepared, the vessel was pierced in multiple locations in an instant, followed by a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the sky like a colossal firecracker. The blast even affected the smaller warships nearby. Only then did the other warships, which had simultaneously penetrated the atmosphere, awaken from their stupor, hastily activating their energy shields and swiftly retreating from the planet's surface. Their considerable size made them vulnerable targets. Chief of Staff, was this anticipated? Han Tianzu hurriedly inquired. The Chief of Staff's face darkened. He had not expected the enemy to employ such a ruse, sacrificing their most valuable interference clouds to preserve their defensive firepower for a final strike. Targeting General Feng's medium warship. Supreme Leader, we must press the assault. The ground commander is no ordinary foe. We cannot allow him to survive. The Chief of Staff declared gravely. The enemy had refrained from attacking during his probing, and even while establishing their ground network, choosing to strike only when General Feng's formidable warship descended, a precise and ruthless tactic, exploiting his momentary negligence. Well then, Han Tianzu rarely saw his Chief of Staff so troubled. If you advise a full-scale assault, so be it. With a few long-range bombardments from the Arhut Order's large warships, the previously revealed Imperial artillery installations were systematically destroyed. The Arhut fleet deployed a multitude of large troop transport airships and escorting starfighter squadrons. This time, the Imperial forces on Huangyan Star no longer concealed themselves. Their surface firepower was unleashed in full force, continuously targeting the invading transports. Explosions erupted repeatedly, both from ground-based artillery and from airborne vessels attempting forced entry. Amidst the fierce exchange, the numerically superior Arhut order ultimately secured control of the skies and surface. Any Imperial defensive positions daring to reveal themselves were swiftly annihilated. Masses of Arhut soldiers began to assemble on the surface, preparing to assault the final bastion of Huangyan Star, the subterranean central city. Capturing it would neutralize the remaining Imperial threat. The Chief of Staff remained aboard the flagship, unblinking as he observed the progress on the surface. Subterranean central city, Chun Shao. As Captain Shui Yuzhu responded to our distress call, Lin Nian, despite recent victories, was far from elated. The enemy was overwhelming. This was no mere probing of firepower. Since detecting the Arhut order, Lin Nian had been sending updates to the fleet, but only recently received the first reply, instructing them to hold their ground and confirm whether the Arhut's main fleet was involved. Looking out into space, Lin Nian surveyed the myriad of warships, undeniably the Arhut order's main force. Prior to the destruction of the infiltrating medium warship, these vessels had been invisible. The enemy only fully committed upon their decisive strike. Captain, no response. I have sent all photos and videos. What shall we do now? Within the defense control room, all tactical team members attentively watched Lin Nian. His formidable leadership had earned their unwavering trust, particularly after he discerned the Arhut order's deception and insisted on the correct course of action despite opposition. Deputy Captain, your thoughts? Lin Nian turned to the silent deputy captain. Since receiving a punch from Lin Nian, the deputy had remained mute. Yet even during the Arhut order's deception, he had tried to persuade Lin Nian to accept the majority's view, only to be proven wrong, silencing him completely. Now the supreme commander of the central city, Lin Nian faced no dissent. Report, Captain. I have no objections. Your decisions have always been correct. But I was wrong, the deputy captain exclaimed, tinged with defiance and irony. He awaited any misstep from Lin Nian, hoping to challenge his authority. Chapter 26, Underground Urban Combat. Everyone, prepare to defend. Lin Nian issued the command. The Arhut order's momentum was overwhelming. At present, their only option is to defend the subterranean entrance, preventing the soldiers of the Wasteland sect from breaching the central city and seizing control of the resource mining operations. Commander Lin, there are numerous soldiers from the Wasteland sect outside. What should we do? What fate awaits central city? Huang Zongshu, visibly anxious, continuously searched for Lin Nian. The Wasteland sect has gained a notorious reputation within the empire. He was merely a lowly official from a resource star. If Lin Nian retreated with his imperial soldiers, it would essentially seal their fate of being plundered by the Wasteland sect, leading to a grim outcome. Even if they survived, two paths lay before them, either to join the Wasteland sect and become traitors, or face death. The empire does not distinguish whether the traitors were coerced into joining. Any record of rebellion would tarnish both their own and their family's reputation. Huang Zongshu was desperate to prevent Lin Nian from leaving, hastening to assess the situation. We will not abandon our post. It is our duty to defend this place, Lin Nian declared, shaking his head, clearly expressing his resolve. Good. With your word, Commander, I can rest easy. The residents of Central City will also find solace. I will bring you food and drink. Commander Lin, feel free to voice any requests. Huang Zongshu said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Lin Nian. All right, I will commence the deployment of our combat strategy. You should reassure the residents of the city. As long as Central City remains stable, it will be the best news for me, Lin Nian replied, unwilling to mobilize the residents as soldiers. Recognizing they were not professional fighters, it could easily jeopardize their defenses. Lin Nian turned to the deputy commander, who he was reluctant to assign a task. However, the central city of Huang Yin had two entrances, one large and one small, necessitating the division of forces for defense. All personnel, assemble, Lin Nian commanded. In no time, the scattered soldiers regrouped, standing in formation before him, now numbering just over 1,800, tasked with holding off over 30,000 soldiers from the Wasteland sect. A formidable challenge. Deputy Commander, take your 300 men to guard the smaller entrance, Lin Nian commanded directly. Yes, Commander. The Deputy Commander, though somewhat reluctant, acquiesced, recognizing Lin Nian's superior rank and authority. The rest of you, follow me to defend the larger entrance. Understood? Lin Nian bellowed, receiving a chorus of affirmations in response, followed by crisp salutes as they swiftly dispersed to their defensive positions. In truth, Lin Nian, like Huang Zongshu, had no escape route. Should he choose to relinquish Central City without a fight, it would be tantamount to a severe dereliction of duty as a lieutenant. With the loss of rank being the least of his concerns, he could very well find himself court-martialed, his future irrevocably destroyed. Yet, remaining without the means to win would also spell great danger, possibly costing him his life. Nonetheless, Lin Nian remained confident. As long as he could hear that guiding female voice, he had nothing to fear. Conversely, if he could merely hold the line, the reward would extend far beyond mere respect from his subordinates. He would gain promotions in rank and position. Lin Nian quickly dispelled any distracting thoughts, knowing that all advantages would hinge on securing victory in this encounter. Multiple high-value targets identified and marked. Prompt elimination could significantly enhance survival probabilities. The cold female voice announced suddenly. Lin Nian's vision was filled with numerous highlighted dots densely scattered across the surface. He could see that the soldiers of the Wasteland sect had assembled and were advancing toward the two entrance points. Everyone, the enemy is approaching. Prepare to follow my orders to open fire, Lin Nian communicated through his helmet. Yes, came the swift response from all within his unit. Lin Nian remained silent as he observed the high-value targets. While many were individuals, a greater number were heavy vehicles. The enemy cautiously approached the subterranean entrance, navigating the lengthy corridor with utmost care. A multitude of drones was deployed, but within moments, all of them fell, rendered inoperative. Central City possessed robust countermeasures against unmanned devices, reverting both sides into a primitive and brutal urban warfare scenario. Prepare. Everyone at the large entrance, wait for my signal to fire, then engage freely, Lin Nian instructed, gripping the control panel of a missile-launching vehicle, adjusting the missiles with precision as he locked onto a high-value target. Surrounding him were skilled snipers and artillerymen, all synchronized with the primary target information. Lin Nian aimed at a heavy assault vehicle, its profile glowing brightly before his eyes, the outline shifting from white to yellow. Should he neglect this, the yellow outline would soon transform into red. As the soldiers of the Wasteland sect entered the shadows, they advanced cautiously, each step deliberate. Open fire, Lin Nian commanded, no longer hesitating. He pressed down on the remote, unleashing a barrage of missiles from the assault vehicle, which struck the target with devastating force, resulting in a massive explosion that vaporized the surrounding Wasteland soldiers. The commander of the Wasteland sect fell in the first wave of attack. The few targets that escaped were swiftly locked onto by Lin Nian, who unleashed a relentless barrage of missiles and kinetic sniper fire. The sounds of gunfire erupted within the cavernous corridor. Anyone who dared to assume frontline command was immediately eliminated by Lin Nian's concentrated firepower. With the loss of command and fire support, the Wasteland soldiers lost their cohesion and morale, frantically fleeing in disarray. The first wave of enemy attacks was effortlessly thwarted. Oh! The soldiers of the Empire erupted in cheers, having never fought such an easy battle before. All they needed to do was follow Lin Nian's commands, without the necessity for any independent thought. Victory was thus secured. All right, the enemy is launching a second wave, Lin Nian promptly informed his troops. Having heard the female voice's alert, a new batch of high-value targets appeared before him. This time, 3,000, 3 times the number of the first wave. However, to Lin Nian, these foes were no more formidable than mere fodder. With the elimination of the opposing frontline commanders, the enemy would quickly crumble due to disorganization. The subterranean Central City had its advantages. At the very least, Lin Nian did not need to contend with aerial and ground bombardments simultaneously. The enemy could only send waves of troops to push forward. Lin Nian soon noted a distinct difference among these 3,000 soldiers. Their movements were disciplined and trained, perhaps indicating a more elite force. Yet to Lin Nian, they were all the same. The most valuable among them were clearly visible to him, even if they attempted to conceal themselves. Open fire. Lin Nian initiated another assault. Chapter 27. An exceeding performance. The flagship of the Wasteland fleet. Bang! The chief of staff's fist slammed heavily onto the command platform. This marked their 40th assault, yet they had still not succeeded. A full 30,000 men had entered, only to wander aimlessly before retreating. The main issue was the staggering casualties among the frontline officers, which instilled fear in the ground commanders behind them. One after another, they were unwilling to lead their troops into command, for doing so was tantamount to courting death. This was unlike previous ground battles, where the grunts had a higher survival probability. After the officer's demise, without restraint, the troops chose to retreat en masse. Ironically, it was the officer who was committed to a one-way mission. There was simply no way to organize an effective offensive. Fortunately, the Imperial forces did not pursue. Thus, they continued to hunker down underground, which mitigated their casualties. Nuclear weapons. Chief of Staff, we should deploy nuclear arms, Han Tianzu exclaimed, addressing his intellectual burden with fervor. After all, there was nothing of value to protect on Huangyan Star. He proposed launching subterranean nuclear strikes to obliterate those wretched Imperial soldiers lurking beneath. Master, we cannot proceed in such a manner. The Chief of Staff firmly shook his head in refusal. Why not? Han Tianzu cordiat bewildered. With a heavy sigh, the Chief of Staff replied, this is a fuel mining site. If we unleash a nuclear bomb, it would be utterly futile. Both the semi-finished and finished fuel on Huangyan Star would be obliterated. What purpose would there be in continuing our campaign here? Moreover, the central city underground is fortified against nuclear strikes. It cannot be destroyed. Using such weapons would yield no fatalities. It is better to refrain from their use. Nevertheless, nuclear arms have been extensively utilized in interstellar combat. The missiles launched from those warships were all armed with nuclear warheads, albeit with varying yields. However, even nuclear weapons could not penetrate a warship's energy shield, merely serving as a means to deplete energy reserves without altering the course of the war. Let's withdraw, the Chief of Staff stated suddenly, filled with reluctance. There remained 40,000 unengaged troops from the Huan-Tian sect on the surface. Yet he suddenly lacked confidence in overcoming the Imperial soldiers underground, particularly the commanding officer. If he had so many alternative targets, there was no reason to stubbornly persist on Huangyan Star, especially after so many days had elapsed. The main force of the Imperial Third Interstellar Fleet should also be en route to this location. Remaining here served no purpose. What? Withdraw? Chief of Staff, we have expended so much manpower and resources. Is this the outcome? I cannot accept it. Han Tianzu protested vehemently. His fleet's ground forces had repeatedly engaged, suffering at least 20,000 casualties, along with numerous junior officers. To pay such a steep price and gain nothing was intolerable. He was adamant about not leaving and reached for the order to continue the assault. Be rational, Master. Do you truly believe your life is less significant than eliminating those within? Do not forget, the Imperial Third Fleet is on its way. The Chief of Staff shouted. Grasping Han Tianzu's hand. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzu reluctantly suppressed his gambler's instinct, realizing he had become blinded by his previous successes. Very well, I understand, Han Tianzu conceded, filled with resentment as he cast one last glance at the distant star. Let us depart. He issued orders to his fleet. Meanwhile, the Huan-Tian soldiers on the surface began their rapid withdrawal, returning to the landing craft and large troop transports. In the central city underground, Captain, they are retreating, Chen Xiao announced joyfully. Oh yes, we have triumphed. The entire garrison erupted in jubilant celebration. Lin Nian found himself surrounded by his subordinates, who excitedly tossed him into the air, allowing him to relish the sensation of flying. All right, put me down. Lin Nian laughed, genuinely surprised that he had managed to hold the fort. The contributions of the cold female voice were significant. However, Lin Nian was acutely aware that fortune favored him. The Third Interstellar Fleet was on its way, and the Huan-Tian sect could not afford to linger further. Captain, the fleet is contacting us. It's Major General Wenrong. He wishes to speak with you personally, a communication officer announced. The soldiers near Lin Nian quickly dispersed, granting him some space. Connect us, Lin Nian instructed, nodding to the officer. A holographic screen soon materialized before him, revealing the upper half of Wenrong. Vessel 1455, commander of the 10th Mobile Division. Lieutenant Lin Nian. I have seen you. Lin Nian saluted formally. Very good, Lieutenant Lin Nian. We are en route and expect to arrive in 3 hours. Please report your current situation. Is the central city of Huangyan Star still under your control? Is the main body of the Huan-Tian fleet still within the outer region of Huangyan Star? Wenrong asked seriously, eager to gather the necessary information. Reporting, sir. We have secured Huangyan Star. The enemy has retreated just an hour ago. We have detected no trace of the Huan-Tian fleet in the outer region. Lin Nian promptly replied. Excellent work. We shall arrive shortly. Wenrong nodded in approval, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Wait, did you just say that you have secured Huangyan Star? The Huan-Tian fleet has also retreated? How did you manage that? Wenrong expressed his astonishment, not expecting Lin Nian to surpass his expectations. Wenrong's highest hope for Lin Nian was merely to hold off the Huan-Tian sect and, at worst, be forced to retreat from the central city, engaging in sabotage behind enemy lines until the main fleet arrived. Yet, now it appeared that Lin Nian had not only maintained control of the central city, but had also repelled the Huan-Tian fleet. Of course, Wenrong understood that the Huan-Tian fleet's withdrawal was likely due to his impending arrival. Nonetheless, Lin Yan's performance had exceeded all expectations to a remarkable degree. Reporting, "Sir, yes, we have achieved this. I have transmitted the details back to the fleet." Lin Yan declared loudly, proud of his accomplishments. This success would silence all those who had criticized him. He had withstood multiple fierce assaults from the Huan Tian sect. Even the vice captain, who had held reservations about him, had ultimately complied with his orders, executing them faithfully. After all, everyone understood that fulfilling a command and failing to do so were two entirely different matters. The former could yield military merit, especially with such an extraordinary outcome. Chapter 28, The Unveiled Truth. Amidst the rumbling roar of jet flames, the space shuttle swiftly descended, landing smoothly on Huangyan Star. As the hatch opened, Wen Huiyun first descended the ramp, ensuring the vicinity was secure before Wenrong emerged. Lin Nian and his vice captain stepped forward in unison to salute. "Greetings, sir," Lin Nian called out loudly. However, Wenrong did not rush to respond, instead surveying the chaotic battlefield. He had just reviewed the frontline combat footage, gaining a deeper impression of Lin Yan's command capabilities. Lin Yan was undoubtedly an astute commander, precise and resolute in his actions. Wenrong felt fortunate to have such a formidable subordinate, allowing him to divert his attention to numerous other matters. Yet, Wenrong sensed he needed to test Lin Yan further. "Lin Yan, you have performed exceptionally well, far exceeding my expectations. I did not misjudge you. You may indeed be capable of assuming greater responsibilities," Wenrong remarked, addressing Lin Yan without reference to his rank, expressing his approval and closeness openly. Unbeknownst to Wenrong, his words caused both Wen Huiyun and Lin Yan's vice captain to exchange glances, their expressions revealing their surprise and admiration. All were imbued with a hint of astonishment. While it was known that Wenrong held Lin Yan in high regard, none anticipated such unwavering support. "Please, Commander, issue your orders. I, Lin Yan, shall bravely face any peril." Lin Yan's peripheral vision caught the expressions of others, particularly that of Wen Huiyun and his sidekick, the deputy captain. They had always been skeptics regarding his capabilities. Now, with undeniable prowess, he was decisively countering their previous assertions. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. "Excellent." Wenrong, having absorbed Lin Yan's flattery, wore an even broader smile and stepped closer, firmly patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. "Lieutenant Lin Yan," he suddenly declared with gravity. At attention, Lin Yan immediately straightened his posture and shouted in response. "In recognition of your exemplary execution of the defense mission on Huangyan Star, I hereby promote you to captain and appoint you as the acting captain of the ship 1455. You shall lead 10 small warships to engage the Rhaotian sect fleet, preventing them from seizing any resources while providing timely support to our allied forces on various resource planets. Can you accomplish this task?" Wenrong not only elevated Lin Yan's military rank, but also bestowed upon him the significant role of acting captain. Lin Yan felt somewhat dazed by the abrupt transition from a mere Marine member to an acting captain. Moreover, was there truly no official captain aboard the 1455? A multitude of questions raced through his mind, but were swiftly dismissed as Wenrong awaited his response. "I shall ensure the mission's success," Lin Yan exclaimed emphatically. "Very well. Lin Yan, our esteemed commander, Major General Wen Yoren, is assembling the 3rd Interstellar Fleet for a southern campaign to engage the Rhaotian sect's main forces at the southeastern corner of the Yingyun Star region. The defense of the resource planets here rests solely upon your makeshift fleet. I shall assign Captain 1 to assist you as your advisor. For further details, feel free to consult her," Wenrong solemnly conveyed to Lin Yan. "Understood." Lin Yan firmly nodded. He then turned to the side to address Wen Huiyun. "I look forward to your guidance, Captain 1, he said, offering a respectful salute. Wen Huiyun did not respond verbally, but mirrored the gesture. "Time is of the essence. I must depart immediately. Lin Yan, do not disappoint me. I have high hopes for you," Wenrong concluded, casting one last glance at Lin Yan. "Yes." Lin Yan said nothing further, merely nodding resolutely. With the assistance of a mysterious female voice, he now felt invincible. Wenrong, without lingering, boarded the shuttle and swiftly returned to the flagship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. "Lieutenant Lin Yan, you are undoubtedly the fastest promoted line soldier I have encountered," Wen Huiyun remarked candidly after Wenrong's departure, surveying Lin Yan without reservation. She found it perplexing. Hadn't Shui Wuju stated that Lin Yan's combat training was woefully inadequate? How could he have performed so exceedingly well in the field? Wen Huiyun had seen the reconnaissance intelligence on the Rhaotian fleet. The enemy encircling Lin Yan indeed comprised an interstellar fleet, albeit a modest one of approximately 20 to 30 vessels, all with diverse configurations. Yet, Lin Nian had managed to hold his ground against them at the critical moment. When Huiyun recognized the significance of Lin Nian's achievement at this pivotal juncture, it had procured substantial time for Major General Wenrong to advance southward. "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Nian replied, nodding. He then turned to his former deputy captain. "By the way, I have something to inquire about." He redirected his attention to the deputy captain. "Captain Lin, please proceed. I assure you that I will speak candidly." The deputy captain now wore a newly ingratiating demeanor, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he patted his chest, professing loyalty and revealing his true nature. "First, take a look at this video. See how much you can recall," Lin Nian said, activating a holographic screen before Wen Huiyun. The image revealed a battlefield in disarray, littered with the corpses of imperial soldiers, intermixed with those of women. The state of the imperial soldiers was equally disturbing, with disheveled clothing and some lacking even trousers. The deputy captain's expression stiffened, caught off guard by Lin Nian's discovery of that location, which should have been a blind spot for their satellite surveillance. The Rhaetian fleet had located them through extensive thermal tracking, but what had Lin Nian employed to uncover them? These individuals were already lifeless. There was no possible heat signature. "What's wrong? Forgotten?" Lin Nian's tone turned increasingly frigid, while Wen Huiyun's gaze upon the deputy captain sharpened, laced with a hint of disdain beyond Lin Nian's. Captain Lin, is there some misunderstanding? I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. Those actions were conducted in private by those individuals. We were in a different location at the time, remember? We even experienced a brief signal interruption. We had no knowledge of what they were doing." The deputy captain flailed his arms in a frenzy, desperately attempting to explain. "Chen Xiao, present the evidence," Lin Nian sighed, turning to Chen Xiao behind the deputy captain. Chen Xiao produced a personal recorder. "Captain, this was found among the corpses. A soldier secretly recorded everything. Every action of the deputy captain has been captured clearly." Chen Xiao handed the recorder to Lin Nian. "Tell me, should I reveal this publicly?" Lin Nian placed the item gently before the deputy captain. He had already viewed its contents, fully aware of the deputy captain's sordid deeds, including the plot to eliminate him. He could no longer afford to keep such a ticking time bomb nearby. As the deputy captain saw Lin Nian presenting the evidence, he lunged to snatch it. But Lin Nian swiftly retracted it. "Lin Nian, hand it over. This is a fabrication. You are slandering me. I will report this to Major One. I will take it to the military court." The deputy captain shrieked in a frenzy, attempting to wrest the recorder from Lin Nian, even drawing his energy pistol. Before Chen Xiao could react, Wen Huiyun had already acted. Bang! In a swift motion, she drew her weapon and fired. A bloody hole appeared in the deputy captain's head, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 29, A New Mission. Lin Nian stood momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Wen Huiyun would take such decisive action against the deputy captain. Her demeanor suggested that this was not merely an act of violence. He deserved his fate. "Did you witness anything?" Wen Huiyun turned to Lin Nian and Chen Xiao, her expression serene. Lin Nian and Chen Xiao exchanged glances, both silent. The remaining accomplices of the deputy captain were swiftly apprehended, escorted to a large transport airship. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Huang, Zhongju, and others, Lin Nian successfully returned to the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet ship 1455. "Salute. We have met the acting captain and the acting ship's advisor." In the hangar, Liao Fan and his subordinates shouted in unison. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback, but Liao Fan quickly blinked, maintaining a serious demeanor. Lin Nian quickly understood that this was not a time for idle chatter and returned the salute to the soldiers, welcoming him. As Lin Nian and Wen Huiyun made their way to the bridge of ship 1455, Wen Huiyun remarked, "Lieutenant Lin, you should consider yourself fortunate that Major One has taken notice of you. Seize this opportunity. If you excel in this mission, a direct promotion to a command position is not beyond the realm of possibility. The promotion to the rank of Major may prove somewhat arduous. Yet the number of captains holding the rank of lieutenant is exceedingly rare. Most lieutenants occupy ground command positions. Individuals like you, who ascend directly to the helm of a ship, are remarkably uncommon. Even serving as an acting captain is quite an achievement." When Huiyun murmured softly beside Lin Nian, "Does this imply that many individuals harbor animosity towards me?" Lin Nian pondered the likes of the vice captain. "It is well understood. However, aboard the battleship 1455, such issues do not yet arise. The positions of former captain and staff are both vacant. Previously, it was Major General Wenrong who commanded personally. To say that this battleship is a flagship of Major General Wen would not be an exaggeration. You have indeed hit the jackpot." When Huiyun scrutinized Lin Nian, marveling at the swiftness of his ascent. Yet this time, she bore no disdain towards him. In the battle at Huanggan Star, Lin Nian performed exceptionally well, managing to hold the line even after the onslaught of the Haoshan sect's forces. Although their soldiers were somewhat inept, their numerical superiority was undeniable. When Huiyun diverted her gaze, the bridge ahead was open. "Greetings, Commander." The soldiers within stood in orderly formation, saluting Lin Nian with respect. "Good. Please resume your duties." Lin Nian promptly nodded to them, encouraging all to return to their posts. "Lieutenant 1, could you elucidate the current situation?" Lin Nian inquired as he and Wen Huiyun ascended to the command platform on the second floor. A star map was already displayed. "Acting Commander, I would prefer you to address me by my title." Wen Huiyun nodded, gesturing towards the star map. "Our Supreme Commander, Major General Wen Yoren, has confirmed the location of the main fleet of the Haoshan sect. They are wreaking havoc in the southeastern region of the Yingyun star domain." Wen Huiyun traced a three-dimensional space on the map. This area appeared relatively small, yet to encircle such a substantial contingent of the Haoshan sect's main fleet, 2 Imperial star fleets would be insufficient. For prudence's sake, our Major General Wen Rong has also been dispatched to preempt any northern retreat by the Haoshan forces. Should any significant issues arise near the resource star, Major General Wen would be able to provide immediate support. Thus, our mission is not exceedingly difficult. Our primary objective is to delay and thwart this Haoshan fleet as much as possible. Wen Huiyun meticulously explained the current circumstances to Lin Nian. "I see," Lin Nian nodded, gaining his first true understanding of the situation. Initially, he had intended to merely bide his time, content to serve as a mere foot soldier. However, it now appeared that he must strive for advancement. The matter concerning the vice captain was indicative of his current status. He was indeed favored by Wen Rong. Yet, this too was a double-edged sword. Should he falter, there would undoubtedly be individuals eager to undermine him. The behavior of the vice captain was illustrative during the Haoshan attack. To avoid accountability, they even conspired to eliminate him, attempting to cast him as the scapegoat. Their malevolence was palpable. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the ethereal voice and emerged victorious in that battle. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far less certain. Lin Nian recalled the vice captain's tight grip on the 10th mobile unit. Any minor setback could easily lead to a lack of compliance from the entire unit. "Lieutenant 1, I have a question. With so few of us, can we truly intercept the opposing fleet?" Lin Nian contemplated the forces Wen Rong had provided him. A single medium-sized battleship and 10 smaller vessels. Was such strength truly sufficient to vanquish the enemy? "Captain Lin, you do not suppose that attaining the rank of captain comes without sacrifice, do you?" Wen Huiyun replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Now is the time for you to prove your worth." Wen Huiyun's gaze burned intensely upon Lin Nian. "Very well, I understand now. Issue the order. Continue the pursuit of the Haoshan fleet ahead." Lin Nian quickly adjusted his mindset and addressed everyone within the bridge. "Yes." A chorus of affirmations echoed in response, as all focused intently on operating the battleship. Having just endured the battle at Huanggan Star, Lin Nian had come to grasp the circumstances surrounding the ethereal voice. It manifested only when he was in peril. Thus, he was now bidding farewell to a tranquil existence. In the previous training battles, he had clearly perceived his own limitations without the aid of the ethereal voice. Only on the battlefield, amidst the threats of war, could he truly showcase his uniqueness, retaliating against those who underestimated him. Lin Nian lifted his gaze to the transparent viewport before the battleship. The fact that Wen Rong had thrust him into the captaincy meant that he now faced no recourse. He could either forge ahead or risk being dragged down by those envious of his position, falling into the depths of despair with little hope for resurgence. Lin Nian was determined not to allow such a fate to befall him. Aboard the flagship of the Haoshan fleet, Han Tianzu conferred with his chief of staff. "Chief, where shall we proceed next?" Han Tianzu inquired, looking up at his aide. "To Hangzhou Star. We must strive for a swift resolution. The Imperial garrison here should not be as formidable as the previous commander." The chief of staff held a vivid impression of Lin Nian. Had it not been for the fear of the 3rd Starfleet's main forces approaching, he would not have allowed such a liability to remain. They would have resorted to overwhelming tactics or even nuclear options to eliminate Lin Nian. However, the chief of staff was acutely aware that even such measures might not guarantee success. If the ground forces could not secure victory, all would be in vain. This conclusion held true on the interstellar battlefield as well. In an era where starship defenses surpassed offensive capabilities, infantry remained paramount. The success of assaulting planets relied upon interstellar infantry. Thus, you are the chief of staff, and I am the captain. Where is Hangzhou Star? Han Tianzu gazed at the myriad of celestial bodies in confusion. Commander, it is right here, the chief of staff sighed internally, pointing to a star not far from their current position, reachable within a single cycle of interstellar travel. The fastest route would be to activate a transition portal. However, such an action would be excessively fuel-intensive, and once used, it could not be employed again in the near term. Generally, it would only be utilized in dire emergencies for a hasty retreat. The chief of staff would not indulge in such extravagance as the Imperial forces did. All right, I've spotted it. All units, accelerate towards Hangzhou Star. Han Tiansu commanded decisively. The Haoshan fleet surged forward, barreling towards Hangzhou Star. Above Hangzhou Star, numerous landing pods, filled with Haoshan infantry, were deployed. Despite the ground forces unleashing their full firepower, they could not halt the relentless onslaught of the Haoshan forces, who systematically dismantled floating mines and disruption clouds. In the subterranean central city, the third mobile unit of the Imperial battleship 1688, Captain Han Ping, found himself in a state of frantic anxiety. They were now reliant on the last line of defense, the underground central city, to resist. Yet Han Ping's outlook was grim. Have you established contact with the fleet? Urgently inform them that Hangzhou Star is on the brink of falling. We require fleet support immediately. Han Ping implored, repeatedly urging the communications officer. The officer could only nod in acknowledgement, continuing to transmit the message to the void of space. Just then, the ground of the entire central city trembled violently. Han Ping and the surrounding Imperial soldiers quickly turned their attention to the holographic screen. The screen displayed the Haoshan fleet's large warships employing long-range heavy weaponry to obliterate the surface defense points. Due to Han Ping's prior defensive maneuvers, all exposed fire points were eradicated in this onslaught. Han Ping's heart raced with fear and trepidation. The luminous screen vividly reveals the imposing transport airship of the Wasteland, which has just landed. A multitude of Wasteland infantry soldiers surge forth, commencing their assembly as they advance toward the underground stronghold of the Red Casting Star. Securing the stronghold would essentially mean that the Wasteland sect has achieved its objective. Captain, shall we retreat for now? Suggested Han Ping's vice-captain, whose counsel stemmed from genuine concern. Unlike Lin Nian's vice-captain, Commander, if you leave, what will happen to us? What are we to do? Li Zongshu interjected, his voice tinged with panic. Their homes lay here. Rendering escape impossible. Han Ping found himself in a quandary, torn between his own safety and that of the local populace. He weighed the value of both sides against his conscience and his own life repeatedly. Captain, if we do not leave soon, we may not evade the pursuit of the Wasteland sect, urged his vice-captain. Commander, you cannot abandon us. The stronghold of the Red Casting Star needs your presence. Both the vice-captain and Li Zongshu implored Han Ping. Cough, cough. Red Casting Star, do you copy? This is Warship 1455. I'm acting Captain Lin Nian, over. At that moment, the communications officer detected a response from the communication console, springing up in delight. We hear you. We hear you. This is the third mobile combat team of Warship 1688. Has the main fleet arrived? The officer was exceedingly excited. Meanwhile, the conflicted Han Ping hurriedly moved closer to the communications officer, with others following suit. Upon recognizing Han Ping, the officer promptly vacated his position. In the depths of space, Lin Nian gazed at the distant crimson orb, the fleet of the Wasteland sect hovering ominously above. Please report your current situation. We are en route with limited forces, consisting of only one medium-sized warship and 10 smaller vessels. Over. After relaying his message, Lin Nian turned to his new aide, Wen Huiyun, who was tugging at his sleeve, an action typically reserved for women. Aide Wen, what are you doing? Lin Nian inquired, puzzled. No, Captain Lin. Is this how you communicate with the ground? What assistance can we offer? Just 11 ships against a formidable enemy fleet is utterly unmanageable, Wen Huiyun retorted, rolling her eyes at Lin Nian. Fear not. Simply follow my orders and command the ships accordingly. I am utterly inept at ship control. This task is yours. As for combat strategy, you shall heed my guidance. Moreover, the enemy has already detected us and is approaching. Lin Yan's face radiated confidence. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You madman. We are going to be doomed, because of you, Wen Huiyun exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning her attention to the large screen, where several medium and small Wasteland warships had broken away from the main force, heading straight for them. The enemy Commander-S vessel had been identified and marked, a medium-sized warship. Eliminating it would significantly enhance their chances of survival while diminishing the enemy's fighting spirit. A chilling female voice echoed in Lin Yin's mind, prompting him to clench his fists. Excellent. Aid 1. Concentrate all firepower on the marked medium-sized warship. Once within range, open fire immediately. Lin Yin commanded without a hint of trepidation, despite it being his inaugural command of a warship. Wait, Captain Lin, why target that particular ship? Focusing all our fire on one vessel is exceedingly perilous. It leaves us vulnerable to the enemy's other ships. When Huiyun argued, her skepticism evident. Although Lin Nian was her temporary commander, she was not one to relent easily in the face of unreasonable demands. Trust me. Lin Nian glanced at the oncoming wasteland warships. There were no more than 30, yet they faced only 11. The disparity in strength was glaring, yet Lin Nian remained unfazed. Numerous high-priority targets were rapidly marked before his eyes, their colors indicating varying levels of danger, thus establishing their order of precedence for engagement. Captain, this is the latest report from the Red Casting Star. A communications officer interjected, presenting Han Ping's update. Lin Nian quickly scanned the information, grasping the overall situation. Much like before, they had lost control of both sky and surface, leaving only the underground stronghold. Captain Lin, I cannot simply trust your word and acquiesce to your demands. Your reasoning fails to convince me. A far better suggestion would be to retreat immediately. When Huiyun firmly insisted, you are the aide, and I'm a captain. Lin Nian replied with a shake of his head, sensing that when Huiyun had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 31. The first command of a warship. From the moment we were discovered, we lost all avenues of retreat. We must boldly present ourselves, instilling caution in the wasteland sect, making them believe we have reinforcements with more Imperial fleets en route. Faced with these wasteland warships, we cannot afford to retreat. We must charge forth and eliminate them. If we withdraw, our ruse will be unveiled, and we shall be the ones to suffer calamity. Lin Nian shook his head repeatedly, clarifying his thoughts. His gaze fell upon the multitude of high-priority threats, all rapidly turning red. If he could not neutralize these threats, his demise was all but certain. A gamble he was unwilling to take. Everyone, I am your captain. At this moment, you must heed my orders. The priority target has been displayed on the large screen. Execute immediately. Lin Nian activated the intercom, addressing everyone in the bridge. The crew exchanged bewildered glances before looking to Wen Huiyun, moved by Lin Nian's words, nodded with great difficulty. The appointment of Wen Rong as Lin Nian's acting captain was evidently a test, and she was both a pawn to monitor him and a partner in this perilous endeavor. Should Lin Nian fail, she would undoubtedly share his fate, with no other choice. When Huiyun decided to trust Lin Nian this time, as soon as she nodded, the others swiftly fell into action, initiating their operations. Soon, various lasers and missiles were launched. Yet when they struck the approaching medium-sized wasteland warship, they were repelled by a brilliant shield. What is this? Lin Nian had never encountered such a phenomenon. His eyes widening as he turned to Wen Huiyun. An energy shield, perhaps? You don't know? How could you not know how to defend against the wasteland sect on Huangyan Star? Wen Huiyun's expression was more animated than Lin Nian's. Lin Nian was unaware that energy shields could withstand the wasteland sect's assault. How we breach it? He inquired urgently, seeking a solution. It seems you indeed possess some unique insight. When Huiyun exhaled, suppressing her astonishment. An energy shield, as the name implies, depletes when its energy is exhausted. Continue the assault. Of course, long-range attacks are less effective. Direct confrontations with cannons yield the quickest results. Then, once the shield falters, deploy our starfighter units to launch a direct assault. When Huiyun attentively provided an explanation to Lin Nian. I see now. Everyone, intensify our firepower. If we can shatter the energy shield and breach that formidable medium-sized battleship, the enemy will cease their retreat. Lin Nian reiterated to all crew members. What is the name of the unit for the jump support operation? Whom should I contact? He then turned to his aide. Honestly, just reach out to Captain Shui Wuju of the 9th Mobile Team aboard the 1455. When Huiyun replied, slightly exasperated. Lin Nian, you are now the captain. You should grasp these fundamental concepts. Understood. Lin Nian nodded without further comment. Captain Shui Wuju, I need your 9th Mobile Team to prepare for landing on the largest medium-sized battleship of the Haoshan sect. Lin Nian stated succinctly, without delving into excessive explanations, as he activated the communication hologram directed at Shui Wuju. Yes, Captain. Shui Wuju responded without hesitation, his previous attitude towards Lin Nian having transformed completely. He was no fool. Despite sharing the same rank, Lin Nian had been directly promoted to acting captain by Wen Rong, which signified a certain stance. Shui Wuju would not dare provoke misfortune upon himself, and readily accepted his subordinate position to Lin Nian. On the battlefield, the shield of the medium-sized battleship, led by the Haoshan sect, flickered before it suddenly shattered and vanished. Lin Nian's command was clear. All firepower was directed towards the enemy's medium-sized vessel. Although the Haoshan sect ship was allowed to fire freely, The 11 battleships on Lin Nian's side distributed the enemy's firepower almost evenly. Despite their numerical superiority, the enemy did not possess an overwhelming advantage. As the two fleets converged rapidly, Lin Nian seized the moment. Now, concentrate all fire on the upper left section of the enemy's medium-sized hull. He issued the battle command, though seemingly abrupt. The highly focused crew executed Lin Nian's orders without distraction. Soon, the targeted area erupted in a violent explosion as the Haoshan medium-sized battleship appeared to suffer a significant blow. Immediately entering a state of paralysis, losing all firepower, Shui Wuju's 9th Mobile Team had already dispatched their starfighter squadron, swiftly landing on the enemy's medium-sized battleship. Captain Lin, what has transpired? When Huiyun stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, then turned to Lin Nian. I don't know, Lin Nian shrugged. You don't know? Was it at your command to attack? When Huiyun questioned, her disbelief apparent. It was my order to strike, but how could I foresee the outcome? Lin Nian explained, concealing the truth. He was well aware that the location he had targeted was one of the critical points of the enemy vessel. Naturally, he would not divulge his secret to Wen Huiyun. Continuing, Lin Nian issued further commands to neutralize the remaining smaller vessels of the Haoshan sect. The smaller Haoshan ships were no match for the 1455 medium-sized battleship, especially with Lin Nian's strategic advantage. The Imperial small crafts executed jump support landings, systematically dismantling the enemy threat. Captain, we have successfully captured the entire enemy fleet. Your earlier command was exceptionally effective. Their captain was killed in the first round of bombardment. Leaving the fleet leaderless and easily subdued, Shui Wuju reported, reflecting on Lin Nian's remarkable fortune in dispatching the enemy flagship. Excellent. Take control of the enemy ships and transfer the captives. Lin Nian continued issuing orders while swiping the holographic screen to the next page. This was the captain's code of conduct. Lin Nian directly applied his newfound knowledge, jotting down his queries to elicit answers. Yes, Shui Wuju promptly nodded. Captain, we have triumphed. Suddenly, the bridge erupted in jubilation, everyone cheering in unison. Oh, Lin Nian had just pulled himself away from the learning hologram, only to realize that on the battlefield, all Haoshan ships had either been destroyed or captured by the Imperial forces employing jump tactics. Excellent. All personnel to a state of heightened alert. Lin Nian directed his gaze towards the skies above Hangzhou Star, where the Haoshan fleet had yet to make any further movements. Chapter 32. The Haoshan fleet in retreat. On board the flagship of the Haoshan sect, the commander exclaimed, "Damn it, the enemy is stronger than we thought. How can we not win despite having more ships?" His chief of staff shouted frantically, unable to accept the current predicament, as their side seemed to have been struck at their weakest point by the enemy's relentless assault. Chief of staff, should we press forward and engage? Han Tianzu asked eagerly. No, we must retreat. The chief of staff provided an unexpected answer. Retreat? Chief of staff, we clearly have the upper hand. Moreover, we are on the verge of taking Hangzhou City. Are we really going to withdraw? Han Tianzu struggled to comprehend, his tone rising in disbelief. Yes, we must retreat. You heard me correctly. We need to immediately bring our ground forces back. The chief of staff insisted firmly. The reasoning was straightforward. This small unit of the Imperial Army was the vanguard of the 3rd Imperial Fleet, aiming solely to stall their advance. I dispatched a dozen ships ahead to gauge the enemy's strength, and from their reactions, it was evident that the enemy was far from intimidated. They had something to rely on. We can no longer afford to hesitate. Let us go, the chief of staff declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzu found himself unable to counter. He did not grasp the intricacies involved. Very well. Order retreat. Han Tianzu hesitated broadly, and all crew members promptly set to work. The offensive momentum at Hangzhou Star abruptly halted as they swiftly withdrew and embarked on their ships. As the battleships reassembled around Han Tianzu, he no longer hesitated, accelerating their departure. Within minutes, they fled cleanly. Meanwhile, Lin Nian remained silent, observing the Haoshan fleet's withdrawal. Captain Lin, why did the enemy suddenly retreat? When Huiyun questioned, bewildered, the enemy, clearly more powerful, chose to withdraw after Lin Nian's forces had defeated a fraction of their fleet. It's simple. The enemy believes we have reinforcements behind us. This time, they were merely riding on the coattails of a stronger ally. Lin Nian explained to Wen Huiyun. Now we must pursue them. But first, we need to bring back the 3rd Mobile Team from Hangzhou Star. We require additional strength. Fortunately, the Haoshan sect has just returned a considerable number of ships to us. We should assign them to work alongside Captain Shui Wuju's team. Understood. You are the captain. You shall decide. I have no objections. When Huiyun nodded, finding Lin Nian's subsequent arrangements logical and compelling, thus refraining from descent. Before long, several starships commenced landing operations on Hangzhou Star. It wasn't long before Han Ping and his team were successfully retrieved. In the bridge of the 1455, two holographic screens illuminated. Captain Lin, I am Lieutenant Han Ping. Thank you for your timely rescue. Han Ping introduced himself, expressing gratitude towards Lin Nian. Without Lin Nian's intervention, their fate would have been sealed. On the other hand, Shui Wuju's interaction was far simpler, as he directly saluted Lin Nian. I am currently the temporary commander of the fleet. Major General Wenrong's intention is for us to firmly pursue the fleet of the cult of the wild sky before us. Under no circumstances must we allow the enemy to lay claim to any resource star. Therefore, we must immediately engage in pursuit of the enemy vessels. You will each take command of the recently captured warships of the cult of the wild sky. Follow me. Do you understand? Lin Yan's expression was solemn. Yes. The two nodded in salute to Lin Yan. The holographic communication was severed. Lin Yan then turned to the command station behind him, gazing at Liao Fan. Liao Fan, why do you not intend to take command of a warship? I actually prefer you to take that role, considering your experience as an acting captain. Wouldn't it increase your chances of becoming a fleet commander? Lin Yan addressed Liao Fan directly, puzzled by his decision to remain with him. Given the opportunity, Lin Yan would much prefer to assist his comrade. What a hassle. Never mind. Liao Fan shook his head in refusal. However, I appreciate your kind intentions. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall take my leave now. Liao Fan smiled, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder before striding away. Compared to Lieutenant Liao Fan, I sense your ambitions are far greater, remarked Wen Huiyun suddenly. Lin Yan shrugged, showing no inclination to respond. Vessel 1455. All ships accelerate. Lin Yan redirected his thoughts to the more pressing matters at hand, continuing the pursuit of the cult of the wild sky as per orders. With the command given, the warships ignited their thrusters, swiftly reaching their maximum speed for interstellar travel. Lin Yan was unsure how it was achieved, yet gazing at the distorted starry sky around him, he felt an uncanny yet beautiful sensation. He shifted his attention from the transparent side windows to the front radar. The fleet of the cult of the wild sky had not evaded his reconnaissance range. Why does it seem there are so few unmanned devices and weapons here? Are there none? Lin Yan questioned, believing that in this age of interstellar travel, autonomous intelligent equipment should be prevalent. Instead, it seemed virtually non-existent. What? You're unaware? Oh, right. You were merely a line filler before. Wen Huiyun's expression faltered momentarily before he recalled something. All right then, I shall explain briefly. Unmanned devices are far too fragile. Electromagnetic pulses and microwaves can incapacitate them swiftly, and they cannot penetrate energy shields. Ultimately, they were largely phased out, reverting to more primitive combat modes. Wen Huiyun succinctly elucidated the situation. Oh, and what about energy shields? How is it that we can launch attacks from within, penetrating the energy shields, while the enemy's attacks are thwarted outside the shields? Lin Yan was entirely ignorant of these concepts, as his prior role as a line filler had not exposed him to such knowledge. I do not know the specific principles. Consider it a one-way street. It can only be traversed from one direction. Approaching from the opposite direction, entry is impossible, Wen Huiyun continued to explain. All right, I understand. Lin Yan nodded. Report to Captain Lin. The enemy speed has suddenly decreased. A crew member rose to inform Lin Yan. What is happening? Lin Yan was taken aback. Logically, the cult of the wild sky, upon sensing the presence of pursuers, would choose to flee as swiftly as possible. Their sudden deceleration was decidedly peculiar. Lin Yan, disregarding his previous inquiries about weaponry, hastily turned to the crew member for clarification. Captain, the situation is unclear. We have no answers. The crew member shook his head. Chapter 33. The two competing for glory. Communications officer, connect me with the other two captains immediately. Lin Yan commanded without delay. Yes. The crew member promptly responded. Before long, Lin Yan reconnected with Han Ping and Shui Wuju, the officers with the highest ranks under his command. Including himself, there were 5 in total. The other 2 were Liao Fan and Wen Huiyun. While the 2 beside him largely adhered to his opinions, he sensed a different dynamic with Han Ping and Shui Wuju. He could feel their individual ambitions. The enemy fleet has slowed down. I would like to hear your thoughts. Lin Yan summarized the situation and solicited their opinions. Captain Lin, I suggest we continue the pursuit. Since the cult of the wild sky appears so vulnerable, this is clearly our moment to seize military merit. My recommendation is to accelerate and eliminate the enemy. Han Ping's demeanor had transformed from the timid attitude he displayed on Red Casting Star to one of boldness and confidence. Having witnessed Lin Yan's effortless defeat of a small contingent of the cult, he felt capable of achieving the same. Currently, he commanded 6 warships, effectively functioning as a temporary fleet commander. Han Ping yearned to don the captain's hat himself. Indeed, I concur with Lieutenant Han Ping's assessment. Shui Wuju nodded in agreement. His warships were even superior to Han Ping's, boasting a medium-sized battleship, albeit with significant damage on one side. Nevertheless, its arsenal remained intact. Shui Wuju also aspired to wear a new hat. The cult of the wild sky appeared so feeble. If Lin Nian could serve as acting captain, why could he not? The glimmer of ambition shone in Shui Wuju's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Lin Nian finally turned to Huiyun. What is your perspective? I have no opinion. I trust Captain Lin's command abilities will yield favorable results for everyone. When Huiyun replied, this time refraining from contradiction, as she too lacked a definitive stance. Lin Nian's previous victory over the cult had opened her eyes. However, whether the enemy was simply too weak, thereby exaggerating Lin Nian's prowess, remained to be seen. Very well, then let us continue our pursuit. Observing the 3-1 consensus, alongside Liao Fan's abstention, Lin Nian resolved to press on. Yes. Han Ping and Shui Wuju saluted in unison, and the holographic display faded away. Flagship of the cult of the wild sky. Chief of Staff. What is the meaning of this deceleration? Han Tianzu stared perplexedly at his chief of staff. Commander, we have just received news that the leader of the cult of the wild sky is about to arrive, the chief of staff suddenly announced. Really? Han Tianzu sprang up from his command seat, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, but there is still some distance. I plan to eliminate the trailing ships first. Those Imperial forces are truly bothersome. If they continue to follow us, we shall have no means of escape. A sinister glint flashed across the chief of staff's face. The enemy had achieved consecutive victories. Perhaps it was their moment of arrogance. That would present an opportunity. All relies on you, chief of staff. Han Tianzu resumed his seat, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The chief of staff nodded, turning his gaze to the radar star map, where he could discern the outermost circle of reconnaissance. 23 warships were rapidly approaching them. The enemy, indeed sensing the anomaly on their side, had opted not to decelerate and observe the situation. The chief of staff keenly recognized this as his opportunity. Order the flagship to maintain a silent status. Dispatch 23 warships to lure the enemy. The chief of staff commanded loudly. He promptly sent out a small contingent to confront the enemy while the flagship feigned being anchored. Should the enemy achieve yet another victory, they would undoubtedly grow complacent and overreach, eager to seize further military merit. Even if that were not the case, as long as they could delay these individuals until his reinforcements arrived, they could either incapacitate or annihilate them. With the orders disseminated, the warships of the cult of the wild sky soon dispatched a portion once again, this time in numbers akin to the previous deployment. His flagship swiftly descended into a state of cooling, as if beset by a grave mechanical failure. Surrounding the flagship were the remaining warships, forming a protective ring around it. On the other side, Han Ping, the first to pursue the warships of the Hengtian sect, peered through his telescope and spotted the largest warship of the Hengtian sect. Its external lights were extinguished, signaling a high probability of a serious malfunction. A surge of elation coursed through Han Ping's heart. This might be their chance to achieve merit. However, he quickly noted that several Hengtian warships were rapidly approaching them. They needed to eliminate these Hengtian vessels before they could reach the larger warship behind. Prepare for battle. Han Ping shouted to his team. Yes. The members of the 3rd Mobile Unit replied in unison. Beside Han Ping's fleet, Shui Wuju was also observing the largest flagship, recognizing its unusual condition. Yet, Shui Wuju remained contemplative. Seeing Han Ping charge ahead, he lagged slightly behind to assess the strength of the approaching Hengtian warships. As both sides entered firing range, the battle erupted instantaneously. Missiles and energy beams cascaded forth, aimed at breaching the energy shields of the opposing vessels. Soon, a portion of the Hengtian warships had their shields flicker briefly before collapsing, prompting them to retreat without further resolve to fight. Han Ping, witnessing this, rejoiced. Indeed, the Hengtian forces are as feeble as I suspected. Forward, glory and riches await us, he bellowed, rallying his crew. His smaller warships surged forward, invigorated by his fervor. Meanwhile, Shui Wuju, observing the enemy's retreat, set aside his earlier doubts. Chase, we cannot let Han Ping steal our glory. Faced with such temptation, Shui Wuju's composure faltered, and he issued orders for pursuit. Both mobile unit commanders began to compete fiercely to chase down the retreating Hengtian vessels, anxious not to fall behind. At this moment, the lagging 1455 warship detected a multitude of enemies. Realizing the overwhelming disparity in power, Immediate withdrawal is advised to significantly enhance survival chances. The voice of a woman echoed in Lin Nian's ears. This voice instantly clarified the hesitation that had begun to creep in. He now understood that ahead lay a trap set by the enemy. A shiver of fear coursed through him. Had it not been for the woman's warning, he might have mistakenly believed that the enemy's flagship was merely immobilized and joined the pursuit led by Han Ping and Shui Wuju. Lieutenant Han Ping, Lieutenant Shui Wuju, ahead lies a trap. Withdraw immediately, Lin Nian shouted. Chapter 34. Entering the asteroid belt. Lin Nian waited for a moment, but received no response from the two. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Something is amiss. I sense a trap ahead. What do you think, Advisor Wen? Lin Nian turned to Wen Huiyun beside him. I cannot say. I have never made such a judgment before, Wen Huiyun replied candidly. When it came to data and situations, she excelled. But battlefield decisions were beyond her expertise, especially under the current circumstances. I command. The fleet shall reduce speed. Since Wen Huiyun could not provide him with tactical support, Lin Nian unhesitatingly issued the command to decelerate. The 11 Imperial warships under Wen Rong's command complied without hesitation. However, the two separated mobile units commanders disregarded his orders, likely feeling that their ranks were equal and harboring a sense of defiance. Lin Nian could roughly fathom the motivations behind Han Ping and Shui Wuju's actions. The nature of mobile units resembled that of firefighters, capable of performing diverse tasks, operating warships, piloting fighter jets, and engaging in ground support. Since Han Ping and Shui Wuju were unwilling to heed his commands, Lin Nian resolved to consider his own interests. As the 11 warships gradually decelerated, the 12 vessels ahead clashed violently in their eagerness to attack, swiftly reaching the main fleet of the Hengtian sect. Just as the two intended to press their advantage and disrupt the enemy's main force, the Hengtian fleet exhibited an uncharacteristic shift. They ceased to cower and instead formed a formation. Han Ping and Shui Wuju instantly sensed the anomaly. Retreat! They roared from their respective bridges. But it was already too late. The enemy's concentrated firepower descended upon them, shattering the shields of their warships one by one, and the vessels were subsequently torn apart, either by close-range assaults or distant explosive fire. Lin Nian, witnessing the chaos from a distance, wore a grim expression. Through the communication system, the desperate cries for help from Han Ping and Shui Wuju echoed. Yet Lin Nian understood that he could not save them. It was indeed a ruse. Withdraw! Lin Nian commanded once more. The 11 warships no longer hesitated and swiftly turned to flee. From the flagship of the Hengtian sect, the chief of staff exclaimed, "The enemy is attempting to escape." Upon seeing that Lin Nian had not fallen into their trap, Han Tianzu cried out in alarm. "Do not worry, they cannot get away. We have just interrogated a prisoner. The main force of the Third Fleet is not present here. The opposing captain is Lin Nian, the same one from Huanggan Star. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate him." The chief of staff's eyes gleamed with malice. Knowing he had a chance for vengeance, he would not squander it. Previously, their hesitance stemmed from fear of Lin Nian's backing, the main fleet of the Third Fleet, and even other Imperial fleets. Now, realizing that Lin Nian was merely bluffing, the chief of staff's fury intensified, resenting himself for being deceived by this obscure individual. With the chief of staff's orders, the Hengtian fleet, leaving only a few warships to collect prisoners, accelerated towards Lin Nian's retreating direction. Laser beams and long-range missiles were unleashed, relentlessly bombarding Lin Nian's fleet, causing their energy shields to flicker and tremble. At the same time, Advisor Wen, is there a place to evade? We need to shake off our pursuers quickly. The voice urging him to retreat echoed persistently in Lin Nian's mind. He understood that this warning was no jest. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Unless there were other threats at play, Lin Nian's thoughts drifted to the situation south of the Shadow Cloud star domain. Could the Hengtian flagship before him be the very flagship of the Hengtian sect's leader? An absurd notion briefly flickered through Lin Nian's mind, yet upon further contemplation, he found the possibility increasingly plausible. After luring the Imperial main fleets to the Shadow Cloud star domain, they could regroup other main fleets to the north, executing a feigned attack. In any case, Lin Nian now had to devise a means to elude his pursuers while allowing the Hengtian fleet to chase after him. If the energy shields were to deplete, doom would be imminent. Wait! Wen Huiyun quickly entered the fray. While she struggled with critical decisions, she excelled at analyzing data. The star map she controlled unfurled rapidly, locking onto a specific area, which she then magnified. Here, the 017 asteroid belt. However, the risks we face are considerable. Only in this place do we have a chance to shake off our pursuers. Wen Huiyun's words were succinct and swift. Very well. Lin Nian replied without a hint of hesitation, issuing his command directly. Order the entire fleet to enter the 017 asteroid belt. The Imperial warships promptly followed Lin Nian's flagship, the 1455, as they plunged into the 017 asteroid belt. Countless irregularly moving asteroids relentlessly bombarded the energy shields of the warships, rapidly depleting their energy reserves. Yet, Lin Nian had no other choice. He must endure this challenging juncture. On the other side, the Huangtian sect fleet slowed its pace, hesitating at the periphery of the asteroid belt. The chief of staff and the captains were reluctant to take risks by entering the 017 asteroid belt. A crew member approached his chief of staff, exclaiming, "No, give the order. We must send the fleet in to pursue. Let the Huangtian fleet handle this. I am well aware of the dangers within the 017 asteroid belt. The asteroids will swiftly deplete the enemy's energy shields. Eliminate their largest warship." The chief of staff was resolute. Han Tianzu remained silent, not grasping the situation, seeing that the commander had no objections. The crew member could only execute the chief's command. Before long, nearly 30 medium and small warships plunged into the asteroid belt. However, it wasn't long before the medium-sized vessels withdrew. Their fuel was already scarce, and they could not sustain their energy shields for long. Entering the asteroid belt was akin to a suicidal maneuver. Before long, they were battered, their hulls dented, and their airtight compartments severely damaged, forcing them to retreat from the battle. Some, however, managed to penetrate deeper into the asteroid belt and collided head-on with Lin Nian's 1455 medium-sized warship. Lin Nian had not ventured far. Here, he felt as if he were in his element, with the female voice continuously marking targets. Lin Nian quickly discerned which asteroids posed significant threats to his fleet. Preemptively, he used the Imperial warship's overwhelming firepower to obliterate them, carving out a safe space for himself. "Everyone, fire at my designated targets." Lin Nian projected a holographic display, incessantly instructing his subordinates on their attack objectives. Meanwhile, when Huiyun was utterly stunned by this scene, her expression one of disbelief. "Do you possess some sort of precognitive ability? How could you possibly destroy the threatening asteroids before they even reached us?" Chapter 35, Crushing Victory. When Huiyun gazed at Lin Nian as if he were a ghost. Intuition, Lin Nian replied with a fleeting glance. "High-value targets identified. Highlighted for prompt extermination to enhance our current survival probability." The female voice resonated in Lin Nian's mind once more, guiding him on his next course of action. "Everyone, halt the fleet. Turn around and prepare for battle." Lin Nian quickly issued his command. The highlighted targets were vividly clear in his mind. He rapidly input attack orders to his subordinates, and the 1455 gradually turned its massive form, followed by the other 10 vessels in sequence. Lin Nian's command style was gradually being accepted by them, especially considering the efficacy of his previous orders, which had proven both prescient and targeted. Moreover, the contrasting examples of Han Ping and Shui Wuju, who had rushed into battle only to suffer defeat, further highlighted Lin Nian's prowess. The recent debacle had cast Lin Nian in the light of a formidable warship commander. Most importantly, it was crucial to prevent them from ending up like Han Ping and Shui Wuju, either captured or dead. This was of paramount significance. Lin Nian's reputation was silently spreading among the hearts of this small fleet. Unbeknownst to him, he remained focused solely on the matter of survival. The number of Huangtian warships breaching their formation was fewer than before, igniting within Lin Nian the prospect of a counteroffensive. The female voice's prompts bolstered this notion. The Huangtian warships advanced swiftly, clearing a path with their firepower until they reached the attack range of Lin Nian's fleet. "Fire!" Lin Nian bellowed. The 1455 unleashed its formidable weaponry, targeting the highlighted threats with precision. Simultaneously, the interstellar vessels, akin to swarming mosquitoes, swiftly launched from the 1455 and the other 10 smaller warships, executing the assignments given by Lin Nian. In no time, after breaching the energy shields, the enemy vessels were struck at their weak points, resulting in a series of violent explosions across their hulls. Each ship Lin Nian had marked seemed cursed. They either shredded their defenses or were struck down in a single blow, erupting in flames amidst the cosmos. When Huiyun watched in disbelief as the once mighty Huangtian fleet crumbled before her eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment, she covered her mouth with her hand. The previously formidable Huangtian fleet now appeared utterly feeble. Turning once more to Lin Nian, she noted his impassive expression, as if everything were as it should be. His hands moved swiftly, continuously issuing new combat directives that were swiftly validated by their success. When Huiyun was acutely aware that, as a staff officer, She had not contributed significantly to Lin Nian's decision-making. She had merely observed his command capabilities like a silent camera. Yet, the more she observed Lin Nian, the more she perceived him as a natural commander. Despite her understanding that Lin Nian had no formal training in command, nor was he a student of the Imperial Military Academy, he had delivered many remarkable performances in the heat of battle, a feat beyond the reach of many seasoned commanders. Report, Captain. All enemy ships have been destroyed or captured. A crew member stood up, vociferously relaying the news to Lin Nian. When Huiyun snapped back to attention, noticing the significant shift in the crew members' demeanor towards Lin Nian, they now regarded him as their captain, rather than as a mere acting commander. Excellent. Establish contact with Captain Liao Fan. Lin Nian nodded. The enemy had been swiftly vanquished, a result beyond his expectations. Yet he felt a sense of clarity in the cleanup process. The female voice had guided him, highlighting the enemy's vulnerabilities. He had no reason to fail. In truly unwinnable scenarios, the voice would have instructed him to retreat without a backward glance. Captain. Liao Fan appeared on a holographic screen, his demeanor markedly serious. Unlike his previous levity. Yes, Captain Liao. I need you to immediately take command of the captured Huantian warships. Although your subordinates are primarily ground forces, given the current situation, it is imperative that we consolidate all available combat power, Lin Nian explained. Understood. Captain, I will upload the command systems of the captured vessels for your direct oversight. Liao Fan nodded. Such a system exists? Lin Nian inquired, momentarily taken aback. Liao Fan nodded earnestly. Lin Nian observed the unfolding scene. Once again, it has been confirmed that Shui Yuju and Han Ping are engaged in covert activities beneath the surface. Had he been aware of the existence of this integrated command system, he would undoubtedly have refrained from allowing those two to act surreptitiously. Very well, I comprehend the situation. I eagerly await the favorable news you shall transmit. Lin Nian nodded. After saluting, Liao Fan voluntarily deactivated the communication screen. Advisor 1, why did you not inform me of this matter? Lin Nian turned to his aide, who felt more like a hindrance than a confidant. I presumed you were already aware, or perhaps you intended it to be so. Of course, given Captain Lin's current demeanor, it appeared that my words were unnecessary. When Huiyun deftly shifted the blame back onto Lin Nian, his overwhelming display of capability rendered her own contributions seemingly insignificant. Lin Nian was momentarily speechless. However, the fact that when Huiyun did not challenge him during combat was a significant reason for his swift assumption of control over this small fleet. Lin Nian had observed that. Initially, the crew would instinctively glance at Wen Huiyun before executing his orders. He did not believe it was merely due to her beauty, but rather the authoritative presence of Wen Rong, which was embodied in Wen Huiyun. She was the representative of Wen Rong aboard this warship. As the battle intensified, this dynamic began to reverse. The crew started to execute his commands with unwavering confidence, devoid of any doubt. Captain Lin, what course of action should we pursue now? Wen Huiyun, witnessing Lin Nian's formidable prowess, was pleased to relinquish authority. She recognized her own abilities and merely wished to survive. Lin Nian had already proven his capabilities. It was far more advantageous for him to command the fleet than for her. The enemy was upon them once more. Lin Nian turned to the main screen, where a corner of the radar revealed the Arid Sky Sect-S fleet launching another incursion, and this time their numbers were greater. Chapter 36, The Tug of War. Aboard the flagship of the Arid Sky Sect. Tianzu, what is the situation on your end? Have you secured the fuel? Han Tianzu addressed his younger brother as he gazed at the screen. Elder brother, one of the Empire S4 divisions is encircling us. Fortunately, with the Chief of Staff's astute strategies, I have managed to avoid being cornered by those Imperial forces, Han Tianzu replied, relief evident on his face. As for the fuel, we have acquired a substantial amount. In the short term, we face no significant issues. However, most of our captives are no longer with us. They have become liabilities that we returned to the Imperial forces. Elder brother, what shall we do next? Han Tianzu continued. Han Tianzu did not respond immediately, but turned to his Chief of Staff, who had been studying the star map and was now fully alert. Master, since our main force is en route to converge, the Empire's main forces must also be advancing towards us. We should consider evacuating this star region. The Chief of Staff had prepared two plans regarding the acquisition of fuel and energy. Although his own results were lacking, Han Tianzu had garnered sufficient resources to allow them to continue their journey to the next destination. However, before departing, I have a score to settle. The Chief of Staff paused, then added, indeed, that Lin Nian is utterly detestable. He must be eliminated. Han Tianzu immediately sprang to his feet. Lin Nian had annihilated the fleet he had dispatched into the asteroid belt. At this moment, with Han Tianzu's advanced fleet arriving, Han Tianzu found himself bolstered by new forces, resolved to deploy significant strength to completely eradicate Lin Nian. Since the master believes this, let us act swiftly. We must eliminate Lin Nian before the convergence. The chief of staff gestured, and the crew swiftly received their orders, rapidly mobilizing. A new contingent of ships surged into the asteroid belt once more. Yet they faced similar challenges. Medium-sized warships were unable to enter, while small warships could, but required highly skilled crew members. The Arid Sky sect, unfortunately, lacked such talent. Their forces were primarily composed of those who were simply adept at operating warships, relying on highly integrated and intelligent systems. Chief of Staff, we shall lead the charge ourselves, Han Tianzu insisted, recognizing the familiar predicament. Navigating through the asteroid belt poses a challenge for medium and small warships. But large warships can accomplish this task due to their spaciousness and superior defensive capabilities, allowing their energy shields to endure for a longer duration. Very well, let us proceed. The Chief of Staff, unusually agreeable this time, nodded in affirmation of Han Tianzu's proposal. The flagship of the Arid Sky sect was the first to enter, followed closely by the medium and small warships. In an instant, the Arid Sky sect's fleet advanced through the asteroid field with remarkable speed, rapidly closing the distance to the Imperial fleet on the radar. However, it was not long before the Chief of Staff detected something amiss. Aside from a single medium-sized warship, the rest of the Imperial fleet seemed to have vanished without a trace. Doubt crept into the Chief of Staff's mind as he glanced back at the 50 or so medium and small warships trailing behind him, and he felt a surge of confidence. Continue to accelerate the pursuit, the Chief of Staff urged. The flagship of the Arid Sky sect increased its speed once more. Unbeknownst to the Chief of Staff, behind the passage the Arid Sky sect had traversed, cloaked Imperial small warships began to emerge. They commenced secretly laying various interstellar mines while maintaining their distance and following the Arid Sky sect's fleet. Even when struck by asteroids, they persevered in completing their task. Meanwhile, Lin Nian was incessantly issuing commands to his flagship. The crew of the other small warships had all been reassigned to the 1455, which possessed a remote control system, rendering human operation unnecessary. He transformed the small warships into unmanned vessels intended to lay mines for the Arid Sky sect, relying on audio prompts to identify and destroy the most threatening asteroids, all while maintaining high mobility within the asteroid belt. This tactic extended the enemy's pursuit distance. During the pursuit, Han Tianzu's fleet began to stratify. They either chose to reduce speed to reunite with the other Arid Sky warships lagging behind or continued their relentless chase, gradually isolating themselves. One-on-one, Lin Nian believed that, with the assistance of the audio prompts, he might indeed have a chance to confront the enemy's larger warships with his medium-sized vessels. The flagship of the Arid Sky sect, emblazoned with a multitude of bright spots, had long been a target for Lin Nian's ambitions. As they were merely white light orbs, they posed less danger than the surrounding incoming asteroids, leading Lin Nian to refrain from acting hastily. Marked for destruction, asteroids, Lin Nian shouted repeatedly, while the 1455 rushed forward at high speed. On the command platform, Liao Fan and Wen Huiyun stood side by side, both wearing expressions of astonishment, especially as they observed Lin Nian's commands, which were executed with remarkable precision before the asteroids even reached their vicinity. It is essential to understand that the peril of the asteroid belt lies in the unpredictable movements of the asteroids, constantly colliding and bombarding one another, rendering their trajectories impossible to predict. Each asteroid is an independent entity in motion, yet Lin Nian managed to achieve this. Is this talent? Liao Fan silently inquired of Wen Huiyun. It seems so. He has mastered a chaotic model that even artificial intelligence struggles to comprehend, Wen Huiyun replied, displaying a slightly better understanding owing to her broader experiences. Captain Lin, the enemy is decreasing their pursuit speed, a crew member suddenly exclaimed. Excellent. Let's also reduce our speed. Lin Nian immediately discerned that the adversary had recognized the issue. He intended to probe further. The battleship 1455 gradually reduced its speed. However, this time, the enemy's colossal warships did not pursue. The lead formation transformed into the rear, and the rear became the forefront, making a direct retreat. Now was our opportunity. The battleship pivoted its bow. Attack. Engage at maximum range. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Lin Nian felt a surge of exhilaration. He recalled the multitude of interstellar mines he had meticulously deployed behind the fleet, eagerly anticipating the chance to drive the chaotic Heavens Teach fleet into those mines. Captain Lin, be cautious of the enemy's counterstrike, suddenly interjected Wen Huiyun. Understood, Lin Nian nodded, acknowledging that his advisor had finally provided some useful insight, effectively patching his thoughts. "Did you hear that, officers? Be ready to disengage at any moment." Lin Nian continued to shout to the crew on the bridge. "Yes," they responded in unison, their admiration for Lin Nian palpable. Merely traversing the asteroid belt unscathed was no ordinary feat for a captain or fleet commander, let alone executing such a miraculous maneuver aboard a medium-sized warship, which inherently complicates flawless evasion. Chapter 37. The Chaotic Retreat of Heaven's Teach. Lin Nian was oblivious to how his subordinates perceived him as he swiftly marked targets, particularly highlighting key positions, which were promptly acknowledged by the crew of the 1455. Waves of attacks emanated from a hull. The vastness of space rendered these long-range assaults slow, typically taking 2 to 3 seconds to reach their destination. Yet, the flagship of the Heavens Teach, tasked with the rearguard, spared Lin Nian considerable effort. The larger the hull, the more highlighted targets appeared in Lin Nian's eyes, with crucial red dots emerging. Lean the hull 30 degrees to port, then initiate a new round of weapon reloading. Subsequently, right the ship and tilt 10 degrees to starboard. Lin Nian promptly issued new orders, having observed the enemy's counterattack. For those formidable attacks that could be evaded, Lin Nian would attempt to maneuver the battleship to dodge, striving to ensure that the enemy continuously bore the brunt of his fire while minimizing his own damage. Lin Nian watched as his attacks landed ineffectively upon the seemingly robust energy shields, yet he remained undeterred, commanding his crew to persist. The flagship of Heaven's Teach had not turned back, and through the feminine voice and his judgment, Lin Nian surmised that the energy shield of this massive warship was nearing its limit. "Chief of Staff, enduring this one-sided assault is untenable. Should we not turn back and engage?" Han Tianzu expressed his discontent. The flagship of the Imperial fleet trailing behind had been a constant nuisance, and each time they intended to slow down and confront the enemy, that medium-sized Imperial warship would maintain its distance, slippery as an eel. This was exceedingly vexing, prompting Han Tianzu to yearn to capture the foe at any cost. "Master, do not act impulsively. We have already fallen into the enemy's trap upon entering. The priority is to retreat from the asteroid belt." The Chief of Staff hastily reassured Han Tianzu, realizing that after consecutive defeats to Lin Nian, he had unwittingly committed a grave battlefield error by allowing the enemy to dictate his emotions, leading them straight into the asteroid field. Utilizing a large warship to carve a path was indeed a sound strategy, but under the superb maneuverability of the Imperial medium-sized warship, it proved to be a misguided approach. The Chief of Staff quickly recognized that their energy shields were being rapidly depleted, and they might not survive the engagement without sufficient protection. Once the flagship's energy shield faltered, they would face a deluge of enemy starfighter assaults, followed by boarding troops and explosive charges. At that juncture, the concern would not be about victory or defeat, but rather about survival. The Chief of Staff clenched his teeth, opting to abandon the pursuit of Lin Nian. They were outmatched in combat, with an insufficient fleet that would be devoured if sent forth, while sending more would only allow the enemy to slip away. The adversary possessed an uncanny battlefield instinct, evading traps effortlessly, and he had no viable solutions at hand, resorting to the wisdom of retreat. As the Chief of Staff contemplated withdrawing the fleet from the small asteroid belt, awaiting an opportunity to settle the score with Lin Nian later, a crew member suddenly stood up. "Chief of Staff, we have an urgent communication from the forward captains. Should we connect?" The crew member called out. "Connect." The Chief of Staff was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. Soon, a holographic screen materialized, revealing the faces of several forward captains. "Master, Chief of Staff, we are in grave trouble. The Imperial fleet has laid a substantial number of interstellar mines along our return route, and we have already lost nearly 10 small warships. Our energy shields are depleting rapidly and are no longer effective. The remaining vessels are heavily damaged. What should we do?" The captains spoke in a flurry, their sentiments echoing the same despair. Their escape route was littered with mines, and they were doomed, pleading for support or guidance from the flagship. "What? How could they have laid mines so swiftly?" Han Tianzu exclaimed in frustration upon hearing the reports. Did this not signify that their escape route was severed? How had this encirclement battle devolved into a life-or-death struggle? "Immediately, all of you evacuate your warships and return to the flagship via shuttle. Before leaving, set your ships to automatic navigation. We must carve a path to safety. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death." The Chief of Staff's expression turned grave. After repeatedly clashing with Lin Nian, he had lost faith in his ability to best him. It seemed as if Lin Nian possessed some divine insight, always managing to outmaneuver them. If it were merely a matter of strategy, it would be manageable. However, They had yet to engage Lin Nian directly in a frontal confrontation. This left the chief of staff feeling helpless, as his subordinates resembled naive fools, allowing Lin Nian to swiftly dismantle their most threatening weapons before being unceremoniously dispatched. Lin Nian's tactics were not particularly extraordinary, yet they could not contend with him head-on. The enemy had utilized all available resources effectively, adeptly seizing opportunities and swiftly identifying and neutralizing their weaknesses with precise and brutal attacks. Once you have departed, initiate full-spectrum interference immediately. The chief of staff swiftly added a new command. Full-spectrum interference would disrupt all remote control signals within a certain range, severing connections for unmanned devices indiscriminately. The chief of staff understood Lin Nian's mine-laying techniques likely involved the stealth of small warships, deploying mines beyond their radar's detection range, probably using unmanned vessels. Aware of the situation, the chief of staff quickly orchestrated a countermeasure, instructing his crew to prepare accordingly. As these two commands were issued, all small warships of the Heavens-Teach fleet were sacrificed, treated as mere cannon fodder. Following the preordained orders, they accelerated forward, igniting explosions and sparks along the way, forcefully carving out a new path for Heavens-Teach. The losses were indeed severe, yet every sacrifice proved worthwhile. Han Tianzu and his chief of staff have finally navigated through the perilous asteroid belt, managing to escape with the last remaining dozen warships. The chief of staff turned towards the transparent porthole at the rear of the flagship, observing that the Empire's warship 1455 had ceased its pursuit, now quietly stationed amidst the nearby asteroid field, seemingly fixated on him. A sense of resignation washed over the chief of staff. Once again, they had suffered a significant loss. Lin Nian's cunning and ferocity exceeded all expectations, indicating that the Empire had birthed yet another formidable commander. He had no doubts about that. Why has he ceased pursuit? Han Tianzu inquired, his gaze fixed on the 1455. It was indeed a formidable ship, pursuing them with relentless vigor. Lin Nian, acutely aware of the opportune moments, must have recognized when he was at his strongest. Master, we must depart. The Grand Master has arrived, the chief of staff urged, dismissing thoughts of their previous defeat. After all, the cult of the Wild Sky could afford such losses. His attention shifted to the radar, where an enormous fleet of warships, numbering at least 10,000, was slowly converging upon them. Depart? Why should we leave? The Grand Master has arrived, and shouldn't we eliminate this insufferable foe? Han Tianzu Kurishunet bewildered. His desire to vanquish Lin Nian burned within him. Master, do not forget about Wenyorin and the 4 Imperial fleets. We must not allow ourselves to suffer greater losses. The chief of staff cautioned once more. Realization dawned upon Han Tianzu. Oh, I almost overlooked that. Where shall we head next? He promptly asked. Master, we shall set our course for the Empire's Central Star region. It is rumored to be exceedingly affluent. Moreover, the Empire's most formidable fleets are stationed in the southeastern quadrant of the Shadow Cloud Star region. This presents an excellent opportunity for us. Failing to seize it would be a grave error. The chief of staff suddenly spread out the star map, pointing at the Central Star region, which caused Han Tianzu's eyes to widen in astonishment. His chief of staff was indeed audacious, perhaps even bolder than himself, a true hardliner. Understood. Let's set sail. Envisioning the vibrant world of the Central Star region, Han Tianzu dismissed his defeat at the hands of Lin Nian. After all, the cult of the Wild Sky had faced losses against the Imperial forces before. Victories were merely the exception, as long as they were not encircled. The world remained theirs to command. Very well, the chief of staff nodded, yet his gaze involuntarily returned to the asteroid belt behind them, where the Imperial warship had vanished, swallowed by the chaotic mass of irregular asteroids that soon obscured the passage they had just traversed. The familiar disorder reigned once more. Nevertheless, Lin Nian's name had become indelibly etched in the chief of staff's mind. The warship 1455 within the asteroid belt unleashed its large-caliber artillery without pause, obliterating the incoming asteroids. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was one of jubilation. They had triumphed once more, and this time, the spoils were even richer. They had defeated a fleet of nearly 50 warships, and though it was achieved by exploiting the terrain, it did nothing to tarnish their record. As long as they could return to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, each would at least receive a promotion in rank. Even if promotions were not forthcoming, the rewards would be bountiful enough to ensure their family's comfort for the rest of their lives. In stark contrast to the celebration among the bridge crew, Lin Nian's demeanor remained grave. He had noted the densely packed silhouettes of warships on the radar screen. This could only indicate the true strength of the cult of the Wild Sky. The enemy's main force was not located in the southeastern quadrant of the intelligence report, but rather in the northeastern star region. The implications of this intelligence were explosive. 1. Liao, the current situation is dire, Lin Nian exclaimed, pointing at the star map. The Empire's main fleets are positioned in the southeastern quadrant of the Shadow Cloud Star region, while the cult's main force is perilously close to us. If they swiftly advance northward, Lin Yan's finger traced a path on the star map, moving from the Shadow Cloud Star region to the Central Star region. When Huiyun's expression shifted rapidly, the Central Star region, damn it, we must immediately relay this information back to Major General Wen Rong and even to Lieutenant General Wen Yuan. She could no longer remain seated, her fingers frantically zooming in and out on the star map. The more she manipulated it, the more frantic and terrified her expression became. If the Cult of the Wild Sky were to defeat the Empire's first interstellar fleet and breach the capital by Mang Star, none of them would escape culpability. I do not comprehend these matters. You decide, Liao Fan remarked expressionlessly, merely shaking his head, leaving the decisions to Lin Yan and Wen Huiyun. When you contact Major General Wen Rong, we must continue to follow the main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Sky. We cannot allow the enemy to slip from our sight. We are among the few remaining forces here. Simultaneously, we must attempt to recover those small warships abandoned by the Cult of the Wild Sky, as well as our own scattered vessels. We need to assemble a new fleet. Lin Yan planned to salvage the warships left behind by the Cult of the Wild Sky, along with the dozen or so small warships he had deployed for mining. Regardless of their condition, he intended to take them all, hoping to piece together a fleet of 10 or 20 small warships. Understood, Wen Huiyun affirmed with a serious nod. I will begin arrangements immediately. Lin Yan returned to his post, surveying his crew. The previously jubilant crew had overheard his discussion with Wen Huiyun. Lin Yan took the initiative to activate the intercom, ensuring everyone was informed of the situation. Do you all comprehend the situation? Lin Nian addressed them. Understood. Captain, please give the orders. The crew responded with fervor, a unified spirit of triumph following Lin Nian through their series of victories. Even in the direst circumstances, they had managed to extricate themselves. Now, whatever Lin Nian commanded, they would follow without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Recover all small warships and depart the asteroid belt. Next, we will likely continue to pursue the enemy. However, this operation will be exceedingly perilous. Everyone, do we have confidence? Lin Nian inquired of all present. Yes, came the resounding chorus of affirmation. Excellent. Let's proceed. Lin Nian nodded, the morale palpable. Aboard the flagship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Wen Rong was analyzing the star map. According to reports from the front line, the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets had joined forces to drive the Cult of the Wild Sky into retreat, with numerous defectors from the cult surrendering once more to the Empire. To claim credit for the victory, his father, Wen Yuan, had personally led the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to the southeastern star region to command the operation. Meanwhile, the 3rd Interstellar Fleet had taken over the garrison previously held by the 2nd Interstellar Fleet at Yanlan Star, with the rapid reclamation of lost territories. The once mighty Cult of the Wild Sky was poised to be utterly eradicated here. Excitement flickered across Wen Rong's face. If they emerged victorious in this battle, he and his father could ascend to even greater heights. In this era of imperial competition, possessing military strength translates to wielding power. Especially now, with the emperor still young and unable to govern effectively, it was the perfect time to seize power. It was inconceivable for the one family to claim they did not wish to ascend. Had it not been for the ceaseless turmoil plaguing the empire over the past few decades, families like theirs, lacking a solid foundation, would never have attained such lofty positions. The present circumstances were different. They were on the brink of becoming a rapidly rising new family within the empire. Report. Major 1. We have received an urgent telegram from Captain 1. A communications officer suddenly ascended from the 1st floor of the bridge to the 2nd, addressing Wen Rong with utmost seriousness. Bring me the original coded message, he requested. Wen Rong extended his hand, and an unaltered telegram was promptly presented. To prevent any potential leaks, the decryption key was exclusively held by Wen Rong, the flagship captain, and the chief of staff. Together, the three scanned the document with their wristwatches, which swiftly transformed the text into a series of video feeds. Wen Rong's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing Wen Huiyun. After absorbing Wen Huiyun's account, as well as the video evidence and radar imagery, a profound realization dawned upon him. Chapter 39. The Tremors of the Central Star Domain. Immediately contact my father. The main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Heaven has already entered the northeastern star domain of Yingyun. Wen Rong commanded his subordinates without hesitation. Yes, sir. The communications officer quickly departed. What shall we do now? Both the captain and chief of staff turned their gazes toward Wen Rong, who who took a moment before responding. He studied the star map before him, meticulously calculating distances. If we utilize spatial transmission, can we avert disaster? When Rome suddenly proposed, perhaps Han Tianzu is anticipating our use of spatial transmission. The chief of staff interjected. Indeed, we cannot reveal our trump card before the enemy does. Moreover, we must secure Yanlin Star. The flagship captain also voiced his disagreement with Wenrong's strategy, emphasizing that they could not act without authorization. Damn it! Is there no other maneuverable force at our disposal? Wenrong exclaimed, banging his fist on the table. General 1, isn't there a Lin Nian serving as acting captain? From the reports received, he has been performing quite admirably. Let him devise a strategy, suggested the chief of staff. The notion was to have Lin Nian find a way to delay the advance of Han Tianzu's forces. However, uncertainty loomed over whether he could succeed, given the overwhelming numerical disparity of starships. Send an order to Lin Nian immediately. Instruct him to delay Han Tianzu's army at all costs. If he succeeds, I will personally promote him to major. Wenrong proclaimed loudly. His words left both the flagship captain and chief of staff momentarily stunned. The meteoric rise of Lin Nian was nothing short of remarkable, akin to a leap in development, primarily due to his timely accomplishments. Ultimately, however, it would hinge on Lin Nian's performance. If he could indeed hold off the cult of the Wild Heaven, he would earn immense accolades. If not, he might remain a mere captain for life, unable to ascend further in rank. On the flagship of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, Wenrong received Wenrong's message without delay. He tapped on his command console, his expression decidedly grim. He had always prided himself as a notable general, yet now he found himself outmaneuvered by Han Tianzu, whom he had long regarded with disdain. Relay this information to the Central Star domain immediately. It is imperative that His Majesty reinforce our defenses, Wenrong instructed his aide. Although he hesitated to convey such news, fearing it would portray him as incompetent, he understood that if the imperial authorities in the Central Star domain discovered Han Tianzu's incursion, concealing the truth would bear severe consequences. Presenting the facts might result in mere reprimands for incompetence, but it was the lesser evil. Yes, sir. The aide rushed off. Meanwhile, Wenrong moved to the center of the bridge. We have just received word. The main forces of the cult of the Wild Heaven are not here. We have all been deceived. Every crew member looked up at Wenrong on the 2nd floor. Immediately contact the captains of the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets. We must rush to the Central Star domain to defend the core of the Empire and protect His Majesty. Wenrong shouted, can we accomplish this? Yes. The crew responded in unison, saluting before swiftly executing Wenrong's orders. In the vastness of space, 3 interstellar fleets, comprising ships of all sizes, began to converge, forming a formidable armada. They turned toward the Central Star domain, entering their highest speed of travel. At Baymestar, within the Imperial Council Hall, Zhu Zion raged. A bunch of useless fools. How could they let the cult of the Wild Heaven infiltrate the Central Star domain? The other high-ranking officials fell silent, awaiting the conclusion of Zhu Zion's outburst. After venting his frustrations, Zhu Zion turned to the others. What is Wenrong doing? Allowing the cult of the Wild Heaven to breach the Empire's Central Star domain and then claiming they cannot assist? Zhu Zion had no intention of sparing Wenrong from scrutiny. He had entrusted Wenrong with the task of quelling the rebellion of the cult of the Wild Heaven. And this was the return he received? Zhu Zion repeatedly called upon the other ministers to denounce Wenrong, yet they remained notably composed, none willing to voice their opinions. When news broke that Han Tianzu's thousands of warships were heading straight for the Central Star domain, there was a collective moment of shock, followed by a watchful silence as they observed Zhu Zion's performance. Your Highness, given the current situation, we must focus on countering Han Tianzu's assault. The strongest force remaining in the Central Star domain is the Empire's 1st Interstellar Fleet. This fleet should be redeployed from the 001 Sanitation Space Station for the defense of the outer space of Baymestar, one minister suggested. That sounds simple enough. But what about those sanitation space stations? They harbor numerous warships under construction, along with vast quantities of weaponry and fuel. Shall we disregard all of that? Zhu Zion countered, more concerned about the potential loss of military resources to the cult of the Wild Heaven than the encirclement of Baymestar. Should Han Tianzu acquire such assets, it would significantly bolster the forces of the cult. For the Empire and for His Majesty, we have no choice, another minister interjected, making his position clear. The 1st Interstellar Fleet must remain at Baymestar and cannot be redeployed elsewhere, even if it meant leaving the critical sanitation space stations vulnerable. Your Highness, urgent intelligence. The cult of the Wild Heaven has entered the Central Star domain and is advancing toward the sanitation space stations. A minister rushed in, addressing Zhu Ziyan loudly. What? So soon? Zhu Ziyan and the gathered officials were taken aback. The most critical factor was their lack of sufficient strength to thwart the impending calamity. Within the flagship's bridge of the cult of the Wild Heaven, Han Tianzu wore an expression of unprecedented satisfaction. After disregarding Lin Nian, they faced the imperial forces once more, effortlessly overpowering them. Everywhere they went, the enemy capitulated. This revelation made Han Tianzu feel as though his prior struggles against Lin Nian had been utterly foolish. His chief of staff bore a similar sentiment, realizing that had they known the Central Star Domain's defenses were so feeble, they need not have engaged the Empire over resource planets. Yet, the chief of staff quickly reconsidered. They must first engage the enemy to draw away the Empire's third interstellar fleet. The price must not be diminished. It was a matter of necessity. In a fortuitous twist, he, like Han Tianzu, found himself relieved to avoid further confrontation with Lin Nian, feeling an underlying fear that he could not best him. This thought was swiftly suppressed. How could he entertain such notions, especially given his own superior numbers? Were it not for Lin Nian's myriad tactics, perhaps they would have already faced annihilation. The chief of staff steeled himself inwardly. Chapter 40. The Assault on Sanitation Space Station 012. Where's our next target? Surely, we shall not charge directly towards the imperial capital, Bamus Star? Han Tianzu once again turned to his sole expert advisor. No, our destination is here, the Sanitation Space Station in the Central Star Domain, the bastion of the Imperial Fleet. Would you not agree, Major General Inwen? The Chief of Staff turned to a cowering figure beside him, the former Supreme Commander of the 11th Interstellar Fleet, who now held the highest rank among the captives of the cult of the Wild Heavens. My lord, Chief of Staff, I have divulged everything you wish to know. Please, spare my life. If you release me, my family will prepare a ransom. I beg you. At that moment, Inwen displayed none of the dignified demeanor befitting a major general, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Take him away. The chief of staff neither commanded his release nor refused it. He simply ordered the removal of Inwen. My lord, you may give the command now. The chief of staff respectfully addressed Han Tianzu. Han Tianzu felt immense satisfaction with his advisor's decorum and intelligence. He promptly stepped to the proclamation position on the bridge, declaring order. Target the Imperial Sanitation Space Station. First, attack the nearest 012 Sanitation Space Station. With that command, he proclaimed, yes, my lord. Everyone saluted in unison. In the vastness of space, the nearly 10,000 warships of the cult of the Wild Heavens rapidly began to mobilize, their thrusters igniting once more, hastening towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Simultaneously, within the 012 Sanitation Space Station, situated at the outermost boundary of the Central Star Domain's military defenses, the entire base flickered with a crimson glow. All stationed Imperial soldiers were swiftly mobilized. Hurry! We have detected a massive fleet from the cult of the Wild Heavens. We must act immediately. Everyone, return to your posts. Those who abandon their posts will face severe punishment. The Supreme Commander of the Sanitation Space Station incessantly shouted within the command room. The silhouette of the cult's fleet soon densely populated the radar screens, while multiple surveillance satellites rapidly transmitted clear video images, only to be swiftly obliterated by the warship's microwave attacks from a distance. Lieutenant Lin, the enemy has entered firing range. Shall we open fire? The fire control soldiers had already accessed the operational system, awaiting the final command. Fire. Lieutenant Lin did not hesitate, for he could not afford to. His family resided within the Central Star Domain. Should the cult of the Wild Heavens plunder the warships and fuel within the Sanitation Space Station, he would bear the blame. And most importantly, his family would suffer the consequences. No matter what, he had to prevent the enemy from advancing here. Activate the orbital cannons. Engage the strong magnetic disruptors. Initiate the large energy shields. Lieutenant Lin continued to issue more commands. The immense metallic sphere of the Sanitation Space Station began to deploy a colossal energy shield, alongside various weapons. Yet, the enemy's warships surged forth like an ant swarm attacking an elephant, relentlessly bombarding the 012 Sanitation Space Station with explosions and heavy artillery. Striking against the formidable energy shield, the counterattack from the Sanitation Space Station was equally fierce. Thick beams of laser energy shot forth, devastating the warships caught in their path, either obliterating them on the spot or rendering them inert debris in space. The colossal caliber of the orbital cannons could annihilate the energy shields of large warships with just 20 rounds. Although the orbital cannons possessed great power, their slow rate of fire allowed the large warships of the cult to retreat before their shields were depleted. The cult employed a relentless wave strategy. continuously exhausting the shield energy of the 012 sanitation space station. Once the shields were breached, seizing this vital Imperial military base would be within reach. In the depths of space, at a distance from the core of the battlefield, aboard a medium-sized warship of the Cult of the Wild Heavens, Han Tianzu and his chief of staff quietly observed. During major battles, Han Tianzu always heeded his advisor's counsel to transfer from large warships to medium ones. This strategy not only mitigated the risk of being targeted by the enemy, but also allowed him to seize opportunities to escape swiftly. After all, the likelihood of being pursued aboard a medium warship was significantly lower than on a large one. Han Tianzu had become adept at fleeing, and the necessity of commanding on-site operations did not fall upon him. He entrusted the remaining matters to his subordinate generals. Chief of Staff, how long do you estimate it will take to capture this sanitation space station? After observing for a while, Han Tianzu began to feel a bit bored. As he had been without tasks since the onset of battle, he surveyed his surroundings. Only 20 small warships remained to safeguard the medium-sized warship he occupied, while the rest were either in the hands of his brother or with the frontline generals. He felt secure at present. According to his chief of staff, this was termed great concealment in plain sight. No one was aware of their presence here, and they would not be the primary target. My lord, this is the Empire's core military base. It will not fall quickly. Once we secure it, we will immediately gain access to fuel, weaponry, and even warship supplies. Then, whether we seize more planets in the Central Star Domain or move to the Empire's next star region will be your decision. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzu to exercise patience while painting a bright future. A smile graced Han Tianzu's face as he envisioned leading a million-strong army to engulf the Empire's territories, where wealth, women, and power would be his for the taking. Report. Anomalous radar signals detected. Right behind us. At that moment, a crew member responsible for radar monitoring suddenly stood up, exclaiming loudly, "What? How could there be a fleet behind us? Is it the third interstellar fleet?" Han Tianzu's expression faltered, and he immediately became alert. Provide me with the relevant information. In contrast to Han Tianzu's alarm, the Chief of Staff remained composed, directing the crew member to first relay the message to him so he could personally assess the situation. Yes, the crew member promptly complied. The Chief of Staff soon furrowed his brow. Han Tianzu, too, was concerned. Based on pre-battle simulations, the Empire's main fleet, regardless of its speed, would require some time to arrive, unless they were willing to utilize space teleportation to rush back. If they did so, Han Tianzu would be grinning from ear to ear. Within a single teleportation cycle, he could escape to a location unreachable by the Imperial fleet in a short time. It was not the main fleet of the Empire, but that bothersome fly, that Lin Nian. After analyzing for a moment, the Chief of Staff identified that it was a medium-sized warship leading a fleet of over 30 small warships from the Empire. He almost instantly recognized the individual on the opposite side. Chapter 4 Targeting Han Tianzu. Imperial Warship No. 1455. Some time ago, Lin Nian received a new order from Rome, demanding him to stop Han Tianzu at all costs. Captain Lin, you need not execute this order. Upon hearing this command, Wen Huiyun's expression turned ashen. Outnumbered, their ragtag fleet stood no chance against the enemy. The sheer number of warships on Han Tianzu's side was overwhelming. Though they might not number in the tens of thousands, they certainly counted in the thousands. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and they could hardly compete. Wen Huiyun did not wish to meet her end and suggested that Lin Nian retreat for the time being, reminding him that disobeying orders in battle was not uncommon. Engage in tasks that are within your capabilities and refrain from those that are not. This is the essence of human nature. Upon hearing Wen Huiyun's words, Lin Nian did not hasten to voice his thoughts, but instead turned to his companion, Liao Fan. Captain Liao, what is your perspective? Li Xia also expressed her desire to hear her dear brother's opinion. Captain Lin, the decision rests with you. I shall support you unconditionally. Liao Fan hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting second, Lin Nian grasped the true sentiment of Liao Fan. He, too, harbored a reluctance to engage in battle due to the overwhelming risks. They were utterly incapable of intervening, yet out of respect for his position as captain, he chose not to speak the truth. Lin Nian exhaled sharply. I shall fight. His voice was soft, yet unwavering. The rationale behind Lin Nian's determination to engage in battle was straightforward. Hui Guangxing lay not far from their location, and he was resolute in preventing his family from being ensnared in the flames of war. When Huiyun and Liao Fan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, Lin Nian activated his microphone and ascended to the podium on the second level of the bridge. Esteemed crew, I have resolved to engage in this battle. I comprehend the fear that resides in your hearts, but I implore you to reflect. if we do not intervene, and the Arid Heaven sect seizes the Imperial Sanitation Space Station. Even if it is but one, the cost will be unbearable for us. Why? Because our families are here, in this central star domain. Do you wish for your loved ones to be engulfed in chaos? When we possess the opportunity to act, should we not seize it? Lin Nian's tone rose steadily, and the initial panic among the crew began to transform into a resolute determination. I urge you all to trust me. I will strive to bring everyone back alive. We do not march forth to meet our demise. We can fulfill Major General Wenrong's new orders. For the Empire. For our homeland. Lin Nian clenched his fist tightly and raised his right hand high. For the Empire. For our homeland. The crew members rose in unison, echoing Lin Nian's rallying cries. His words ignited a spark within them. This battle was not for anyone else, but for their families. All hailing from the Central Star Domain, they had witnessed far too many regions suffering under the tyranny of the Arid Heaven sect. They were resolute in their desire to prevent their own homes from meeting a similar fate. Excellent. Everyone, immediately return to your posts. Lin Nian promptly issued his new orders. Yes. The crew members straightened, saluting Lin Nian in unison. He turned his gaze towards the transparent viewport at the front of the bridge, where the vast fleet of the Arid Heaven sect came into view. Han Tianzu was launching a fierce assault on the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Liao, are you prepared? Lin Nian inquired, glancing at his decision-making circle. Issue the order, Captain. Both men saluted Lin Nian simultaneously. Radar operator, provide me with the current battlefield data at once. Ensure the starfighters are on standby. Activate all long-range firepower. Await my targeting. Lin Nian continued to issue commands, his eyes shining with a singular focus on a massive point, the most peripheral medium-sized warship of the Arid Heaven sect, which appeared unremarkable. Captain, all fleet fire control systems are operational. Captain, the starfighters are in position. Captain, the filling line troops are ready. Crew members stood up one by one, loudly reporting their statuses to Lin Nian. Excellent. Our primary target for attack is that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian indicated the only highlighted ship. Yes. The crew did not pause to ponder why, but immediately set to work. The 1455 began to accelerate, accompanied by its fleet of smaller warships, all hastening in unison. These were the salvageable remnants of warships retrieved from the asteroid belt, now manned by Imperial crew members operating them personally. They surged towards the designated attack point as specified by Lin Nian. Captain, why that particular warship? While the crew could proceed without question, when Huiyun could not. She needed to understand Lin Nian's reasoning. My intuition suggests that Han Tianzu may be aborted. Upon hearing this, both Wen Huiyun and Liao Fan widened their eyes in astonishment. How do you know? Wen Huiyun blurted out. I do not know for certain, but I have grounds for suspicion, Lin Nian replied, shaking his head yet maintaining a resolute gaze. He pulled up a holographic display. I took the opportunity to analyze a recent battle report involving the Imperial forces, where 2 star fleets suffered losses. The reports contained certain details worth examining. Major General Hezua and Major General Yin when dispatched their elite assault units, yet the outcome reported was a failure. At that time, the Imperial filling line troops had already breached a few of the Arid Heaven's large warships. The Imperial fleet should have held an overwhelming advantage, yet the result was a complete rout for us. Lin Nian pointed to the battle report on the holographic display, which contained detailed records and numerous frontline combat images. Wen Huiyun quickly began to operate the controls, and as she delved deeper, her eyes brightened with realization. You are suggesting that Han Tianzu is not aboard the large Arid Heaven warships? He is hiding in an inconspicuous medium-sized warship. The shock was evident on Wen Huiyun's face as she scrutinized Lin Nian anew. Such acute battlefield intuition was formidable. If they could identify the warship harboring Han Tianzu, perhaps they could indeed fulfill Major General Wenrong's orders. Impressive, brother. Liao Fan could not help but pat Lin Nian on the back, a glimmer of excitement lighting his features. While they were still grasping for leads, Lin Nian had already identified the crux of the matter. Let us not celebrate prematurely, Lin Nian humbly cautioned. He refrained from claiming credit for his insights, as the female voice had already provided him with the answer. He merely sought to substantiate his reasoning. Now, to return to the matter at hand. If I were Han Tianzu and were not aboard a large warship, I would undoubtedly choose a medium-sized warship, one positioned at the periphery of the battlefield, readily accessible for an escape. The only warship that meets these criteria is the one directly ahead. As he spoke, he forcefully tapped the command table, causing the star map before them to expand in synchronization with his words. They're directly in their line of sight. Lay a medium-sized warship that perfectly matched the conditions, concealed among the smaller vessels. Chapter 42. the fleeing Han Tianzu, the flagship of the Arid Heaven sect. Master, the enemy is approaching us directly. A crew member reported loudly. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Should we recall some of the frontline forces immediately? Han Tianzu felt a twinge of panic. It seemed Lin Nian was like an unwelcome plague, persistently trailing him. Master, remain calm. Perhaps Lin Nian merely aims to harass us and inadvertently fixates on our position. What we must do is immediately contact the frontline troops to reinforce some of our strength, and then masquerade as a standard peripheral force, continuing normal combat operations. The Chief of Staff reassured against panic, though a shadow of concern lingered. In the absence of a decisive numerical advantage, the Arid Heaven sect star forces were no match for the Imperial troops, especially not for Lin Nian. This individual was exceptionally perceptive. Since their initial confrontation, they had never emerged victorious. He had an uncanny ability to discern their vulnerabilities. Now that Lin Nian's fleet was advancing, its numbers were limited. They should engage normally. If they can delay until the main fleet arrives, their chances of victory remain significant. However, if they falter and retreat, the outcome for them becomes uncertain. Should Lin Nian inadvertently capture the two of them, the morale of the millions of troops in the Arid Heaven sect would crumble in an instant, turning them into mere fodder. Send the order. The small fleet is to engage. The Chief of Staff promptly commanded the bridge crew. Understood. The crew of the Arid Heaven swiftly began to execute the orders. The small warships surrounding the Arid Heaven flagship sprang into action, advancing in succession. Meanwhile, the Imperial warships charged forward, and the two sides clashed instantaneously. Their energy shields activated, and long-range weapons were unleashed recklessly, only to be thwarted by the opposing shields. Yet, Han Tianzu's complexion quickly paled. Their small warships vastly outnumbered the enemies, yet they could not gain the upper hand. The opponent's concentrated fire was disciplined and efficient, swiftly obliterating key command ships and disrupting their communication nodes, plunging the Arid Heaven vessels into chaos. They continued this tactic, creating localized encounters of many against few, with the battle rhythm being rapid and effective. Each strike landed on their vulnerabilities, advancing like a relentless tide, directly targeting Han Tianzu's flagship. Regardless of whether Lin Nian had seen through his position, Han Tianzu felt he could no longer remain there. Chief of Staff, withdraw. Quickly retreat to our reinforcements. For the first time, Han Tianzu bypassed his Chief of Staff and addressed his crew directly. Supreme Leader, we cannot retreat. If we do, we will be utterly devoured. We must confront them head-on. The Chief of Staff understood the gravity of the situation better than Han Tianzu. Until they had engaged, there was still hope. Now that they had clashed, it was a battle of courage and resolve. The Chief of Staff lamented their misfortune. According to their usual arrangements, they should have faced no issues. They had nearly 10,000 warships and millions of troops. Who among the Imperial forces, apart from the main fleet, would dare to engage? Since entering the Central Star domain, they had always pushed through with overwhelming force. Yet, inexplicably, this Lin Nian, with his stubbornness, had chosen to engage. Among so many peripheral patrol warships, he had selected their vessel. It was utterly absurd. Chief of Staff, are you jesting? Do we continue to fight? Can't you see our warships are crumbling under their assault? Han Tianzu hooted Huashili. He was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Nian, feeling utterly outmatched. He was reluctant to sacrifice himself. Would it not be wiser to unite with their reinforcements? Seeing the Supreme Leader issue the order, the crew began to act. The flagship of Arid Heaven immediately abandoned all small warships in combat, swiftly altering course and accelerating their engines to retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Arid Heaven vessels, which had been fighting desperately, witnessed their leader fleeing, and the already dwindling morale dissipated entirely. They scattered like frightened birds. On the other side, aboard the 1455 warship, Lin Nian exclaimed, "Good, ignore those small Arid Heaven vessels. Focus on that medium-sized Arid Heaven warship. Continue the assault. Strike with fervor." His expression was charged with excitement. The female voice remained as formidable as ever. When the disparity in strength was not vast, they would undoubtedly crush through. All high-threat targets will be the primary focus of his initial wave of attacks. Once those critical threats were neutralized, the subsequent strikes would target their weaknesses with precision. Lin Nian had yet to witness any Arid Heaven forces withstand such tactics. Captain Lin, the enemy is truly fleeing. We are on the verge of victory. Do we truly place our bets correctly? When Huiyun's face radiated with excitement, flushed with exhilaration, especially in a life-or-death conflict. The euphoria of realizing their gamble had paid off surpassed any joy derived from mere sports. She gazed again at the upright figure of the man before her. Lin Nian's command abilities were astonishingly formidable. She had never encountered a battlefield commander as terrifying as him. Whenever a battle commenced, it resulted in overwhelming victories, even against seemingly superior foes. Officer 1, do not rush to conclusions, Lin Nian replied, slightly tilting his head, his tone calm. Though those were his words. He was already certain that Han Tianzu was aboard that medium-sized warship, a bright target in his vision, akin to the sun. Yes, I understand, when Huiyun replied, feeling a bit bashful for her earlier exuberance, realizing her tone had been overly fervent. She was not typically this way. Fortunately, she soon noticed that no one seemed to mind. After Lin Nian spoke, he turned his attention away from her. Order. Fleet. Consolidate formation. Accelerate. Pursue. Lin Nian gestured, directing his subordinates to chase after the fleeing flagship of Arid Heaven. Report. A vast number of new Arid Heaven warships are approaching us from the front. The numbers are overwhelming and beyond count. A crew member suddenly stood up to report, his voice tinged with panic. If they continued pursuing, they would fall into the enemy's encirclement. Ignore it. Follow my orders. Continue the pursuit. Focus fire on that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian disregarded the warning. This was a time for desperation. If they could breach the energy shield of that medium-sized warship, Liao Fan's squadron could launch a surprise attack with their starfighter units and capture Han Tianzu alive. On the battlefield, small Arid Heaven vessels were increasingly converging from the periphery. The main large and medium-sized warships were concentrated around the 012 sanitation space station. Conversely, on the outskirts of the battlefield, primarily small Arid Heaven vessels were present. As soon as these small warships approached, they would be met with concentrated fire, swiftly obliterating their energy shields before being annihilated in quick succession. They continued to bombard the fleeing Han Tianzu. Chapter 43. A Desperate Gamble. As Han Tianzu's warship endured relentless assaults, its energy shields began to show signs of instability. Captain Lin, please allow my squadron to engage. I can help you take down this warship. Liao Fan eagerly addressed Lin Nian, eager to seize this rare opportunity from merit. Let me think, Lin Nian replied slowly, not hurrying to agree. Liao Fan was part of the dedicated ground combat squadron of the 1455 warship, a unit typically assigned to medium warships. If not for Shui Wuju's blunders, such a critical jump boost mission would generally be entrusted to regular line soldiers or their substitutes. The ship's mobile combat teams. Lin Nian, I have confidence. Please deploy the starfighter units and my squadron for the jump boost operation. Liao Fan urged again, even directly calling Lin Nian by name. All right, remember, you only have 1 hour to attempt this. If you exceed that time, do not linger. Abandon the jump boost mission immediately. Lin Nian said earnestly to Liao Fan. He did not wish for his good brother to perish on the battlefield out of greed for achievement. Understood. Liao Fan immediately stood tall and saluted Lin Nian before turning away from the bridge. Lin Nian watched Liao Fan's excited figure recede into the distance. Retracting his gaze, Lin Nian turned to observe the luminous screens on one side of the bridge. The radar patterns revealed a multitude of rogue warships, swiftly departing the vicinity of the 012 sanitation space station and heading towards their position. This assembly included both medium and large vessels. The opportune moment for Lin Nian's pursuit was drawing to a close. Within the hour, they would find themselves within the firing range of these warships. Under the barrage from the rogue fleet, the energy shield of the battleship 1455 would scarcely endure for long. Captain, a substantial number of enemy warships are converging upon us. Please provide instructions. The communications officer rose, casting an anxious glance at Lin Nian, their captain, awaiting new directives. When? Has there been any response from the 012 sanitation space station? Lin Nian immediately turned to an Huiyun beside him. Captain, they refuse to believe we are pursuing Han Tianzu. When Huiyun replied succinctly, continue to contact the 012 sanitation space station. This is the Imperial medium battleship 1455. We have apprehended the rogue sect, leader Han Tianzu. Requesting support. Requesting support. One Huiyun's words rushed forth, calling upon the highest commander of the 012 sanitation space station. Damn it, Lin Nian exclaimed, frustration evident as he struck the command console. Let them open their eyes. The swarm of rogue warships charging towards us should make the situation abundantly clear. He was genuinely exasperated by his incompetent comrades. The battlefield was so evidently dire, yet they remained unwilling to dispatch a fleet for assistance. His forces were pitifully scant, rapidly dwindling as enemy fire obliterated his smaller vessels. The 1455 was also under heavy assault, its energy shield depleting at an alarming rate. The entire battlefield had been stirred into chaos. The immense pressure from the 012 sanitation space station had vanished, all attention diverted toward his position. If the commander there would engage and delay the enemy's advance, Lin Nian's chances of victory would surge dramatically. Captain, our energy shield is critically low. It's down to 43%. Another crew member shouted. One, still no response. Lin Nian pressed again, urgency lacing his tone. When Huiyun shook his head slightly, a hint of despondency in his demeanor. Captain, perhaps we should retreat while we still have a functioning energy shield? When Huiyun timidly suggested. The other crew members turned to look at Lin Nian, their lives irrevocably entrusted to him, bound by fate. No retreat. Lin Nian firmly rejected when Huiyun's proposal. Do you not comprehend? Our only path to survival lies in defeating the rogue medium battleship before us. We must proclaim Han Tianzu's demise to all surrounding rogue vessels, thereby instilling fear in their ranks. Without hesitation, Lin Nian issued his command. Full speed ahead. Ram the enemy battleship with a vigorous motion of his hand. The crew comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly rallied to Lin Nian's orders. The rear of the 1455 erupted with brilliant luminescence. With tremendous acceleration, the entire ship surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Han Tianzu's medium battleship. Both warships unleashed their full firepower, though most attacks were intercepted by their respective energy shields. The void was filled with the chaos of starfighter skirmishes, explosions erupting incessantly. Lin Nian gripped the rail before him tightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching rogue flagship. The moment for collision was imminent. 3, 2, 1. The crew members shouted in unison. The impact was silent, yet both medium battleships' energy shields shattered simultaneously. Their metallic hulls crumpled as if made of paper. Lin Nian was nearly thrown off balance by the tremendous force, but fortunately, when Huiyun, anchored at his station, extended a hand to steady him. Captain, a multitude of starfighters are descending upon the 1455. We have no operational troops left. What shall we do? When Huiyun's expression was one of panic. The mobile troops had all been dispatched. Even Liao Fan's ground forces had been reassigned to mobile duties. Calm down. We still have 10,000 regular infantry. Lin Nian replied with urgency. Let them take the front lines. It is a matter of fighting spirit. Whoever can endure the longest shall claim victory. With determination, Lin Nian rose, his eyes piercing through the bridge's forward viewport, locking onto the rogue battleship looming near. Even as the two vessels collided, they continued to fire upon one another, hulls being pierced and ammunition depots igniting in violent explosions. The bridge trembled with each impact, but Lin Nian remained unfazed. He observed a glimmering point of light, swiftly retreating from the rogue flagship. Lin Nian recognized it instantly. Han Tianzu. Lin Nian, we are breaching the enemy's bridge. Liao Fan's voice echoed through the bridge, the din of gunfire melding with his words. Liao Fan's proactive engagement had yielded results, enabling them to board the enemy flagship first. A sigh escaped Lin Nian's lips. He knew he had secured victory, yet it was not without its shortcomings. The enemy's bridge was devoid of Han Tianzu, who had likely fled ahead of him, most probably via a high-speed shuttle. Lin Nian had no means to apprehend Han Tianzu now. To assert knowledge of his whereabouts would raise suspicion. With no other recourse, Lin Nian could only watch helplessly as the light representing the enemy departed. Captain, we have breached the bridge, but the target is not present. Repeat, the target is not present. Over. As Liao Fan's voice concluded, Lin Nian immediately commanded the communications officer. Order. Inform Liao Fan to detonate explosives and obliterate this medium battleship. Simultaneously, broadcast across the entire star system that Han Tianzu is dead. Command the rogue fleet to surrender. Chapter 44. Securing Victory. In the vastness of space, the public frequency of the 1455 resonated throughout, and all rogue warships received Lin Nian's declaration. In the high-speed shuttle, Han Tianzu and his chief of staff also heard the news. Lin Nian, Han Tianzu belouved in furious disbelief. He had not been able to hold out until his reinforcements arrived, forcibly ousted from his flagship by Lin Nian. Chief, we are in serious trouble. The chief of staff's face turned ashen, having been compelled to flee with no time to inform their subordinates. Nearly 10,000 rogue troops could potentially find themselves leaderless. What do you mean by that? Han Tianzu asked, baffled by his advisor's words. The flagship is in the hands of the imperial forces. If they destroy our flagship, the army will collapse instantly. The chief of staff rushed to explain. It can't be. Han Tianzu's expression turned frantic. Meanwhile, the rogue fleet began to panic, hastily verifying the authenticity of Lin Nian's message. Yet, all communications fell silent. There was no response from their flagship, which remained ominously mute. This left many rogue captains disheartened, lending credence to Lin Nian's proclamation. If their leader were truly dead, there would be no reason to continue fighting against the Empire. Even the captain of the Wild Heaven fleet remained resolute, pressing onward towards the flagship of the Wild Heaven. He even continued to launch assaults on the battleship 1455. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light burst forth in the vastness of space. The flagship of the Wild Heaven, as seen through their eyes, was utterly obliterated by the Imperial forces, reduced to mere debris floating in the cosmos. As the silent radiance gradually dimmed, everything came to an end. All captains of the Wild Heaven fleet were thoroughly disheartened. Hastily retreating towards the western region of the Snow Cloud Star Domain, their predetermined rendezvous point for evacuation. Meanwhile, within the high-speed shuttle, Han Tianzu and the Chief of Staff silently observed the colossal light. The Chief of Staff's greatest fears had come to pass. The Master, Lin Nian, will become a significant threat to us. With a heavy sigh, the Chief of Staff reflected on how Lin Nian had aggressively surged forward, determined to assault their medium-sized battleship, and now had forced them into retreat, demolishing the flagship that symbolized the confidence of the Wild Heaven. Essentially, once Lin Nian discovered their weaknesses, they would be met with a fierce onslaught. Every maneuver was executed with remarkable precision, leaving them no room to breathe. Perhaps it would be best to concede. If we cannot defeat this individual, can we not simply evade him? Let us proceed to the designated gathering point. Han Tianzu too felt a sense of defeat. In all his encounters with Lin Nian thus far, he had never emerged victorious. Indeed, Master, the Chief of Staff's tone mirrored his own despondence. But he was more focused on Han Tianzu. From the onset of this conflict, the initial misstep made by their master was evident. Had Han Tianzu not chosen to flee and face Lin Nian head-on, it would have been Lin Nian who retreated in the end. Han Tianzu's retreat had directly exposed the identity of their flagship, allowing Lin Nian to sever the head of their forces amidst the chaos. With the flagship's destruction at Lin Nian's hands, their entire fleet's morale was shattered. The Chief of Staff felt an urge to scold someone. Yet the one responsible for this debacle was Han Tianzu. Could he truly blame Han Tianzu for valuing his life? The Chief of Staff could not, nor did he possess the authority to do so, leaving him with nothing but a sigh. At the 012 Sanitation Space Station, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered at the edge of the battlefield. What was happening? Colonel Lin immediately turned to the monitoring operator. Commander, we have just received an interstellar report from our allies. It is said that Han Tianzu has been killed. Furthermore, a medium-sized ship of the Wild Heaven has experienced a massive explosion. We cannot yet verify the details, but the Wild Heaven fleet is indeed in the process of retreating. The operator informed Colonel Lin. Taken aback, Colonel Lin swiftly glanced at the external surveillance of the 012 Sanitation Space Station and indeed observed a multitude of Wild Heaven ships altering their course. Initially, these fleets had been surging towards the position of that medium-sized Wild Heaven battleship, but now they were all turning in unison. He recalled the individual who claimed to be the Chief of Staff of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Battleship 1455. Previously, Colonel Lin had been skeptical of their allegiance and had dismissed their request for fleet support, fearing it to be a ruse to lure them into a trap. However, given the current circumstances, the enemy forces were evidently in retreat, which did not appear to be a deception. Immediately contact that Officer 1, Colonel Lin urgently instructed his subordinate. Yes, the operator promptly set to work. Colonel Lin turned his attention back to the display before him. The captured images revealed the Wild Heaven battleships hastily withdrawing from the battlefield, heading westward according to the Imperial divisions of North, South, East, and West. If it were indeed the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Battleship 1455, that had vanquished and killed the Master of the Wild Heaven, it would be a monumental achievement, especially in securing the safety of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. A twinge of anxiety gripped Colonel Lin. He had previously rejected the support request from Battleship 1455, which might have offended Wen Yoren, a rising star among the Imperial generals. There was a possibility that this incident could be used against him, leading to repercussions. After careful consideration, Colonel Lin resolved that establishing a good rapport with the commander of Battleship 1455 was of utmost importance. In a vast expanse of space, 7 or 8 battered ships congregated, quietly suspended. Some smaller vessels bore extensive damage. Leading the formation was the Battleship 1455, its hull riddled with gaping wounds, exposing a tangled mass of internal machinery and intricate circuitry. From its severed cables, sporadic sparks flickered, in stark contrast to the eerie silence enveloping the external battleships. The bridge of Battleship 1455 was filled with jubilation. Lin Nian exhaled heavily. As the external Wild Heaven vessels retreated, The intruding Wild Heaven fill-in soldiers were being systematically eliminated. He had finally concluded this battle. To be candid, his choice had been perilous. Even with knowledge of the enemy's vulnerabilities, the struggle had proven to be exceptionally difficult. The overwhelming numerical disparity between the two sides was the primary factor. Had it not been for Han Tianzu's flawed battle arrangements and the enemy's wavering resolve during combat, leading to a series of erroneous decisions, Lin Nian would not have been afforded such opportunities. He had seized the moment and emerged victorious. The only regret was that Han Tianzu had escaped. At that moment, Lin Nian had contemplated using laser beams or missiles to eliminate Han Tianzu, but ultimately decided against it, knowing he could not justify such an action. Preserving his own secrets took precedence over the elimination of a single Han Tianzu. His audacious assault on Han Tianzu's fleet, numbering nearly 10,000, was already an outrageous undertaking, with motives that could be deemed tenuous. Adding the immediate execution of Han Tianzu would only complicate his command and leave him unable to explain his orders. Captain, Colonel Lin has agreed to dispatch ships to escort us. When Hui Yun addressed him, omitting his surname, likely a sign of acceptance of his captaincy after the series of battles. Good, Lin Nian nodded. He now felt an overwhelming fatigue. The intensity of the continuous combat had pushed both the crew and himself to their limits. Regardless of any new orders from Major General Wen, he would not be able to execute them. He simply could not endure any longer. Everyone was stretched to their limits, and a period of rest and recuperation was essential. Commander, we have just received the latest battle report. A liaison officer hurriedly ascended to the second floor of the bridge. He saluted Wen Yuan. Speak plainly, Wen Yuan replied, his attention still focused on the star map. If the Wild Heaven were to capture the sanitation space station, they would be compelled to utilize spatial transmission, granting the enemy the upper hand. A look of deep concern crossed Wen Yuan's face. Sir, it is a message from Colonel Lin at the 012 sanitation space station. The Wild Heaven fleet is in disarray following the destruction of their flagship, leading to a rout. They are currently retreating towards the western snow cloud star domain. The 012 sanitation space station is secure, the liaison officer stated. I understand, Wen Yuan nodded, still grappling with the unfolding events. However, his thoughts quickly halted. He abruptly turned to the liaison officer. Repeat what you just said. The 012 sanitation space station defeated Han Tianzu's flagship? Well, Han Tianzu himself. And how did Colonel Lin manage this? Wen Yuan's gaze bore into the liaison officer. The Wild Heaven was a malevolent cult that had long ravaged the imperial territories. As its master, Han Tianzu was as elusive as an eel. Even for someone like him, capturing this individual would be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Wen Yuan was in urgent need of further information. Commander, he addressed, this is the battlefield report, along with relevant on-site footage. The liaison officer had never witnessed Wen Yuan in such a state of agitation, even displaying a hint of losing composure. He promptly uploaded the pertinent materials for Wen Yuan. Noticing the curious expressions on the faces of his core advisory circle, Wen Yuan decided to project the information onto the holographic screen. Before long, they were introduced to a stranger, Lin Nian, as they observed the 012 sanitation space station being besieged by the Arid Sky Church fleet. It was Lin Nian who stepped forward bravely, with a fleet comprising a medium-sized warship and over 30 small vessels. He plunged directly into the throng of nearly 10,000 Arid Sky ships. Simultaneously, the 1455 vessel latched onto an enemy ship, relentlessly pursuing a medium-sized Arid Sky warship. Wen Yuan and the others quickly sensed something amiss. The warship ensnared by the 1455 was not merely a trivial affair. This peripheral skirmish had the potential to influence the main battlefield. A significant number of Arid Sky vessels inexplicably chose to abandon their assault on the 012 sanitation space station and instead directed their efforts toward Lin Nian's fleet. The tempest of battle surged forth, with Arid Sky ships rushing toward the eye of the storm like a whirlwind. The confrontation between the 1455 and the flagship of the Arid Sky became the focal point of this engagement. Ultimately, amid the brutal exchanges and collisions, the Arid Sky flagship was defeated and subsequently obliterated. Following the blinding flash of destruction, the Arid Sky fleet, having lost its backbone, retreated from the battlefield. Devoid of all combat will. After watching the entire video recap, the group exhaled in unison. From their perspective, Lin Nian exhibited remarkable strength, particularly in his battlefield command. Although not classically trained, he possessed an extraordinary instinct for warfare. This man is truly formidable. Wen Yuan mused, his primary impression being that he was steady, precise, and ruthless. Undoubtedly, he was a talent to be nurtured. Wait, how did he ascertain the position of the Arid Sky flagship? The chief of staff was the first to voice a question. As they reviewed the battle, this uncertainty stood out. A typical Imperial fleet would never choose to engage upon encountering such a vast assembly of arid sky vessels. Yet Lin Nian not only opted for engagement, but also successfully ensnared the enemy's flagship. This should have been a probing action, yet the arid sky flagship retreated unreasonably. Fortifying Lin Nian's resolve to attack, Captain Shin of the flagship interjected, attempting to elucidate Lin Nian's intentions. He replayed the footage, recorded through a long-range telescope, which was somewhat blurred due to magnification. He emphasized the retreat of the arid sky flagship. Everyone inhaled sharply. To gamble the lives of his entire fleet on such a basis? This seems rather dubious, they collectively thought, struggling to accept such reasoning. Liaison officer, is there a more detailed combat report? When Yoren inquired, eager to review Lin Nian's first-hand account of the battle, he quickly turned to his liaison officer. Commander, we currently only possess Colonel Lin's report. Lieutenant Lin's report is not yet available, the officer explained hastily. The shared surname created a momentary confusion. Commander, a new report has arrived. A soldier called out, hurrying toward the liaison officer. Instantly, all the high-ranking officials turned their attention to him, causing the soldier to feel an overwhelming pressure under their gaze. Hand it over immediately, the liaison officer exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed to the first floor to receive the battle report. Soon, everyone reviewed Lin Nian's report. After perusing the more detailed account, when Yoren let out a heavy sigh of relief, gently striking the command podium in a moment of reflection. Lin Nian, we owe him a great debt. He firmly committed the name to memory, casting a glance at the others, awaiting their thoughts. Indeed, he had managed to glean insights from the earlier failures of Hezua and Yin Wan, discerning the battlefield habits of Han Tianzu. Daring to test the outermost of the arid sky medium warships, he had uncovered a hidden weakness. The chief of staff was equally impressed. This demonstrates not only audacity and meticulousness, but also an exceptionally strong resolve in battle. Congratulations, Commander. May the heavens bless the Empire and His Majesty. Major General Wen Rong remarked, having unearthed another valuable talent for the Empire. Captain Chun added with a smile, subtly flattering Wen Yoren. Wen Rong's supplementary report made it abundantly clear. Lin Nian, the acting captain of the 1455, was indeed part of his third interstellar fleet, which constituted Wen Yoren's true loyal forces. Furthermore, Lin Nian's previous combat experience warranted commendation. Since assuming the role of acting captain, he had borne immense pressure, not only stalling the arid sky church's plundering of the resource star with a medium-sized warship, but also, at a critical juncture, forcefully extricating the 012 sanitation space station from peril. Such a talent certainly deserved Wen Rong's exceptional promotion. Perhaps it would not be long before he emerged as a formidable general under Wen Yoren's command. Wen Yoren could not help but smile, taking pride in his son's discerning eye for talent. The atmosphere among the others lightened, smiles exchanged. Now, let us return to serious matters. The battle at the 012 sanitation space station was regrettably devoid of capturing Han Tianzu. He is likely to regroup forces, as their main fleet has sustained minimal damage. When Yoren's expression turned grave. Sigh, had we been present, we might have decisively confronted the arid sky church, the chief of staff interjected. Commander, that is in the past. The victory of the 1455 has bolstered our empire's prestige and afforded us more time for reinforcements, Captain Shin pointed out, indicating the star map. Indeed, we must swiftly advance into the central star region. The direction of the arid sky church's westward retreat, if they regroup, could easily shift to infiltrate the core area of the Empire again, for instance, through the 008 sanitation space station. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Wen Yoren stated with utmost seriousness, marking the next vulnerable point in the central star system, the 008 sanitation space station. Chapter 46, the 008 sanitation space station captured by the arid sky church. At the periphery of the 008 sanitation space station, the main fleet of the arid sky church converged. Han Tianzu had returned to a large warship this time. Chief of Staff, can we not catch our breath? Han Tianzu, still haunted by the prior defeat, wished for a moment to recuperate rather than rush headlong into another battle. Commander, we cannot afford a pause. If we stop, Wen Yoren will bring the Imperial forces back upon us, and we will be in dire straits. A moment's victory or defeat does not alter the grand scheme. We must continue to fight. If we delay, our fuel will run out, the Chief of Staff urgently counseled Han Tianzu. Lin Nian is formidable, that much is true. Yet the Imperial forces are not all as fierce as Wen Yoren and Lin Nian. Otherwise, the arid sky church would not have attained its current scale. The Chief of Staff's final statement jolted Han Tianzu into a more upright posture. Indeed, the Chief of Staff speaks wisely. Speak quickly. Where's our next target? The absence of fuel signifies a lack of resources for retreat. How can we proceed under such circumstances? Han Tianzu immediately steeled himself. Master, it lies before you, the 008 sanitation space station. The Chief of Staff pointed behind Han Tianzu, through the large transparent viewport of the battleship, revealing a colossal metallic sphere that, with its gray-white hue, appeared extraordinarily imposing. Surely, Lin Nian is no longer here. Han Tianzu remained troubled about Lin Nian, haunted by the psychological shadow this individual cast upon him, primarily due to his inability to triumph, utterly incapable of winning. No, given the condition of Lin Nian's battleship 1455, it is improbable he will engage again in the short term. The Chief of Staff shook his head, expressing doubt that Lin Nian would reappear, at least not for the foreseeable future. Master, please issue the command, the Chief of Staff urged. Very well. An order. Capture the 008 sanitation space station. With a sweeping gesture, Han Tianzu commanded. The fleet of the arid heaven surged forth, reminiscent of the grand spectacle at the 012 sanitation space station once more. However, this time, the arid heaven warships appear to have returned to their conventional combat prowess. The 008 sanitation space station also dispatched Imperial vessels to confront them, but they were swiftly overwhelmed and obliterated by the arid heaven fleet. They either faced annihilation from direct heavy artillery fire that shattered their energy shields or succumbed to concentrated missile barges. A multitude of interstellar fighters began deploying arid heaven's reinforcements to engage in jump assistance operations, escalating the intensity of the conflict instantaneously. The Imperial escort fleet guarding the 008 sanitation space station crumbled, with crews either perishing in battle or surrendering. Only the bare 008 sanitation space station remained. Indeed, this is our true strength, Han Tianzu exclaimed, exhilarated by the triumph on the front lines, gesticulating passionately towards the 008 sanitation space station. The Chief of Staff observed the scene in silence, accustomed to such displays, yet he refrained from commenting. However, it must be noted that despite the seemingly superior strength of the Imperial 008 sanitation space station, it posed no pressure compared to Lin Nian's formidable presence. Lin Nian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern vulnerabilities, relentlessly striking at their weaknesses. Initially, the Chief of Staff had felt somewhat wounded, believing his strategies had faltered. But upon confronting other Imperial fleets, he realized that it was Lin Nian who was truly formidable, not the Imperial forces. Even the interstellar fleet of the Imperial Central Star Domain felt lackluster, hardly imposing at all. Chief of Staff, they have raised a white flag. The enemy has surrendered. Han Tianzu suddenly shouted, rousing the Chief of Staff from his reverie. He swiftly turned to gaze at the 008 sanitation space station, confirming the surrender of the opposing commander. The command bridge erupted in jubilant celebration, finally emerging from the shadow of defeat at the hands of Lin Nian. Master, we have new armaments, new supplies. The Chief of Staff also felt a surge of excitement. The surrender of the 008 sanitation space station meant they would acquire an abundance of fresh Imperial warships, along with vast quantities of interstellar fighters and countless ship fuels. Their previous crisis was finally alleviated, and their strength was poised to ascend to a new echelon. Regardless of the path forward, they would find themselves in a significantly better position. As arid heaven warships began to enter the 008 sanitation space station to assume control of this critical military stronghold, the Chief of Staff finally felt a sense of relief. The situation had been decisively settled. He lowered his gaze to the command console's star map, contemplating the next strategic move for the arid heaven. With the 008 sanitation space station captured, the route to the Imperial capital star was now officially open to them. The Chief of Staff reached out to select the white radiant star. Chief of Staff, surely you're not considering such an audacious move? Han Tianzu noted the Chief of Staff's action, taken aback at the prospect of an assault on the Imperial capital star. Why not? A smile graced the Chief of Staff's face. Han Tianzu gulped, swallowing his apprehension. At the 012 sanitation space station, the battered 1455 battleship was being towed into port. Lin Nian sat in the command bridge, enduring the jolting vibrations of docking alongside his fellow crew members. The intensity of these vibrations was remarkably pronounced, even more so than during their exchanges of fire with enemy vessels. As the battleship stabilized, Lin Nian exhaled, beginning to unfasten his safety belt. Captain, Lieutenant Lin wishes to see you, when Huiyun stated, his tone respectful, causing Lin Nian to momentarily believe he was addressing a different person entirely. He recalled the initial distance when Huiyun had maintained. Very well, Advisor Wen. Thank you for your efforts along the way. Lin Nian nodded, expressing gratitude. For it was Wen Huiyun who had been the true commanding officer aboard the 1455 in its early days. Without Wen Huiyun's support, he would not have gained command so swiftly. No, Captain, it is I who must thank you for bringing us back alive, Wen Huiyun countered, shaking his head. Suddenly, he stood upright, chest out, and saluted Lin Nian with solemnity. The other crew members in the command bridge mirrored this, standing tall and saluting Lin Nian, creating a moment of grandeur. Lin Nian gazed at the faces expressing gratitude towards him and felt a stirring within. He could distinctly sense their unreserved respect. No, there is no need to thank me. This is not solely my achievement. You are all an indispensable part of it. I merely perform my duty, Lin Nian replied, returning their salute with equal solemnity. Now I hereby command. All personnel dismissed. Please, take the time to rest. Lin Nian called out. The crew stood at attention. And with his declaration, smiles of relief and joy broke out among them as they congratulated and embraced one another, creating a heartwarming scene. Captain, time is of the essence. As a junior officer, it would be prudent not to keep him waiting too long, Lieutenant Lin advised. When Huiyun pulled up the external surveillance feed, revealing the top commander awaiting at the exit of the 1455 with several others. Understood, Lin Nian acknowledged, rising to exit the command bridge. As Lin Nian took a few steps, he suddenly felt a vibration at his wrist, communication request, and of a high-level nature at that. What is it? Wen Huiyun, leading the way, also halted. It's Major General Wen Rong, Lin Nian replied succinctly, activating the communication screen to public mode. Lin Nian, you performed admirably. The confrontation against the Arid Heaven Fleet at the 012 Sanitation Space Station was spectacular. Once you receive your commendation, do remember to contact me when you have the opportunity. Major General Wen Rong's words came swiftly. In the brief moment of their salute, the communication was concluded. Sir, a commendation? Lin Nian inquired, somewhat surprised. Lin Nian, keep up the good work. You have a bright future ahead, Major General Wen Rong affirmed, his expression imbued with a knowing smile before he voluntarily ended the communication. Lin Nian slowly lowered his hand and glanced at Wen Huiyun, who also bore a look of curiosity. Captain, it should not be anything negative. Let's proceed, Wen Huiyun suggested. Agreed, Lin Nian concurred, sharing Wen Huiyun's sentiment. No longer entangled in this matter, Lin Nian and Wen Huiyun descended from the battlecruiser 1455. At this moment, Lin Nian noticed that Wen Huiyun had deliberately lagged half a step behind him, beginning to take the lead. Opposite them, Colonel Lin approached with a measured intent. A middle-aged man with a square face, Lin Nian harbored considerable discontent towards this relative. Their previous encounter had been perilously fierce, largely due to the absence of a support fleet from the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Had Colonel Lin been willing to exert some force to delay the return of the Arid Heaven Sec's formidable warships, Lin Nian's struggle would not have been so arduous. In a bid to buy time, he had resorted to the extreme measure of ramming the flagship of Han Tianzu, maximizing the energy shield depletion on both sides and creating an opportunity for Liao Fan to board the enemy's flagship. Yet, Lin Nian found himself unable to fault Colonel Lin in any overt manner. Under the pretext of safeguarding the 012 Sanitation Space Station, he could boldly refuse Lin Nian's request for an offensive. Colonel Lin, wearing a broad smile, extended his hand towards Lin Nian in a cordial gesture. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Nian suppressed his dissatisfaction and shook hands with Colonel Lin. Major Lin, we are grateful for your long journey to support us at the 012 Sanitation Space Station, preventing us from falling to the attacks of those Arid Heaven cultists. I owe you my heartfelt thanks. Colonel Lin began with a torrent of gratitude. Wait, Major, I am not. Lin Nian paused, taken aback by the mention of the rank. When had he been promoted? He had received no notification. Vice Admiral Wen Yoren has expressed intent to promote you. It is said he is drafting a report to submit a proposal to His Majesty. With your remarkable achievements in repelling the Arid Heaven Sec's forces, securing a commissioned officer position for you is practically a foregone conclusion. Colonel Lin interjected softly, tilting his head slightly to explain to Lin Nian. From Colonel Lin's words, Lin Nian could discern the clear intent of the colonel to cultivate a rapport with him. Without waiting for Lin Nian to process this revelation, Colonel Lin abruptly stepped back. Acting Captain of the Imperial 3rd Star Fleet's medium cruiser 1455, Lieutenant Lin Nian, please direct your attention to the holographic screen. Colonel Lin's expression turned serious as he gestured to his right. A massive holographic display materialized, revealing the face of Wen Yoren. Salute. Colonel Lin straightened up and shouted to everyone. We meet again, sir. Lin Nian quickly followed suit, standing tall and saluting the image of Wen Yoren. Indeed, Lieutenant Lin Nian. When Yoren returned the salute from across the screen, then directly called out Lin Nian's name. Present. Lin Nian immediately stepped forward. In the battle for the 012 Sanitation Space Station, your unit exhibited exceptional performance, demonstrating both courage and tenacity, ultimately exceeding the assigned mission objectives and securing invaluable time for the Imperial main forces to regroup. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon you the Imperial First Class Silver Star Medal as a token of commendation. Colonel Lin, I ask you to present the award to Lieutenant Lin Nian on my behalf, when Yoren directed towards Colonel Lin. Yes, sir. Colonel Lin promptly gestured to one of his soldiers, who approached, cradling an open box containing a silver medal. The medal lay within, glimmering with distinction. The medals are classified into 3 tiers: gold, silver, and bronze, first, second, and third classes, respectively. The first class Gold Star Medal is the highest accolade, and Lin Nian's Silver Star, already a rare honor, was indeed significant. With utmost care, Colonel Lin picked up the First Class Silver Star Medal and personally affixed it to Lin Nian's chest. Thanks to His Majesty. Thanks to Vice Admiral One. Thanks to Colonel Lin. Glory belongs to the Empire. Lin Nian, recalling the prescribed formality, struck his right shoulder emphatically after proclaiming the final phrase. The others mirrored his actions in perfect unison. Excellent, Lieutenant Lin Nian. Your unit is granted a day of rest. Tomorrow, you will board the Imperial Cruiser 378 to the 012 Sanitation Space Station, where you shall serve as its acting captain and join our main forces. Do you understand? When Yoren's expression was grave. Understood. Lin Nian responded promptly, though upon hearing the designation 378, his heart raced. This 3-digit hull number could only belong to a large Imperial warship, and he would serve as its captain? Though designated as acting, it nonetheless signified a radiant future ahead. Very well. When Yoren nodded in satisfaction before terminating the communication. Colonel Lin exhaled in relief. Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you still regard yourself merely as a lieutenant? I have not heard of any lieutenant being appointed as the captain of an Imperial large warship, even in an acting capacity. The 378 has been on standby for quite some time. You will be its next commander, a designation appointed by Vice Admiral One, which carries substantial significance. Have you noticed? He didn't even assign you a senior officer to oversee the warship, which means all those under your command will receive a promotion, continuing to follow you as your core team. Vice Admiral One is evidently investing considerable effort in your development. Colonel Lin was well aware of the underlying dynamics and did not hesitate to impart a wealth of insider knowledge to draw closer to this promising talent. Gome, let me take you to see it. He beckoned to those around him. A 4-seater hover vehicle approached. All right. Thank you, Colonel Lin. Lin Nian nodded appreciatively. The insights from Colonel Lin had indeed broadened his horizons, and he joined Wen Huiyun in the back seat of the hover vehicle, while Colonel Lin took the front passenger seat. Don't be modest. You are the rising star of the future. Feel free to be a bit audacious. Colonel Lin quipped with a dry humor. Ah well. Lin Nian scratched his head, feigning confusion. Major Lin, do you know the concept of indelible hull numbers? Colonel Lin, noticing Lin Nian's lack of engagement, shifted to a lighter topic. Yes, I do, Lin Nian nodded. Imperial warship hull numbers are never retired. Even if a ship is destroyed, the same hull number will be inscribed on a new vessel of the same type, symbolizing a form of inheritance. Chapter 48. The Imperial Cruiser 378. The previous 378 was indeed an old ship. It suffered catastrophic damage during our conflicts with the Republic. With the entire bridge obliterated and the captain along with over 1,000 bridge personnel perishing in the line of duty, Colonel Lin recounted with familiarity. Sensing Lin Nian's interest in such tales, Lin Nian felt a surge of emotion at the tragic demise of the former captain, a sacrifice that illuminated the Empire's honor. Indeed. However, rest assured, the 378 designated for you is a new ship. The old hull has been dismantled. The only legacy it carries is the hull number and the names of its previous captains inscribed on the hull. Colonel Lin continued to enlighten Lin Nian as they rapidly traversed multiple large lifting installations at the spaceport. A massive and robust metal hull gradually came into Lin Nian's view. It bore no particularly vivid paint job, merely a simple gray and white color scheme. Yet the impact on Lin Nian was profound. This was a starship embodying the Empire's cutting-edge technology. While he had observed similar large warships in space, it was only when gazing up at this immobile giant that he truly felt its magnitude. One can only truly grasp the profound sense of silent oppression it exudes. This is a steel behemoth born for the ravages of war. The airfield is filled with the incessant sounds of warning signals from the cranes. A multitude of expendable components are hoisted one by one into the belly of this colossal warship. Major Lin, you are indeed fortunate, Colonel Lin remarked with a weighty significance. Major Lin was somewhat uncertain as to which aspect the colonel referred, yet he sensed it pertained to Wen Yuan. Because of Wen Rong's recognition, he had swiftly ascended the ranks, and now he was appointed as the acting captain of a large warship. Such rapid advancement was akin to soaring through the skies on a rocket. However, Major Lin was acutely aware that this was also something he had fought to reclaim. It was his own prowess that enabled him to seize these opportunities for promotion. Had he faltered even once in the face of the Haitian sect's fleet, even if he were not held accountable, he would likely find himself languishing in the military, much like others, slowly grinding away to accumulate experience. The military may tolerate failure, but a soldier cannot. A single critical defeat could spell the end of one's prospects for advancement. Bringing his thoughts back, Major Lin continued to gaze up at the grand warship before him. Its hull bore a massive and conspicuous hull number, 378. He softly uttered the number, involuntarily rising from his seat in the vehicle. Colonel Lin and Wen Huiyun, along with the others, merely observed in silence as Major Lin stood. Who could have predicted that not long ago he was merely an interstellar line worker, yet now he stood as the acting captain of a large warship? Indeed, such rapid advancement for Major Lin was not entirely unexpected. The Empire was engulfed in an unprecedented era of turmoil. Internally, cults ran rampant. Externally, formidable enemies loomed. Many high-ranking military leaders of the Empire had perished in various battles, some dead, others retreating. The recent havoc wrought by the Haitian sect in the Yingyan Star domain had already claimed 3 Imperial Vice-Admirals, along with numerous frontline combat commanders. The mediocrities of peacetime would be ruthlessly culled by the brutal battlefield, while those like Major Lin, who adapted to warfare, would swiftly rise to fill the vacated positions. It was both a grand opportunity and a perilous challenge, where one's individual strength and battle achievement spoke volumes. Major Lin's accomplishments belonged to the upper echelon. However, how far Major Lin could ascend remained uncertain even to Colonel Lin. The hover vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Major Lin slowly exited. At that moment, Colonel Lin handed him an electronic writing pad. Major Lin paused, puzzled by the Colonel's intent. Right? Your signature. Every former captain has inscribed their name on this warship. Since the inception of the 378, there have been 265 captains before him. You will be the 266th captain of this warship. As Colonel Lin explained, he gestured toward the large warship, where countless names of prior captains were etched beneath the imposing hull number. Following the prescribed format, Major Lin inscribed his name, Lin Nian. At that instant, a mechanical arm extended into the corresponding section of the ship's body, swiftly engraving Major Lin's name onto the hull. Excellent. The final ritual is complete. Prepare yourself, Major Lin. The Haitian sect has taken the 008 sanitation space station and is advancing towards the Imperial capital star. You likely have little time to rest. I must attend to my own matters now, Colonel Lin said, patting Major Lin on the shoulder before saluting him. Upon hearing the news, Major Lin was taken aback. He had just aided in defending the 012 sanitation space station, and now trouble had arisen at the 008. Han Tianzu's movements were alarmingly swift. In the outer space of the Bema star, the Empire's first interstellar fleet was engaged in a fiercely brutal combat against the Haitian sect's fleet, with warships being destroyed every moment. Vice Admiral Wang, commanding the flagship of the first interstellar fleet, was in a state of frantic urgency. He was the commander of the capital's Circle-S defense, yet faced with the Haitian sect. He found himself with only this single force, the Empire's first interstellar fleet, to counter nearly 10,000 of the enemy's forces. What a felicist! Vice Admiral Wang watched as his men fell one by one. Not only was the first interstellar fleet in jeopardy, but even the Bema star itself was at risk. Once hailed as the Empire's most elite fleet, it now stood stripped bare before the public, revealing the grim reality that their lack of engagement in external conflicts had led to diminished preparedness and markedly low combat effectiveness. Faced with the disorganized, barefoot army of the Haitian sect, they could not withstand the onslaught. Communications officer, where's Wen Yuan? Tell them to hurry. If they do not arrive soon, the Empire's first interstellar fleet will be annihilated. If Bema star falls, I will be the Empire's greatest sinner, Vice Admiral Wang exclaimed, his face twisted in despair. Meanwhile, within the flagship of the Haitian sect, Han Tianzu was filled with exhilaration. The once tense battle was gradually tilting in their favor. Chief of Staff, we are winning. We shall win. I could even sit upon that Emperor's throne, Han Tianzu said, brimming with enthusiasm, his mind racing with visions of breaching the capital and experiencing what it was like to be an emperor. Calm down, Chief. Steady yourself, the Chief of Staff said, feigning composure, though his own hands trembled in excitement. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, yet the tide was turning in their favor. The Empire's elite First Interstellar Fleet was being forced to cede ground. Just a little more, the Chief of Staff kept repeating in his mind. At that moment, from the right flank of the Haitian fleet, a barrage of long-range attacks erupted. The glaring beams of laser fire rained down, causing the energy shields of the Haitian fleet to flicker and pulse with light. Damn it! It's Lin Nian. Retreat! Chief, we must retreat immediately. Panic flashed across the Chief of Staff's face as he urgently urged Han Tianzu to pull back. Yet, Han Tianzu, gazing at the nearby Bamus star, felt a surge of intense unwillingness. If only there were a little more time. Ultimately, Han Tianzu inhaled deeply and commanded retreat. My life is more precious than seizing the capital star. Chapter 49, The Empire's Accountability. The Haitian sect's warships received the retreat order and promptly tightened their formation, urgently following their leader's withdrawal. However, the Empire's second and third interstellar fleets showed no intention of letting Han Tianzu escape, relentlessly pursuing and hunting him down. Many Haitian warships, caught off guard, were shattered by artillery fire, either exploding or raising white flags in surrender. The two sides continued their chase until the Empire's fleet had completely driven the Haitian fleet out of the Central Star Domain as sanitation sphere, at which point they gradually ceased their pursuit. Compared to Han Tianzu's fleet, the Empire's vessels had undertaken a long-distance journey, spanning two star domains in extensive maneuvers. Their fuel and supplies were at their limits. The Haitian fleet, however, faced no such concerns. They had just secured military supplies from the Empire Sanitation Space Station and were fully operational. As the Haitian fleet accelerated, the Empire's forces found it increasingly difficult to keep pace. Within the command bridge of the flagship of the Empire's Second Fleet, Lin Nian glanced at the 378 warship among the Third Fleet. Since its entry into battle, the 378 warship had performed adequately, yet its earlier brilliance had dimmed significantly. Lin Nian understood that in a large-scale, frontal battle like this, Lin Nian, the newly emerged young talent, harbored aspirations to replicate his previous striking performances. Yet, such ambitions appeared rather unrealistic. In the recent mission to thwart the forces of the Cult of the Void, Lin Nian's contributions had already been sufficiently remarkable. Lin Nian swiftly collected his thoughts and issued orders to dispatch reconnaissance warships to continue tracking the main fleet of the Cult of the Void, while instructing other fleets to cease their pursuit. Understanding the situation of the fleet, Lin Nian began to command the three interstellar fleets under his control. The previously scattered Imperial warships gradually regrouped, restoring their formation. Commander, the third and fourth interstellar fleet commanders are requesting communication. Should we connect? The liaison officer suddenly addressed Lin Nian. Bring them in. Lin Nian nodded, already anticipating the inquiries of the two fleet commanders, likely seeking directives for their next course of action. Only 3 fleets were available for reinforcement, with the 7th Interstellar Fleet assigned to garrison Yanlin Star to prevent a diversionary attack from the Cult of the Void. 2 screens flickered to life, revealing General Wenrong and Major General Ning. Commander, what are our next objectives? Please advise. Both men saluted Lin Nian in unison. You are to lead your respective fleets to the nearest Imperial Sanitation Space Station for rest and resupply while awaiting further orders, Lin Nian commanded. Understood. The 2 men responded with solemn salutes before the communication was severed. Lin Nian then turned to his flagship captain, Colonel Chun. You will also lead the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to the nearest sanitation space station for resupply. I estimate I will need to visit Bamus Star. Yes, Commander, Colonel Chun replied, saluting Lin Nian before assuming the command position vacated by him. Commander, are you concerned about being held accountable by the prince? The Chief of Staff remarked, noting the somber expression on Lin Nian's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian could not help but let out a sigh. The prince has never wished for me to command troops. With such a significant breach now, I find it difficult to absolve myself of blame. This visit to Bamus Star is unavoidable, but I believe I can manage. You all focus on your duties and do not worry about me, he assured the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet. Understood. The Chief of Staff stood at attention and saluted Lin Nian. With no further words, Lin Nian hurriedly departed the bridge with his guard. His wristwatch had already received the Imperial Edict. Bamus Star, Imperial Council Chamber. Lieutenant General Wang Zhong strode in, greeted by the imperial dignitaries who awaited him, including the young emperor, Zhu Renhe, sprawled across the grand throne, snoring blissfully, and the stern-faced prince, Zhu Xian. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed ministers, Lieutenant General Wang Zhong saluted. Despite being an imperial state, the custom of kneeling had been abandoned, requiring only basic decorum. Please take a seat. General Wang. Zhu Xian gestured to an empty chair. Wang Zhong noted another vacant spot meant for Wen Yuan. Before long, Wen Yuan entered with similar decorum to Wang Zhong, finding his way to the last unoccupied seat. The purpose of this assembly was to deliberate on the recent incursion by the cult of the void into the Central Star region. I must inquire on behalf of His Majesty. Is the imperial capital still secure? Zhu Xian cut straight to the heart of the matter, referencing the most alarming events. Initially, his tone was measured, but as he concluded, he slammed his fist on the table, the resounding noise echoing through the chamber, startling the young emperor from his slumber. Wah! Mama! Imskarid! The young emperor cried, prompting his nurse to rush forward to console him, while the dignitaries exchanged concerned glances. Zhu Xian's expression darkened at the disruption. His earlier fervor diminished. Very well, General Wang, you may proceed. What transpired with your first interstellar fleet? How could you falter against the cultists in open combat? Are you merely idling away? What has become of the once elite First Interstellar Fleet, which receives the highest imperial salaries and boasts the finest armaments? Is this how you repay the Empire? How do you repay His Majesty? Zhu Xian's inquiries resumed, his tone now infused with fierce intensity, forcing Lieutenant General Wang Zhong into a stammering silence, unable to provide an adequate explanation. Now, I propose a motion for impeachment to dismiss and demote Lieutenant General Wang. Zhu Xian raised his hand, signaling the first vote. The other dignitaries exchanged glances, hesitant to cast their votes, fearing retribution from Wang Zhong. Suddenly, Wen Yuan raised his hand. 2 votes. Zhu Xian appeared taken aback, but quickly responded, as long as we reach 10 votes, Lieutenant General Wang will be expelled from the Imperial Core Circle. With Wen Yuan's gesture, the other dignitaries, seeing a leader emerge, no longer hesitated and began to raise their hands. The potential invasion of Baymastar by the forces of the Cult of the Void would spell catastrophe for those with families residing there, an outcome that was utterly intolerable. Someone had to bear the brunt of the blame. Excellent. Guards, take this former lieutenant general away. Zhu Xian, satisfied with the unanimous support, nodded approvingly. Lieutenant General Wang Zhong, his face ashen, was escorted out. The good news was that he had retained his life. The bad news was that he would never again have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Core Circle. Now, let us discuss why the main fleet of the Cult of the Void appeared on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Zhu Xian turned to Wen Yuan. The previous lieutenant general had merely served as an appetizer. The real meat of the matter was now at hand. Chapter 50, Inconventionnelle Promotion. The chamber fell silent once more, all eyes fixed intently on Wen Yuan. He, however, did not rush to speak, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny around him as he extracted a pack of cigarettes and lit one nonchalantly. Taking a calm drag, he gazed with feigned astonishment at the silent assembly. Why has everyone fallen silent? Wen Yuan queried, as if unaware that he was the center of the storm. General 1, as the commander tasked with eradicating the Cult of the Void, surely you must provide an explanation? Zhu Xian retorted, his frustration simmering. What explanation can I offer, Your Highness? The responsibility for the defense of the Imperial Capital Circle lies with Lieutenant General Wang. That he allowed the Cult of the Void to breach the 008 sanitation space station is an egregious failure. I have been diligently pursuing the remaining cultists in the Yingyun Star region while the Empire strives to reclaim lost territory. Do you believe I am at fault for failing to intercept the main forces of the Cult of the Void? Wen Yuan's responses grew increasingly pointed, hinting at a potential escalation in their discourse. Zhu Xian's demeanor shifted as he momentarily regained composure, recognizing the underlying strength in Wen Yuan's stance. Wen Yuan's loyal fleets, the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, were stationed near Baymastar and could be summoned at a moment's notice to voice their discontent. As Zhu Xian contemplated this, the tension in the chamber escalated. A sense of helplessness enveloped him, as his previous efforts to serve as a warning had evidently been in vain. Wen Yuan remained unfazed by his intimidation. Zhu's frustration mounted as he witnessed Wen Yuan's stubbornness, refusing to engage. He found himself devoid of viable solutions. The 1st Starfleet was in disarray. The 4th Starfleet's stance remained ambiguous, while the 7th, 10th, and 11th Starfleets were even more ineffectual. Although he had a considerable number of reserve starship crew members at hand, he lacked capable generals. Zhu's gaze lingered enviously on Wen Yuan. Among the 2 elite Starfleets he commanded, there were numerous competent senior commanders, yet none were loyal to the Empire or to him. Ahem, Your Highness, General 1. I believe we should cease the pursuit of accountability here. The root cause of this incident primarily lies with General Wang's negligence, who has already faced repercussions. It is time we discuss the heroes of this battle. An official promptly interjected to ease the tension. Allowing Zhu and Wenai Run to fall into open conflict would not bode well for Bai Mang's star, which could not withstand further turmoil. Indeed, Wenai Run nodded in agreement, extinguishing the cigarette he had lit. Esteemed colleagues, I happen to possess a list of promotions. I kindly request that the prince and all ministers review it. Through his wristwatch, Wenai Run transmitted the data to the others. Soon, all present had perused the battle recap. One individual's contributions stood out remarkably. From the identification of the Haoshan sect's main forces to the valiant effort at the 012 sanitation space station. He had played a vital role in preventing the Haoshan army from breaching their defenses, successfully delaying them until 3 Starfleets could return and alleviate the crisis facing Bai Mang's star. This individual was none other than Captain Lin Nian. Had the Haoshan sect broken through the 012 sanitation space station at that critical juncture, the consequences would have been dire, likely resulting in Bai Mang's star being ravaged and plundered, a scenario utterly unacceptable to the Empire. I propose that Captain Lin Nian be promoted to Major and appointed as the captain of the 3rd Starfleet ship 378. Wenai Ren spoke on behalf of Lin Nian. Zhu, however, refrained from responding immediately, casting a fierce glare at the overly talkative official. He had yet to subdue Wenai Run. Was he to prioritize promoting Wenai Ren's subordinate instead? Your Highness, clarity in rewards and punishments is paramount. It encourages our generals to serve the Empire with loyalty and selflessness. The official quickly remarked to Zhu. Initially taken aback, Zhu suddenly comprehended the official's insinuation. Loyalty to the Empire did not equate to loyalty to Wenai Run. What he lacked were not soldiers but commanders. Zhu promptly scrutinized the list once more, focusing intently on Lin Nian. Wenai Run evidently had a wealth of capable generals. As for the seasoned veterans, Zhu recognized his inability to sway them. Yet Lin Nian was different. He was a rising star, perhaps capable of being courted in the name of the Empire. However, as Zhu observed Lin Nian's rapid ascension in rank and position, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Lin Nian, a former line soldier, had demonstrated exceptional prowess against the Haoshan sect, effectively serving as a specialized asset against them. Yet, Lin Nian's background was unremarkable. Merely months prior, he had occupied the lowest echelons. Wenai Run might not have the opportunity to cultivate a deeper connection with Lin Nian, but perhaps now, with a stroke of fortune, he could. What if he were to act on behalf of the Emperor? Moreover, it was indeed unwise for Wenai Run to lead troops again, having previously done so out of necessity due to a lack of suitable candidates to confront Han Tianzhu. However, the current situation had changed. They could allow Lin Nian to take the reins. Should Lin Nian prove to possess genuine command talent and achieve success, Zhu could entirely bypass Wenai Run and promote Lin Nian directly, ensuring his loyalty to the Empire rather than to Wenai Run. A glint of cunning sparkled in Zhu's eyes. When Wenai Run submitted the list, he likely had not anticipated this implication. Well said, General 1. I hereby endorse this list. Does anyone have any objections? Zhu adopted a demeanor markedly more magnanimous than before. Wenai Run, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in Zhu's unexpectedly agreeable response. Zhu had never been one to exhibit generosity, particularly regarding Lin Nian, such an exceptional talent. Why had he only been promoted to major? Instead, why not elevate him to lieutenant colonel? After all, General Wang and the senior officers of the 1st Starfleet had already been dismissed. They could appoint him as the acting commander of the 1st Starfleet, continuing the pursuit of Han Tianzhu. This would force the inept members of the 1st Starfleet to face combat and prevent them from becoming complacent. Zhu swiftly elevated Lin Nian to the rank of lieutenant colonel, simultaneously planning to assign him command of the 1st Starfleet, a fleet that had already lost its morale. Lin Nian could lead them to eliminate Han Tianzhu and restore their fighting spirit, a boon for the Empire. If he failed, it would provide grounds to discard Wenai Ren's promising subordinate. Your Highness, that is absolutely inadvisable. Lin Nian lacks sufficient experience and is far from ready to command a star fleet. This would be akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow, detrimental to the Empire and to His Majesty. Wenai Ren quickly realized Zhu's intention to transfer Lin Nian away from him. Whether to ruin Lin Nian or to remove him from Wenai Ren's purview was clearly Zhu's desired outcome. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of my proposal, please raise your hands. One voice. Zhu raised his hand high. The other ministers glanced at one another, contemplating the necessity of preventing Wenai Ren from leading troops again. Given Lin Nian's remarkable achievements against the Haoshan sect, it seemed prudent to give him a chance. If it failed, they could reassess. Soon, Zhu gathered the 10 votes he needed. Very well. I declare Lin Nian's promotion to lieutenant colonel and his appointment as the acting commander of the First Star Fleet. With his ship 378 designated as the new flagship, continuing the pursuit of Han Tianzu, Zhu proclaimed loudly, concealing his ulterior motives. He was reluctant to relinquish the flagship of the First Star Fleet, the Empire's most formidable warship. Chapter 51, Wen-Ren's Request. 007 Sanitation Space Station. The Imperial Third Starfleet's homeport. Lin Nian was invited aboard the flagship where Wen-Ren resided, accompanied by Wen Huiyun. The two remained silent during their journey. Lin Nian was still preoccupied with thoughts of operating the 378. He was acutely aware that he had not truly demonstrated his capabilities during the recent grand battle against the Haoshan sect. After all, it was his first time commanding such a large warship, and the absence of guidance from the voice in his mind left him without any prompts, rendering the battle itself relatively safe and devoid of necessity for advice. The subsequent events corroborated this. Upon witnessing the Imperial fleet's main forces returning, Han Tianzu had promptly fled, leaving only a meager handful of Haoshan warships behind, thus failing to achieve any notable accomplishments. Commander. Upon arriving at Wen-Ren's office, Lin Nian was saluted by the guard stationed outside. Is Major General Wen inside? Lin Nian returned their salute. Yes, Major General Wen has been awaiting your arrival. Please. Come in. A guard opened the hatch for Lin Nian. As he took a step forward, he noticed that Wen Huiyun remained still outside, not following him inside. Captain, I shall refrain from entering. Wen Huiyun shook his head. Lin Nian nodded, saying nothing further as he stepped into Wen-Ren's office. The last time he had entered was during the occasion of his extraordinary promotion, a pivotal moment that altered the fates of many. Had he not been elevated to the rank of second lieutenant, he would not have had the opportunity to ascend to the present rank of captain, and subsequently, major. To refer to Wen-Ren as his benefactor would not be an exaggeration. Lin Nian, it is finally a pleasure to see you. Wen-Ren had been waiting inside for Lin Nian. Upon seeing him, his face broke into a radiant smile as he immediately approached. Good day, sir. Lin Nian stood at attention and saluted Wen-Ren. Wen-Ren could act freely, but Lin Nian could not. Enough of these formalities. We are not far apart in age. I am merely a few years your senior. Let us engage as equals. Wen-Ren waved his hand dismissively. He was already aware that his father intended to recommend Lin Nian to the Empire, making his promotion to major certainty. Now was the opportune moment to cultivate a bond with Lin Nian, strengthening their relationship. Moreover, Wen-Ren was well aware of Lin Nian's impressive achievements throughout this journey. Each time he reviewed Lin Nian's reports, he felt a sense of admiration. Were he to find himself in Lin Nian's position, he might not have performed as admirably, especially considering the last mission he assigned, at all costs, to intercept the fleet of the Cult of the Void. From the present perspective, it was akin to a death sentence. Yet, Lin Nian had managed to seize the true whereabouts of Han Tianzu, grasping what might have been their only opportunity for victory amidst the minuscule odds, successfully thwarting the Cult of the Void siege on the 012 sanitation satellite. Had this maneuver failed, both he and his father would have borne grave consequences. Yes, sir. Lin Nian did not contest this, maintaining his demeanor of respect toward Wen-Ren. Wen-Ren patted his shoulder, urging him to relax. Do not be so constrained. I have numerous inquiries regarding combat that I wish to discuss with you. Wen-Ren turned to fetch a drink, intending to have a thorough conversation about how Lin Nian discovered Han Tianzu's location. Just then, a communication hologram suddenly sprang to life in Wen-Ren's office, automatically connecting. The face of Wen-Ren materialized in the hologram. Greetings, sir. Lin Nian's expression faltered momentarily as he instinctively saluted Wen-Ren. Father? Good day, sir. Wen-Ren habitually addressed him, but was quickly admonished by Wen-Ren's glare, prompting him to realize his lapse. Perfect timing. Lin Nian, your performance in the battle against the Cult of the Void has been exceptionally commendable. Your merits have been recognized by His Majesty and have been officially approved in the Imperial Council. You are hereby promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and appointed as the acting commander of the restructured First Interstellar Fleet, tasked with the full responsibility of pursuing Han Tianzu of the Cult of the Void. You will depart in 1 day's time. Wen-Ren's expression was grave, yet the content of his words sent a shock through Lin Nian. He had anticipated his promotion to major, but now he was being elevated directly to lieutenant colonel and appointed as the supreme commander of an interstellar fleet. He was utterly unprepared. This was incongruous with the norm and did not align with standard promotion procedures. On the surface, it appeared to be a boon. Yet Lin Nian had previously experienced irregular promotions. Those around him might not be inclined to embrace someone of his standing, rendering him susceptible to envy and hostility. Lin Nian? Wen-Ren rarely witnessed Lin Nian in a daze and could not help but call out, I am grateful to His Majesty for the recognition. Thankful for the Empire's cultivation and appreciative of your recommendation, sir. I shall devote my life to repay this gratitude. Lin Nian quickly regained his composure, immediately executing a formal gesture, his right hand striking heavily against his left shoulder, an act symbolizing unwavering loyalty unto death. Lin Nian, there are no outsiders here. Let me candidly share this with you. This is not merely a blessing. When Yoren's serious demeanor softened slightly, taking on a more familiar tone, he had been caught off guard by Zhu Xian's maneuvering, as he was not typically attuned to the subtle currents of politics. While Lin Nian, a promising new warrior, was not beyond promotion, it was essential to temper the advance and establish rapport beforehand. As when Yoren spoke, he scrutinized Lin Nian's reaction. I appreciate your concern, sir. What should I do? Lin Nian's mind raced, ultimately leading him to respond with these few words. He had no experience in managing matters with an imperial lieutenant general, thus opting to return the inquiry to his superior. He hailed from Wenrong's ranks, and the mark of the Wen family would not be easily erased. The current appointment seemed akin to a sudden parachuting into the first interstellar fleet to assume command. Such a designation was entirely out of the ordinary. This situation, in a sense, stems from me. I have inadvertently entangled you in this high-stakes struggle when you're inside. However, it is not entirely negative. This poses a significant crisis for you. Yet where there is danger, opportunity may also lie. The first interstellar fleet is severely compromised. Its original leadership has been entirely purged, and the lower-ranking soldiers lack morale. Some aim to exploit the cult of the void to cleanse the entire first interstellar fleet. When Yoren, in hindsight, discerned Zhu Xian's intentions, General Wang represented the interests of a faction, and Lin Nian had become a casualty of this cleansing operation. Zhu Xian's plan was to kill two birds with one stone. If you can restore the morale of this fleet, defeat the main force of the cult of the void on the battlefield, and eliminate Han Tianzu, I assure you, you will emerge as a new imperial warrior, shedding the title of acting and commanding an imperial interstellar fleet in your own right. When Yoren's demands of Lin Nian were more rigorous than Zhu Xian's task to defeat Han Tianzu, requiring him to surpass the existing expectations. In doing so, Lin Nian would not only discard his acting title, but also enable Wen Yoren to extend his influence into the first interstellar fleet, reversing Zhu Xian's arrangements. The three most pivotal interstellar fleets of the Empire would then be within his grasp, further enhancing his power. The only question remained, could Lin Nian meet these demands? Han Tianzu had long been a formidable adversary of Wen Yoren. Despite his seemingly unremarkable demeanor, his ability to create such upheaval amidst multiple imperial sieges attested to his strength. Chapter 52, Meeting Family. To eliminate Han Tianzu. Lin Nian had evidently grasped the crux of the mission. Indeed, you must accomplish this task. The position of colonel is not one that just anyone can hold. When Yoren's expression was grave, his words laced with implications. Failure to fulfill this would yield no favorable outcome. Lin Nian now fully comprehended the situation before him. He was left with but two paths, to ascend further or to face censure and dismissal. His rapid promotion was undeniable, yet the risks lurking behind it were equally immense. The position he was to assume was inherently fraught with peril, rife with hidden currents of strife. The grant of the lieutenant colonel rank was merely a means to qualify him for this role, one intended to bear the consequences, nothing more. A person like him, devoid of any background, was the perfect scapegoat. Sir, I shall not disappoint your faith in me. Lin Nian straightened, proclaiming resolutely. Faced with such circumstances, he had no recourse but to strive for survival. Fortunately, he possessed a trump card that no one else knew about. For Lin Nian, this crisis might not be without its opportunities. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Excellent. This is precisely the spirit I desire. Lin Nian, prepare yourself. When Yoren expressed his approval. Indeed, you will continue to serve under the flagship of the 378th battleship. Do not fret, for no one will disregard your commands. When Yoren suddenly added to Lin Nian. Yes, Lin Nian saluted once more. However, the latter part of Wen Yoren's statement caused Lin Nian to murmur to himself. Could it truly be that only the crew of the 378th battleship would heed my words? This thought flitted through Lin Nian's mind as he swiftly departed from Wenrong's office. He glanced at his wristwatch, discovering that his rank and position had been updated to that of a lieutenant colonel and deputy commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. Gazing at this forced appointment, Lin Nian felt a sense of discomfort. Was he truly destined to be merely an acting commander? This was not akin to his previous role as captain of the 10th Mobile Brigade, where he held a high rank with a low position. Rather, he found himself in a situation of a low rank with a high position. Lin Nian could already envision the treatment he would receive in the First Interstellar Fleet. Those individuals might not be inclined to follow his orders. "Commander, here are your new shoulder insignias." At that moment, when Huiyun stepped forward, presenting Lin Nian with a set of shoulder epaulets and altering her address to him. "You knew so quickly?" Lin Nian accepted the insignias and donned them. Typically, such a change in shoulder insignias is conducted by a superior, yet it was when Huiyun who handed them to him, underscoring the tenuousness of his rank as a lieutenant colonel. "Yes, I have just received the relevant notification. My rank has been elevated to major, and I have been officially assigned to serve under your command as your chief of staff." Huiyun saluted Lin Nian, her gaze reflecting a sense of resignation. She had been effectively bound to him. Compared to Wenrong, Lin Nian was somewhat lacking. This was not to say that Lin Nian's capabilities were in question, but rather the disparity in their backgrounds. Wenrong had a father who was a lieutenant general, whereas Lin Nian lacked such connections. In terms of personal strength, however, Huiyun still held great respect for Lin Nian. "Very well, we have a day to spare. I think I would like to return home for a visit." Lin Nian nodded. Given their familiarity, he did not mind having her as his advisor, as long as she refrained from encroaching on his command. "Commander, I have made arrangements for you. Your family has already been brought to the 007 Sanitation Space Station. Your mother is receiving the best treatment available at the local military hospital," Huiyun stated earnestly. "Wait, why are you involved in my personal affairs? When did this happen? You brought them here without consulting me?" After a moment of astonishment, Lin Nian was filled with anger. His family had been unexpectedly brought to this location, and when Huiyun had acted without his consent, who had granted her such authority? "Commander, it was General Wen who requested I undertake this task. He wishes for you to focus on your mission." When Huiyun's expression bore a hint of helplessness, she too was compelled to act in this manner. Lin Nian fell silent, quickly grasping the underlying reason. When Yoren's actions were intended to hold leverage over him, he took a deep breath, feeling any previous goodwill toward Wen Yoren evaporate in an instant. He realized that Wen Yoren did not genuinely trust him. "Let's go. Take me to see my family." Lin Nian suppressed his emotions, glancing towards the nearby corridor where two guards remained stationed outside Wenrong's office. "Yes," when Huiyun nodded in response. In the Shadow Cloud Star Domain, the main fleet of the Cult of the Desolate Heaven lay anchored at the periphery of the red casting star. After a circuitous journey, Han Tianzu returned once more to this location. In order to evade the Imperial fleet's pursuit, the Chief of Staff initiated a jump to warp travel. The Imperial pursuit fleet did not dare to follow. Should they attempt to engage, the Chief of Staff would not hesitate to wait here, ready to strike. With the warp portal's status dissipating, the Chief of Staff promptly ordered the fleet to disembark at Red Casting Star to seize the fuel resources available there. This was the initiative gained through their warp maneuver. At this moment, it was improbable for a second Lin Nian to emerge from Red Casting Star. The Chief of Staff felt assured, boldly allowing the fleet to remain for a brief respite. "Chief of Staff, what shall we do next?" Han Tianzu resumed his inquiries to his Chief of Staff. "First, let us gather as many resources as possible while we can. Wen Yoren is unlikely to arrive immediately. After days of combat, our subordinates require some time to recuperate," the Chief of Staff replied, shaking his head. Their journey had indeed been perilous, and they had narrowly escaped the confrontation with Lin Nian. The initial blows had already been thrown. Now was the moment to conserve strength. To strike prematurely would yield only feeble results. It was wiser to bide their time until the right opportunity presented itself for a swift and decisive strike. "Understood." Han Tianzu nodded in agreement with the Chief of Staff's assessment. He too intended to take a few days of respite. The recent plunder had proven exceedingly successful. Their ranks had nearly doubled without significant losses, aside from the difficulties faced with Lin Nian. Overall, Han Tianzu remained quite satisfied with the situation. In a room at the military hospital within the 007 Sanitation Space Station, Lin Nian encountered his mother, Ning Kaiman, and his half-brother, Lin Feng. Mother Lin Nian called softly. Ning Kaiman, who had been seated on the hospital bed, allowing Lin Feng to feed her liquid nourishment, suddenly froze upon hearing Lin Nian's voice, turning in disbelief toward the source. "Brother." Lin Feng quickly noticed Lin Nian as well, setting down the bowl in surprise. Lin Nian nodded at them, a torrent of intense emotion surging within him. He hurried to the spot where Lin Feng had just been standing, moving closer to his mother. "Little Nian, it's good that you've returned. Just being alive is enough." Ning Kaiman's eyes began to glisten with tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with reddened eyes, grappled with the knowledge of Lin Nian's choice to enlist as a frontline soldier in the most perilous of roles. They had only learned of it afterward and had felt powerless to intervene. "Yes, I have come back," Lin Nian affirmed earnestly and at that moment outside the hospital room, when Huiyun silently observed this tender scene. Suddenly, she summoned a soldier and whispered a few instructions. Chapter 53. Joining forces with the main force of the First Interstellar Fleet. One day later, aboard the Imperial 378th battleship, Lin Nian strode into the bridge. When Huiyun, Liao Fan, and Chun Xiao awaited him. When Huiyun, as expected, held the position of Chief of Staff aboard the 378th battleship with the rank of Major. Liao Fan, commanding the Marine Brigade, held the rank of Captain, and Chun Xiao, the mobile team leader of the frontline soldiers, held the rank of Lieutenant. He had previously shielded Lin Nian from the assault by the cult of the Desolate Heaven against the 1455th battleship, showcasing his commendable performance, and was one of the 9 survivors from the Qinxian Star. Lin Nian took the opportunity to pull Chun Xiao closer, appreciating his quick wit and considerable strength. These 3 individuals formed the core of his current team. All other members from the 1455th battleship had also been promoted 1 rank and joined him aboard the 378th battleship. Vacant positions were filled with new recruits, combining the existing crew of the 1455th battleship as the framework with the newcomers as the flesh and blood, resulting in a well-rounded new crew. It could be said that Lin Nian had complete control over this Imperial battleship, positioning himself as its unequivocal leader. Upon his entrance, the 3,000 personnel within the bridge rose from their seats, standing at attention and saluting in unison as they recognized Lin Nian's presence, despite his status as merely an acting commander. However, everyone here has already regarded Lin Nian as the legitimate commander. The reason is quite simple. They have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Very well, let's all take our positions, Lin Nian declared as he ascended to the second-floor command post, acknowledging them with a polite gesture while simultaneously requesting that everyone return to their duties in preparation for departing from the 007 Sanitation Space Station to rendezvous with the main forces of the First Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian proceeded to issue his first command. Yes, came the unified response from all, who then promptly began to bustle about. Commander, we have received a task directive from the Central Command requiring us to hunt down the leader of the Wild Sky sect, Han Tianzu. We must quell the rebellion of the Wild Sky sect within the Empire within 6 months. When Huiyun proactively handed Lin Nian an electronic tablet, his tone grave. Lin Nian scanned the orders swiftly, realizing that the Central Command's directives come with a deadline. Should he fail to meet this expectation, the end of the 6-month period would mark the day of his reckoning. Initially, Lin Nian believed that with his promotion, he would no longer need to confront life and death like a mere line soldier. Yet, upon seeing this order, he comprehended that the stakes of life and death he must face from his elevated position were far more daunting. On the battlefield, he merely had to contend with enemy assaults, but here he must also guard against the malice from all sides aimed at himself. The trials of life and death that accompany such a position remain undiminished and could even endanger his family. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within, Lin Nian resolved, I understand. Chief of Staff 1, please prepare the current intelligence on the main fleet of the Wild Sky sect for me. He passed the electronic tablet back to Wen Huiyun. Understood. Wen Huiyun saluted and immediately set to work. Report, Commander. We are departing the port. Please order all personnel to prepare for the charge. At that moment, the communications officer shouted from the first floor. Very well, broadcast to the entire fleet, Lin Nian nodded, taking his seat at the command position. In space, the massive hatch at the belly of the 007 Sanitation Space Station began to rise. The seemingly modest ship 378 slowly emerged from within, inching its way into the cosmos. Surrounding the 007 Sanitation Space Station, a fleet of 100 warships awaited the arrival of their flagship, Ship 378. At this moment, within a secure communication channel of the First Interstellar Fleet, the captains of 10 large warships engaged in casual conversation. What do you all think of this, Lin Nian, our acting commander? One voice inquired, laced with skepticism. Another responded curtly, If when you're in couldn't accomplish it, what makes us think we can? And now, we have this freshly promoted lieutenant colonel as our acting commander. Who knows what level he is at? It's evident that the mission to eradicate Han Tianzu is beyond our capabilities. The Central Command wants us to fail. After all, we are all loyal to General Wang. Enough. Colonel Zhou, please maintain a basic level of respect for the acting commander. Colonel Lin is now our fleet commander. Even if he is merely an acting commander, he remains our highest authority, came his steady voice. All right. You're quite magnanimous, Colonel M.O. He did usurp your rightful position, and you're not even the least bit vexed? Whatever. Ship 378 has arrived. Let us end this discussion. See you on the public frequency. Colonel Zhou exited the channel. Soon after, the 10 captains of large warships withdrew from the private channel. Inside the bridge of Ship 378, Lin Nian had just freed himself from the constraints of the command position. Seizing the moment while departing the port, he quickly reviewed the intelligence on the Wild Sky Sect-S fleet. Han Tianzu was currently near the red casting star and had likely not strayed far, probably scavenging resources from nearby resource stars to replenish his fleet. The recent battle with Wen Yoren in the vicinity of the White Mang star must have consumed considerable resources. Lin Nian intended to initiate a fleet jump directly to the vicinity of the Wild Sky Sect's fleet. Given that the Central Command had imposed a time constraint, he had no intention of engaging in any pretense, planning to launch a direct offensive against the Wild Sky Sect. Of course, he needed to consult his 10 new subordinates first. The captains of the 10 large warships in the First Interstellar Fleet functioned as his subordinate leaders. If they collectively opposed him, executing his orders would become impossible, potentially rendering him a mere figurehead as the acting fleet commander, much like he had experienced with the 10th Mobile Division of Ship 1455. Currently, the only force at his command was Ship 378 beneath his feet. Communications officer, connect me to those 10 captains immediately, Lin Nian commanded. Yes, sir. The officer promptly set to work. In no time, 10 screens illuminated the room, displaying the half figures of either youthful or seasoned captains. We have met the acting commander. They all saluted Lin Nian in unison. Very well, Lin Nian reciprocated the gesture. Without further ado, he presented his earlier thoughts. I oppose the acting commander's command. Colonel Zhou interjected first. We have all witnessed the cunning of the Wild Sky Sect. Jumping directly to the vicinity of the red casting star may expose us to enemy ambushes. It would be wiser to embark on a long-distance interstellar journey. After all, the Yingyan star region is not far from us. Colonel Zhou proposed a relatively cautious alternative. Lin Nian remained silent. As anticipated, the subordinates beneath him would not easily acquiesce to his directives after he had so abruptly assumed command of the First Interstellar Fleet. Casting a glance at the speaker's screen, he noted the identification details, revealing the individual's name and rank. Captain Zhou Kejin, rank of Lieutenant Colonel. No, I concur with the acting commander's orders, another captain interjected. I would like to remind everyone that the Central Command's directive mandates we quell the Wild Sky Sect within 6 months. We do not have the luxury of time to leisurely make our way to the Yingyun star region. Colonel Mo interjected, directly countering Captain Zhou Kejin's suggestion. I support Captain Mo, Lin Nian stated firmly. No, I align with Captain Zhou, the 10 captains passionately debated before Lin Nian. Ultimately, 6 captains sided with Lin Nian, while 4 did not. This outcome surprised Lin Nian somewhat. Perhaps there were other reasons prompting them to favor his proposal. As he absorbed their discussions, one keyword resonated. Time. Soon, the deliberations concluded, and all 10 captains turned their gazes towards Lin Nian. In that case, I issue the command. Prepare for the jump. Lin Nian declared solemnly. Yes. The 10 captains saluted Lin Nian in unison. The screens vanished as the operators promptly notified the 007 sanitation space station to initiate the jump sequence. The jump coordinates were set to a unit distance at the periphery of the red casting star region. The entire fleet sounded the red alert. Combat personnel immediately took their positions. Lin Nian ordered the crew beside him, and Liao Fan and Chun Xiao exchanged glances, preparing to depart the bridge. They were both members of the combat unit aboard the warship. Commander, we will also take our posts, Liao Fan and Chun Xiao saluted in unison. Beside them stood an Air Force commander, primarily responsible for the interstellar fighter unit, also a new lieutenant recently assigned to Lin Nian's ship, named Zhu Kengzhen. Acting commander, I need to prepare as well. Zhu Kengzhen lagged behind the other two by a step. Previously, he had maintained a low profile in this new circle. But at this moment, he took the initiative to speak. Very well, you may proceed. Lin Nian nodded, and the 3 promptly departed the bridge, heading straight for their respective divisions. Report. The 007 sanitation satellite is initiating our jump. The jump space is being generated. The liaison officer shouted at Lin Nian. He immediately looked up to see the 007 sanitation space station ejecting 2 enormous energy devices, which unleashed beams of red and blue light. The 2 hues converged at a focal point, gradually unfolding a space in front of the First Interstellar Fleet. This was Lin Nian's first encounter with such a magnificent spectacle. Unfortunately, his ship, the 378, was merely a large battleship and lacked the capability to initiate a jump on its own. Only the Empire's colossal battleships and sanitation space stations possessed such an ability. Now, in order to reach Red Casting Star, He had no choice but to rely on the nearby 007 sanitation space station for assistance. The jump space has been formed. We are about to cross. The liaison officer continued to yell. Lin Nian silently gazed at the starry sky ahead. This time, he must eliminate Han Tianzu. Subconsciously, he clenched his fists, thoughts of his family flooding his mind. They should not have been dragged into this. In the peripheral space of Red Casting Star, numerous transport ships traversed between the planetary surface and the space battleships, continuously supplying resources to the Hantian sect fleet. Chief of Staff, is it nearly time? Han Tianzu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if he were being targeted by a formidable adversary. Strangely, thoughts of Lin Nian crossed his mind. Master, please exercise a bit more patience. We still need some time to replenish our stocks. This is a rare opportunity to gather resources from this resource-rich planet. If we do not complete our replenishment now, it will be much more challenging to acquire such cost-free resources in the future. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzu once more. Resource extraction is not as simple as dropping a set of equipment on a planet to obtain materials. The intricacies involved are quite complex. However, the resource planets mapped by the Empire were different. Frameworks had already been established, awaiting the activation of ground extraction equipment. This was also why he had sought to thwart Han Tianzu at Huang'an Star, avoiding the deployment of large-scale destructive weapons. If the ground mining equipment were to be destroyed, extracting and plundering resources in this manner would become exceedingly difficult. After all, it was uncertain when they might return to this place. Report. A jump energy fluctuation has been detected at a unit distance. A crew member suddenly rushed in front of the two, speaking loudly. Both Han Tianzu and the Chief of Staff were momentarily taken aback. The Imperial fleet is approaching. The Chief of Staff quickly realized. Immediately order all collection battleships to cease all extraction activities. Return to the main fleet at once. This is an order, he commanded the crew member loudly. Understood. The crew member saluted and hurried away. Chief of Staff, the Imperial fleet has arrived much too quickly, hasn't it? We haven't rested for long. Could it be when Yorn again? Han Tianzu grimaced. He had previously trusted his Chief of Staff's advice and directly launched a surprise attack on the Central Star region, only to find himself in a hornet's nest. It seemed the Imperial forces were enraged, intent on annihilating them. No, it shouldn't be. According to Yin, the Imperial leadership is also embroiled in internal strife. It is highly unlikely they would allow Wen Yuan to take the field again. The Chief of Staff, informed by General Yin, had acquired considerable insights into the internal dynamics of the Empire. When Yoren's ambitions were practically writ large upon his countenance, the Empire would not allow him to grow too powerful. What should we do then? Should we fight or flee? Han Tianzu felt a headache coming on, yearning for a definitive direction from his Chief of Staff. Liaison Officer, immediately tell me the duration of that jump. The Chief of Staff promptly inquired about the information he sought. Report, Chief of Staff. The estimated duration is between 30 to 45 minutes. The liaison officer replied loudly. Excellent. Upon hearing the duration, the Chief of Staff immediately understood. Chief of Staff, what is the situation? Han Tianzu felt perplexed. Master, at this duration, we can only jump one interstellar fleet. Since they are so audacious, why not counter-encircle them? A confident smile surfaced on the Chief of Staff's face. Having previously defeated 2 Imperial interstellar fleets head-on had greatly bolstered his confidence. Now, with the enemy dispatching merely 1 interstellar fleet and daring to jump at such close range, it was a clear sign of their disregard. Does that mean we attack? Han Tianzu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, we hold the advantage this time. Master, please issue the order. The Chief of Staff was brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting Han Tianzu's final command. Though Han Tianzu had felt anxious before, seeing his Chief of Staff so assured, he too felt emboldened. Rising, he waved his hand vigorously at the crew. Order. All troops advance. Target. Annihilate the Imperial invading fleet. As Han Tianzu concluded, the crew in the bridge sprang into action. In space, a multitude of Hantian warships began to assemble, redirecting their course towards the location of the jump energy and accelerating forward. The vast fleet appeared formidable, embodying the resolve of the Hantian sect to stand firm against the Imperial forces. Within the jump space, the Empire's 378 battleship was the first to complete the crossing, followed by the Imperial 1st Interstellar Fleet. In the 378th bridge, Lin Nian had yet to fully appreciate the wonders of the jump space when a familiar female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Enemy key warship detected. Target has been marked. Destruction can enhance current survival probability. Chapter 55, Absolute Command of Battle. Numerous high points appeared vividly before his eyes, but they were still some distance away. Report. A large number of ship's silhouettes detected. "Commander, what should we do?" A liaison officer rushed over in haste. Being a newcomer, it was his first encounter with such a scenario, and his expression bore signs of panic. "Do not panic. Operator, immediately establish contact with the captains of all large battleships." Lin Nian reassured the liaison officer. Then he instructed the crew on the first floor. "Commander, contact established." This crew member, previously of the 1455 battleship, appeared remarkably composed compared to the flustered liaison officer. A portion of the anxious new crew members began to calm down under the influence of the seasoned 1455 crew member. "Chief of Staff One, I need you to do something immediately." Lin Nian spoke rapidly, simultaneously bringing up a holographic screen directed at the enemy ships, marking numerous Hanian warships. He began to outline the high points he had observed. "Commander, what is it? Please instruct us." When Huiyun rose and saluted, inquiring of Lin Nian. She did not participate in Lin Nian's on-site command, a tacit understanding established between the two. "These warships look somewhat familiar. You and your subordinates must immediately investigate and verify the reports from past battles." Lin Nian swiftly dispatched a plethora of screenshots of warships, each with clear identifiers. The other members of the staff looked at Lin Nian in unison upon hearing this command, having never witnessed someone utilize staff members as data researchers in such a manner. Generally, they were expected to provide strategic counsel, were they not? "Understood, Commander." Gwen y unique CVT no josetashin guetsoebe. Her role was inherently to survey the terrain and provide Lin Nian with the necessary information. "Everyone mobilize at once," she commanded, her voice ringing with authority. The other advisors, witnessing their chief of staff's resolute demeanor, had no choice but to comply with her orders. Simultaneously, 10 luminous screens sprang to life, revealing the figures of 10 fleet commanders before Lin Nian. "We have met the acting commander." They saluted in unison. "The enemy is advancing towards us." "Acting commander, what are your thoughts? Shall we engage in battle or retreat?" It was Colonel Mo who spoke first, his expression grave. The orders that Lin Nian would issue next would determine their allegiance to him. From Lin Nian's relatively composed demeanor, it was evident that he had a firm grip on his emotions. Upon exiting the jump point, they encountered the fleet of the Cult of the Wasteland. They had anticipated this encounter, yet the sight of the radar display, which suddenly filled with a dense array of enemy warships, weighed heavily upon them. This was particularly true for those responsible for making decisions, as they held not only their own lives in their hands, but also the fates of numerous subordinates. "Engage in battle," Lin Nian stated succinctly, his expression resolute. "I oppose this. Colonel ou Kijin interjected vraiment. The enemy boasts nearly 10,000 warships, while we possess merely 101. The disparity in numbers is glaring." He suggested, "I propose we temporarily evade the confrontation." Zhou's voice was filled with urgency, believing that Lin Nian's command would only lead them into a perilous situation. The First Starfleet had previously clashed with the Cult of the Wasteland, not long ago engaging in a fierce battle under General Wang's command at White Light Star. The aftermath had been devastating, as they had no option to retreat and were forced to confront the enemy head-on, resulting in a loss of over half their forces. The current First Starfleet had just replaced nearly half of its crew and vessels, and no one could guarantee the fleet's combat effectiveness, especially with inexperienced soldiers under the immense pressure of impending death, which could potentially incite chaos within the fleet, risking a repeat of the calamities faced by the 10th and 11th Starfleets. "Indeed, I concur with Colonel Zhou's assessment," added another commander. Among the 10 fleet commanders, 7 sided with Zhou Kejin, while Colonel Mo remained among the 2 who had not voiced an opinion, observing Lin Nian's resolve in the face of such opposition. Lin Nian, the highest-ranking officer of the First Starfleet, was in a precarious position. If these commanders refused to follow his lead, he would be rendered powerless. "I stand by my decision. We will fight. If any of you commanders are unwilling to act, I shall not compel you. Your respective capital ships may refrain from engaging, but I demand command over at least half of the fleet." Lin Nian's tone was unwavering. He did not expect his orders to sway these commanders, but he needed sufficient concentrated firepower to systematically dismantle the energy shields of the enemy warships, targeting their critical components. The 10 commanders exchanged glances. Relinquishing half of the fleet's command would allow them to remain on standby outside the battlefield, a prospect they found somewhat acceptable. After all, should Lin Nian fall in battle, they could easily return and justify their retreat. The loss of the highest commander would naturally dampen their morale, rendering it entirely reasonable for them to withdraw. If Lin Nian succeeded, they would benefit without incurring any losses. It was a gamble that seemed to offer nothing but reward. "Acting commander, will you allow this?" Zhou Kejin, who had previously opposed Lin Nian the most, now hesitated. He He was inclined to agree, but feared the repercussions of being recorded in the proceedings. This matter will not be documented in the battle report. You may examine it. I only require absolute command on the battlefield. Lin Nian's tone was icy. He had reviewed the battle report from White Light Star, noting the first Starfleet's dismal performance, which could not be divorced from the actions of these commanders. Given their cowardice, he was willing to acquiesce to their demands. All he sought was one thing, a fleet that would follow his orders without question. Command. Transfer battle command to flagship 378. One commander spoke up. Subsequently, Zhou Kejin and others followed suit, issuing similar orders. Once Lin Nian confirmed receipt of command, they sequentially deactivated their screens. Lin Nian's decisiveness mirrored theirs. Acting Commander, the Imperial ship 012 and its subordinate combat vessels await your orders. Colonel Mo suddenly saluted Lin Nian, raising his voice. Acting Commander, the Imperial ship 008 and its subordinate combat vessels await your commands. Another colonel called out eagerly. Lin Nian was taken aback by these two, who had previously chosen silence. He scrutinized their names, Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda. Why have you chosen to remain? Lin Nian inquired, sensing a degree of madness in his own decision to engage in this battle. Lin Nian, I have reviewed your records and feel a sense of trust, Mo Yangwang replied. Acting Commander, please issue your orders. Wei Rinda nodded in agreement. Lin Nian suspected that their words might not reflect their true sentiments. Yet their willingness to trust him was a positive development. With two large warships joining the fray, the issue of firepower seemed resolvable. Lin Nian, eager to expedite their actions, turned to Wen Huiyun. Have you confirmed the data I requested? Commander, just as you surmised, they're all core command vessels of the Cult of the Wasteland. Their past battle reports indicate they have performed exceptionally well. Wen Huiyun's face radiated delight, and her fellow advisors mirrored her astonishment. As they grasped this revelation, their perceptions of Lin Nian shifted dramatically. Previously questioning why their acting commander had insisted on such measures, they now found themselves in awe of his leadership. Excellent. I have sent the data to both of you commanders. Please proceed according to my instructions and coordinate the assault on the designated targets. Lin Nian declared firmly to Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda. As they received the information, their expressions transformed rapidly. Both seasoned commanders. They had previously witnessed the decline of the First Starfleet, but prior to their assignment there, they had been elite personnel in their respective fleets, possessing fundamental tactical acumen. Lin Nian, through astute observation, connected the dots with the prior combat data, ready to lead the charge. And thus, a series of targeted tactical arrangements were unfolded, deemed formidable. Indeed, Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda simultaneously saluted Lin Nian. Upon perusing that dossier, their lingering doubts were instantly dispelled. Lin Nian did not naively presume that the Imperial fleet was superior to the Haitian fleet, thus ensuring inevitable victory against them. Instead, he possessed his own rationale, showing no disdain towards the Haitian naval forces. Now, they awaited the results of actual combat to ascertain Lin Nian's command efficacy. Ultimately, everything would be judged by his battle achievements. In the vastness of space, the Imperial First Starfleet gradually divided into two factions. Half continued their relentless assault towards the approaching Haitian warships, while the other half halted their advance. Within his flagship, Zhou Kejin engaged in casual conversation via a secure channel with the captains of 7 other large warships. Gentlemen, shall we place a wager? How long do you think this audacious Lin Nian can endure? One captain suddenly proposed. Excellent suggestion. I wager 1 million. Lin Nian won't last half an hour. Another captain chimed in, his tone laced with amusement. Half an hour? You are exceedingly generous. I believe he won't last more than the time it takes to woo a woman. 10 minutes. I bet 2 million. Zhou Kejin retorted with his characteristic sarcasm, delivering a sharp critique of the first speaker, which elicited hearty laughter from the other captains. Ah, it seems Lieutenant Zhou has a knack for humor. You've made my day. I'm in for 2 million. Another captain gasped between fits of laughter. Get lost. You have no idea how long I spent. Zhou Kejin, you're only talking about yourself. The disgraced captain shot back, furious with embarrassment. I'll adjust my bet. At least 3 hours. I'll wager 3 million. He exclaimed, opting for a more reasonable time frame. One by one, the other captains joined in on the betting, with no exception. None had faith in Lin Nian, convinced he would soon retreat in disgrace to join them. The two who truly believed in Lin Nian were already alongside him, at the heart of the battlefield. Compared to the overwhelming number of Haitian warships, Lin Nian's fleet appeared significantly outclassed. From a distance, it seemed as though a mere needle sought to pierce a vast iron sphere. Contrary to the expectations of the 8 captains, Lin Nian's ship, number 378, took the lead, charging forth as the spearhead. This display of audacity and valor was indeed striking. Yet, typically, those who acted as recklessly as Lin Nian on the battlefield often faced dire consequences. Flagship of the Haoshan Fleet, report. The enemy's identity has been confirmed. It is the Imperial First Starfleet. The communication officer declared loudly to Chief of Staff Han Tianju. Ha ha, the Empire must be out of their minds. They dare send this useless fleet to pursue us? Han Tianju laughed, invigorated by the thought of facing an opponent they had just vanquished. Compared to other Imperial fleets, this one was pathetically weak. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Wen Yuren's second and third star fleets, Han Tianju would have already broken through the first Starfleet. Now, the audacity of the first Starfleet to attack was met with indignation. He would teach them a lesson. Communications officer, have any other Starfleets been detected in the vicinity? The Chief of Staff, more composed than Han Tianju, exhaled in relief upon learning it was the first Starfleet, though he still harbored concerns of a possible bait-and-switch tactic. Report. Chief, none detected. Moreover, we observe that the first Starfleet has suddenly split into two formations. One is engaging us, while the other appears to be observing. The communication officer announced. Chief, what is this all about? Han Tianju was thoroughly perplexed by the first Starfleet's maneuvers. I believe I have a grasp on the situation. The Chief of Staff proclaimed, a confident smile spreading across his face. Quickly, enlighten us. Han Tianju prompted eagerly. It seems highly probable that there is a rift within the first Starfleet. A faction of the older officers is reluctant to engage, while the newly assigned recruits are eager for battle. If we can eliminate this advancing segment of the Imperial fleet, the remaining half will undoubtedly flee. The Chief of Staff stated with utmost confidence. Commander, please issue the order. All units engage. Id by When the advantage is overwhelmingly favorable, intricate tactics become unnecessary. They could simply charge forward for a decisive blow. Excellent. Order. Attack the approaching enemy. Han Tianju declared with grandiosity. Yes. The crew responded in unison, invigorated by the prospect of an advantageous engagement, akin to a surge of adrenaline. In the expanse of space, the two fleets, due to their opposing trajectories, collided with remarkable speed. Both sides unleashed their initial waves of long-range attacks, with various beams of laser fire striking the energy shields of enemy vessels, which flickered incessantly. Chapter 57. Like a fiend descending. On one side of the Imperial formation, the 378th warship, serving as the vanguard, bore the brunt of the fiercest onslaught. However, due to its classification as a capital ship, its energy shields remained notably robust. Lin Nian was acutely aware of his fleet's condition. It was imperative that he, aboard this large warship, spearhead the charge. The majority of the Imperial vessels assigned to him were mere novices, incapable of fulfilling the role of a vanguard. As for Mo Yingguang and Wei Runda, Lin Nian could not fully trust them. They too might harbor doubts about his capabilities. Thus, he mustered the resolve to take the lead himself. Order. Concentrated fire on the three marked Haoshan medium-sized warships on the right. Simultaneously, instruct Lieutenant Zhua Kengxin's aerospace squadron to launch their starfighter assault immediately. Lin Nian commanded, his fingers deftly navigating the holographic display beside him, continuously marking high-threat vessels for his subordinates, while adjusting the focus of his fleet's firepower. As the two fleets closed in on one another, the battle intensified dramatically. Numerous starships were annihilated under concentrated fire, and Lin Nian's personally commanded First Starfleet exhibited a more ferocious nature. Under his command, the entire fleet operated like a unified, efficient killing machine, systematically demolishing the Haoshan fleet's critical cores and essential connection nodes. What initially appeared to be a futile endeavor, like a needle attempting to pierce an iron sphere, did not result in the anticipated failure. The needle remained steadfast, penetrating the seemingly impenetrable sphere. In contrast, Haoshan warships were systematically obliterated by the Imperial fleet, succumbing to chaos one after another. Just when they managed to re-establish a foothold, they would be struck down again by the First Starfleet, plunging them back into disarray. This cycle persisted, and with each exchange, the momentum increasingly favored the Imperial fleet. As the frontline Haoshan warships fell into disarray, their morale plummeted, leading to a frenzied retreat. The formation that should have held firm like an iron sphere now resembled a balloon ruptured by a needle, bursting apart. On board the Imperial warship 012, Mo Yingguang gazed in astonishment at the audacious advance of the 378th warship. He had never witnessed such a ferocious command style, sharp and precise. Under Lin Nian's leadership, the entire First Starfleet seemed to undergo a transformation, evolving into the most terrifying instrument of slaughter. Wherever they ventured, no foe remained standing. Not merely subjected to Lin Nian's premature detonation, but rather overwhelmed by the immense pressure of impending death, they spontaneously withdrew from the epicenter of the battlefield, failing to fulfill their intended roles. From a very inception, the Haoshan fleet was incapable of establishing an effective command system. Old Mo is terrifying. Lin Nian is a monster. The light curtain of Wei Rinda abruptly materialized before Mo Yangwang, his face reflecting an indescribable shock. We should consider ourselves fortunate that such a person is our commander and not our enemy, Mo Yangwang stated gravely, unconsciously attributing a new title to Lin Nian. In his heart, he had already acknowledged Lin Nian's command status. Lin Nian's performance on the battlefield exceeded all of his expectations. His own colonel rank seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to Lin Nian's formidable prowess. Mo Yangwang was certain that Lin Nian would not be content to remain at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Indeed, it was fortunate that we stood on his side. Wei Rinda, merely envisioning the position of the Haoshan fleet, felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart, a sensation of silent suffocation. All the warships under his command no longer formed a cohesive system, their critical nodes systematically picked off by the enemy, leading to fragmentation and encirclement. Every attempt to reconstruct their system became futile, as they could only watch helplessly as the enemy's flagship navigated through layers of obstacles, steadily advancing towards them. The massive silhouette of the enemy ship inexorably crushed the remnants of their fleet, never once glancing back. Wei Rinda's breaths quickened uncontrollably. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, I intend to replace the 378th battleship and become the new Arrowhead. Please provide cover for me. Mo Yangwang suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. Lin Nian had already delivered a flawless performance. Now was the time for him to repay Lin Nian. Yes, Colonel Mo. Wei Rinda immediately saluted. The light curtain vanished. Communications officer. Establish contact with the commander immediately. Request that our 012 replace the 378th battleship S position and continue to serve as the spearhead for the fleet. Mo Yangwang commanded with a solemn expression. Understood. In the expanse of space outside the battlefield, Zhou Kejin had initially worn a smile, anticipating the sight of the 378th battleship plunging into the nearly 10,000-strong Haoshan fleet, eagerly awaiting Lin Nian's ensuing calamity. The disparity in troop strength was too great. Even if the Haoshan ships lacked organization and discipline, Zhou Kejin did not believe Lin Nian stood a chance. However, his smile quickly froze in place as he witnessed the 378th battleship advancing with unyielding ferocity, although its energy shield flickered under the initial onslaught from the Haoshan fleet. Once the two forces clashed, the Haoshan fleet displayed no semblance of organization, utterly incapable of concentrating fire on Lin Nian. They were either disoriented by Lin Nian's prowess or reduced to mere fireworks. Gentlemen, have we all erred? A captain suddenly remarked in the private chat channel. Indeed, it seems the Haoshan fleet is on the verge of collapse, another captain chimed in. They could clearly see that while the Haoshan fleet was numerous, its lack of coherence was systematically eradicated by Lin Nian's extraordinarily efficient tactics, reducing it to a disorganized rabble. Perhaps they had all been mistaken, particularly in their perceptions of Lin Nian, which were egregiously inaccurate. Lin Nian was neither reckless nor arrogant. Rather, he was terrifyingly powerful. Now, the enemy was being shattered by their own ranks, and yet they remained on the periphery, mere spectators. Indeed, they shared in the glory of victory. But what a kill counts. Such figures held far greater value than collective accolades. The tally of individual ship victories would serve as a capital for future promotions. Aside from Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda, the remaining 8 captains would glean no battlefield kills, especially in a situation poised to yield a favorable outcome. Battleship 006. Engage. Full engine acceleration. Support our fleet commander. Zhou Kejin suddenly cried out, his voice piercing through the private chat channel and reaching the ears of the other 7 captains. Upon realizing the urgency, Zhou Kejin had already charged forward with fervor. Damn it, you scoundrel. Hurry, activate the entire fleet. The captains immediately erupted in exclamations. Zhou Kejin had truly outdone himself, swiftly assuming the role of the rightful commander. Each captain hurriedly exited the private chat channel to relay attack orders to their subordinates. The half of the first Star Fleet that stood by now surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging towards the disintegrating Haoshan fleet. Chapter 58, Pursuing Han Tianzhu. On the flagship bridge of the Haoshan sect. Damn it, that plague again. Retreat. Immediately order the entire fleet to withdraw. Han Tianzhu huted huashulu. issuing a retreat order to the entire fleet. The ferocious demeanor of the 378th battleship was all too familiar to Han Tianzu, without needing to deliberate. He recognized it was Lin Nian. Meanwhile, Han Tianzu's chief of staff buried his face in his hands, refraining from contesting Han Tianzu's order to retreat. Lin Nian, in the heart of the battlefield, was akin to a specter. Moreover, he was no longer merely commanding a medium-sized Imperial warship, but rather a fully fledged Imperial Star Fleet. While the Haoshan fleet outnumbered theirs, they dreaded encountering an adversary like Lin Nian. His battlefield instincts were astute, terrifyingly so. The first Star Fleet, which had previously suffered at their hands, now seemed reborn, unleashing chaos upon them. Even more terrifying was the fact that as the tide of battle began to crumble, the other half of the first Star Fleet, previously observing from the sidelines, now rushed forward with urgency. Chief of Staff, you must say something. Han Tianzu noted the shift in the front line and urgently inquired of his most trusted aide. The frontline Haoshan ships erupted like firecrackers, continuously exploding into fireworks and fragments of warship debris. The panic that began to spread from the frontline troops swiftly permeated the mid and rear echelons, all hastily changing course and scattering in flight. Commander, there is no other option. We must abandon the frontline forces and accelerate our withdrawal to the more familiar Red Cloud, Star Domain. The Chief of Staff immediately suggested to Han Tianzu. Upon witnessing the entirety of the first Starfleet joining the fray, he realized they had lost this interstellar battle utterly and without recourse. He never anticipated that Lin Nian would ascend to the position of Supreme Commander of the first Starfleet. Just a short while ago, he had encountered this individual when he was merely a lieutenant. The Chief of Staff, having served in the Imperial Fleet, knew that a fleet commander, even an acting commander, was typically required to possess at least the rank of lieutenant colonel. The leap from lieutenant to colonel was a pace not typically seen. Lin Yan's rapid promotion was exceedingly abnormal. Had Lin Nian still been in command of a medium-sized warship like the 1455, the Chief of Staff might have harbored some confidence in confronting him. But in the current scenario, self-preservation took precedence. Very well, everyone, proceed immediately as per the Chief of Staff's directives. Han Tianzu commanded with a sweeping gesture. The Haoshan fleet moved with astonishing speed, no longer pressing the attack, but swiftly turning to retreat. The warship's afterburners flared to their maximum almost instantaneously. The forces of the wilderness sect, lacking in morale and fighting spirit, were not fully engaged. Their speed was only slightly enhanced. Within mere moments, a decisive separation had been achieved from the front lines, swiftly heading towards the eastern sector of the Red Cloud Star region. Simultaneously, aboard the bridge of the Empire's battleship 378, orders were issued. Everyone, abandon the pursuit of the wilderness sect vessels that are devoid of combat capability and will to fight. Realign and accelerate to maximum speed. Pushan Tiansu. Lin Nian immediately relayed commands to the first interstellar fleet. The faint glimmer representing Han Tianzu was rapidly receding from view. Should this threatening point vanish without a trace, it would likely be an arduous task for him to capture Han Tianzu again. Lin Nian could not allow this battle to conclude. He was resolute in his pursuit. Commander, we need not exert ourselves in such a manner. We have already secured a resounding victory and can adequately report to the Central Command. Zhou Kejin proactively activated the communication screen, presenting his counsel to Lin Nian, hoping to persuade him to rescind the pursuit order. After all, rather than tirelessly chasing the elusive wilderness fleet, it would be far more prudent to capture the disheartened remnants of their forces here, free from the worry of ambushes or potential casualties among his subordinates during the pursuit. Numerous other captains joined in, echoing Zhou Kejin's sentiments. Their warships had claimed too few kills. Just as they were about to capitalize on the situation, the Wilderness Sect fleet had opted to retreat. This was, after all, a hallmark of the Wilderness fleet, never engaging in battles against the wind. This is an order. Those unwilling to execute, it may remain here. Lin Nian asserted with unwavering firmness. Han Tianzu's fate was intertwined with that of his family. He would not entertain dissent. Yes, Commander. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda saluted, pledging their unconditional compliance with Lin Nian's orders. Following Lin Nian's exemplary performance in the previous battle, they were entirely convinced of his capabilities. Since Lin Nian was determined to pursue Han Tianzu, there must be personal motivations behind his insistence. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda were unaware of what those motivations were, but they understood the necessity of compliance. Lin Nian's tactical command had never faltered. Their unqualified agreement starkly contrasted with the petty schemes of the other captains. Zhou Kejin recalled the significant cost he incurred for disregarding Lin Nian's counsel previously, resulting in negligible kills for his ship. To him, failing to gain was tantamount to loss. With Mo Yang Wang and Wei Renda's agreement, he found himself lacking any compelling reasons to oppose the order. Very well, Zhou Kejun begrudgingly accepted the command and saluted Lin Nian. The other captains, witnessing this exchange, also followed suit, saluting in acknowledgement of their orders. In the vastness of space, the Empire's first interstellar fleet rapidly began to regroup the scattered starfighters in accordance with the command, restructuring their formation. The afterburners of all warships flared to their maximum once again as they pursued the retreating wilderness sect. 3 months later, in the Imperial Assembly Hall of the White Radiant Star Empire, Zhu Xian strode confidently to the center of the hall, in high spirits due to the relentless stream of good news concerning the wilderness sect. Particularly noteworthy was the performance of Colonel Lin Nian, under whose command the first interstellar fleet had undergone a remarkable transformation. From the red casting star, they relentlessly pursued Han Tianzu, achieving victory after victory, advancing from Shadow Cloud Star region to the Red Cloud Star region, and continuing their chase towards the confluence of the Red Cloud and Sky Cloud Star regions near the Thousand Sages Star. The main forces of the Wilderness Sect had plummeted from nearly 10,000 warships at their peak to less than 1,000, showcasing their ferocity. Zhu Xian believed he had made the right decision in promoting Lin Nian, simultaneously suppressing Wen Yuan while allowing the first interstellar fleet to regain its bloodlust. Most importantly, Lin Yan's background was pristine. He hailed entirely from the Empire's lower echelons, with no ties to the aristocracy, making him an ideal instrument for Zhu Xian. Your Majesty, Zhu Xian greeted the young emperor, who, preoccupied with a pastry, paid no heed to him, devouring with both pudgy hands, alternating bites. Zhu Xian also noted the presence of other high-ranking officials in the assembly hall, all of whom had arrived in good time, including Wen Yuan. Now that everyone is gathered, I would like to share some good news regarding the Wilderness Sect, Zhu Xian announced enthusiastically. Your Highness, there is a more pressing matter at hand. There is a significant problem with Lieutenant General Lu Yili, a minister gravely informed Zhu Xian, instantly extinguishing his good mood. Chapter 59, Driving the Tiger to Swallow the Wolf. Zhu Xian muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, harboring a genuine disdain for this individual. Lu Yili's grandfather had been a great benefactor of the Empire, a top-tier minister who had once thwarted the Republic's fierce offensive against the Empire several decades ago. He had even facilitated the ascension of the young emperor's father to the imperial throne. In terms of public esteem and reputation, he had reached the pinnacle of ministerial success, almost stepping into the ultimate position of power. Zhu Xian instinctively glanced at the position of the young emperor, relieved that divine providence had intervened. Just as Lu Yili's grandfather was poised to take that final step, he succumbed to a sudden illness, halting everything abruptly. This was a stroke of fortune for the Zhu family and, by extension, for the Empire, or at least that was how Zhu Xian perceived it. Despite the man's demise, he left behind a substantial political legacy for the Lu family. What has happened to Lieutenant General Lu Yili? When Yuan inquired, turning to the minister, prompting Zhu Xian to regain his focus, an intent to rebel, the minister replied tersely, clearly articulating Lu Yili's ambitions. Lu Yili had been operating in the western sector of the Central Star region, separated from the Central Star region by the Snow Cloud Star region. Previously, he had made several attempts at military insubordination against the Empire, akin to rebellion. However, the strength of the Central Interstellar Fleet remained intact, and Lu Yili's forces had halted midway through their journey, ultimately resulting in no action taken. Moreover, due to Lu Yili's grandfather's formidable achievements, Zhu Xian found himself unable to take direct action against Lu Yili. As a mere prince, he lacked the authority of an emperor. To act rashly against Lu Yili would carry dire consequences, potentially prompting the aristocracy to turn against him. Furthermore, the rapid rise of the Wilderness Sect had compelled him to put this issue on hold, delaying it until now. The entire Sky Cloud Star region was effectively under Lu Yili's control, functioning as a state within a state in the Empire. Your Highness, we have received a confidential report from the governor of the Snow Cloud Star region. Lu Yili is rallying the 5th and 6th interstellar fleets, intending to advance eastward once more. The minister presented Zhu Xian with a confidential document via his wristwatch. Zhu Xian read it in silence, concealing key details before projecting it onto the public screen for all to see. Gentlemen, what do you believe we should do? Addressing Lu Yili poses a far greater challenge than dealing with Han Tianzu. Zhu Xian was not inclined to make unilateral decisions regarding this matter. As discussions erupted among the assembly, it became evident that if Lu Yili were left unchecked, the threat would extend beyond Zhu Xian himself. Each of them could also be at risk. None could predict the outcome. What consequences would arise if Lu Yili were to penetrate the Central Star domain? Your Highness, I propose we dispatch a special commissioner to handle this matter directly and bring Lu Ili to heel, suggested one minister. Huh, a dedicated approach, you say? Who will undertake such a task? Who dares? You? Do you believe Lu Ili won't take you down first? Another minister retorted sharply. I believe a policy of conciliation is in order. Elevating Lu Ili's rank and status might placate him somewhat. Another individual interjected. What nonsense! This is mere appeasement. Do you not realize? It will only embolden Lu Ili's ambitions. This suggestion was immediately dismissed. As the number of proposals and counterarguments increased, the clamor within the council chamber grew louder. Yet, Zhu appeared to hear no unified voice. Rather, the atmosphere of the Imperial Council began to resemble a bustling marketplace. Bang! Bang! Zhu forcefully rapped on the table before him, and the tumult gradually subsided. Silence. His Majesty relies on you to uphold the stability of the realm. Is this how you repay him? Zhu reiterated his oft-repeated admonition, having mastered the rhetoric of Zhu Renhe. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the chamber fell into a profound silence. Nanny, I want more meat buns. The young emperor's demand for food rang out distinctly, drawing the attention of all present toward him before they quickly reverted their gaze to the presiding Zhu. Your Highness, I have a suggestion. Though I am unsure if it is suitable to voice it, one minister gradually rose from his seat, directing his gaze toward Wen Yuan. Zhu was no fool. With the minister's subtle cue, he quickly grasped the implication. It was a strategy to pit tiger against wolf, using Wen Yuan to counterbalance Lu Ili. After all, neither party was particularly virtuous. Let them tear each other apart. What could be better? Zhu's thoughts became clear. Speak freely. In the Imperial Council, we must welcome all sound advice for the enduring strength of the Empire and the protection of our subjects. There is nothing that cannot be said, Zhu proclaimed with lofty grandeur. Wen Yuan, however, noticed the minister's gaze upon him, and his expression darkened immediately. He was no fool and instantly understood the minister's intent, to send him to lead an expedition against Lu Ili. A wave of suppressed fury surged within Wen Yuan. He had fought valiantly for the Empire, but had yet to secure even a major general's position, and now he was to be used as a pawn by Zhu. Yet, Wen Yuan refrained from expressing his ire, as the minister had yet to disclose the full strategy. Wen Yuan, I hope you will not take offense to what I am about to say. The minister suddenly addressed him with solemnity. Wen Yuan had been waiting for the content, but his face darkened further at the implication that he would be involved. Your Highness, I propose we issue a proclamation denouncing the traitor, enumerating Lu Ili's crimes, and simultaneously summon him to the Central Star Domain to confess. Should he refuse to leave the Guanjiayun Star Domain, it would signify his treachery. Thus, we would possess the moral high ground, and I would call upon you, General Wen Yuan, to deal with this insurrectionist, the minister concluded, turning toward Wen Yuan. A splendid plan. General Wen, what are your thoughts? Zhu exclaimed with fervor, slamming his palm on the table. Does Lu Ili dare to venture into the Central Star Domain alone? Certainly not. This way, we would seize the moral initiative and have Wen Yuan lead the charge against Lu Ili. A dual victory. Nothing could be better. The only question is whether Wen Yuan will acquiesce. If he refuses, it gives me the pretext to strip him of his military power. Zhu's gaze bore into Wen Yuan, awaiting his response. Wen Yuan hesitated. Faced with the collective scrutiny of his peers, he ultimately relented. He felt as though he had been cornered. Today's imperial meeting seemed more like a trap laid against him. Wen Yuan understood the repercussions of refusal. Suppressing his wrath, he swallowed his pride, keenly observing Zhu and the expressions of the ministers, etching this scene into his memory. Very well. Let us proceed to the next matter, Zhu said, a smile gracing his features. Wen Yuan, a formidable general, was still a novice in the realm of politics. Each minister present was a master in their own right, and manipulating a mere lieutenant general was child's play. Chapter 60. The Death of Han Tinzu, 07 Sanitation Space Station. A high-speed shuttle from the White Light Star arrived smoothly at the internal docking bay. Inside, Wen Rong awaited with his security detail. As the shuttle door opened, Wen Yuan descended slowly. Father, Wen Rong called out, hurrying to meet him. With no other outsiders present, he no longer had to address his father by his title. However, Wen Rong quickly noticed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding his father. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Yuan raised a hand to halt him. Let's discuss this in the vehicle. Wen Yuan stepped briskly into the hovering car opened by his guards, with Wen Rong following suit after scanning their surroundings. Father, where are we headed? As the door sealed shut, Wen Rong turned to his father. To the military hospital, the one housing Lin Nian's family. Wen Yuan replied with undeniable authority. Father, what do you intend to do? Wen Rong asked, momentarily taken aback. We must control Lin Nian's family. Wen Yuan stated coldly. But I don't see the necessity. Lin Nian and I share a mutual understanding. He would not side with Zhu. Wen Rong instinctively defended Lin Nian, whom he considered his first significant find. No, my child, never overestimate human nature. Compared to interests, friendships are trivial. I trust the leverage I have in my grasp. Wen Yuan replied, his expression stern. Do you know? The council has already decided to promote Lin Nian to the rank of colonel and to officially take command of the Empire's first interstellar fleet. Pending the conclusion of this conflict, his performance has been exceptional, having decimated Han Tianzu's forces. In the near term, they will pose little threat to the Empire. But I'm far more concerned about another matter. Wen Yuan turned toward Wen Rong. Father, what has happened? Wen Rong pressed urgently. Lu Yili. He is the Empire's next target. Wen Yuan sighed heavily. Father, that does not concern us. Wen Rong replied hastily. Wen Yuan regarded his son, unable to suppress a shake of his head. You are too naive. This is merely the surface. The true aim of those in power may very well be the Wen family. Zhu and his cohorts have resolved to send us against Lu Yili. Regardless of the outcome, it will result in mutual destruction. For us, it would be a definitive loss. If we lose, that is self-evident. If we win, Lu Yili will become our future exemplar. Wen Yuan's tone was dispassionate as his gaze drifted outside the car window. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, is there truly no way out? He asked urgently, having never anticipated the gravity of the situation. Of course there is. After all, we have a ready-made example, Lu Yili. Now do you understand why I must act against Lin Nian's family? Only by seizing military power, and more of it, can we maintain our autonomy, Wen Yuan scoffed coldly. Turning his gaze from the scenery outside the car window, Wen Rong fell silent, ultimately exhaling a soft sigh. If Lin Nian were to become the commander of the First Star Fleet, then gaining control over Lin Nian's family would effectively amount to a form of soft power over the fleet itself. This could potentially bring immense benefits to the future of the Wen family. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of a large military hospital. Wen Yuan hastened inside with Wen Rong, his bodyguards clearing any obstacles in their path. Upon reaching the hospital's front desk, the receptionist, taken aback by the imposing presence, quickly composed herself. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? She began, but before she could finish, the aide beside Wen Yuan presented a photograph. We are looking for Ning Kaiman. It is said she is receiving treatment here. The aide continued to negotiate with the nurse while Wen Yuan remained silent, awaiting the outcome. The aura of authority emanating from him left the nurse somewhat breathless. She hurriedly sifted through the medical records. Sir, this lady has already been discharged, she stated, but her expression suddenly shifted as she discovered something. She handed the information to the aide for further examination. The aide quickly found the name of the individual who had assisted in the discharge, an officer named Wen Huiyun. Upon seeing this name, Wen Yuan's expression darkened as he glanced at Wen Rong. He recalled that Wen Huiyun was one of Wen Rong's subordinates, though evidently that was no longer the case. Wen Rong looked utterly innocent, completely unaware of the situation. Wen Huiyun had only recently been promoted to his side, tasked with various advisory duties. Shaking his head, Wen Yuan sighed deeply. Let us go. He lacked the time to search for Lin Nian's family members, as more pressing matters awaited, such as Lu Yili and the Kanjiun star domain. A battered O-10-class warship hung silently in space, its wounds evident. Behind it loomed the Imperial First Star Fleet, with the flagship 378 gradually reducing its speed. Inside the bridge, Lin Nian turned to his aide, Wen Huiyun. Commander 1, send a message demanding Han Tianzu's immediate surrender. Lin Nian issued his command. Understood, Commander. Wen Huiyun saluted and promptly set to work. Lin Nian gazed at the AO-10 warship, a wave of reflection washing over him. For months had elapsed. He had finally cornered this slippery adversary. In his eyes, Han Tianzu had long since lost his stature as a formidable threat. Lin Nian had learned well what it meant to be a master of evasion. Without the Empire's network of supply stations, the pursuit of the AO-10 fleet could have prolonged indefinitely. It was only by driving Han Tianzu to the brink of exhaustion that Lin Nian could finally secure his capture. Commander, the enemy ship has requested to establish communications. Wen Huiyun suddenly informed Lin Nian. Allow it through. Lin Nian was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. For him, whether capturing or eliminating Han Tianzu made no difference. His primary concern was the safety of his family. A visual screen flickered to life as Han Tianzu and his aide appeared. I am Han Tianzu, the leader of the AO-10 sect. Which of you is Lin Nian? Han Tianzu's expression was solemn. I am, Lin Nian replied. At last, I meet the real person. I have no regrets now. Han Tianzu gazed at Lin Nian's face, eventually sighing. He had not expected Lin Nian to spare him. The relentless pursuit from Lin Nian had made that abundantly clear. Lin Nian had focused solely on his flagship while disregarding the decoy vessels Han Tianzu had dispatched. Perhaps during one of the battles, Lin Nian had discerned a hint of his plan, leading to Han Tianzu being completely locked onto. Lost in thought, Han Tianzu turned to his aide. "Do you have anything to say to him?" The aide shook his head. "Commander, we have detected a large number of escape pods being launched from the enemy vessel," the communications officer suddenly exclaimed. Lin Nian momentarily lost focus, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Just then, the figures of Han Tianzu and his aide were swallowed by an explosion as the entire Aotian warship erupted in a violent self-detonation. The notorious Han Tianzu had met his end. Chapter 61. The Military Advice of Lu Yili. Lin Nian silently regarded the deceased Han Tianzu. He was in some ways a man of integrity. At that moment, the bridge was filled with the emergence of visual screens as 10 captains under Lin Nian's command appeared. "Commander, with Han Tianzu's death, the Aotian sect has essentially been subdued. We can return to the Imperial Central Star Domain now." Mo Yangwang was the first to speak. The 4 months of high-intensity pursuit had left the entire fleet utterly exhausted. While Lin Yan's command was indeed impressive, the First Fleet had reached its limits. Mo Yangwang had originally intended to persuade Lin Nian to cease hostilities upon entering the Kanjun Star Domain, as they had thoroughly dismantled the Aotian fleet, earning ample credit to report back to the Central Command. There was no longer any need to continue pursuing Han Tianzu. Fortunately, the outcome was that Han Tianzu could not withstand the pressure, ultimately exhausting his resources and choosing to end his own life. Very well, prepare for the return journey. Once each fleet has completed the apprehension of Aotian prisoners, they are to return to the Central Star Domain immediately, Lin Nian commanded solemnly. Understood. Mo Yangwang and Zhou Kejin, along with the others, saluted in unison. Lin Nian's ability to lead them to victory had solidified their recognition of him as a commander. Although on paper he remained an acting commander, in the hearts of all, he had long since assumed the role of the true commander. As the 10 visual screens sequentially disconnected, Lin Nian felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. His body relaxed heavily. 4 months of relentless pursuit had left him emotionally and physically drained. Yet, in order to prevent his fleet from growing complacent, Lin Nian had been forcing himself to maintain his composure. Now that Han Tianzu was dead, he had finally met Wen Yoren's expectations. But regarding his family, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Nian's eyes. If Wen Yoren dared to use this against him, he would not hesitate to take action. Stand at attention. When Huiyun suddenly shouted, Liao Fan, Chun Xiao, Zhu Kengzhen, and others immediately rose. The entire bridge, comprising over 3,000 personnel, stood up in unison. Salute, Commander. You have worked hard. When Huiyun called out, Commander, you have worked hard, the resounding chorus of thousands echoed, unified and inspiring. Lin Nian felt a swell of emotion rise within him, slowly returning their salute. The unwavering support he had received along this journey came from the very souls aboard the 378. Their obedience to his commands had been unwavering, executed without a hint of reservation. At ease, Lin Nian then shouted. Everyone immediately stood tall, chests out, except for those on minimal duty. Dismissed, Lin Nian instructed. Yes. The crew responded in unison. Following this, the bridge erupted in cheers. Hooray! We won. Long live the commander. Many leapt about, exuberantly expressing their emotions. The 4 months of toil had not been in vain. They had achieved a resounding victory over the Aotian fleet. Under Lin Nian's leadership, they had triumphed in every battle. Most importantly, they were all still alive. The commander has once again brought them back from the battlefield alive. Lin Nian, would you care to join us for a drink? You have been too tense lately. Do not impose too much pressure on yourself. After all, you are the fleet commander, and you absolutely cannot falter. Liao Fan stepped forward, putting an arm around Lin Nian. In times of peace, there exists no hierarchical relationship between them. Oh well, I lack your vigor. I intend to catch up on some sleep. After all, without a jump, our return journey will take nearly 4 months. There will be plenty of time for a drink. Lin Nian shook his head. Very well. That was a splendid battle, my brother. Liao Fan earnestly remarked to Lin Nian. Then they exchanged a fist bump. Chen Xiao, Zun Xin, since the commander will not drink, let us depart. Liao Fan turned to intercept the other two. They both appeared somewhat resigned. Turning back, they saluted Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Lin Nian nodded in acknowledgement. Lieutenant Colonel Lin. At that moment, when Huiyun had just disbanded his own staff and called out to Lin Nian. After a battle, titles usually fall away. Yes, Major One. Is there something amiss? Lin Nian was slightly taken aback that when Huiyun had called him, Wen Huiyun's lips moved as if the original words had taken a different turn, acquiring an alternate meaning. Rest well. Everyone aboard the battleship number 378 is relying on you. You are our pillar of strength. Wen Huiyun's expression was solemn. Yes, I appreciate the compliment. Lin Nian felt somewhat bewildered, but nodded nonetheless as he stepped out of the bridge. He was utterly exhausted and unwilling to ponder anything further. In the light cloud star domain, on the core planet of Tianjiang Star, within the governor's mansion, Lu Yili was perusing a message just delivered by his subordinates. It was a public edict from Bai Mang Star, directly declaring his rebellion and demanding his return to Bai Mang Star for judgment. Lu Yili was seething with rage. Zhu Ziyan, you scoundrel! When did the Empire become your Zhu Ziyan's playground? Lu Yili raged uncontrollably within his office, hurling a barrage of invectives. Governor, what should we do now? The adjutant stepped forward, inquiring of Lu Yili. What to do? We shall find someone to respond to that edict, cursing them back in kind. Then summon the 5th and 6th star fleets. We shall advance to the central star domain, by Mang Star, immediately. I wish to see who dares to judge me. As Lu Yili uttered the final word, it was as though he expended all his strength. Yes, Governor. The adjutant and other officers saluted in unison. Not long after, at the military port base on Tianjiang Star, numerous small warships ascended into the sky. These vessels had been secretly constructed by Lu Yili. Now, as they marched eastward toward the central star domain, there was no need for concealment. Lu Yili released them all from their underground shelters to rendezvous with the 5th and 6th star fleet station beyond Tianjiang Star. Lu Yili immediately boarded a space shuttle, soaring toward the clouds, traversing the atmosphere of Tianjiang Star, and landing within the largest warship of the 5th Star Fleet, the combined might of the 2 Imperial Star Fleets. Along with a multitude of small warships orchestrated by Lu Yili, rendered the airspace densely populated. Though this fleet may not rival the nearly 10,000 warships of the Cult of the Wild Sky in sheer numbers, the latter's fleet primarily consisted of small vessels that, while imposing in appearance, lacked the combat capability and organizational structure of Lu Yili's formidable armada, which comprised 2 of the Empire's most reputable star fleets. Chapter 62, The Bitter Fruit of Zhu Ziyan. Under the cover of night on by Mang Star, in the Imperial Council chamber, Zhu Ziyan bore a restless expression. The good news from the 1st Star Fleet, that Han Tianzu had been eradicated and the Cult of the Wild Sky subdued, could not assuage his anxiety. A heavy sense of dread loomed over him. He awaited the arrival of ministers in the council chamber to discuss the pressing matters at hand. The foremost issue, of course, was Lu Yili's rebellion. Lu Yili had truly rebelled, mustering a formidable army that swept through important imperial planets with unrelenting force. This time, it was not a mere pretense. He charged headlong into the heart of the snow cloud star domain, targeting the core planet, Beidong Star. Zhu Ziyan had been awakened in the dead of night with news of Beidong Star's fall. Lu Yili had even slain the imperial governor of Beidong Star and made a public declaration throughout the empire to purge the court, executing his entire princely family. Despite Wen Yoren having received urgent orders 2 weeks prior to lead the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets against Lu Yili, the speed of Lu Yili's advance had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Wen Yoren's subsequent military maneuvers were marked by slowness and passivity, plunging Zhu Ziyan into profound concern. An unforeseen dilemma gradually surfaced before him. While Lu Yili's reactions were largely anticipated, the puzzling stance of Wen Yoren required further contemplation. Wen Yoren had readily accepted the command to engage, yet when faced with Lu Yili, his hesitance was entirely uncharacteristic. Zhu Ziyan began to connect the dots, recognizing the myriad discrepancies that had arisen. For instance, the minister who had advised him on the drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy was particularly unsettling. Previously, he had solely focused on how to undermine Lu Yili's faction and diminish Wen Yoren's military power. Indeed, while the strategy was useful, it necessitated a strong foundation of power to effectively contain the tiger. What if Wen Yoren also turned against him? The thought suddenly crossed Zhu Ziyan's mind, causing his face to drain of color and his body swayed unsteadily. Your Highness, a servant rushed over to steady the faltering Zhu Ziyan. Quickly, find someone to summon Xie Yunzhen for me. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Zhu Ziyan grasped the servant's arm, instructing him to locate Xie Yunzhen, the minister who had proposed to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy. Yes, yes. The servant promptly acquiesced before being ushered out of the Imperial Council chamber by Zhu Ziyan. Zhu Ziyan then slumped weakly into his seat, his eyes reflecting a struggle. This cannot be. Things should not be as dire as I imagine. This is not a trap. It is not a scheme aimed at me. Zhu Ziyan muttered to himself repeatedly. Yet, every time he contemplated the military forces at his disposal, His entire body trembled uncontrollably. The 10th and 11th Star Fleets had been annihilated by Han Tianzu and had yet to be re-established. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, under Wen Yuan's command, had also been dispatched to fortify the Snow Cloud Star Domain. The 7th Star Fleet remained at Yanlan Star. Due to the destruction of the 10th and 11th Fleets, the fleet commander had been dismissed and no formal successor had been appointed, leaving an acting commander in control. Meanwhile, the 1st Star Fleet had been dispatched to pursue Han Tianzu, now far in the Red Cloud Star Domain. His own overreach had even resulted in the flagship of the 1st Star Fleet being detained at the 001 Sanitation Space Station, stripping the entire fleet of its ability to jump, which would take at least 3 months to regain. At present, within the Central Star Domain, only the 4th Star Fleet remained. The commander of the 4th Star Fleet, Major General Ning Shouting, bore a resemblance to Lin Nian. He belonged to the newly promoted ranks. A rookie of sorts, often silent in his demeanor. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the reliability of Colonel Ning Shouting. Zhu, appearing deep in contemplation, unearthed a chilling truth. Within the span of a mere year, the Central Military had entirely vacated all 7 restructured interstellar fleets. At this very moment, on the vast expanse of Bamus Star, only the 4th Interstellar Fleet remained for protection. Should Wen Yuan choose to ally with Lu Ili, he would inevitably confront the might of 4 enemy fleets. How could it have come to this? Zhu suddenly erupted in a vehement shout, his expression contorted with rage. He sprang to his feet, seizing objects to hurl and smash. Your Highness, we have dire news. Xie Yunzhen has fled. He is nowhere to be found. At that moment, a servant stumbled back in haste, addressing Zhu with urgency. Zhu felt as though struck by a physical blow, retreating in shock. The flight of Xie Yunzhen confirmed his worst fears. The treachery was aimed squarely at him, even when Yoren was ensnared in this web of deceit. Lu Yili. Zhu's heart burned with fury as he rasped the name. No, I have not yet lost. Immediately send a message to Lu Ili. Inform him I am willing to negotiate. I can offer him the rank of Imperial General, even that of a Marshal, as long as he halts his advance. Zhu anxiously grasped his servant, intent on making one last attempt to salvage the situation. If only he could buy some time, the 1st and 7th Interstellar Fleets could return and the situation would not spiral out of control. And tell Wen Yuan, he must not trust Lu Ili. Once I am eliminated, he will be next. Do not be swayed by Lu Ili's promises. What he can offer, I can match. I can even provide more. An Imperial General, or even a Marshal. Anything. Zhu shouted at his subordinate, reiterating the same terms he had offered Lu Ili. Yes, yes, I shall do it at once. The servant nodded fervently. Zhu watched the hurried figure depart, feeling as if all strength had ebbed from his body, swaying unsteadily. Outside the Imperial Council chamber, ministers of the Empire began to arrive, perplexed. This was the first time they had witnessed Zhu in such a disheveled state, utterly dejected. The area around them lay in disarray, robots busily cleaning up the mess. Your Highness, what calamity has befallen us? A few ministers, summoning their courage, ventured to inquire. Xie Yunzhen has defected. He is an insider for Lu Ili, Zhu replied, his demeanor despondent as he returned to his seat. The ministers exchanged anxious glances, fear flashing in their eyes. Zhu's revelation struck home, and they began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. The initiative had slipped from their grasp, now firmly in the hands of Lu Ili and Wen Yuan. Zhu was engulfed in anguish, lamenting his decision to dispatch the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Despite its previous missteps, it was still the Empire's backbone. Had the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets not been carelessly deployed, could either Lu Ili or Wen Yuan have dared to tread upon him. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Zhu was left to swallow the bitter fruit of his choices. Chapter 63. Lu Ili's Ascendancy to Bamus Star. 4 spatial units from the Badong Star of the Suiyun Star Domain. The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets of the Empire were assembled and quietly floating in the void of space. In the command room of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, Wen Yuan was in a state of turmoil. Both Zhu and Lu Ili had sent him enticing offers, each promising substantial rewards. One side offered the title of Imperial Marshal, while the other extended the prospect of becoming a king in partnership. Father, we cannot afford to hesitate any longer. We must launch an offensive. Do you truly trust Lu Ili? We have already betrayed once. How will the world perceive us should we betray Zhu again? When Rong implored, desperation etched across his face as he attempted to sway his father. Yet, when Yuan remained unmoved, his silence impenetrable. When Rong's heart sank, he understood his father's nature all too well. When it came to minor matters, his father was astute, but when faced with significant decisions, he faltered, lacking the decisiveness he exhibited on the battlefield. When wrong, you shall meet Lu Ili in person, when Yoren finally spoke, lifting his gaze to meet that of his son on the screen, as if having made a resolute decision. The memory of Zhu's prior humiliation weighed heavily on him, when Zhu had urged him to betray his former superior, promising him the rank of general. Yet what was the outcome? He had diligently served the empire, repeatedly stepping in to extinguish crises for Zhu, and now he felt his current rank of major general was in jeopardy. This time, when Yoren resolved to place his bet on Lu Ili, the title of king in partnership sounded far more appealing. Father, you cannot. This is unthinkable. When Rong's eyes widened in disbelief at his father's inclination to switch allegiances once more. To send him to negotiate was tantamount to making him a hostage. When Rong, I have no choice. When Yoren reiterated the words he had spoken during his initial betrayal. How can there be no choice? We should confront the enemy. Not betray Zhu, not betray his majesty. You have already gambled incorrectly once. Must you gamble again? When Rong implored loudly. His father was forever like this, flawless in trivial matters, yet muddled when it came to the weighty ones. When Rong, I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, I am your superior. I command you to depart at once. This is an order. When Yoren's tone hardened, his authority unyielding as he invoked the weight of paternal command. In the face of such pressure, when Rong could only sigh deeply, silently, saluting his father. Shortly thereafter, he set off with Yoren's handwritten letter, heading straight for battlefield.Star, where Lu Ili awaited. 10 days later, an immense fleet gradually entered the central star domain. Aboard the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Lu Ili exuded exuberance. The Lu family has finally returned. This time, I shall reclaim all that was lost from my grandfather. It had been many years since the Lu family had set foot in the central star domain, and Lu Ili had long harbored resentment over his grandfather's untimely demise. Their family ought to have ascended to the throne. The Zhu family, a once prominent clan, had long been due for ousting. Now, with the power of 4 interstellar fleets at his command, Lu Ili was prepared to unleash a storm upon any who dared to oppose him. Should the 4th Interstellar Fleet of Star prove to be short-sighted. Welcome back, Major General Lu. Xie Yunzhen greeted Lu Ili with a smile, gratitude evident in his tone. I owe you a debt of thanks for creating such a splendid opportunity. I merely provided a trifling assistance, Xie Yunzhen humbly replied, adopting a lowly demeanor. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed, Lu Ili assured him, then turned his attention to Wen Rong, who remained silent, a hostage left behind by Wen Yoren. Lu Ili was quite pleased with the successful persuasion of Wen Yoren to switch sides, saving him considerable time. Commander, the 4th Interstellar Fleet's commander, is requesting communication. The liaison officer announced. Connect them, Lu Ili nodded. He too wished to discern the final strength held by the central command. What more could be said? To fight or to capitulate? Soon, a luminous screen emerged, revealing the visage of Ning shouting. Lieutenant General, the entire 4-star fleet stands ready to heed your commands. Lu Ziwen appeared to manipulate the political landscape, favoring those close to him. He was disloyal to the empire, disloyal to his majesty, a traitor deserving of execution. Ning shouting solemnly saluted Lu Ili, expressing his allegiance. Ever since when Yoren chose to defect, it became abundantly clear to all that Prince Zhu's fortunes were waning. Major Ning, you're quite perceptive. Now, pave the way for me. Lu Ili nodded, a smile illuminating his countenance. At this moment, he wielded power akin to that of a dragon. Wherever he went, others bowed in submission. The aristocracy of the capital star possessed keen insight, discerning who truly held the mandate of heaven. With the guidance of the 4-star fleet, the sanitation space stations tasked with guarding Star also sent transmissions to Lu Ili, pledging their loyalty. Lu Ili's flagship, escorted by a formidable fleet, ultimately ascended to the skies above Star. Along the way, aside from encountering resistance on Star, he faced no further obstacles after eliminating the treacherous governor. On the other side, within the Imperial Council chamber of Star, Zhu appeared disheartened as he exited. The council chamber stood desolate. He gazed upward, witnessing the multitude of ships in the sky. Betrayal surrounded him. In an instant, he transitioned from an imperial prince to a man on the brink of death. Zhu had attempted to rally forces for resistance. But upon the arrival of Lu Ili's formidable fleet, all hope was rendered futile. His subordinates scattered like frightened birds. Prince, we must flee, urged a loyal servant. Flee? Where to? Zhu sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He understood well that Emperor Zhu Runhe might survive, but his own demise was inevitable. Not long after, a squad of soldiers surged in from outside, encircling both Zhu and his servant. Days later, amidst the cacophony of drums and gongs, Liu Ili was formally appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, overseeing the Central Command. Simultaneously, he ascended to the position of Speaker of the Imperial Council. Like Zhu, he now wielded immense military and political power. Zhu Renhe remained the Emperor of the Human Empire, yet the position once held by Zhu was now occupied by another. Liu Ili surveyed the Imperial Council with great ambition, observing the multitude of ministers who bowed to him in deference. He then glanced at the young emperor behind him, who appeared acutely aware of the unfolding events, clinging tightly to his nurse, visibly cautious, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must announce a matter of great import. The military structure of the empire can no longer contend with the current circumstances. I intend to initiate military reforms. A smile adorned Liu Ili's face, while when Yoren in his seat immediately furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The promises previously made by Liu Ili had yielded no tangible results. The notion of a co-regent was utterly non-existent. In truth, Liu Ili had no desire to be a king. It was evident to all that he aspired to the throne. Chapter 64. The Last Will of Zhu. Somewhere in the Red Cloud star domain, the first star fleet was progressing slowly. Within the command bridge of the large battleship 378, Lin Nian sat at his post, sipping coffee. Interstellar travel proved exceedingly tedious, with an endless expanse of stars and roads to traverse. Lin Nian reminisced about the convenience of the space jump provided by the sanitation space station at their departure. Such ease was a stark contrast to the current, arduous journey, which stretched on for 8 months. The 378 battleship, after all, lacked a space jump device. During this idle time, Lin Nian had studied the distinctions between large and super-large battleships. In terms of size, super-large battleships were slightly larger. In armament, they boasted a marginally greater arsenal. Essentially, they were upgraded versions of large battleships, with a 15% enhancement in various performance aspects, less imposing than their name suggested. Lin Nian's thoughts drifted to his family, uncertain of their well-being and safety. He hoped that when Yoren, being a general of the empire, would not act without a semblance of decency. Silently, Lin Nian offered prayer. Commander, we've received new intelligence from Central Command. It's peculiar. This time, it's a point-to-point transmission. At that moment, the communications officer approached Lin Nian, saluting him. Utilizing point-to-point transmission typically indicates confidential information. Please proceed. Lin Nian nodded. Soon, he felt a vibration from his wristwatch. Upon opening it, a screen materialized before his eyes, revealing a video awaiting playback. Lin Nian, somewhat taken aback, pressed the play button, but nothing happened. He paused, only to be greeted by a string of subtitles. Missing required permissions. Unable to open. Current number, 111. Lin Nian noted the 111, realizing 10 more individuals were needed, likely the 10 captains under his command. Communications officer, this video requires confirmation of personnel. What's the situation? Lin Nian inquired about the encrypted video. The officer succinctly explained, this is information intended for the entire fleet, categorized as an authorization document. Typically, it necessitates the presence of a designated number of individuals to unlock. 11 individuals correspond to a fleet commander and the 10 captains of large battleships. Please notify the other captains. Lin Nian immediately rose and instructed the communications officer, hasten to inform the other captains. The previous tedium of the voyage dissipated instantly. This video was unusual. It required all 11 of them to be present in order to unlock it. Commander, is something amiss? Asked Colonel Mo Yang Wang, the first to arrive. He saluted Lin Nian. Commander. Following him were Captain Wei Rinda and Captain Zhou Kejin, among others. Lin Nian returned their salutes. Gentlemen, I have just received new orders from Central Command, but we must all authorize confirmation to access it. This should pertain to a new mission for the First Star Fleet. He recounted the situation succinctly. Understood. Commander, I have authorized you. Please proceed. Mo Yang Wang stated earnestly. Commander, authorized. Wei Rinda echoed in his usual terse manner. Oh dear. I hope this isn't yet another grueling task. Can't Central Command grant us a moment's peace? Lamented Zhou Kejin, who had a penchant for shirking labor. Soon, all had granted their authorization, and Lin Nian projected the video onto the main screen, ensuring the entire fleet could witness it, an essential requirement of the authorization document. Prohibiting private viewing. Once Lin Nian observed the display reading 1111, he publicly pressed the play button. The screen revealed a lavishly dressed young man seated at a podium. However, Lin Nian did not recognize this individual. I am Zhu, Prince of the Human Empire. This shall be my final command in life. Zhu's expression remained composed. Yet his opening words startled everyone, particularly Mo Yangwang and the others, who exchanged bewildered glances. They frequently encountered Prince Zhu. Yet what did his words imply? Was he to perish? The human empire faced an unprecedented crisis. Lu Yili has already risen in rebellion under the banner of purging the traitors of the Qing dynasty. He initiated his insurrection from the Kanjian Star region and has successfully seized the Beidong Star in the Suiyun Star region, now advancing towards the Central Star region. The officers I dispatched, Major General Wen Yuan, Major Wen Rong, and Colonel Ning Xiaoting, have all defected in front of Lu Yili. Given the current circumstances, it is merely a matter of time before Lu Yili claims dominion over Baimang Star. Zhu Xian's tone appeared somewhat somber as he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the camera, as if transcending the lens to meet Lin Nian's eyes, engaging in a face-to-face conversation. Colonel Lin Nian, your performance in the campaign against the Arhanchen cult has been remarkably outstanding, consistently achieving military accolades. On behalf of the Central Command, I hereby promote you to the rank of Major General of the Empire and appoint you as the commander of the Imperial First Interstellar Fleet. All others shall also be elevated by one rank. As Zhu Xian's words concluded, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Not only Lin Nian, but they too had received promotions. However, many gazes turned towards Lin Nian, particularly those of Mo Yangwang and others. For Lin Nian was the sole individual granted an extraordinary elevation, leaping directly from colonel to major general, a feat almost unheard of. Yet according to Zhu Xian's assertion, if Lu Yili were indeed to claim authority over Baimang Star, it would seem that Zhu Xian was now facing reckoning. This order, to some extent, bore the semblance of an unrecognized testament. At the very least, it is highly improbable that Lu Yili's regime would acknowledge it. Now, I formally issue the final command to the First Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili has betrayed and forgotten his loyalties, harboring intentions to subvert the Empire, a crime of grave severity. You must eradicate Lu Yili, restore power to His Majesty, revive the human empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. With solemnity, Zhu Xian concluded, giving a heavy pat on his right shoulder. The video ended, plunging the entire fleet into an oppressive silence. The information Zhu Xian revealed was explosive. Baimang Star had experienced a political upheaval. The second, third, and fourth interstellar fleets, once tasked with guarding Baimang Star, had all defected, aligning themselves with Lu Yili. Zhu Xian was forced offline while Lu Yili ascended to the stage. What were they to do? Theoretically, they could choose to disregard this command. For Zhu Xian was now deceased. The prince's orders no longer held coercive power. The entire fleet turned its gaze towards Lin Nian, for he was the principal beneficiary of this command. Everyone awaited Lin Nian's stance. He did not rush to speak, feeling the weight of collective attention bearing down upon him. A formidable and palpable pressure, most notably from individuals like Zhou Kejin. Lin Nian was uncertain of their true thoughts. If he publicly accepted this command, would he be reported to Lu Yili? Such a decision could directly jeopardize his safety, leaving no room for Lin Nian to underestimate the gravity of the situation. Let us return as normal and discuss it later, Lin Nian said lightly, simultaneously erasing the video from the main screen. The 10 captains appeared to exhale a collective sigh of relief, as Lin Nian proved not to be a fool. To publicly express a stance or demand, this would only place everyone in an untenable position. A strategy of delay was preferable. Any issues could be addressed upon their return to the Central Star region. Each of them remained uninformed about the situation, particularly regarding the newly ascendant Lu Yili. Whether he was worthy of their loyalty was a question marked with uncertainty. Chapter 65, Seeds of Rebellion. In a secluded conference room on Baimang Star, Lu Yili summoned his trusted confidants to gather in a unified assembly. Among them were the most pivotal figures: Major General Gu Hanzhou, commander of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Major General Xiaolin, commander of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, alongside several close strategists, including the newly joined Xie Yunjian. I aspire to become emperor. What else is required? Lu Yili addressed his inner circle with unreserved candor. Commander, you must consolidate military authority. There remains a glaring loose end that needs addressing, Gu Hanzhou stated directly. Lu Yili's ambition to ascend to the throne aligned with their aspirations for advancement, promising substantial benefits for them as well. Having reached this juncture, even if Lu Yili were reluctant, his subordinates would compel him to embrace this path. A loose end is merely a dying man, Lu Yili remarked, contemplating the fate of Wen Yuan, who had previously vehemently opposed military reforms in the Imperial Council. At that time, the situation in Baimang Star was precarious, and Lu Yili had opted not to force the issue. However, circumstances had changed, and he had now firmly established his rule over Baimang Star. It was time to reconsider Wen Yuan's position. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord, all present echoed in unison. Once you have fully secured military power, the next steps will be to shape public opinion and confer honors. Xie Yunjian suggested at that moment. Excellent. You shall commence these tasks immediately. I yearn to ascend to that position post-haste. Lu Yili's eyes gleamed with barely contained desire, eager to claim the imperial throne. My lord, the local aristocracy is quite disobedient, often paying lip service to your commands while undermining them in secrecy. What should we do? One strategist inquired. Those individuals again, always conspiring against me from the shadows. Lu Yili fumed upon hearing this. These cunning individuals understood the necessity of adopting a submissive demeanor in formal settings. Yet behind closed doors, they openly resisted his policies, opposing his maneuvers through covert means. I am weary of this. Upon discovering such treachery again, I shall execute them. Let it serve as a warning to all. Lu Yili's face radiated fury. Once he seized absolute power, he was determined to abandon the restraint of his true nature. My lord, such measures may prove unwise. Xie Yunjin interjected, sensing Lu Yili's excessive aggression. Offending the local powers of Baimastar could potentially provoke backlash. No further discussion is necessary. My decision is resolute. Eliminate them all. Lu Yili was impervious to any further counsel. His journey from the Kanjian Star region to dominating the empire was driven by a desire for the divine right to rule. He was intent on forging his own dominion. Anyone who dared to be a stumbling block or voice dissent would face a singular fate: death. Lu Yili's expression was one of unwavering determination. Xie Yunjian fell silent, questioning his prior decisions. He had aided Lu Yili out of animosity towards Zhu Xian's intentions against the Xie family, but it was increasingly apparent that he might have unwittingly set a trap for himself. Considering current events, Lu Yili did not seem a figure worthy of his loyalty. Gu Hanzhou, you will notify Wen Yuan and instruct him to relinquish his command of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. He is to report immediately to the Imperial General Staff. Lu Yili commanded, turning to Gu Hanzhou. Commander, would it not be more appropriate for you to announce this personally? Gu Hanzhou hesitated, aware that his rank was merely Major General, while Wen Yuan held the rank of Lieutenant General. I have never heard of a low-ranking officer being assigned to a higher position. It defies reason. There is no necessity for it. If Wen Yuan wishes to voice his opinions, let him come to Baimang and find me in person. After all, he is merely a dog of the traitorous patriarch. The entire Central Star region is under my control now. A wild dog like Wen Yuan is no longer worthy of my consideration. Lu Yili's tone was arrogant. Ever since he ascended to the ranks of Imperial Marshal and President of the Council, his inherent brutality has become increasingly uncontainable. He now stands one step below the Emperor, a mere procedural formality away from the throne. There is no longer any reason to conceal his ambitions. Yes, Gu Hanzhou straightened his posture and saluted Lu Yili. At the 002 sanitation space station, Wen Yuan seethed, "Damn it, Lu Yili, you have betrayed me. You dare to meddle with my military rank? Do you truly believe I would not retaliate?" He hurled objects in anger, having just received a message from Gu Hanzhou that left him incredulous. After several protests yielded no results, the pent-up fury within him became impossible to suppress. Most critically, his son Wenrong was right. Lu Yili was utterly untrustworthy. This realization added to Wen Yuan's embarrassment, especially since he had been the one advocating for surrender. Now, having sold everything, he found himself with not a single penny to show for it. He had been taken advantage of by Lu Yili. Father, why not rebel for real? Let us directly ambush Lu Yili at Baimang. I can facilitate the contacts. After all, Lu Yili has already stirred up considerable resentment on Baimang. Many are too fearful to voice their anger and are merely waiting for a pretext. Wenrong once again urged his father. Lu Yili has killed many during this period, conducting widespread purges that have instilled fear among the people of Baimang. Wenrong, it is not an easy decision to make. Wen Yuan hesitated upon hearing his son's genuine intent to take action. Although Lu Yili was reckless, he had not yet directly targeted high-ranking officers. Instead, Lu Yili was methodically infiltrating his own loyalists into the mid- and lower-tier ranks of the Imperial fleet, akin to boiling a frog in water, slowly tormenting Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan longed to alter his current predicament, but was terrified of the repercussions. Having built everything from scratch through years of hard work, the accumulated power and wealth made it exceedingly difficult for him to sever ties and risk everything against Lu Yili. Father, do not hesitate any longer. To delay is to invite disaster. Wenrong observed his father's indecision and realized he intended to back down once more. Father, if we retreat this time, is there truly a way back? Do you not recall Liu Yili's prior promises of alliance with the Wang family? We have no place in Liu Yili's plans. Wen Rong's emotions surged as he pressed his father further. Wen Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, Liu Yili was not to be trusted. Very well. You will contact Commander Chun of the 2nd Star Fleet, Commander Ning of the 4th Star Fleet, and the acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet. Finally, ensure that you maintain control over your 3rd Star Fleet. When Yuan's resolve solidified, he would no longer remain passive. If Liu Yili regarded him as insignificant, then he would not simply await his fate. Liu Yili had already replaced numerous mid- and lower-tier officers, yet these individuals were not insurmountable obstacles. Chapter 66. Wen Rong's contact. Father, what about Lin Nian? His 1st Star Fleet is on its way back. Should we reach out to him? Wen Rong could not help but mention Lin Nian. How confident are you? Wen Yuan hesitated. He was not well acquainted with Lin Nian, and their current undertaking was rebellion. If word leaked prematurely, not only would their plans be exposed, but they could also provoke Liu Yili's retaliation. I trust him, Wen Rong responded after reflection. Based on his interactions with Lin Nian, he believed that even if Lin Nian chose not to join them, he would not betray their actions. This was merely an instinct, lacking concrete evidence. Had it not been for his father's past actions against Lin Nian, Wen Rong would have felt more assured. Forget it. The risk is too great. Wen Yuan shook his head in refusal. This is a matter of rebellion. It is something that could cost us our lives, and I must tread cautiously. While Lin Nian was indeed the captain of the 1st Star Fleet, his subordinates may not necessarily heed his commands. Father, an additional ally means an increased chance of victory. The 1st Star Fleet could utilize the space leap from the 7th Star Fleet to swiftly reach the Central Star region. It's worth asking, even if it ultimately fails. The 1st Star Fleet won't be able to arrive immediately, posing no immediate threat to us, Wen Rong continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan considered the logic behind it. Lin Nian was the acting commander, and without the 1st Star Fleet's super-large warships, he would have to continue at a constant speed if the 7th Star Fleet did not initiate a space leap. Let us give it a try. Wen Yuan finally relented. Wen Rong nodded eagerly. In the Yingyun Star region, the 1st Star Fleet had just completed refueling at the Imperial Supply Station and was continuing its advance toward the Central Star region. Lin Nian sat with his arm resting on the command console, one hand supporting his forehead. Commander, could you give us a hint about your intentions? Lin Nian heard Zhou Kejin's voice. Since receiving the video from Zhu Ziyan, the 10 captains had pulled him into a private chat channel, avoiding public frequencies to prevent any record of their discussion. If Lin Nian had not been invited in, he would have been entirely unaware of such conversations taking place behind his back. We'll discuss it later, Lin Nian replied with the same phrase. The general's rank that Zhu Ziyan had conferred upon him was something he dared not accept. Lin Nian was acutely aware of his shortcomings, a political novice whose current position was a result of strength and opportunity. His rapid rise through the ranks had left him without any real power among the military's lower echelons. Zhu Ziyan's suggestion to take action against Liu Yili seemed utterly absurd. Was Zhu Ziyan truly out of his mind? With their lives on the line, how could he impose such burdens? Lin Nian could not fathom it. The most terrifying aspect was that this video had been disseminated throughout the fleet. Everyone was now aware of the situation. Each of these high-ranking officers, one and all, could not escape accountability. If any crew members of the 1st Star Fleet had connections to Liu Yili, they could easily expose this matter. Lin Nian could already envision a scene where, upon entering a sanitation space station, these senior officers would be apprehended by a throng of military police, swiftly escorted to a military tribunal for judgment. Compared to the general's rank Zhu Ziyan had mentioned, Lin Nian valued his own life far more. Such a rank could only be claimed if one was assured of survival. Lin Nian now believed that the rank of major was quite satisfactory. He had ascended to a sufficiently high position and could not afford to aspire for more. Commander, why do you keep repeating that? We are in a private channel. It won't be recorded. Let's speak freely. We are all in this together, so let's lay our cards on the table. Otherwise, when we return, we might find ourselves credited with the accomplishments of our subordinates. Zhou Kejin lamented in the channel, his voice grating on the ears. Lieutenant Colonel Ukijin, close your crow's mouth. At this moment, Wei Rinda found it rare to let out a shout. Indeed, please be silent. Your quacking voice is unbearable. Mo Yang Wang could not help but interject. No, I refuse. I still have a bright future ahead of me. It is utterly absurd to be entangled in trouble because of a royal prince of the empire. Help! Zhou Kejin continued to wail. Commander, there is a communication request. When Huiyun suddenly announced him, Lin Nian promptly rose from his command post, simultaneously exiting the private chat channel. Zhou Kejin's cacophony ceased abruptly. Who is it? The Central Command? No, it is General Wen Rong, When Huiyun shook his head, his expression somewhat complicated. Lin Nian clenched his fists in an instant. He had not forgotten how Wen Yoren had bypassed him, binding his family to the 007 sanitation space station. Was Wen Rong threatening him with this matter? By the way, can we communicate directly at this distance? Lin Nian quietly inquired of Wen Huiyun. Commander, there is no issue. The central star domain is adjacent to the shadow cloud star domain, so normal communication can still be established, Wen Huiyun replied. Then connect me, Lin Nian commanded. Not long after, a communication message came through. This communication port also required private authorization. Only Lin Nian himself could grant it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nian chose to authorize. A light screen flickered to life, and the connection was established. General Wen Rong appeared on the screen. General Wen Rong. Lin Nian took the initiative to salute him, as he was indeed someone who had helped him, and Lin Nian maintained a basic level of respect. Lin Nian, this is a communication between friends. No need for formalities. Wen Rong first glanced at Lin Nian, then turned his gaze past him to focus on Wen Huiyun. It seems that Wen Huiyun has placed all his bets on you, even arranging for your family in advance. Lin Nian was taken aback. He could not help but glance at Wen Huiyun beside him. What did Wen Rong mean by that? His family was now in Wen Huiyun's hands? Wen Huiyun, meeting his gaze, seemed to shy away inexplicably. Of course, Wen Huiyun could not hear his conversation with Wen Rong. Lin Nian momentarily set aside his inquiries and continued to face Wen Rong. All right, let us return to the main topic. Lin Nian, Lu Ili is cruel and ruthless. My father intends to raise an army against Lu Ili's rule, gathering the forces of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th interstellar fleets. Naturally, we hope your 1st interstellar fleet can join us in this uprising. What do you think, Lin Nian? Wen Rong posed the question that he was most concerned about. Lin Nian remained silent. He recalled what Zhu Xian had said in the video, though Wen Yoren had switched sides decisively in the past. But what was his intention now? Why attack Lu Ili at this moment? Was it due to unequal distribution of spoils? Why not act sooner? Lu Ili had already occupied Bai Mang Star, and only now did Wen Yoren express a desire to resist. This seemed utterly unreliable. Lin Nian dismissed the thought vehemently. I apologize, General Wen Rong, but I must decline. I only accept orders from the Imperial Central Command. His tone was exceedingly calm. After speaking, he saluted Wen Rong, adopting a demeanor of official business. Chapter 67. The Suicide of Wen Yoren. Is that so? I understand. Then farewell, Lin Nian. Wen Rong sighed upon hearing this, shaking his head in resignation. However, as he spoke his last words, it felt almost like a farewell. Farewell, General Wen Rong. Lin Nian once again performed a standard salute. Strictly speaking, this was a debt he owed Wen Rong. He had yet to repay that favor of recognition. But one thing was certain. Lin Nian held a profoundly negative view of Wen Yoren, Wen Rong's father. To Lin Nian, there was a distinction between Wen Rong and Wen Yoren. Of course, the reason Lin Nian directly refused Wen Rong was not solely due to Wen Yoren. It was primarily because he did not wish to engage in conflict, especially not to be embroiled in this political tempest. Furthermore, after learning about Wen Yoren's past, Lin Nian was even more resolute in his stance. Wen Yoren had repeatedly backstabbed his superiors. If he were to betray Lu Ili as well, his actions would be no different from that of Lu Bu, a treacherous scoundrel. Such behavior filled Lin Nian with disdain. Since Wen Yoren would stab his own leaders in the back for personal gain, what could be expected of him towards his subordinates? If he were to turn against them, would he not be even less restrained? Lin Nian silently watched the light screen before him fade away, gradually lowering his hand. Commander, what happened with General Wen Rong? Wen Huiyun inquired at this moment. Lin Nian did not answer, nor could he disclose the content of his conversation with Wen Rong. He shook his head. Chief of Staff Wen, my family is with you, is it not? Lin Nian turned back to face Wen Huiyun, countering with a question. I apologize. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Wen Huiyun stood tall, saluting Lin Nian earnestly. No, I did not mean to blame you. On the contrary, I must thank you for helping us avoid a great disaster. Lin Nian was now drenched in cold sweat. If his family was indeed in Wen Yoren's hands, then the one who had just approached him for negotiations might not have been Wen Rong, but rather Wen Yoren, employing some form of coercion to demand his obedience, such as leading the 1st Interstellar Fleet to attack Lu Ili. He would be forced into the political infighting of the Empire. Lin Nian currently could not see the situation clearly. Aligning with either Wen Yoren or Lu Ili was not his intention. He merely wished to survive on the battlefield. Yet, unwittingly, he had become the highest commander of a fleet, wielding the power to alter the fates of many. Now he had to contemplate how he ought to wield this power. Lin Nian had a strong premonition that this political upheaval within the Empire would soon sweep over him. Turning, he gazed out at the transparent viewport. The bow of the battleship number 378 continued to forge ahead with determination. In the realm of the void cloud star domain, near the wreckage of the flagship of the cult of the ruined sky, hundreds of warships slowly approached. Dozens of individuals were released into space, while a team equipped with jetpacks gradually flew towards the flagship's remains. Simultaneously, within the flagship of the cult of the ruined sky, Han Tianzu remained silently observing everything before him. Master, the exploration team has returned with news. They have discovered the bodies of Master Han Tianzu and the Chief of Staff, and are in the process of retrieving them. A crew member spoke softly. Han Tianzu's hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Lin Nian had left a deep impression on him. He sought revenge, yet the shadow Lin Nian cast upon him was too overwhelming. The cult of the ruined sky could not compete with Lin Nian. It was impossible to prevail. Moreover, they were currently too weak. The urgent task was to strengthen their own power. The first interstellar fleet had already departed the Hongyun star domain. Now was his moment to exert his influence. Let us go. Order. Target. Hongyun star domain. Depart. Han Tianzu waved his hand decisively. He needed to pillage the empire's populace once more, transforming those individuals into his soldiers, into followers of the cult of the ruined sky. He also needed to find someone akin to his brother, the Chief of Staff, to strategize for him. In short, everything was far from over. The cult of the ruined sky was not finished, and neither was Han Tianzu. Central Star Domain 007 Sanitation Space Station. Within a secluded chamber, a multitude of influential figures had gathered. When Yoren gazed upon them, all leaders or chiefs of staff from the four fleets, predominantly his longtime subordinates. Notably, the acting captain of the 7th Interstellar Fleet had directly traversed through the fixed-point teleportation array, arriving from Yanlin Star for this meeting. Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you all today to deliberate on a matter of utmost urgency. When Yoren proclaimed, his expression grave, unconsciously adopting the imposing demeanor of a former commander as he looked down upon the assembly. Commander, what is it that demands our attention? The admirals exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued. It was evident that when Yoren had convened them for a reason of great significance. Lu Ili is acting defiantly on Bema Star. He is ruthless and extravagant. I am resolved to overthrow Lu Ili. When Yoren articulated his intention, but was met with a chilling silence. Commander, why now? Why did you not act during the Suiyun star domain? Why did you refrain when Prince Zhu urged you to strike? After your capitulation to Lu Ili, why choose to act now? Why? Colonel Chun from the 2nd Interstellar Fleet was the first to voice his concerns, his gaze sharp and relentless with a barrage of questions. When Yoren opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Commander, you have betrayed us thrice. How can we trust you now? Colonel Chun shook his head, unwilling to say more, and strode out with his head held high. Ning Xiaoting and the others exchanged glances before following suit, leaving only Wen Yoren and his son, Wen Rong, behind. Father, what shall we do now? Wen Rong asked, taken aback by the turn of events, especially considering the repercussions of his father's previous surrender to Lu Ili. His father had become a pariah. What could they do? Wen Yoren's face bore the weight of bitterness. My child, you must flee at once. Go to Yintian Star. Take all our family members and head immediately to the Northern Star domain. His tone was somber, for it was clear that his former subordinates were no longer willing to heed his counsel. There was a real danger that someone might inform Lu Ili of their plans. Remaining in the Imperial Central Star domain would be perilous. Lu Ili would seek retribution against them, just as he had against Zhu Xian. 3 days hence, you shall depart from here. Someone will guide you out of the Empire. Do not fail. When Yoren unfurled a star chart before Wen Rong, pointing to a location in the Northern Star domain from which they could swiftly reach the Human Republic. Father, what will you do? What is your plan? Wen Rong inquired urgently. Do not concern yourself with me. You must go. I have matters to attend to. When Yoren insisted, pushing Wen Rong away. Reluctantly, Wen Rong left, glancing back multiple times. Wen Yoren then ambled toward his office, and upon settling into his former place of work, he tenderly caressed the surface of his desk. He had led a life of glory, orchestrating grand strategies and achieving victories from afar. Yet, when faced with decisions that would dictate his future, he had failed to choose rightly each time. This time, he resolved not to choose at all. He withdrew a drawer and grasped a handgun resting within. Slowly, he aimed the barrel at his own head. After a prolonged silence, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the office. Chapter 68. A Climate of Fear. Imperial Assembly Hall. Lu Ili, seething with rage, projected a message onto the light screen. When Yoren's conspiracy had failed, resulting in his own demise. My heart aches. Among you lurk traitors. These individuals seek to destabilize the Empire, to upend the hard-won stability Some of them are already conspiring to rebel. Former commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, including Vice Admiral Wen Yoren. I never imagined he would be among them. Liu Yili's expression was icy. The prospect of Wen Yoren's insurrection sent chills down his spine. Had Wen Yoren successfully rallied the 4 Imperial Interstellar Fleets, the odds would have been heavily against him. Fortunately, Wen Yoren's past betrayals had long since diminished his standing. Though the rebellion had failed, it served as a wake-up call for Liu Yili. He had been far too lenient, allowing thoughts of rebellion to fester. Such defiance was intolerable to Liu Yili. This time, he would initiate a thorough purge. He aimed to install his loyalists throughout the military and government, and anyone associated with the Wen family would face reckoning. With a resounding thud, Liu Yili slammed his fist on the assembly table. "Bring Colonel Chun from the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to me," he shouted in a voice tinged with fury. Soon, a battered Colonel Chun was brought before him by the military police. Liu Yili seized Chun by the hair. "Tell me, who else was in the chamber mentioned in this anonymous letter?" he demanded fiercely in front of numerous Imperial officials. Colonel Chun, with a mocking glare, spat blood at Liu Yili, striking him squarely in the face. "Scoundrel!" Liu Yili's rage surged, and he drew his handgun, aiming it at Colonel Chen's head. The gunshot echoed throughout the Imperial Assembly Hall, causing every official present to flinch in terror. Liu Yili's recent display of brutality was evident to all. But this act of public execution surpassed even Zhu Xian's tenure, during which he never resorted to such measures, maintaining the Empire's last vestige of dignity. Liu Yili, however, showed no such restraint. "Take him away," Liu Yili commanded dismissively, wiping his face clean with a handkerchief offered by his aide. Colonel Chen's lifeless body was dragged away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the assembly hall, rendering everyone silent and averted their gazes from Liu Yili. "Listen closely. Anyone may report to me. As long as the information is verified and true, I will ensure that they receive immediate promotion. No matter who, anyone connected to Wen Yoren, regardless of rank, will be arrested and executed," Liu Yili declared, leaving no room for dissent as he exited the assembly hall. Only then did the ministers dare to lift their heads, their expressions mirroring that of a young emperor encountering Liu Yili for the first time, trembling in fear. Xie Yunjian remained silent, observing the bloodstains on the floor, the vivid red a stark reminder of the brutality. The Empire needed someone to challenge Liu Yili's tyrannical rule. Xie Yunjian resolved to identify potential candidates among the commanders of the Imperial Interstellar Fleets capable of overthrowing Liu Yili. The greatest reliance of Liu Yili lay in the 5th and 6th Interstellar Fleets, and to confront the fleets, only the fleets themselves could suffice. Xie Yunjian began to assess the potential forces at his disposal. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets lay in ruins, remnants of the once direct command of Wen Yoren. All officers of the rank of Major and above had been apprehended by the Central Gendarmerie and summarily executed, devoid of any semblance of a judicial process. These distinguished mid-level military commanders did not perish in the throes of war. Rather, they fell victim to the extreme and brutal political purges within the Empire. Thus, the two fleets were no longer viable options. Xie Yunjian sighed inwardly. While Wen Yoren's personal character might be questionable, his troops were among the few formidable forces in the Imperial Central Army. Witnessing their degradation at the hands of Liu Yili was disheartening. After a moment of mourning for those exemplary generals, he resumed his calculations. His next target was the 4th Star Fleet. Ning Xiaoding had managed to remain unscathed amidst this turmoil, maintaining his characteristic low profile. Although he had once served under Wen Yoren, Liu Yili ultimately opted for silence regarding the 4th Star Fleet, despite the widespread knowledge of the former superior-subordinate relationship. Xie Yunjian surmised that this was primarily due to the formidable strength of the 4th Star Fleet, which was currently stationed at the 020 Environmental Station, the furthest from Baimang Star, much like the 7th Star Fleet, thus largely beyond Liu Yili's grasp and capable of retreating at any moment. Xie Yunjian nodded slightly, recognizing this as a significant force. He then turned his attention to the 7th Star Fleet, whose acting commander was yet another of Wen Yoren's former subordinates. The original fleet commander, Major General Shen Liang, had been parachuted into the 7th Star Fleet by Zhu Xian in an attempt to alter the situation. But Shen had proven ineffective, meeting his demise in battle. Xie Yunjian mentally noted the possibility of attempting contact. There remained one final force, albeit an incomplete one, the 1st Star Fleet, dispatched on a mission against the rebellion under Han Tianzu, which had yet to return to the Central Star System. The sole drawback of this force was the absence of a core battleship, a colossal vessel. However, the acting commander, Lin Nian, was reputed to be quite capable. Zhu Ziyan had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. Had he adequately equipped Lin Nian, the First Star Fleet might have returned sooner, thereby preventing Lu Ili from breaching their defenses. Xie Yunjian felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his prior decision to ally with Lu Ili against Zhu Ziyan had been a profoundly misguided one. In any case, this fleet could be considered a tenuous possibility. He documented this last fleet, knowing that the other imperial fleets were either stationed in the outer territories or had been entirely annihilated, with no hope of recovering personnel or organization in the near future. Master Xie, what occupies your thoughts? At that moment, a minister approached him. Xie Yunjian withdrew his wandering mind, noting that behind this minister stood more than one individual. In the absence of Lu Ili, the imperial senate began to cluster and converse, engaging in trivial discussions. While Lu Ili could leave at will, they were bound to remain, for their time of departure had not yet arrived. Do you not wish to gather with us once we leave this place? One inquired, his tones seemingly casual, but his eyes betraying ulterior motives. Xie Yunjian grasped the implication almost immediately. Lu Ili's bloodthirstiness instilled fear in all present, and they shared a common intent to subvert his dominion. Once the civil officials reached a consensus, they would need to address the final, most critical element, military force. Chapter 69, A Certain Doom. The battleship 378. In summary, the ship's damage must be repaired swiftly to bring the First Star Fleet back to the Central Star System. Marshal Lu Ili awaited the commendations for your accomplishments at Baimang Star. Gu Hanzhou appeared solemn on the holographic screen. The bridge was also filled with the holograms of Mo Yangwang and others. Yes, Lin Nian and Wen Huiyun, along with the rest, stood at attention, saluting the hologram of Gu Hanzhou. As Gu Hanzhou's image faded, Lin Nian lowered his hands. Good news. Lu Ili in the Central Star System has finally remembered us. Bad news. Those marked by Lu Ili are likely to perish. When Yoren's suicide had cast a pall over all associated officers, as they now lived in constant trepidation. Lu Ili had gone on a murderous rampage in the Central Star System, literally insane with bloodshed. Anyone found to be even remotely connected to Wen Yoren faced immediate execution. With no pretense of a trial, Lin Nian, unfortunately, was deeply entwined with the One family. Wen Rong was his patron, and Wen Yoren was Wen Rong's father, a direct lineage of the highest order. Thus, Lin Nian harbored profound anxiety regarding Gu Hanzhou's urgings. The recent outreach from the Central Command might merely be Lu Ili's ruse to lure them back to the Central Star System, where they would face systematic purges of mid-level officers upon their return to the home port. Lin Nian's earlier premonitions had been validated. They had been forcibly ensnared in this political tempest due to Wen Yoren. If mishandled, it would spell doom for them all. Commander, you hail from the Third Star Fleet. Lu Ili's invitation to return surely harbors ill intentions. The entire Central Star System is abuzz with tales of Lu Ili's brutality. We cannot return. Going back is a death sentence. Zhou Kejin spoke candidly, unrestrained in his words before the fleet commanders and all bridge personnel. The Star Fleet was an exceptionally unique collective, characterized by an extraordinary sense of unity. When their interests were at stake, they shared a bond that meant either collective success or collective failure. Never was there a situation where individuals could be discussed in isolation. This was a consequence of the peculiarities of interstellar warfare. In the face of battle, every life was intertwined. Should their ship be destroyed by the enemy, they would all perish together, with no survivors. This reality easily fostered a sense of oneness among all crew members post-battle. Given the purge instigated by Lu Ili, the new Imperial Marshal was acutely aware of this dynamic. Any action taken now would amount to a systematic assault on the mid-level officers of the entire fleet. Particularly precarious was Lin Nian's position, as he hailed from Wen Yoren's faction. Should Lin Nian be targeted, it would inevitably extend to commanders like Zhou Kejin. No one could escape. Indeed, although Lieutenant Zhou may be prone to lamentations, the outcome is highly likely. Mo Yangwang could not help but concur with Zhou Kejin's sentiments. Perhaps they could no longer return. Yes, Commander, perhaps we should consider an alternative location instead. Let us not return to the Central Star System. Some captains even suggested this to Lin Nian. Indeed, we could seek refuge elsewhere for the time being. Once circumstances shift, we can emerge again. Many captains voiced their approval of this proposal, even deeming it prudent. Lin Nian remained silent, gripping the railing before him, his head bowed in contemplation of their future path. This was no longer solely about him. The future of the entire crew was bound to his decisions. Given Lu Ili's current stance, returning would likely lead to reckoning. Escaping was not an option. Not only would his family suffer, but so would the families of his subordinates. We cannot flee. If we do, what will become of our families? Lin Nian spoke slowly, The captains, who had once believed they had found a solution, immediately fell silent, followed by a chorus of sighs. What on earth was happening? They had just returned from battle, only to find the Empire in turmoil, and themselves marked for reckoning. Although Major Gu Hanzhou had spoken eloquently, who would dare trust Lu Yili's words now? The Central Star Domain was rife with chaos and bloodshed, a brutal political struggle they had witnessed before. Commander, an unfamiliar signal has been received, came the report. Identity verification shows it is member of the Imperial Council, Xie Yunjian. When Huiyun suddenly trotted up to him, Lin Nian wore a perplexed expression. He had never heard of this title or individual. Commander, I recognize this person. He is part of the central decision-making body. Lu Yili has just dispatched someone to communicate with us on behalf of the Central Command. There is no need for this again. Perhaps we should listen, Mo Yang Wang suggested. Very well, Lin Nian nodded. They were woefully uninformed about the situation in the Central Star Domain, and indeed required authentic internal intelligence. As for whether Xie Yunjian could be trusted, Lin Nian decided to hear him out first. After all, they were already in a perilous predicament. Moving forward likely meant death. Retreat offered no refuge. With the authorization information entered, a new screen materialized in front of them, revealing a middle-aged man. I am Xie Yunjian. May I ask, who is the acting commander of the First Star Fleet? Lin Nian. Xie Yunjian scanned the room, soon noticing the 10 captains present alongside him on the screen. That would be me. What is the matter? Lin Nian nodded slightly at Xie Yunjian. Everyone, you are doomed. Do you realize this? Xie Yunjian's words landed like a bombshell. The expressions of Mo Yang Wang and the others shifted dramatically, confirming that Lu Yili intended to take action against them. The distinction between the likelihood of being targeted and the certainty of it was monumental. They felt the last flicker of hope within them burst like a soap bubble. What evidence do you have? Major Gu Hanzhou just contacted us, instructing us to return normally, claiming we were to be commended for quelling the cult of the wild sky. Zhou Kejin exclaimed, as if he had been struck. Evidence? Of course I have it. Just look for yourselves. Xie Yunjian produced an order. Upon the First Star Fleet's return to the 001 sanitation space station, all senior officers of school rank and above are to be arrested and executed on the spot, without trial. At the bottom of the order, Lu Yili's name was boldly inscribed in handwriting. Xie Yunjian proceeded to authenticate the order's legitimacy before them all. Such a document could not be forged. Lin Nian immediately heard the sharp intake of breath from his subordinates, their faces draining of color in an instant. Why? We were not involved in Wenyorn's rebellion. Why would Lu Yili treat us this way? It is unjust. Zhou Kejin's voice rose in pitch, filled with incredulity. The other captains stared intently at Xie Yunjian, their expressions laden with disbelief. How laughable. Have you forgotten your other identities? For instance, as direct descendants of Prince Zhu Xian? A hint of derision crept into Xie Yunjian's tone. Upon hearing this, all the captains fell silent. Lin Nian shook his head helplessly. If that were the case, the situation was even worse. As both a faction aligned with Wenyorn and a direct descendant of Zhu Xian, he was essentially marked for death. So, what do you intend to do? Lin Nian interrupted Xie Yunjian's roundabout speech, directly inquiring about his intentions. He would not be swayed into believing that Xie Yunjian had reached out to the First Star Fleet merely to inform them of their impending doom. Prince Zhu Xian has given you an order, hasn't he? His final command before his demise. Xie Yunjian still did not answer Lin Nian's question directly, instead referencing Zhu Xian's order. We are warriors, not burdened with the convolutions of scholars. Get to the point. Lin Nian's impatience was palpable. Lin Nian, I hope you will fulfill the prince's last command, to eliminate Lu Yili. Xie Yunjian's expression turned grave. He understood that by uttering these words, he was leaving himself vulnerable to Lin Nian. However, having interacted with Lin Nian, he found him preferable to Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan, both of whom had their own escape routes, one at the 020 sanitation space station, the other on Yamlet Star. But Lin Nian had no such options. The entire First Star Fleet was cornered. It was a matter of fight or perish. Of course, Lin Nian's current demeanor was not reckless. He remained astute, subtly navigating the implications of Xie Yunjian's suggestions. Aren't you afraid I might relay your words to Marshal Lu Yili, offering your head in exchange for our survival? Lin Nian continued, his gaze fixed intently on Xie Yunjian. You may do so, but you will still meet your demise. This is no idle threat. You may test it if you wish, Xie Yunjian replied, nodding slightly. He was well aware of Lu Yili's nature, and Lin Nian, if not foolish, would understand it too. Lin Nian fell silent, recognizing that Xie Yunjian had more to say. Indeed, it was not long before Xie Yunjian continued. Thus, I am your only chance for survival. Let's join forces. I will provide you with strategies. Of course, I cannot assist you in battle, You are already in a dead end. It remains to be seen if you can carve out a path to safety. Your fates do not lie in my hands, but in your own. Xie Yunjian spoke earnestly, delving into a deeper discussion with Lin Nian, whose attitude had begun to show signs of flexibility. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we fight our way back? Lu Ili commands at least 4 Imperial star fleets. How on earth do you expect us to engage? Zhou Kejin interjected suddenly. Xie Yunjian glanced at Zhou Kejin, but chose not to respond, sensing a lack of intelligence in his demeanor. Do you have any connections to others? Are there reinforcements? The 4th and 7th star fleets, perhaps? Lin Nian asked, perceiving Xie Yunjian's demeanor. You are quite perceptive to have guessed that, Xie Yunjian replied, a smile gracing his features. He preferred conversing with someone like Lin Nian. It was far more enjoyable than with individuals like Zhou Kejin. It is not difficult to deduce. I was driven to desperation due to my connections with Prince Zhu Xian and General Wen Yuan. The commanders of the 4th and 7th star fleets are also linked to Wen Yuan. With the recent purges of the 2nd and 3rd star fleets, everyone is understandably on edge. Lin Nian articulated his thoughts, causing several individuals, particularly Mo Yangwang and the other captains, to regard him with newfound respect. It was no wonder Lin Nian had been recommended by Wen Yuan and promoted by Zhu Xian. His intellect was sharp. You are correct. Major Ning Xiaoding and Colonel Fu Qinyuan will be your reinforcements. Once you enter the Central Star Domain and fire the first shot of resistance against Lu Ili, their respective fleets will appear to support you, Xie Yunjian stated earnestly. What if they do not make an appearance? Lin Nian immediately discerned the flaw in this plan. Therefore, you must create the illusion that they can indeed show up. Xie Yunjian's face remained adorned with a smile, albeit one that was rather irksome. Lin Nian had grasped Xie Yunjian's intent. The first star fleet would serve as the vanguard, boldly raising the banner of resistance against Lu Ili. It would inevitably become Lu Ili's primary target for retaliation. Thus, victory in that battle was imperative. They must employ every possible means to secure a win. Should they fail, there would be no prospect for reinforcements. How many fleets must we confront? Lin Nian inhaled deeply and inquired once more. 2, or perhaps 3. To be candid, I do not harbor high hopes for your success, Xie Yunjian replied, shaking his head candidly. You scoundrel, if you lack faith in us, why compel us to proceed? Zhou Kejin interjected, growing anxious. However, Lin Nian swiftly raised a hand to silence him. We have no other options left, do we? Lin Nian regarded Xie Yunjian with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this is the sole avenue for your survival. Since death is inevitable, why not take a chance? Xie Yunjian posed a rhetorical question. Very well, I comprehend. Shall we embark at once? Lin Nian nodded, agreeing to assume the position of the entire First Star Fleet. The gravity of the situation was reflected in the complex expressions of all present. This signified that they had no retreat. Their next adversary would no longer be the cult of the desolate sky, but rather the disciplined Imperial Army, an interstellar fleet of equal caliber, fighting amongst themselves. A most arduous challenge. No, not now. The timing is not right. You must wait. Continue to delay your advance until Lu Ili completes his coup. At that time, the order from Prince Zhu will wield its utmost significance, granting you a legitimate cause to act. Xie Yunjian solemnly conveyed to Lin Nian. Very well, I understand. We shall await this news, Lin Nian affirmed. He had not anticipated the importance of a legitimate cause, having solely focused on the urgency of battle. After all, the only path to survival lay in combat, the solitary route remaining. Take care, Colonel Lin Nian. We eagerly await your arrival at Battlefield.Star to personally welcome you, the heroes of the Empire. Xie Yunjian gently straightened his posture and bowed deeply to all present. Certainly, Lin Nian also promptly straightened himself and saluted Xie Yunjian, as did the others. Xie Yunjian's hologram vanished, and Lin Nian lowered his hand. Commander, must we truly? Mo Yangwang began, his thoughts drifting to the battles that lay ahead, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This was not a confrontation with the cult of the desolate sky. This time, they would face an imperial fleet of equal prowess. And not just one. Mo Yangwang was devoid of the confidence required for victory. The expressions of all were similarly marked with trepidation. Colonel Mo, and all of you. Lin Nian surveyed his comrades, perceiving the fear and unease in their eyes. We will prevail. Trust in me, Lin Nian spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant with a remarkable power that immediately steadied Mo Yangwang. The confidence emanating from Lin Nian not only reassured Mo Yangwang, but also dispelled the crew's fear, rekindling their resolve. They regarded Lin Nian at the center of the command room with solemnity. Yes, Commander, Mo Yangwang exclaimed, and everyone promptly stood at attention, saluting Lin Nian. Chapter 71, Lu Ili's Usurpation. At Battlefield.Star, within the Imperial Assembly Hall, Lu Ili strode in with his head held high. Upon encountering the speaker, all ministers lowered their postures in respect, knowing that those who had refused to show deference had already been executed, blood flowing like a river. The recent rebellion led by Wenyorn had granted Lu Ili the pretext to ruthlessly eliminate dissenters. The purge was proceeding with fervor. Senior officers of the Imperial Central Army were falling one after another. Even those spared by Prince Zhu were deliberately brought forth for execution on the spot. Such was the fate of military officers. Civil officials fared little better. The gendarmerie under Lu Ili's command was on the offensive, wreaking havoc in every corner. At last, on Bamistar, no one dared to oppose Lu Ili any longer. All sang his praises, reveling in his favor. Recently, auspicious omens had been manifesting on Bamistar. Pray tell, what do you think is the cause? Lu Ili seated himself upon the speaker's throne and addressed his ministers. He intentionally broached the subject of auspicious signs, attributing it to divine will and expressing gratitude for the speaker's benevolence. Had it not been for the speaker's noble act of defiance against tyranny, overthrowing the brutal Zhu, we and his majesty would have been doomed to live in perpetual terror. It is the speaker who has brought us light and hope. Xie Yunjian was the first to rise, echoing words that Lu Ili wished to hear. Of course, some subtle intentions lay hidden within his choice of words, such as the metaphor of blood-soaked terror, a fate that Zhu had never inflicted. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I cannot take credit for such merit. Lu Ili quickly waved his hand in modest denial. He now stood as a figure of superiority, fully in command of both military and political spheres, reveling in his inflated sense of self, entirely oblivious to Xie Yunjian's veiled remarks. No, my lord, you are indeed deserving of this honor. Moreover, Xie Yunjian proactively rose, turning to address the assembly. Esteemed ministers, Speaker Lu Ili has rendered immense service to His Majesty, to us, and to the Empire. I propose that we recommend Speaker Lu Ili for the title of Prince. Xie Yunjian spoke with fervor, each word striking a chord deep within Lu Ili, who relished the praise. This was his most adept mouthpiece. The entire Imperial Assembly Hall erupted in a flurry of murmurs upon hearing the proposal to elevate Lu Ili to princely status. Among them, those closely aligned with Lu Ili could hardly contain their excitement, eager to see him ascend the throne at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, the ministers who had witnessed Lu Ili's reign of terror were filled with silent fury. If Lu Ili were to be granted princely status, the next step would surely involve the elevation of his rank, followed by the expulsion of Zhu Renhe, paving the way for him to ascend to the supreme position of the human empire. Many gazes turned towards the imperial seat, where the young emperor remained cradled in the arms of his nursemaid, no longer engaging in his previous indulgences, now only displaying an unmistakable aura of fear. Silence. What? Do you have objections? As the murmurs grew louder, unpleasant remarks occasionally surfaced. Gu Hanzhou stood, raising his voice to address everyone. He was an unwavering supporter of Lu Ili, commanding the mightiest fifth-star fleet under Lu Ili's banner. If Lu Ili were to become emperor, he would have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of marshal of the empire. Anyone who stood in his way would become his adversary. As Gu Hanzhou spoke, the assembly fell silent, suddenly reminded that the Imperial Assembly Hall was now Lu Ili's domain. Should Lu Ili become displeased, he could easily eliminate them all without a trace. Thus, I propose a formal request for His Majesty's gracious approval, to bestow upon Lord Lu Ili the title of Prince of Peace, in gratitude for the tranquility and hope he has brought us. Xie Yunji promptly urged the advancement of Lu Ili's usurpation. Turning, he addressed the young emperor loudly. Throughout the proceedings, Lu Ili remained silent, yet a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, particularly in response to Xie Yunji, his newly acquired spokesperson, whom he found increasingly satisfactory. Behold, what it means to comprehend the will of the higher-ups. This is it. I shall set an example. I consent to the title of prince. One vote. Xie Yunji raised his hand high. The other ministers exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Gu Hanzhou observed the assembly closely, ready to drag any dissenters into the ongoing purging campaign. I concur. A minister raised his hand. Soon, the third and fourth followed suit, quickly surpassing the necessary 10 votes. Under Lu Ili's looming presence, it swiftly garnered unanimous approval. Oh dear, what merit do I possess to deserve this? Are you all conspiring against me? Lu Ili began his insincere act of modesty, feigning reluctance. Everyone simply watched in silence, bemused by Lu Ili's clumsy performance. A few days later, Lu Ili officially broadcasted to the entire realm, announcing his ascension to the position formerly held by Zhu Renhe, proclaiming himself the new emperor of the human empire. I shall continue to lead the human empire, protecting my subjects and bestowing blessings upon the world. Glory belongs to the empire. Lu Ili solemnly took his oath before the multitude of cameras, concluding with the words of loyalty unique to the empire. Such declarations are typically reserved for commanders at the twilight of their lives. Yet Lu Ili intentionally appropriated them, believing it would enhance the grandeur of his coronation. Thunderous applause erupted within the grand hall, resounding endlessly. Lu Ili reveled in this moment of personal triumph as the throng of spectators gradually parted, unveiling a red carpet that ascended before him. At the end of the carpet stood the former emperor, Zhu Renhe, alone and cowering, cradling the jade seal, the symbol of imperial authority. The moment Lu Ili accepted the jade seal from Zhu Renhe's hands, he would complete this grand act of usurpation. A triumphant smile graced Lu Ili's face as he approached Zhu Renhe amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. Lu Ili looked down upon the slightly dazed Zhu Renhe, who trembled uncontrollably in the face of Lu Ili's intimidating presence. "Nanny," Zhu Renhe turned his head, calling out softly to his distant caretaker with a child's voice. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed fearfully at Lu Ili, repeatedly gesturing with her hands in a lifting motion, urging Zhu Renhe to mimic her actions. It seemed Zhu Renhe finally understood, his small hands shaking as he presented the plate holding the jade seal to Lu Ili. Lu Ili, seemingly weary, no longer felt the need to intimidate an unsuspecting child. With a firm grasp, he seized the jade seal from Zhu Renhe's hands, turning to face the assembly. Raising the seal high with one hand, it served both as a display and a proclamation. Congratulations to the new emperor on his ascension. The crowd bowed in unison, exclaiming in fervor. Among them was Xie Yunji, whose lowered gaze concealed a flicker of coldness. Lu Ili had already betrayed the very pledge he made upon entering the Central Star domain. This man was not here to rectify the imperial court, but rather to fulfill his personal ambitions. As such, Lu Ili's legitimacy in Bema Star evaporated with this act of usurpation. His impatience had laid bare his wolfish aspirations. At this juncture, Xie Yunji eagerly awaited Lin Nian, longing for the arrival of the First Star Fleet to emerge and fulfill their promise to eliminate Lu Ili. Chapter 72, The Edict Against the Usurper. In the vastness of space, a small asteroid drifted aimlessly. Suddenly, a colossal warship surged into its core territory. The immense vessel raced forward, its gray-white hull emanating a profound sense of pressure. The ship's bow collided forcefully with the asteroid, leaving a fresh dent in its surface before the asteroid spun away into the depths of space. Meanwhile, the massive warship continued its rapid advance. Beside the rotating asteroid, a grand identifier labeled 378 crossed its path, accompanied by a series of slightly smaller names. Among these names, the final one was distinctly inscribed with Lin Nian. Following the passage of this warship, more large vessels followed suit, trailing yellow and white flames, all heading straight for the nearby Central Star domain. Subsequently, additional medium and small warships joined, forming a complete Imperial Star fleet. Each ship flickered with lights, their hulls adorned with countless points of white luminescence, with busy figures faintly visible within. Aboard the flagship of the First Star Fleet, the bridge was abuzz with high-intensity operations. Report: the power systems have been fully checked. All normal. The interstellar fighters have completed their repairs. All normal. The energy shields are preloaded. All normal. Heavy laser cannons and shipborne artillery have been thoroughly verified. All normal. The crew members shouted their reports from a bridge. Lin Nian stood at the command post on the second floor, silently observing the busy personnel, while his gaze shifted to the central screen displaying footage of Lu Ili's coronation. As Xie Yunji had predicted, Lu Ili had indeed executed his usurpation. Now, it was time for them to take action. Lin Nian felt a tremor within, a sense of uncertainty regarding the future. However, he concealed it from those around him. He needed to set an example for others. Having made his decision, Lin Nian would not retreat. Initially, he had little concern for who ascended to the throne. After all, it felt distant to him. But that was no longer the case. As Xie Yunji had articulated, even if he acknowledged Lu Ili as emperor, Lu Ili would not spare their fleet. The mid-level commanders would face immediate execution, and the lower ranks and ordinary soldiers would not escape unscathed. They would be marked for use as cannon fodder. No one would pity their lives. From the moment the First Star Fleet became Lu Ili's target, there was no longer any path of retreat. Commander, the 012 warship and its accompanying vessels are prepared. Mo Yangwang's hologram appeared, offering a formal salute to Lin Nian, his expression grave. Commander, the 008 warship and its accompanying vessels are also ready. Wei Rinda called out loudly. Following him were Zhou Kejin and other commanding officers of large warships, all solemnly reporting to Lin Nian. "You've all worked hard." Lin Nian acknowledged them in return. "Now, it is my turn." He turned to Wen Huiyun, who nodded gravely in agreement. Xie Yunji had prepared a broadcast signal for them across the realm. Lin Yan's declaration would reach the entire empire, just as Lu Yili's usurpation proclamation had. Wen Huiyun extended her hand toward a button, and a microphone slowly rose from the first floor to the second, finally stopping before Lin Nian at the command post. "Commander, let us commence," Mo Yangguang spoke first, and the other captains nodded in agreement. Even Zhou Kejin had abandoned his earlier demeanor, solemnly acknowledging Lin Nian with a nod. Lin Nian took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward to stand before the microphone. "Chief of Staff 1, please activate it." Lin Nian instructed Wen Huiyun. "Yes." Wen Huiyun pressed another button. An luminous screen materialized before Lin Nian, displaying a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Lin Nian maintained a steady gaze, refraining from speaking immediately. He remained silent for several seconds, as if traversing through the lens to confront Lu Yili directly. Lin Nian raised his hand and retrieved the will of Prince Zhu Xian. Once it concluded, he turned back to the central screen and spoke with utmost solemnity. "Citizens of the Empire, I am Major General Lin Nian, commander of the First Starfleet. I hereby solemnly declare that I will never recognize Lu Yili as Emperor of the Empire. Lu Yili, under the guise of military council, has perpetrated an act of usurpation. Since Lu Yili seized control of the capital star, he has shed blood like water, leaving countless innocents, dissenters, and those who oppose him as mere souls beneath his blade. Lu Yili and his ilk are disloyal to his majesty, unkind to their peers, and unjust to the people. We shall inherit the legacy of Prince Zhu Xian, leading the First Starfleet to vanquish the usurpers of the Empire, Lu Yili. We, the First Starfleet, pledge to repay His Majesty's profound grace with our lives. Glory belongs to the Empire." Lin Yan's gaze was resolute as he thundered the final statement, striking his right shoulder with force. "We pledge to repay His Majesty's profound grace. Glory belongs to the Empire." The 10 captains echoed Lin Nian's solemn oath, and within the command bridge, the crew instantly stood at attention, uniformly striking their right shoulders and voicing their rallying cry. Simultaneously, Lin Nian's image disseminated rapidly across the entire Imperial domain. On Yalin Star, within the flagship command chamber of the 7th Starfleet, all crew members witnessed Lin Nian's final pledge, indelibly imprinting his youthful visage in their minds. For no other reason than that Lin Nian was the first to publicly declare his opposition to Lu Yili since the latter's ascension. During Lu Yili's reign over the Central Star region, the populace harbored immense resentment towards this tyrannical ruler. Countless lives have been lost under the senseless persecution of Lu Yili. Yet none dared to step forward, fully aware that the first to stick their neck out would be the target. Moreover, Lu Yili commanded a loyal star fleet at his disposal, making it perilous to act against him. Yet in such dire circumstances, Lin Nian chose to stand up, leading his first Starfleet directly towards the Central Star region. As the acting commander of the 7th Starfleet, Fu Qinyuan observed Lin Nian with a perspective that extended beyond that of ordinary crew members. Lin Nian was a direct subordinate of Wen Yuan and had ties to Prince Zhu Xian. His current path was one born out of desperation. The First Starfleet would also face a severe purge upon return. Although Fu Qinyuan understood the reasoning, he still admired Lin Nian's choice. In a decision that would shape the future, he opted for the most arduous path. If Fu Qinyuan were in Lin Nian's shoes, he would certainly not dare to be the outlier. He would simply abandon his family, disband the fleet, or flee the empire with his forces. Fu Qinyuan respected Lin Nian's courage, had Wen Yuan possessed even a fraction of Lin Nian's audacity. The Central Army of the Empire would not have fallen to such a state. 7th Starfleet. Fu Qinyuan suddenly rose, shouting at his subordinates. Everyone immediately ceased their observation, turning to their acting commander. "Orders. Leave Yanlin Star and set course for the Central Star region." Fu Qinyuan issued the command directly. "Acting Commander, we..." The Chief of Staff gasped in shock, thinking Fu Qinyuan was caught up in a surge of passion, intending to follow Lin Nian to his doom. "No. We shall observe the spectacle. Whichever side emerges victorious, we shall assist. A lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree?" A sly smile played on Fu Qinyuan's face. Chapter 73. The Eve of War. 020 Sanitation Space Station. Flagship of the 4th Starfleet. Command Bridge. Ning shouting read Lin Nian's declaration in one breath, feeling a profound sense of emotion. Xie Yunjian had also advised him to take action against Lu Yili, but he had outright refused. Ning shouting was not Lin Nian. He was not so naive. Historically, the first to stick their neck out rarely ended well. Xie Yunjian and his cohort of officials often took pleasure in directing their fingers at military officers from Bamistar during idle moments. They would soon find themselves lamenting under Lu Yili's wrath. He recalled how, when proposing various measures to cut military officers' benefits and salaries, those officials had never offered a word of justice for the officers, instead citing the greater good and the emperor's interests, adeptly waving the banner of righteousness. Major General Ning, with someone taking the lead now, what should we do? At this moment, the fleet chief of staff and others looked to Ning shouting. He twirled a pen between his fingers, yet was in no rush to respond. The others patiently awaited his thoughts. Understanding this was how Ning, shouting, contemplated matters. Suddenly, the pen he had been spinning came to an abrupt halt. Decided. Prepare the entire fleet for standby status. We shall observe the clash between Lin Nian and Lu Yili. If Lin Nian prevails, we will rally for Zhu Renhe. If Gu Hanzhou wins, we will support Lu Yili. This way, we retain options on both sides. Ning shouting stated earnestly. Major General Ning, how can you be certain that Gu Hanzhou will confront Lin Nian? The chief of staff couldn't help but inquire. Because Lu Yili has no choice. If this outlier is not swiftly dealt with, many will follow suit. A smile appeared on Ning Xiaoting's face. Thus, Lu Yili will undoubtedly dispatch the 5th Star Fleet, deploying his strongest general, Gu Hanzhou. This individual is someone even when Yuan would prefer to avoid facing, possessing formidable strength. As Ning Xiaoting said this, a hint of nostalgia washed over him. Had when Yuan been even a tad more resolute, he might have occupied Lu Yili's position, and those once loyal to him would not have to live in such fear, perhaps even progressing further. With a sigh, Ning Xiaoting turned his gaze back to the screen, where Lin Nian's impassioned speech continued to replay. This rapidly promoted young man indeed displayed commendable personal courage, yet there was an element of reckless audacity. Was it the fearlessness of youth or a genuine belief in his strength to ascend further? Was it truly worth risking his life for the sake of Zhu Xian's posthumous title? Ning Xiaoting, were he in Lin Nian's position, would certainly refuse such a fate. While Lin Nian may have excelled against Han Tianzu, that was merely the cult of the wild heavens, a mere band of peasant soldiers with little organizational prowess or combat effectiveness. Ning Xiaoting harbored doubts about Lin Nian's accomplishments in quelling the cult of the wild heavens, especially considering the opponent Lin Nian was about to face, Gu Hanzhou. Directly comparing the strengths of both sides, he felt there was simply no contest. Lin Nian's flagship was a large warship with hull number 378, serving as his flagship in the 1st Star Fleet. In contrast, Gu Hanzhou commanded a proper imperial super-large warship, hull number 38. As for the quality of personnel on both sides, the overall quality of the 1st Star Fleet is rather disheartening, often dismissed as mere incompetence. After all, they were easily subdued by Han Tianzu, teetering on the brink of collapse. Such a personnel caliber does not inspire confidence. As for the number and scale of their warships, there is no comparison. It was sheer folly on Lu Yili's part to pit the 5th Star Fleet against Lin Nian's 1st Star Fleet in a direct confrontation. Surely, multiple fleets should have been dispatched to encircle Lin Nian's forces, such as the recently integrated 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, which need not engage as the main force but could serve effectively as support. After thorough analysis, Ning Xiaoting could only shake his head. In his estimation, Lin Nian stood no chance whatsoever. Colonel Ning, shall we proceed with our plans? The chief of staff patiently awaited Ning Xiaoting's deliberation. Let us act. It bears no consequence to us, at least for the time being. Should the empire's trajectory lead to the acknowledgement of Lu Yili as the new emperor, I would not hesitate to present Lin Nian as a tribute of loyalty. As Ning Xiaoting uttered the final words, his thoughts turned to Fu Qinyuan. It was needless to speculate. The cunning old fox likely harbored similar intentions. On Bamistar, within the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Yili occupied the position once held by Zhu Renhe. He abruptly rose, shattering the teacup in his grasp. Damn it, that Lin Nian and the 1st Star Fleet. How dare they invoke Zhu Xian's false edict? The human empire now belongs to the Lu family. These traitors must be exterminated. Someone, summon Major General Gu Hanzhou and Major General Shaoling. Lu Yili urgently commanded his servant. Yes, your majesty. Just as the servant was about to depart, Lu Yili called out again, wait. Bring Xie Yunzhen as well. Understood. The servant nodded respectfully before hastening away. Before long, the three entered the Imperial Council chamber, which felt particularly vast with only a handful of attendees. Xie Yunzhen, the 1st Star Fleet, has raised the banner of rebellion and even possesses the capability for a system-wide broadcast. There are individuals on Bamistar collaborating with them. I need you to ascertain who has the audacity to act against me in such a manner. Lu Ili's fury resonated, his voice nearly threatening to tear the roof asunder. Yes, your majesty. You shall have your answers, Xie Yunzhen replied respectfully, bowing. Gu Hanzhou, I require you to defeat Lin Nian. Crush this insolent jester. Let all witness the consequences of defiance. I shall not permit another like him to arise. Lu Ili insisted. What support do you need? Lu Ili turned to his chief military strategist. Lin Nian had made a grave misstep, daring to publicly oppose him merely 5 days into his reign. One affront. Lu Ili was acutely aware of the dissent brewing beneath him, quelled previously by sheer violence. What was his foundation? Absolute military might. But now Lin Nian had taken the initiative to challenge him, and from a martial standpoint no less. If he failed to demonstrate his power and quash Lin Nian's insurrection decisively, eliminating this upstart, a second or third challenger would surely emerge. Your Majesty, I require the 5th Starfleet, along with the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets, for support. I shall return with Lin Nian's head, personally presenting it to you. Gu Hanzhou straightened sharply, addressing Lu Ili with vigor. Excellent. Depart immediately with your fleet. I do not desire Lin Nian's head. I simply want him dead. Lu Ili's visage twisted into a grimace. Yes. Gu Hanzhou promptly saluted and stood at attention. Chapter 74. Gu Hanzhou's Persuasion. At the 005 Sanitation Space Station, the airspace bustled with activity. Numerous cargo units were being transferred from one side of the port to the fleets of Imperial warships. Gu Hanzhou's convoy rushed towards the flagship of the 5th Starfleet, a colossal warship quietly towering at the edge of the port, its hull marked with the number 38. A contingent of guards awaited at the dock. Present arms. As Gu Hanzhou disembarked, the chief of the guard shouted. The assembled guards formed a line, saluting in unison. However, Gu Hanzhou was hardly in the mood for inspection. After a brief salute to his guard commander, he hurried towards the boarding entrance. He needed to set sail swiftly to confront the approaching Lin Nian. Before long, Gu Hanzhou arrived in the bridge room. Commander, the staff aboard the 38th warship stand ready. The officers saluted in unison. Be seated. Chief of Staff, prepare to depart immediately. Furthermore, inform me of the position and status of the 1st Starfleet. I require a comprehensive dossier on Lin Nian. Gu Hanzhou gestured for the officers to sit while articulating his demands. Yes. The Chief of Staff nodded promptly. An extensive array of information regarding Lin Nian was swiftly laid before Gu Hanzhou. As he perused the documents, the 38th warship gradually detached from the confines of the port, slowly being maneuvered into the cosmos by a small tug vessel. Surrounding the 005 Sanitation Space Station, numerous warships gradually converged towards the 38th vessel. The entirety of the 5th Starfleet began to take shape. Not only the 5th Starfleet, but also the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets had just completed their departure and assembly from another sanitation station. The 3 Imperial fleets coalesced into a triangular formation, advancing towards the 1st Starfleet. Within the bridge of the 38th warship, Gu Hanzhou suddenly set down the documents in hand, a shift evident on his face. He had initially presumed Lin Nian to be a negligible figure among Wenyorin's numerous subordinates. Yet, upon swiftly reviewing Lin Nian's personal history, he found himself quite taken aback, not due to Lin Nian's prowess, but rather the astonishing rapidity of his ascension. It could be aptly described as a meteoric rise, skillfully capitalizing on every opportunity that presented itself, soaring to great heights. The absurdity of it was staggering. Yet, simultaneously, Gu Hanzhou felt a measure of relief. For Lin Nian's track record was hardly compelling. His achievements were essentially reliant on the experience garnered from Han Tianzhu. Should he face a different opponent, it remained uncertain whether Lin Nian could maintain such impressive performance. A significant question mark loomed. Merely a fortunate fool, Gu Hanzhou disdainfully remarked. Lin Nian, your journey ends here, for you are about to encounter me. A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Hanzhou's eyes. Chief of Staff, immediately inform me of the 1st Starfleet's position. Gu Hanzhou wiped away all the data pertaining to Lin Nian. Upon discovering that all of Lin Nian's accomplishments were against the Arid Heaven sect, he no longer wished to delve further. Such a person was highly likely a mere weakling, devoid of any substantial military achievements, lacking victories against the Republican forces or within the Imperial military. His record was solely comprised of engagements against the Arid Heaven sect, written from start to finish. Gu Hanzhou could not fathom who had emboldened Lin Nian with the audacity to challenge His Majesty Lu Ili and confront the 5th Starfleet. Especially concerning a certain individual, the audacity to aspire to the rank of Major General is nothing short of delusional. A soldier must rely on strength to speak for them. He shall ensure that this Lin Nian comprehends the true essence of absolute disparity in power. What true despair entails. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The first interstellar fleet has penetrated the heart of the Central Star region and is advancing rapidly towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Based on the current velocities of both parties, the estimated encounter time is 40 minutes, the Chief of Staff said gravely to Gu Hanzhou. Excellent. Order everyone to their combat stations immediately. Prepare for engagement with the first interstellar fleet. Gu Hanzhou commanded, issuing his first directive. Yes, sir. The liaison officer saluted promptly. Chief of Staff, establish contact with that Lin Nian. If his former superior was that one Yuan, perhaps I might intimidate this fellow into surrendering, much like His Majesty did. Let this rebellion he has instigated become a resounding farce. Gu Hanzhou, considering the comparative strengths of both sides, perceived an overwhelming advantage on his end. He contemplated attempting to persuade them to surrender. After all, when Yuan had successfully convinced them to capitulate previously, achieving a bloodless victory, this sensation was quite exhilarating. Gu Hanzhou was willing to spend some time to try once more. Even if it ended in failure, he would suffer no loss. Success would significantly enhance his standing before the Emperor. Yes, the communication request is being dispatched. The Chief of Staff promptly initiated. The flagship, the 378th battleship, was positioned in the heart of the fleet, receiving the treatment befitting its status. On the fleet's periphery, an interstellar fleet launched from the 012 Sanitation Space Station was being systematically obliterated, with the remaining vessels hoisting white flags. Lin Nian's concentrated fire tactic remained as incisive as ever. Report. The enemy ship's commander has been captured. Is that Colonel Lin? When Huiyun declared loudly to Lin Nian. Very well. Detain him, Lin Nian replied, momentarily taken aback. He recalled the former Colonel Lin, who had once treated him like a close comrade. The sudden turn of events was indeed direct. Lin Nian had deliberately chosen to circumvent the 012 Sanitation Space Station, fully aware of its formidable defenses. Without necessity, he had no desire to engage with such a construct. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lin had approached them with his fleet. Yes, Commander. When Huiyun immediately instructed his subordinates to act. Commander, radar indicates a substantial number of enemy vessels ahead. According to the data, they belong to the Empire's 2nd, 3rd, and 5th interstellar fleets. The liaison officer sprinted towards Lin Nian, his voice tinged with palpable tension. As the moment approached, an air of pessimism enveloped the crew. They were not blind to the overwhelming strength of the enemy forces. Are they here? Lin Nian nodded slightly, feeling as though a heavy stone had dropped. Having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. Commander, the 5th Interstellar Fleet has sent a communication request. Shall we accept? When Huiyun exclaimed suddenly to Lin Nian. Accept it, Lin Nian replied, turning from the command platform and walking towards the nearby second-floor command position. A large screen illuminated, revealing Gu Hanzhou's face. Lin Nian, given that we were all once part of the Imperial Army, I can offer you one final opportunity. If you wish to preserve your life, surrender to me now. Gu Hanzhou proclaimed, his demeanor exuding arrogance and a blatant disdain for Lin Nian. Lin Nian diverted his gaze from Gu Hanzhou, surveying the faces of those around him. He noticed the anxiety and fear etched upon their features, yet he remained resolute. He understood that surrender would equate to death, and a more humiliating one at that. A commander must never waver in conviction. No, the ones who should surrender are you. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise, Lin Nian declared with utmost seriousness. Turning once more to Gu Hanzhou. Chapter 75. Engaging the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Very well. I shall remember your arrogance. Order. Commence a full-scale assault immediately. Annihilate the invading enemy. A fierce look flashed across Gu Hanzhou's face as he issued the attack command before the screen abruptly cut off. Simultaneously, 10 other screens activated. Commander, please issue the orders. Mo Yangguang and others saluted him. Understood. Lin Nian nodded solemnly, turning towards his own command room. Order. Target the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Advance. Lin Nian gestured emphatically. Yes. The crew rose in unison, saluting Lin Nian. They all understood that from this moment on, there would be no retreat. They would follow Lin Nian until the very end. To death, if necessary. Report. The enemy's 3 interstellar fleets are dispersing. The 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets intend to encircle our flanks. Lin Nian remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. He could hear the cries of his crew and the female voice issuing warnings. Warning. Although combat markers have been established, the current probability of victory stands below 50%. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Your chances of survival are rapidly diminishing. The female voice's statement weighed heavily on Lin Nian's heart. This was an unprecedented assertion from her. Yet, Lin Nian was acutely aware of one truth. He had long since burned his bridges. Retreat meant death. The only path forward was to advance. With urgency, Lin Nian summoned a screen, marking targets for his fleet's concentrated fire. He raised his head, momentarily dazed by the highlighted indicators. Compared to the highlights from the arid sky sect, the 5th Interstellar Fleet ahead was almost entirely composed of high-thread indicators. Among them, one battleship shone like the sun in his eyes, the 38th battleship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou's flagship. To him, it represented the gravest threat. Order. All ships accelerate. Release interstellar fighters. Activate all long-range firepower. Engage immediately upon entering range. With each command from Lin Nian, the crew sprang into action, the command room descending into chaos. In space, the 1st Interstellar Fleet gradually transitioned from its initial shuttle-shaped formation to a stepwise dispersion. The 10 large battleships began to layer themselves, forming a pyramid-like configuration. This formation maximized the efficiency of concentrated fire. The 378th battleship was shielded in the center, serving as the spearhead of the assault, an inevitable target for the enemy's fiercest firepower. The 012 battleship, captained by Mo Yangguang, initiated the first strike. In space, the 012 battleship's exhaust flames billowed forth. Atop its massive hull, numerous vertical launch units sequentially opened their hatches. Missiles soared into the void, while heavy laser turrets on either side unleashed thick beams of energy after charging. Additionally, a multitude of interstellar fighters surged forth from each battleship, effortlessly penetrating the energy shields of the vessels. The unique identification system of the energy shields would obstruct anything not belonging to the ship. As the two fleets converged, their attacks arrived almost simultaneously. Every Imperial battleship's energy shield flickered violently as the battle erupted with maximum intensity. Commander, the enemy's firepower is exceptionally fierce. The frontline combat fleet requests support. A liaison officer rushed in frantically, shouting at Gu Hanzhou. These bastards can't hold out for even half an hour? When did the 1st Starfleet become so formidable? They must persist for just a few more minutes. The 2nd and 3rd Starfleets are constructing a pocket formation. Gu Hanzhou angrily struck the command platform. The battlefield clashed. The true capabilities were becoming evident. Upon engaging with the 1st Starfleet commanded by Lin Nian, Gu Hanzhou quickly realized that Lin Nian was a formidable adversary. As his first punch was thrown, he felt as though his own fist was met with a counterattack, leaving him bloodied. Gu Hanzhou began to regret his order to split his forces, to ensure Lin Nian had nowhere to flee. He had directed the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets to maneuver to the flanks, attempting to encircle Lin Nian's retreat. Meanwhile, his 5th Starfleet engaged in a frontal confrontation with Lin Nian's 1st Starfleet. As long as he could delay until the encirclement was complete, victory would be assured. After all, his forces were 3 times greater than Lin Nian's. Gu Hanzhou believed he could afford to be a bit reckless, thinking there would be no issues. Typically, once an enemy star fleet is surrounded, their morale crumbles, leading to a swift descent into a futile struggle. Yet, Gu Hanzhou soon discovered he had misjudged the situation. As Lin Nian faced the severance of his escape route, he did not choose to retreat. On the contrary, he charged forward aggressively towards Gu Hanzhou's fleet with the 1st Starfleet, whose offensive was unexpectedly fierce, far beyond his imagination. Within mere minutes, his elite frontline combat fleet reported imminent collapse. Such a development was unprecedented. Gu Hanzhou could not accept this. In a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Nian's fleet, it was clear that his side was at a disadvantage. Commander, we should immediately deploy the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets in a battle. The Chief of Staff urgently advised Gu Hanzhou. No, we must ensure the 1st Starfleet has no way out, no escape. The Emperor's order is for Lin Nian to perish. Gu Hanzhou resolutely rejected his Chief of Staff's suggestion, insisting on waiting for the successful establishment of the pocket formation by the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets to completely encircle the 1st Starfleet. Communications Officer, connect me to the frontline combat fleet system immediately. I will command personally. Gu Hanzhou shouted at his communications officer. He felt his subordinates had become blinded by the superficial allure of the white radiant star, resulting in a significant decline in their performance. However, Gu Hanzhou would never admit that it was the overwhelming pressure from the 1st Starfleet that had caused this decline. Yes, Commander. Connection established. The communications officer called out. Gu Hanzhou swiftly initiated command adjustments. With his direct oversight, the exchange ratio shifted dramatically to 1-2, compared to the previous 1-4, or even worse. His side had suffered losses equivalent to 4 of their ships for every one of the enemy's. Gu Hanzhou had never encountered anyone who could exert such immense pressure on his fleet. Since the battle began, Lin Nian had continuously shattered his preconceived notions about him. Previously, Gu Hanzhou had thought Lin Nian was a mere novice, but now, even he had to concede that Lin Nian was indeed a fierce opponent. Lin Nian's past achievements could not adequately reflect his capabilities. The reason for his previous victories against the ruins of Heaven Sect was not due to any lack of skill on his part, but rather that he had faced only one adversary. Gu Hanzhou was no longer perplexed by Lin Nian's terrifying ascent and skill. Instead, he questioned why someone with such extraordinary command prowess had only now emerged. Chapter 76. The Missing Superdreadnought. The first Starfleet's Mo Yangwang's large warship No. 012 had withdrawn from the vanguard position, and now Wei Rinda's warship number 008 took over. Numerous small and medium-sized warships were continuously struck by enemy fire, breaching their energy shields before being obliterated by the subsequent barrage. Countless fragments of armor and mechanical parts scattered chaotically through space. Some warships were hit in critical areas. Although they did not explode, they were rendered motionless, marked as tombs, thus exiting the battlefield. The Fifth Starfleet, which had been retreating steadily, suddenly stabilized its line in an instant. Meanwhile, the combat losses on Lin Nian's side escalated to an unacceptable degree. Deputy Commander 1, connect me to the highest command system immediately, Lin Nian commanded as he took his position at the command post. Inputting strike targets manually was too slow. He would rather control the strikes directly himself. Commander, is that advisable? When Huiyun hesitated, Lin Nian's actions implied that he was undermining the frontline commanders, potentially damaging their pride. Deputy Commander 1, right now. Did you not see the two Starfleets pressing in from behind? Lin Nian turned and shouted angrily at Wen Huiyun. He understood Wen Huiyun's concerns. But Lin Nian knew all too well the consequences of failing to break through the Fifth Starfleet. The lives of everyone involved were far more critical than the pride of the frontline commanders. Understood, Commander. Connection established. When Huiyun ceased his hesitation and forcibly connected all warships to the main system, Lin Nian fell silent, as a multitude of command operations awaited his input. Warning. Current survival probability is below 48%. Please evacuate the current battlefield as soon as possible. A female voice chimed in with an alert. Lin Nian paid no further heed to the announcement, lacking the energy to concern himself with it. As long as the voice highlighted the critical threats, that was sufficient. Whether they could achieve victory was not for the voice to determine. It was for him to decide. Lin Nian's gaze sharpened in an instant, as he officially took command. The consumption rate of the First Starfleet's warships plummeted, while Gu Hanzhou's warship losses surged once more. The entire defensive line fell into an uncontrollable rout. Within the bridge of warship number 378, 10 screens illuminated simultaneously. As Mo Yangwang and the other captains beheld Lin Nian, they fell silent. The crew members in the bridge shared the same sentiment, all watching their commander, who was fervently operating the controls for the entire First Starfleet. On the outskirts of the battlefield, two Starfleets observed from a distance. Among them, the flagship of the Fourth Starfleet, Ning Shouting, sat leisurely at the command position. His gaze shifted from the frontal battlefield to the side communication screen, which displayed the face of Fu Qinyuan. Colonel Fu Qinyuan, your moment to shine has arrived. Go ahead. Ning Shouting began, his tone light and teasing. Major General Ning, your rank surpasses mine, and you are the legitimate fleet commander. You should take the lead. Fu Qinyuan retorted sharply. I can't step in just yet, Ning Shouting replied, glancing back at the frontal battlefield. He could see that Gu Hanzhou had already deployed encirclement tactics, with the Second and Third Starfleets flanking to encircle Lin Nian's First Starfleet's retreat. Gu Hanzhou himself was engaged at the front, delaying the completion of the pocket formation. Once completed, it would be Gu Hanzhou's south moment to close in. Moreover, what good would stepping in do? Would he assist Gu Hanzhou? He feared that they themselves would be caught in the crossfire. Would he help Lin Nian? That would undoubtedly be a deadlock. How could he assist? Ning Shouting surveyed the battlefield before him and realized that the likelihood of fishing in troubled waters had diminished significantly. Once Lin Nian's first fleet was defeated, Nalu Ili would have firmly secured his position as emperor. At that point, it would be up to him to contemplate his future path. A frown creased Ning Xiaoting's brow. He was averse to witnessing such a scenario. Suddenly, there was a shift in the situation. It appeared that the Fifth Starfleet was struggling in their one-on-one engagements against the First Starfleet. Fu Qinyuan's voice abruptly shifted in pitch, his astonishment palpable as it reached a crescendo. What? Ning Shouting sprang from his command post and approached the railing at the fore. Enlarge the view of the battlefield immediately. He commanded his crew with urgency. Soon, the situation on the front lines was magnified, revealing the First Starfleet. which was poised for encirclement, not retreating, but advancing, crashing into the defensive formation of the Fifth Star Fleet. The intensity of the conflict escalated instantaneously, with numerous warships rapidly transforming into space debris amid the fierce exchanges. Yet, the Fifth Star Fleet, which had previously seemed unshakable, was beginning to show signs of instability. The First Star Fleet continued its relentless advance, exhibiting an almost unstoppable momentum. Could be true. Was Lin Nian truly on the verge of breakthrough? That was Gu Hanzhou. Fu Kem Yuan watched in these videos. No, not yet. Gu Hanzhou is still organizing a counterattack. Moreover, the Second and Third Star Fleets are about to join the fray. Ning, shouting, shook his head vehemently. Although his heart had wavered for a moment, reason swiftly regained control. Lin Nian's earlier frenzy appeared more akin to the final struggles of a cornered beast. Gu Hanzhou of the Fifth Star Fleet had already engaged in frontline combat. The colossal warship designated as number 38 was en route to the frontline combat zone, and its impact was immediate. The previously crumbling front line stabilized once more due to the presence of this formidable vessel. The First Star Fleet was not weak, on the contrary. The fact that they had reached such a juncture exceeded everyone's expectations. One must recognize that a colossal warship in a balanced battle could decisively determine the outcome. Yet, Lin Nian's First Star Fleet lacked the most crucial vessel. The flagship, the super-large warship designated as number 01. It was as if they had lost their backbone. If Lin Nian possessed that ship, he might have truly turned the tide, single-handedly. Just how ferocious was Lin Nian? Fu Chunyuan gasped in astonishment from across the screen, lamenting Lin Nian's prowess. Old Fu, how do you think the situation will unfold? Will Lin Nian suffer defeat? Ning Jiaoting inquired anxiously. With the battle on the brink of a decisive outcome, he needed to ascertain the right moment to act. I don't know. Strangely, I feel that Lin Nian can still fight back, Fu Chunyuan replied, shaking his head. He knew he could not step in to assist Lin Nian. Chapter 77. Comprehensive Disadvantage. The Fifth Star Fleet's number 38 super-large warship plunged into the frontline battlefield. The multiple tri-linked super heavy cannons on the top and bottom of the ship slowly turned towards the lead ship of the First Star Fleet. Fire! Gu Hanzhou commanded, his hands slicing through the air. Lin Nian's offensive was too fierce, compelling even his flagship to emerge from the rear and stabilize the line. Otherwise, if the First Star Fleet breached the front line, his pocket strategy would transform into a grand joke, akin to the 10th and 11th Star Fleets. Gu Hanzhou would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He had discerned the greatest vulnerability of the First Star Fleet. There was no ship of comparable caliber to his flagship facing him. Capitalizing on this advantage, he could orchestrate a miraculous turnaround. With Gu Hanzhou's command, the tri-linked super heavy cannons erupted in a series of blinding flashes. The energy shield of the lead ship in the First Star Fleet was immediately engulfed in a terrifying explosion. Laser heavy cannons, apocalyptic missiles, fire at that lead ship. Gu Hanzhou ceased directing his frontline combat units, focusing solely on the assault of his super-large warship. The number 38 warship unleashed a staggering arsenal of long-range weaponry, bombarding the large warship of the First Star Fleet with relentless fire. Within mere minutes, the energy shield of this massive vessel became unstable. Order. Maximize the assault. Gu Hanzhou instinctively clenched his fists, his expression contorted by the immense pressure. He refused to be outdone by Lin Nian. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of light illuminated the void of space. Under a deluge of attacks, the lead ship of the First Star Fleet was detonated. At the moment the energy shield was completely depleted, a powerful energy beam from the number 38 warship pierced the weapons bay of the First Star Fleet's lead ship, triggering a catastrophic chain explosion that instantaneously consumed the entire massive warship in a blaze of glory. Splendid! Gu Hanzhou shouted, raising his arm in triumph. Next target. Continue the full-scale assault. Fire. He promptly selected the next ship to target, a medium-sized warship. The medium-sized vessel could not withstand even 3 minutes of the onslaught before its energy shield was obliterated. The hull was left riddled with holes, and a torrent of pressurized gas escaped from within. Amidst the explosions, it was reduced to a colossal moving coffin. As the number 38 warship continued its unrelenting advance, the situation for the First Star Fleet flipped dramatically, transitioning from a position of great advantage to one of dire disadvantage. The Fifth Star Fleet had managed to regain its footing, and the battlefield dynamics shifted back against the First Star Fleet. Conversely, the destruction of the lead ship sent the frontline combat units of the First Star Fleet into chaos. Just as the turmoil threatened to engulf the entire fleet, a large warship suddenly surged forth from their inner ranks, proudly bearing the designation 378, the flagship of the First Star Fleet. Inside the bridge, Commander, You cannot advance. The performance disparity between our ships is significant. The enemy's strength exceeds ours by at least 15%. Our large warship cannot contend with their super large warship. If our flagship falls, the entire First Star Fleet will be doomed. Wen Huiyun implored, unable to restrain his voice as he witnessed Lin Nian's determination to press forward. The fate of the flagship was not merely a matter of their personal safety. It was intrinsically linked to the morale of the entire fleet. The loss of the flagship would deliver an immense blow to the spirits of all. Chief of Staff Wen, do you not understand? This is a fight to the death. We have no further choices. We must do whatever it takes to destroy that enemy super large warship. Otherwise, we will all perish, Lin Nian explained, turning to Wen Huiyun. Yet, his orders remained unchanged. The large warship designated as number 004 had already been destroyed by Gu Hanzhou. Should they fail to intercept the enemy's super large warship, every vessel in the First Star Fleet would face a similar fate. Even if the number 378 warship were to be obliterated by Gu Hanzhou's number 38 warship, it had no choice but to advance. For in Lin Nian's eyes, it represented his sole opportunity to secure victory. The battleship number 38, adorned with striking colors, has transformed from a vibrant yellow into a harrowing crimson. Warning, warning, current survival probability is below 27. Evacuate the center of the battlefield immediately. The urgency in the female voice escalated. Yet, Lin Nian remained unfazed. Order, continue at full speed. All battleships, target the enemy's colossal battleship number 38. Battleship número 378. Release all long-range firepower immediately. Standing at the command platform, Lin Nian vigorously gestured towards the massive warship. Aye, Commander. The crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, within the bridge of battleship number 38, the atmosphere was charged. Excellent. The next target is battleship number 378. Aim all firepower. I want to witness its explosion at once. As Gu Hanzhou finally caught sight of the flagship, battleship number 378, an uncontrollable excitement coursed through him. He had to admit that Lin Nian was the most formidable adversary he had encountered in his military career. No one had ever exerted such pressure on him, nor had anyone ignited such a fervent desire to defeat them. Yes, Commander. The crew immediately obeyed. With extensive operations underway, all heavy artillery of battleship No. 38 began to adjust, the cold metallic gleam of the gun muzzles slowly aligning towards the advancing battleship number 378. The heavy laser launchers were rapidly charging, their energy loading bars pulsating in green, yellow, and red hues. Numerous vertical launch silos reloaded with new apocalyptic missiles. In the briefest time, all firepower was primed and ready. Commander, all firepower is loaded. Shall we fire? The fire control officer turned abruptly, his voice rapid with urgency as he inquired. Fire! Gu Hanzhou bellowed, his focus fixed solely on battleship number 378. He stood resolutely at the command post, vigorously waving his hand. The full firepower assault from No. 38 would be capable of breaching even the energy shield of a large warship, but only after 3 direct hits. Gu Hanzhou understood Lin Nian's intentions. He aimed to close the distance and make a desperate final stand. However, he would not grant Lin Nian that opportunity. Given the distance between them, battleship number 378 would have to endure at least 4 full salvos from his side. Lin Nian had no chances left. Gu Hanzhou's gaze was sharp. At the instant the entire fleet opened fire, battleship number 38 trembled from the sheer force of the full assault. Outside the bridge, a torrent of long-range attacks rained down upon the enemy's ship. Gu Hanzhou observed with clarity as the energy shield surrounding battleship number 378 flickered and exploded under the onslaught. Simultaneously, his own battleship number 38 was also enveloped in flashes of explosions. Both sides unleashed their full might upon each other. The firepower was absorbed directly by the energy shield of battleship number 38, yet Gu Hanzhou remained unconcerned. He knew that they must withstand at least one more round of firepower than number 378. It was more than sufficient to send Lin Nian to his demise. Lin Nian, order, continue the assault. Gu Hanzhou roared at the imposing battleship number 378. Inside the bridge of battleship number 378, alarms blared. Warning, warning, enemy fire incoming. All personnel, assume defensive positions. Wen Huiyun seized the microphone, repeatedly broadcasting the current situation to the entire ship. Lin Nian maintained his silence, his gaze fixed intently on the observation window of the bridge. The energy shield of battleship number 378 perfectly intercepted the barrage from battleship number 38. The relentless attacks descended like a torrential downpour. Commander, The energy shield's power has plummeted by 34%. At our current speed and distance, it is impossible to safely reach battleship number 38. When Huiyun attempted once more to persuade Lin Nian, she could not comprehend why his earlier commands seemed less like strategy and more like a march to death. Other advisors, witnessing their chief of staff's efforts, nodded in agreement. Voicing their support, Lin Nian offered no response. He had articulated his stance already and was unwilling to repeat himself. Instead, he silently inputted high-threat targets into the nearby holographic display. Aside from Gu Hanzhou's massive warship, he meticulously recorded the other threats one by one. Commander, are you even listening to me? When Huiyun could no longer contain her frustration, raising her voice. All personnel, maintain course and speed. This is our one and only opportunity. Lin Nian remained resolute in his insistence that battleship number 378 charge headlong into battleship number 38. He firmly believed that if the female voice had identified the greatest threat, his duty was to obliterate the most menacing enemy at any cost. The colossal warship designated 38. Report. The enemy's second wave of fire is incoming. Amid the liaison officer's strained cries, Lin Nian beheld the terrifying yet magnificent sight. A myriad of colored long-range attacks surged towards his battleship number 378. Amidst countless explosions, Lin Nian's attention shifted to the side display, where the energy shield's power plummeted at an alarming rate. In an incredibly short span, 36% of its energy was depleted. Commander, we are left with only 30% of our energy. When Huiyun warned loudly, she ceased her attempts to persuade Lin Nian. If they were to perish, it would be alongside their commander. Lin Nian felt his heart sink. They can endure one more frontal assault. At the current distance remaining, the enormous battleship number 38 could still unleash 2 more strikes against them. Contact Captain Mo. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, preparing to issue final instructions. Should no 378 be obliterated, it would fall to the other large warships of the First Star Fleet to deliver the final blow. Commander, I'm here. For the next strike, let my ship, number 012, take the hit. Mo Yangwang's holographic image burst forth, seemingly anticipating Lin Nian's thoughts. However, he transformed Lin Nian's intent to pave the way into a path for his own battleship, number 378. Captain Mo. Lin Nian's expression faltered, instinctively wanting to intervene. He was acutely aware of how much energy remained in the shield of the previously leading ship, number 012. It might not withstand even one enemy strike. For Mo Yangwang to absorb the attack meant risking his own life. Commander, I know you have a way to take down that warship. If I die, please take care of my family, Mo Yangwang said with utmost seriousness, saluting Lin Nian before abruptly severing communication, leaving no room for rebuttal. Commander, the enemy has launched a new wave of strikes. The crew members in the bridge cried out urgently. At that moment, everyone noticed a colossal shadow emerging above the bridge, accelerating past the top of battleship number 378. It was a large warship number 012, piloted by Mo Yangwang. After completely passing over number 378, the body of No. 012 rapidly descended. The firepower assault from battleship number 38, as expected, was about to commence once more. But this time, the full force of the assault rained down upon the battleship 012. In an instant, the energy shield of the 012 began to shatter. Terrifying explosions erupted continuously across its hull, threatening to dismantle the vessel entirely. The 012 was left riddled with gaping wounds. Captain Mo. Lin Nian's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Damn it. Accelerate at all costs. Close in on battleship 38. Lin Nian could no longer contain his emotions as he roared at the crew. When Huiyun covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yes, Commander. The crew, with a stoic demeanor, entered into battle mode. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the bridge, infused with both sorrow for the sacrifice of the 012 and a fervent desire for vengeance. Battleship 378 did not evade the debris of the 012. With its energy shield braced, it forcefully pushed through the wreckage of the shattered vessel, emerging from the remains of its comrade and continuing its swift advance. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, watching the fragments of the battleship sail past him. There was no time for 378 to maneuver away from the wreckage of the 012. This time, 378 held nothing back. No one wanted their comrades to take the brunt of the fire. The engines of 378 roared with unprecedented ferocity as it charged toward the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Meanwhile, in the bridge of battleship 38, Gu Hanzhou shouted in frustration, "Madman, so close. Lin Nian should have perished. Which fool seeks death?" He bellowed, "Hurry up and reload." Continue the assault on that 378. Gu Hanzhou felt a sense of dread as he witnessed the 012 suddenly step forward to absorb a fatal blow meant for Lin Nian. He felt a wave of bitterness. Victory was within his grasp, yet it slipped away at the last moment. Commander, we should consider a strategic retreat. The 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets have completed their encirclement. We do not need to engage directly. The Chief of Staff advised Gu Hanzhou. No, withdrawing now would imply that I fear Lin Nian. I hold the advantage. Why should I retreat? Gu Hanzhou vehemently rejected the suggestion, cutting off the Chief of Staff before he could speak further. He turned back to his command station. Order the other large ships to intercept the enemy's battleships immediately. At the same time, expedite the reloading process. I want to see the 378 explode with the next strike. Gu Hanzhou shouted, refusing to allow Lin Nian another opportunity to shield himself. All crew members in the bridge operated with unprecedented speed. Report. Enemy ship 378 is approaching the 3-kilometer mark. Report. All munitions are fully loaded. Awaiting orders. Crew members stood up, shouting at Gu Hanzhou. Fire. In Gu Hanzhou's eyes, all that remained was the rapidly approaching battleship 378. This time, there were no larger ships like the 012 to shield it. All the large ships were engaged in one-on-one combat. On the other side, in the bridge of battleship 378, a crew member shouted, Commander, all munitions are fully loaded. Fire. Lin Nian shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gestured forcefully at the 38. This time, he was determined to see Gu Hanzhou perish. As the 378's bridge retracted swiftly into the hull, layers of protection were established over the core area in anticipation of the impending assault. In a vastness of space, the two opposing battleships unleashed their most ferocious firepower upon one another without reservation. Explosions erupted instantaneously against each other's energy shields. Energy levels at 15%, 10%, 5%. Everyone braced for the impact, as when Huiyun warned each crew member loudly. As her voice fell, the energy shield of the 378 shattered in an instant. The residual force of the 38's assault violently battered the unprotected hull of the 378. Every inch of its surface was engulfed by the horrific firepower, reducing vast sections of the ship's armor to debris. All long-range weaponry was obliterated in the ensuing explosions, with even the tri-barreled supercannons being launched skyward along with their bases. The residual impacts left the 378 teetering on the brink of collapse, yet its speed remained unabated as it surged toward the nearby battleship 38. In the bridge of battleship 38, Gu Hanzhou exclaimed, "Well done," as he fixated on the beleaguered 378, now fully exposed to his gunfire. Unable to suppress his excitement, he raised his arm in triumph. Although he had not managed to eliminate Lin Nian in one fell swoop, he was close enough. The future of the 378 was bleak. With nearly half of its weaponry decimated, Lin Nian could no longer afford to continue the fight. Gu Hanzhou acknowledged Lin Nian's bravery, yet courage alone could not secure victory. This battle was his to win. Warning: the enemy ship is still charging at us. Based on the distance, evasion is impossible. Evasion is impossible, a crew member exclaimed, eyes wide with horror. Gu Hanzhou snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the rapidly enlarging silhouette of the 378. Damn it! Immediately hard starboard. Maximum tilt. Quickly. He urged his crew. In that moment, a thought pierced through his mind, knowing full well that Lin Nian could not defeat his massive battleship. Why was Lin Nian so relentless in his assault? To breach the shield. From the beginning, Lin Nian's relentless charge was aimed at breaking through his energy shield. While Gu Hanzhou sought Lin Nian's demise, Lin Nian plotted to destroy his ship. Gu Hanzhou immediately turned to the energy shield's status display. A horrifying number flashed before his eyes, 8%. Gu Hanzhou was taken aback. When did the flagship's energy shield drop to such an alarming level? A chilling realization dawned upon him. As the possibility became crystal clear, Lin Nian intended to execute a ramming maneuver. Evasive maneuvers. Get us out of the way. Gu Hanzhou lost all semblance of composure, demanding his ship avoid Lin Nian's charge at all costs. He turned to the observation window of the bridge. An utterly grotesque and battered battleship was advancing towards him with unstoppable force. The gaping wounds on its hull seemed to scream a declaration of unwavering resolve. In space, the massive hull of battleship 38 turned slowly to the right, but it was futile against the oncoming 378. The two ships converged from a wide angle to a narrow point. As the energy shield of the 38 shattered like a bubble upon impact with the 378, the impending collision was inevitable. The bow of the battleship 378 plunged into the stern of battleship 38 without reservation. The extensive collision zones between the two vessels twisted and dimpled like crumpled origami. Occasional flashes of explosive light flickered at the points of contact. The entire process unfolded in profound silence. At this moment, the bow of battleship 378 suddenly unleashed a multitude of steel cables, as slender as human hair. Upon their launch, the ends of these cables firmly anchored themselves to the hull of battleship 38, preventing any easy separation of the two vessels. Inside the bridge of battleship 378, Lin Nian had already donned his kinetic battle armor. Commander 1, from now on, I leave the command of battleship 378 to you. No matter what, please hold the line until the very last moment. Lin Nian spoke gravely to Huayun. No, I cannot do this, Commander. Why must you personally engage in the boarding operation? Can't we leave it to Chen Xiao and Liao Fan? When Huayun was utterly bewildered, her eyes already reddened from tears, now shaking her head incessantly. Indeed, Commander, let us handle this. It is far too perilous. Liao Fan also stepped forward, raising his voice. No, Liao Fan, I need you and your ground forces to stay here. Countless interstellar boarding troops will soon be landing on battleship 378. I require you to safeguard this flagship. As long as the flagship remains intact, the first interstellar fleet has not lost. The morale of the other ships will also be upheld, allowing them to continue fighting. Lin Nian firmly rejected Liao Fan's proposal. The boarding of the super-large battleship 38 must be undertaken solely by him. It was imperative, for it concerned the very survival of the first interstellar fleet. He could not entrust it to anyone else. When Huayun wished to protest further, but Lin Nian had already thrust an electronic tablet into her arms. Go, believe in yourself. You can do it. With a firm push on her back, he propelled her forward. Then he turned to Chen Xiao, the commander of the mobile assault team. Chen Xiao, we move, Lin Nian shouted, striking his protective helmet with force. The helmet immediately descended, enveloping him in complete protection. Yes, Commander. Chen Xiao promptly saluted Lin Nian with utmost respect. Lin Nian no longer lingered in the bridge room, swiftly heading towards the bow of the ship alongside Chen Xiao. At this moment, the bow of battleship 378 was embedded in battleship 38, thereby circumventing the need for a forced landing. Lin Nian led the charge, with an ever-increasing number of silent followers behind him. They were soldiers of the mobile team or ordinary interstellar boarding troops, united with their supreme commander to assault the enemy vessel. It was a historic moment, unprecedented in its magnitude. The morale of all surged as they ran, each one closely following Lin Nian's figure. Simultaneously, within the bridge of battleship 38, Gu Hanzhou sat on the floor, clutching his forehead as a sharp pain coursed through him. The impact from battleship 378 had sent the entire bridge into disarray, nearly causing him to tumble from the second floor to the first. Report the damage. Report the enemy situation. Gu Hanzhou struggled to rise, shouting at the bridge crew. Report. The aft section of our ship has sustained severe damage. Level 1 airtight isolation has been initiated. The enemy flagship's bow is embedded in our hull. A crew member shouted in response. Before Gu Hanzhou could utter a word, another crew member exclaimed in alarm, report. Surveillance indicates a large number of enemies are advancing along the contact point between the two ships, initiating a boarding operation. The crew member's voice trembled with panic. Calm down. They are merely a handful of invading interstellar boarding troops. Mobilize our mobile team immediately to eradicate those pests. Gu Hanzhou commanded, still holding his injured head. Yes, Commander. The crew members saluted and set to work on the new orders. Order. Have those interstellar fighters launch immediately. Blast those steel cables. Cut off the rodent's escape route. Gu Hanzhou bellowed at his crew once more. Yes. More crew members sprang to their feet, taking their orders. Gu Hanzhou quickly surveyed the battlefield. The first interstellar fleet and his fifth interstellar fleet had completely intermingled, with both sides entangled in a fierce struggle. Everyone was holding their breath, the battle nearing its climax. The first to falter would relinquish the imminent victory. Gu Hanzhou regretted having given Lin Nian the opportunity to board, but he dismissed the concern. He did not believe Lin Nian's boarding troops could be formidable. After all, his flagship was equipped with 20,000 mobile team soldiers and 30,000 interstellar boarding troops, a force of 50,000 ready for combat. Lin Nian's mobile team, no matter how fierce, could hardly breach such a formidable defense with only a few thousand men. Gu Hanzhou quickly shifted his attention to the 378, which was embedded on his port side. Helmsman, shift course immediately. Shake off the enemy vessel. Fire control operator. How long until the next full power loading? Gu Hanzhou spoke rapidly, issuing commands in quick succession. The 378 was now in a vulnerable state, lacking even the strength to retaliate. He only needed to deliver another strike to obliterate the enemy flagship, and his 5th Interstellar Fleet would decisively claim victory in this battle. Commander, it will take approximately 3 minutes. The operator shouted back at Gu Hanzhou. Hurry, complete the loading as fast as you can. Gu Hanzhou roared, his frustration boiling over. It was Lin Nian who had forced him into this predicament, and he hoped fervently that this would be the last encounter with him. He no longer wished to face Lin Nian, a madman. Commander, the enemy's other large vessels are recklessly closing in on us. Shouldn't we consider a retreat? The chief of staff urged anxiously. Since the confrontation with Lin Nian began, Gu Hanzhou had ceased to heed their counsel, his unilateral decision-making becoming increasingly alarming. Every suggestion offered was met with his indifference, as if he regarded them as non-existent. Chief of Staff, retreat? Can't you see I am on the verge of capturing Lin Nian? His flagship is right beside us and completely unprotected. Now is our moment to shatter the backbone of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. If you wish to leave, do so at your own discretion. Gu Hanzhou coldly rebuffed his chief of staff, feeling as though their suggestions were nothing but an annoyance, devoid of any value. Order. All warships must, at all costs, block the enemy vessels attempting to approach. Gu Hanzhou commanded loudly from his position. In his view, they were so close, if he could just ignite the 378, he would secure absolute victory in this duel. In space, a multitude of interstellar fighters surged from all directions towards the 2 entangled flagships. Many fighters were struck by the battleship's closed defense cannons or were torn apart by enemy fighters, exploding like shooting stars, trailing fiery tails behind them. Yet, a greater number of interstellar fighters survived. While attacking, they also jettisoned numerous boarding pods, with interstellar boarding troops being extensively deployed onto both flagships. The most brutal jumping battle unfolded, while on the periphery, all battleships instinctively gravitated towards their flagship, whether to vanquish foes or protect the flagship. A chaotic barrage of firepower scattered in all directions, devoid of any focal point. Both sides unleashed fierce assaults on the enemies surrounding them, with warships intermittently breaching energy shields, only to be ignited in fiery explosions. Casualties mounted by the minute, as the combat reached an unprecedented intensity. Within the command room of Battleship 378, several holographic screens activated. Commander, we can't hold on any longer. Should we retreat? Colonel Mo exclaimed, panic lacing his voice. With Colonel Lin's fate uncertain, we've done all we could. Let us save our lives. There will be opportunities to rise again. Zhou Kejin could bear no delay, launching into a tirade at the command room. Yet, his expression soon morphed into shock as he noticed Lin Nian was absent, replaced instead by Chief of Staff Wen Huiyun at the command station. Chief Wen, where's the commander? Did he abandon us? Zhou's voice rose in alarm. This battle had been initiated at Lin Nian's behest. If he had fled in the face of danger, what did that say about their previous sacrifices? Zhou Kejin found this notion entirely unacceptable. No, the commander is not here. He is, when Huiyun's voice trembled, her finger pointing towards a side holographic display. There, the enemy's colossal battleship 38 loomed large. At that moment, the steel cables shot from Battleship 378 under relentless fire snapped like strands of hair. As Battleship 38's engines surged, the two ships began to separate. This is madness. Wei Rinda felt a chill run down his spine, as if his head might explode. The other captains wore similarly bewildered expressions. Jumping out? What nonsense! He is the commander. Why didn't anyone stop him? Zhou Kejin leapt up, furiously berating Wen Huiyun. Lin Nian had personally chosen to jump. Such audacity suggested a death wish. He had thought nothing could be more terrifying than Lin Nian's potential retreat, until he heard that Lin Nian had relinquished command and taken the leap himself. The sheer gravity of this revelation left Zhou Kejin stammering incoherently. There is no other choice. The commander has led the charge. We fight on. Order. Protect our flagship at all costs. Wei Rinda quickly grasped Lin Nian's intent. They had to safeguard their flagship until Lin Nian could secure the enemy's command ship. This was crucial for ultimate victory. After issuing his command, Wei Rinda's figure vanished with a holographic display. Fine, so this is how we play it. Risking our lives. I shall accompany you all today. Order. Accelerate forward. Spare no expense to protect our flagship. Zhou Kejin's face twisted with ferocity as he declared. The commander embodies military courage. If Lin Nian, their leader, was daring to jump, they had even less reason to falter. Other captains solemnly saluted Wen Huiyun, their expressions mirroring Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin's resolve. As the holographic display faded, when Huiyun lowered her head, gazing at the electronic board in her hand, which bore the targets Lin Nian had previously marked for them. Her gaze, now resolute, drew a deep breath. Order. Continue full-scale assault on Battleship 38. She wiped away the tears that had welled in her eyes, standing tall. She was determined to inherit Lin Nian's fighting spirit and lead Battleship 378 into battle. Yes, Chief of Staff. The crew responded in unison. Though they could hear the intense gunfire erupting outside the command room, everyone remained focused on their tasks. Chapter 81. Rapid Advance. Inside Battleship 38, a resounding explosion tore through, creating a new path for Lin Nian. However, it was immediately met with a fierce onslaught of gunfire. Bullets rained down, causing everyone to instinctively duck. Chen Xiao, smoke grenades, Lin Nian shouted. Several smoke grenades were thrown in, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Yet, Lin Nian's sight remained unclouded. With clarity, he executed a series of precise sniper shots, eliminating key adversaries. Charge! Chen Xiao, fully aware of Lin Nian's sharpshooting prowess, bellowed to all members of the mobile team, being the first to plunge into the fray. Gunfire erupted around them, with Lin Nian at his side. Chen Xiao knew he needed only to follow his commands. Without the command link, the soldiers aboard Battleship 38 were like scattered grains of sand. Under Lin Nian's orders, they swiftly fell one by one. Move. Next compartment. Lin Nian instructed briskly, glancing at his wristwatch, which displayed a countdown timer he had set. 60 minutes remained. 3 minutes had elapsed. Optimistically estimating, they had barely 57 minutes to breach the command room. If they exceeded this time frame, their flagship, Battleship 378, would surely succumb. Even if he succeeded in his assault on Battleship 38, it would be meaningless if their flagship fell. As Lin Nian pondered the urgency of their advance, the massive warship beneath them suddenly shuddered violently. What is happening? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Sir, the enemy ship must be attacking. A soldier from the mobile team explained. Understanding dawned on Chen Xiao. Previously, he had been an ordinary interstellar line soldier, part of the planetary combat unit, and was not well versed in the intricacies of space warfare. Lin Nian, upon hearing this, felt his heart sink. Battleship 38 was indeed attacking, and it was evident against whom. He could only hope that Chief of Staff could withstand the pressure. Lin Nian also recalled that Battleship 38 was currently without an energy shield. Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin were not foolish. They would undoubtedly target the exposed weaponry of their flagship. Without an energy shield, this colossal warship was merely a floating arsenal. They were all targets. Continue advancing. Lin Nian commanded, his expression stern. Their advance was still too sluggish. They needed to accelerate. Yes. The soldiers saluted in unison as they hastened to follow Lin Nian. The direction Lin Nian chose was straightforward. He simply scanned for areas with fewer threats and bypassed them, heading straight for the next, more accessible zone. Only when there was no avoiding it did they re-engage in combat. Even in these assaults, under Lin Nian's guidance, the battles were marked by remarkable sharpness, exploiting every vulnerability of the enemy. Within the command room of Battleship 38, Sir, all munitions are fully loaded. A crew member announced loudly to Gu Hanzhou. For the first time in 3 minutes, Gu Hanzhou heard encouraging news. Launch immediately. No need to wait for a coordinated strike. I repeat, no need to wait. No orders required. Let the fire control operators commence attacks autonomously. Gu Hanzhou bellowed to his crew. Battleship 378 was in a vulnerable state, and Battleship 38 was similarly exposed. Pursuing maximum firepower as before would be tantamount to suicide. The enemy would not grant them such an opportunity. Gu Hanzhou immediately felt the entire ship tremble violently as it was struck. He quickly turned to see Battleship 378 bombarded by a deluge of lasers and missiles. Its already damaged hull suffering further devastation. Debris from the explosions gradually drifted into the surrounding void of space. Not enough. Deploy the heavy shipborne cannons. Fire immediately. Gu Hanzhou shouted with fervor. The recent offensive has once again dealt a devastating blow to the enemy fleet. However, the Battleship 378 is also a formidable vessel. Only slightly inferior to the super-large battleships like the 38. It is not easily destroyed. Commander, the automatic fire control system of the heavy artillery has been destroyed by the enemy's starfighter. We are switching to manual targeting. It will take time to adjust the turrets. The crew shouted at Gu Hanzhou. Bang! Upon hearing this news, Gu Hanzhou could not help but kick the railing in front of him. It was precisely the most powerful tri-barrel super artillery that had lost its automatic fire control system. He immediately took a deep breath to suppress his agitated emotions. Gu Hanzhou turned back to the front of his ship, where dozens of tri-barrel supercannons were slowly adjusting their aim. The massive, dark mouths of the cannons gradually aligned with the retreating battleship 378. Loaded, according to the commander's orders. No need to confirm the fire order. Fire. The operations crew shouted, simultaneously pressing the fire button. The tri-barrel supercannons erupted with flashes of fire, the immense recoil from the shots causing the sturdy gun platform to tremble violently. With overwhelming might, Gu Hanzhou immediately turned his gaze towards the 378 battleship, just as he believed it would soon be reduced to rubble by their fierce bombardment. Suddenly, a large battleship surged forward at high speed, charging alongside the 378. The formidable and sustained firepower of the heavy artillery bombarded that vessel, which still had its energy shield intact. Its enormous hull number 006 was clearly visible. It was the ship of the 1st Starfleet, commanded by Zhou Kejin. Damn it! Are those captains just sitting idle? Why can't they intercept that large battleship? In that brief moment, Gu Hanzhou experienced a profound emotional reversal, plunging from absolute elation to profound despair, making it difficult for him to accept the current outcome. If only they could destroy the 378 battleship. The already beleaguered 1st Starfleet would likely collapse under the weight of this final straw. Yet just now, he had missed the best opportunity. Reload. Give me another barrage. We still have a chance. Gu Hanzhou fell into a frenzied, emotional state. He was furious, not only at his subordinates who acted like foolish pigs, but also at himself for not performing better, continuously allowing Lin Nian opportunities to counterattack. Commander, it's bad. The boarding troops from 378 have broken through our encirclement. Wait, that person is Lin Nian. It's the team personally led by Lin Nian. The chief of staff exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he spoke to Gu Hanzhou. A monitor captured Lin Nian's face as he removed his helmet to issue commands. The holographic display in the command center showed thousands of troops advancing under Lin Nian's leadership with terrifying speed. While everyone was focused on the external battle, these invading boarding troops from the 1st Starfleet were rapidly breaking through their internal defense forces at an unprecedented rate. What are you saying? Lin Nian is on my flagship. Gu Hanzhou's voice rose sharply as he lunged towards the command console, his eyes fixed on the captured image. There was no mistake. It was indeed Lin Nian. Captain, shouldn't we retreat? The chief of staff suggested once more. Retreat? Where do we have the opportunity to retreat? It's either victory or death. Guard regiment, move forward. Buy me another half an hour. I need time, precious time. Gu Hanzhou adamantly rejected the chief of staff's proposal again. To retreat would mean defeat. Liu Ili would never accept a defeated general like him, especially not in such a dominant position, losing to Lin Nian. His pride would never allow it. He simply needed a little more time to command the encirclement of the 378. By then, even if he were to perish, it would still be a victory for him. Yes, the guard team leader saluted and strode out of the bridge. Chapter 82, Decapitation and Flag Seizure. In space, the two outer fleets began to advance rapidly towards the center of the battlefield. Old Fu, weren't you supposed to hold back? Why are you coming over to compete with me? Ning shouted across to Fu Qinyuan on the other side. The battlefield situation had undergone a dramatic shift. The entire 5th Starfleet and 1st Starfleet had officially entered the most intense phase of combat. Both flagship energy shields had been detonated, plunging them into the most perilous state of vulnerability. If he were to enter the fray, now would be the time. Yet, Ning shouting hesitated about which side to support. However, it was certain that he would aid the victor. Stop talking nonsense. Who's competing with you? I'm here to rescue the king. Fu Qinyuan retorted sharply. Nonetheless, Ning shouting remained unfazed, his gaze returning to the center of the battlefield, especially towards the battleship 378. The final surge was alarming. Lin Nian had truly managed to break through, dragging the 5th Starfleet into a chaotic melee. Such a battle was exceedingly perilous, with lives being lost every second, akin to a brutal close-quarters fight where sheer willpower was the determining factor. All right, you're great, you're noble. Now tell me, which king are you rescuing? Ning shouting began to mock. Fu Qinyuan fed silent. Despite their banter, it was evident that the battle was nearing its conclusion. They merely needed to keep an eye on those two flagships. Whichever flagship exploded first or changed its ensign would signify the victor of this battle. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Nian's name had already been indelibly etched in their minds. Within the flagship of the 38, as they approached the core area of the bridge, Lin Nian felt the enemy's will to resist growing increasingly resolute. Many were fighting to the death. Continue the assault. Push forward. Do not stop. Yet, Lin Nian had no intention of halting his advance. He even occasionally led the charge himself. Compared to others, He was acutely aware of the greatest threats posed by the enemy. As Lin Nian personally surged forward, his soldiers, invigorated, unleashed a similarly fierce combat prowess. Glancing at his watch, Lin Nian noted that 40 minutes had elapsed. He could wait no longer. The image of Mo Yangwang's ship, the 012, flashed through his mind, especially the scene of it being decimated by Gu Hanzhou. Lin Nian secretly resolved, "Everyone, follow me." He once again dashed out from cover, his kinetic gun firing incessantly as he swiftly eliminated high-threat targets. Occasionally, any gaps in their defenses were quickly filled by Chun Xiao and others. Meanwhile, inside the bridge, "Commander, we must leave now. The guard regiment has collapsed. If we don't evacuate, we will all be taken captive." The chief of staff pleaded desperately with Gu Hanzhou. Yet Gu Hanzhou remained unmoved, his focus still on a massive holographic screen displaying the 378 battleship. Just moments ago, one of its supporting large ships had been obliterated by their firepower. "Chief of Staff, we are on the verge of victory. We're going to win. Do you understand?" Gu Hanzhou's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled furiously at his chief of staff, resembling a gambler who had staked everything, refusing to abandon the gaming table. 3 more minutes. No, just 1 minute. My fleet will obliterate Lin Nian's flagship. Even if I perish, Lin Nian shall accompany me to the grave. At that moment, Gu Hanzhou's feet felt as though they had taken root. No matter how hard his chief of staff tugged, he remained utterly immovable. "Report, Commander. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd fleets have informed me that they are in position and are currently engaging in the encirclement of the 1st Star Fleet." The liaison officer suddenly rose, shouting at Gu Hanzhou, "Excellent. Press forward. Attack with full force." Gu Hanzhou gestured emphatically, his gaze fixated on the front lines. The warship number 378 was the epicenter, surrounded by the vessels of the 5th Star Fleet. This time, the 378 would have no chance of escape. Boom! At that moment, the door of the bridge was suddenly blown off its hinges. The crew, previously bustling with activity, froze instantly as a torrent of mobile soldiers surged in. "Don't move. Everyone, heads down," Chun Xiao bellowed. Soldiers aimed their kinetic guns at any potential threat. Gu Hanzhou instinctively gripped the railing, his expression a mix of complexity and unwillingness as he slowly turned around. He cast a reluctant gaze at the blasted door, through which Lin Nian strode confidently amidst the soldiers. "Lin Nian!" Gu Hanzhou suddenly shouted in rage as he drew his gun from his chest. Simultaneously, Lin Nian drew his own sidearm. In one fluid motion, he chambered around and aimed. The 2 top commanders of their respective fleets locked eyes, each targeting the other. Bang! After the gunfire echoed, Gu Hanzhou collapsed onto his back, a gaping wound visible on his forehead, while Lin Nian's helmet bore the imprint of a bullet. In the vastness of space, the warship number 378 was encircled by the larger ships of its own fleet. The threat posed by the 5th Star Fleet's warship number 38 had been completely neutralized, its energy shield obliterated, and its weapons rendered useless, much like the 378 itself, now merely clinging to life. Yet the other large vessels of the 5th Star Fleet maintained their full firepower, relentlessly bombarding warship number 378. This onslaught was beyond what the 378 could withstand, forcing it to rely on the remaining large ships to absorb the damage. A dazzling flash illuminated the void as yet another large ship from the 1st Star Fleet was annihilated, the brilliance momentarily blinding. Inside warship number 006, Laoli, Zhou Kejin emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The tension within him was nearing its breaking point. They had been holding out for nearly 50 minutes to protect the flagship from destruction, during which 2 large ships had already been lost. Now, warship number 006 was on the brink of collapse. Zhou Kejin gazed despondently at the dwindling energy shield levels. Despair flooding his heart, Lin Nian had attempted to assist the enemy's flagship, yet no word had been returned. Zhou Kejin feared that this battle would end in defeat, with no other forces likely to join them. As the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets arrived, they would be ensnared in an absolute encirclement, awaiting annihilation by relentless firepower. Warning: energy shield levels are critically low, approaching depletion. The ship's chief of staff issued a chilling cry. The normally boisterous Zhou Kejin was now eerily silent. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the large warship currently bombarding them. Accepting their fate, he resolved to take down one last ship with them. Warship 006, target, the nearest large warship. For His Majesty, for the Empire. Charge! Zhou Kejin roared. All crew members halted their frantic movements, sensing the impending calamity. Yes, Captain. They all rose in unison, saluting Zhou Kejin. Just as they were about to act, the flag of the new empire, once proudly displayed on the enemy's warship number 38, was suddenly replaced by the old imperial banner. Zhou Kejin stared in disbelief, then heard an unmistakably familiar voice crackling through his communicator. I am Lin Nian, commander of the 1st Star Fleet. The traitorous commander Guhan Zhou has been executed by my hand. The 5th Star Fleet, cease all attacks immediately. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Chapter 83. The Empire does not require defeated generals. In the bridge of warship number 38, alongside the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. You should not have been subjected to such unfair treatment. The actions of the general should not implicate you. All of this is the doing of Lu Ili. He is the true culprit. I was once under the command of General Wen Zhong of the 3rd Star Fleet. Allow me to restore justice for you. We are all soldiers of the Empire. We should not waste our lives in a civil war. Lin Nian continued to address the outside world passionately. In an instant, the previously intense battlefield fell silent. Lin Nian was uncertain of the impact of his plea for surrender, as it was his first attempt at such a maneuver. He intended merely to convey his message. Before long, the enormous warship number 38 beneath his feet suddenly erupted with a swarm of starships and transport shuttles. The former members of the 5th Star Fleet began to flee the flagship, seeking refuge with allied vessels. The remaining forces of the 5th Star Fleet chose not to surrender or continue fighting. Instead, they opted to retreat from the battlefield. Commander, they are fleeing. Should we order an attack? Chun Xiao inquired, leaning toward Lin Nian. No, let them go. We no longer have the strength to fight. Pursuing them would only result in needless casualties. Lin Nian refrained from issuing a pursuit order, fully aware of the 1st Star Fleet's precarious situation. Of the 11 large warships, only 7 remained, each bearing wounds. Commander Lin Nian of the 1st Star Fleet. I am Major General Ning Shouting of the 4th Star Fleet. I have come to lend you my support in eradicating the traitor Lu Ili. Commander Lin Nian. I am Colonel Fu Qinyuan, acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet. I have also come to assist you. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets are now encircled by us. Surrender, and spare yourselves further loss. You were once subordinates of General Wen. We are all soldiers of the Empire, and there is no need for us to clash. At that moment, Lin Nian suddenly heard the voices of Ning Shouting and Fu Qinyuan emanating from the ship's broadcast. The words of Xie Yunjian echoed in his mind, proving to be prescient. It seemed that the 4th and 7th Fleets would only offer their assistance once he had subdued the 5th Star Fleet. Lin Nian turned his gaze toward the space surrounding warship number 38. As the 5th Star Fleet began to withdraw toward White Light Star, the large vessels of the 1st Star Fleet closed in. The situation was dire for the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, which had gone from encircling the 5th Star Fleet to being surrounded by the 1st, 4th, and 7th Star Fleets. At this moment, the 2nd and 3rd Fleets began to raise white flags and the old Imperial banner, signaling their newfound position. Commander, have we won? Why have those 2 fleets ceased hostilities? Chun Xiao asked, observing the white flags of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. Unable to contain his excitement, he voiced his bewilderment. The mainstay of the 2 fleets had been eliminated. Lin Nian murmured softly, clarifying that the mainstay he referred to was not Gu Hanzhou, but Wen Yuan. The purging by Lu Ili had rendered these 2 fleets utterly devoid of combat capability. Lin Nian could somewhat comprehend Gu Hanzhou's strategy, why he had chosen to allow the other 2 fleets to execute a flanking maneuver while he engaged him directly. Had the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets confronted him head-on, there was a possibility they might surrender under the duress of battle. Ultimately, Gu Hanzhou opted for a relatively conservative encirclement plan. However, he had not anticipated a breakthrough at a singular point. Now, the Supreme Commander Gu Hanzhou was no more. The morale of the 3 fleets dispatched by Lu Ili had instantly evaporated. Lin Nian cast one last glance at the battered battleship 378. Wen Huiyun and Zhou Kejin had performed exceptionally, buying him invaluable time to secure Gu Hanzhou. He could not demand more from them. Lin Nian retracted his gaze and bent down to retrieve the helmet he had carelessly discarded. Embedded in the visor of the combat helmet was a deformed bullet, leaving a web-like pattern of cracks. He could not fathom why Gu Hanzhou had fired upon him. Commander, how shall we deal with them? Chun Xiao turned to the captives, all core crew members of the flagship of the 5th Star Fleet, including the Chief of Staff and a myriad of senior officers. Lin Nian approached the Chief of Staff. Why did you not flee? You clearly had the opportunity and the time. Lin Nian posed his inquiry. Had Gu Hanzhou chosen to retreat like Han Tianzu in dire circumstances, he would have found it impossible to eliminate Gu Hanzhou, let alone pursue him. Lin Nian, how do you think Lu Ili would treat a fleeing Rear Admiral Gu? The Chief of Staff retorted. Very well, I understand now. Lin Nian nodded, his hand once again brushing against the deformed bullet on the helmet. At the moment Lin Nian breached the bridge, Gu Hanzhou had chosen to seek death actively. Perhaps for Gu Hanzhou, dying at the hands of the enemy's highest commander was preferable to perishing at the hands of an unknown assailant. With a sigh, Lin Nian contemplated this thought. Lin Nian, do not become complacent. You would do well to hope never to face defeat. Otherwise, the fate of Wen Yoren and Gu Hanzhou today shall become your own future. The Empire has no need for generals who have tasted failure. Should the opportunity arise, I shall be there to witness your downfall. The chief of staff suddenly shouted at Lin Nian, his words laden with emotion. The death of Gu Hanzhou had profoundly affected him. Chen Xiao, take them away and detain them. Lin Nian did not respond to the chief of staff, but turned to Chen Xiao instead. Yes, Commander. Chen Xiao immediately saluted Lin Nian. The Empire requires no generals who have tasted failure. Lin Nian gripped the incapacitated helmet tightly in his hands. The chief of staff's recent outburst was fueled by emotion, but he found no fault in the assertion regarding the Empire. Indeed, the Empire would not tolerate generals who falter. Now, he was a general, and there was no turning back. It was either advance or plunge into the abyss. There existed no alternative. Wen Yoren served as the finest exemplar. Lin Nian turned and ascended to the command position of the flagship, gazing down upon the desolate bridge. I am destined to belong to the battlefield. Only here can I realize my utmost value, Lin Nian whispered to himself, a voice audible only to his own ears. In the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Ili sat alone upon the Emperor's throne, his expression a storm of gloom. Just 10 minutes prior, devastating news had arrived. His most formidable fleet commander, Rear Admiral Gu Hanzhou, had been defeated by an insignificant underling. Moreover, he had inadvertently delivered the newly aligned 2nd and 3rd Star fleets directly into the hands of the enemy. That Lin Nian was a protege of Wen Yoren. Should such an individual step forth to consolidate power, the 2nd and 3rd fleets would rapidly become Lin Nian's loyal following. The advantageous situation he had once enjoyed, along with the throne he had scarcely warmed, would be utterly squandered due to this defeat. Why? Useless. All of them are useless. Gu Hanzhou, do you justify my investment in you? You allowed yourself to be bested by an unknown youth, and even met your end at his hands. Lu Ili erupted from the throne, his voice a desperate roar echoing through the empty Imperial Council chamber. Chapter 84. Lu Ili's decision to flee. At this moment, Xie Yunqian, accompanied by Lu Ili's attendants, hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, Xie Yunqian bowed, expressing his respect to Lu Ili. The previously raging Lu Ili paused, as if seeing a life raft in Xie Yunqian. Xie Yunqian, quickly save me. Zhu is about to clash with Wen Yoren's old guard at dying.Star. Lu Ili stepped forward swiftly, gripping Xie Yunqian's shoulders tightly. Xie Yunqian winced at the sudden pain in his shoulders, enduring the discomfort while calmly regarding Lu Ili. Your Majesty, with Gu Hanzhou's defeat, you are left with only the 6-star fleet. The rebel forces are formidable. Remaining at dying.Star is utterly untenable. Xie Yunqian lowly analyzed the situation for Lu Ili, his steady tone gradually loosening the grip of Lu Ili's hands. The best course of action now is to evacuate dying.Star immediately. You must take the young emperor and return to the Guanjun Star region, back to your true stronghold, and regroup. Xie Yunqian thoughtfully laid out a strategy for Lu Ili. Indeed, I cannot remain here any longer. Lu Ili nodded repeatedly. After careful consideration, he found Xie Yunqian's analysis sound. He could no longer afford to stay at dying.Star. Those who harbored animosity towards him would become terrifying vulnerabilities in his defense. dying.Star could not be held. He needed to depart swiftly. As long as he still drew breath, opportunities for a comeback would arise. Moreover, Guanjun Star region was his true stronghold. There was no need for him to stubbornly cling to a hollow reputation at dying.Star. Xie Yunqian, you shall accompany me. I still require your counsel. Lu Ili resolved and turned to Xie Yunqian. During this period, Xie Yunqian had proven exceedingly useful, not only managing affairs with remarkable efficiency, but also consistently providing him with astute suggestions. In Lu Ili's mind, he had become his Zhuge Liang. Your Majesty, I cannot leave yet. Someone must remain at dying.Star to delay them and buy you time for your departure. Otherwise, once your enemies learn your absence, they will promptly inform the rebel forces, causing them to abandon everything and pursue you relentlessly, jeopardizing your evacuation. Besides, my family is still at dying.Star. I cannot escape. Allow me to perform this final task for you. Xie Yunqian shook his head, politely declining Lu Ili's proposal while fabricating a plausible excuse to remain with the doomed Lu Ili. He would not partake in such folly. Of course, his earlier suggestions had been sincere. Only at certain critical junctures would Xie Yunqian interject with a few deceptive words. However, The consensus among all factions at dying.Star was that Lu Ili should depart early. It is imperative to expel this harbinger of calamity at the earliest opportunity, lest Lu Ili, in a moment of despair, unleash a rampage upon the entirety of dying.Star. Whether Lu Ili places faith in his words is of no concern to Xie Yunjian. This moment represents Lu Ili's sole chance for escape. Delay further, and he may find himself ensnared within dying.Star's clutches. Lu Ili remained silent for an extended period, his gaze fixed intently upon the seemingly sincere Xie Yunjian. His eyes flickered between murderous intent and a desire to flee. He could sense Xie Yunjian's intention to depart. Lu Ili was tempted to eliminate this astute individual outright. Yet he hesitated, wary of jeopardizing his own plan for survival. Given Xie Yunjian's intellect, his audacity to confront him suggested he possessed some assurance that the consequences of such thoughts would be dire. Very well, Xie Yunjian, take care. Should you also manage to escape dying.Star, I shall await you in the Guanjun Star Domain. Lu Ili donned an expression befitting a benevolent sovereign, solemnly patting Xie Yunjian's shoulder in a display of harmonious ruler-subject rapport. Your Majesty, Xie Yunjian exclaimed loudly. Summon Zhu Renhe. We are departing. Lu Ili cast one last glance at Xie Yunjian, suddenly sensing the man's formidable nature. Perhaps he had been too trusting of Xie Yunjian in the past. Yet, the counsel offered by Xie Yunjian was undeniably invaluable, making it difficult for Lu Ili to relinquish his advisory presence, naturally drawing him into his inner circle. Lu Ili extinguished all distracting thoughts. His sole focus now was survival. The experience on dying.Star felt like a fleeting dream. Lu Ili found himself unwilling yet powerless to resist. After all, he could not match brute force. Everything had come to naught. In the command room of the 378th ship, Lin Nian returned to his flagship with the soldiers. The captured 38th warship had already been assigned to Zhou Kejin's unit for control. Stand at attention. Salute. Wen Huiyun led thousands of crew members, along with the remaining members of Liao Fan's Marine Corps, in a resounding salute to Lin Nian. Their synchronized movements deeply moved Lin Nian, who recognized that they had borne the brunt of the arduous defense on his behalf. Lin Nian straightened his posture, his eyes reddening as he returned their salute. Commander, we have not disgraced our mission, Wen Huiyun said, lips pressed together, tears glistening in his eyes. The First Star Fleet had reached its limits, with other large warships truly sacrificing their lives to shield them from enemy fire. The loss of the 4 large warship captains weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Commander, we have new communication. It is from the commanders of the 4th and 7th Star Fleets. At that moment, the communications officer abruptly received a signal and rushed to Lin Nian's side. Put them through, Lin Nian instructed, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Yes, the officer promptly complied. Soon, 2 screens flickered to life, and Lin Nian approached his familiar command position. Only aboard the 378th warship, surrounded by his trusted crew, did Lin Nian feel a sense of belonging. The individuals appearing on the screens were Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan. Major General Lin Nian, they both saluted in unison. Lin Nian returned the gesture, opting to remain silent as he awaited their intentions. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd Fleets have made it clear that they will only accept your personal surrender, refusing our entry and the takeover of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. Thus, the matter of their surrender must be entrusted to your unit, Ning Xiaoding began. His expression mirrored his frustration at the refusal of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets to accept their surrender. Originally, he and Fu Qinyuan had planned to each take command of one fleet to bolster their strength. After all, it was a time for territorial expansion. How could they proceed without troops? They, too, were originally close subordinates of Wen Yuan, only to be denied now. Those scoundrels even trained their cannons on them, insisting on recognizing only one individual, Major General Lin Nian. No one else will surrender. Ning Xiaoding seethed with anger, but felt powerless. For Lin Nian was the one who had fired the first shot in defiance of Lu Ili, the true flag-bearer. Their attempt to seize the spoils had failed. Nonetheless, their visit was also motivated by a desire for a promise. They could not allow Lin Nian to reap all the benefits alone. Is that so? I understand. I will handle it personally. Thank you for the information, Lin Nian replied, nodding, somewhat surprised. He had initially thought that the surrender of these 2 fleets would not fall to him. Do you have anything else to discuss? Lin Nian observed that Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan had not closed the communication screens, sensing there was more to come. Major General Lin Nian, your unit has suffered significant losses. Therefore, it would be best if you abstain from participating in the upcoming battle on dying.Star. Ning Xiaoding revealed the true purpose of his communication. Chapter 85, Seizing Credit. Lin Nian remained silent. Ning Xiaoting's words had been rather impolite, even tinged with provocation. Lin Nian gazed steadily at Ning Xiaoting, who returned the scrutiny. Major General Ning Xiaoting, how do you expect me to respond? Lin Nian chose to throw the question back at Ning Xiaoting. Major General Lin Nian, one should not be insatiably greedy. You have already secured 2 fleets. Do you truly wish to claim the credit for defeating Lu Yili as well? Ning Xiaoting stated bluntly, laying bare his thoughts. How interesting, Lin Nian merely smiled, opting not to address Ning Xiaoting's insinuation directly. When their first star fleet was embroiled in fierce combat, where was Ning Xiaoting's 4th star fleet? They were merely spectators. Had either the 4th or 7th star fleet provided support, he would not have faced such arduous struggles, nor would Mo Yangguang and the others have perished. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened momentarily. Lin Yan, are you truly this greedy? Your 1st star fleet has been reduced to this state. Do you believe you can continue fighting? Do not use their lives to satisfy your own ambitions. Ning Xiaoting directly confronted Lin Yan with moral reasoning. Enough. Both of you, cease this tension. We are all allies in the resistance against Lu Yili's tyranny. Let's resolve our issues amicably. Major General Lin Nian, it is indeed inadvisable for your 1st star fleet to continue fighting. The responsibility should now fall to our 7th and 4th star fleets. Fu Chunyuan interjected, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Commander, we are still capable of fighting. Please give the order. At that moment, when Huiyun suddenly shouted out, Indeed, please, Commander, issue the command. The other crew members echoed in unison, their voices rising to a thunderous crescendo. Lin Nian turned to behold the resolute faces of his subordinates, recognizing their eagerness to uphold his honor. No, we shall not engage further. Lin Nian firmly shook his head, rejecting his subordinates' pleas. Previously, it had merely been a matter of pride against Ning Xiaoting, but when it involved his men, Lin Nian was unwilling to squander their lives. He chose to withdraw. Major General Ning Xiaoting, Colonel Fu Chunyuan, we, the 1st Star Fleet, shall temporarily withdraw from the forthcoming battle against Lu Yili and return to Base 001 for recuperation. I wish you both victory in your endeavors. With that, Lin Nian saluted the two. Ning Xiaoting and Fu Chunyuan exchanged glances, understanding that Lin Nian's concession was ultimately for the sake of his subordinates. However, since Lin Nian had opted to withdraw, Ning Xiaoting felt disinclined to press further. Though no achievements had been claimed, their ambition for credit remained strong. No matter how one perceives it, it is undeniably unappealing. Lin Yanxiao, please pardon my previous impulsive and unfriendly demeanor. My anxiety regarding the current situation, fearing the overthrow by Lu Yili, led to my hasty words. I implore you not to take them to heart, as I genuinely concern myself with your well-being. Given your circumstances, it is indeed inadvisable for you to continue engaging in combat. However, in our hearts, you are the true heroes of the Empire. We salute you. Ning Xiaoting sought to redeem himself with a few words, softening his attitude as he took the initiative to salute Lin Nian and his companions. Indeed, we salute you, heroes of the Empire. Fu Chunyuan also offered a salute to Lin Nian. In a certain sense, he was genuinely impressed by the 1st Star Fleet. Whether it was Lin Nian's staunch resistance against Gu Hanzhou's 5th Star Fleet or the fierce battles they endured, Lin Nian emerged victorious. The 1st Star Fleet under Lin Nian has truly evolved into a formidable military force. Thank you for your kind words. Farewell. Lin Nian returned the salute to both men, watching as the 2 screens faded away. Commander, what shall we do next? When Huiyun was the first to speak. Deploy all personnel to search for survivors and recover remains. Lin Nian paused momentarily as he recalled Mo Yangguang. Yet, he remained uncertain how many individuals aboard the 012 could still be alive. I must promptly accept the surrender of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. Lin Nian had to set off. If he were to fall out with the 4th and 7th Star Fleets, the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets might harbor ulterior motives. Lin Nian needed to ensure the surrender was executed properly. Yes, Commander. The crew saluted Lin Nian in unison, promptly busying themselves with their tasks. On White Light Star, a high-speed shuttle landed aboard the flagship of the 6th Star Fleet stationed in outer space. Shaolin personally welcomed the visitors in the flagship's flight zone. Lu Yili was the first to descend the descending ladder, followed by the nurse holding Zhu Renyi's hand. It was Zhu Renyi's first venture beyond White Light Star, and he was exceedingly curious about the environment of outer space, continuously glancing left and right. Your Majesty, Shaolin led all the senior military officers of the fleet in saluting Lu Yili. Arrange for them to be settled shortly. We shall depart from the Central Star region immediately and return to the Cloud Light Star region. Lu Yili was devoid of confidence now. The death of Gu Hanzhou had dealt a significant blow to him, primarily as it had resulted in the futile loss of the recently regained 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. The 4 visible Star Fleets had now dwindled to 1. The situation between him and Lin Nian had undergone a complete reversal. The advantage now lay with Lin Nian and his rebels. Yes, Your Majesty. Shaolin promptly accepted the order. In space, the flagship of the six-star fleet began consolidating its subordinate warships, merging with the defeated fleet that had just returned from the fifth-star fleet. They advanced majestically toward the Cloud Light star region. Two beams of transition light shot forth from the flagship of the six-star fleet. A transition portal gradually unfolded. Inside the bridge, Liu Ili cast one final glance at the technologically awe-inspiring white light star. His reign over this empire lasted a mere few months before its abrupt conclusion. Lin Nian, Liu Ili growled under his breath, firmly etching this nameless individual into his memory. It was this person who had toppled his nascent regime. As the transition portal activated, warships commenced their transitions. Given that only a single snow cloud star region separated the central star region from the cloud light star region, a single transition sufficed for Liu Ili's fleet to return to their homeland. In the Imperial Council chamber of the White Light Star, Xie Yunjian, accompanied by the ministers of the Imperial Council, each wielding high-powered telescopes, surveyed the white sky and the nearly indistinct silhouettes of the fleet. One by one, the warships began to traverse the unfolding transition portal. Lord Xie Yunjian, it is indeed you who has sent the plague of Liu Ili away, remarked a minister seeking to curry favor with Xie Yunjian. With Liu Ili's retreat, the entire power center of the empire would initiate a new round of power distribution. Xie Yunjian had undoubtedly secured a firm position among the leading seats. Whether he could ascend to the position of speaker, previously held by Zhu and Liu Ili, would depend on the allocations by several powerful individuals. And as for who those powerful individuals were, Lin Nian, Ning Xiaoting, and Fu Qinyuan, these three commanding officers were absolutely unavoidable. Chapter 86. Accepting the second and third star fleets. Following the conclusion of discussions, the fourth and seventh star fleets slowly made their way toward White Light Star. The journey from here to White Light Star would also require some time. However, within the flagship's bridge of the two fleets, Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan remained silently fixated on a warship, Ship 378. Its exterior was severely battered. Yet it was this vessel that Lin Nian had valiantly used to defeat Gu Hanzhou, who commanded a super-large warship, thus creating a new chapter in history. Major General Ning. This Lin Nian is undoubtedly extraordinary. His first star fleet, lacking a super-large warship, still managed to vanquish Gu Hanzhou. I can scarcely imagine how he would perform once he acquires a super-large warship. Fu Qinyuan was deeply impressed and respectful of Lin Nian's previous battles. If he were in Lin Nian's position, he would have never achieved such feats. In terms of determination and strength, he recognized a significant gulf between himself and Lin Nian. Fu Qinyuan was acutely aware of his own positioning, merely a man meandering through life. He had no desire to confront an adversary of Lin Nian's caliber. Colonel Fu, why do you lack even a modicum of ambition? Lin Nian merely capitalized on Gu Hanzhou's unfamiliarity with him. After reviewing all of Lin Nian's battle records, it is evident that his victories primarily stem from ambush tactics. What constitutes a high-level fleet commander? Merely brute strength. Had I been in his position, I would never have granted Lin Nian the opportunity for ambush. Ning Xiaoting spoke confidently, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the flagship. Ship 378 gradually receded as their fleet advanced, until it was entirely out of sight. Yes. I'm done. Fu Qinyuan wished to disengage from the conversation. Ning Xiaoting's belief that Lin Nian could be dealt with was merely his own affair and of no concern to Fu Qinyuan. As the screen closed, a liaison officer suddenly hurried over. Acting Commander, there is a communication from the Central Command of White Light Star. Shall we connect? The liaison officer inquired solemnly. Which Central Command? Fu Qinyuan did not rush to connect, asking a question instead. Is it the command under Zhu Ranhe as Your Majesty's authority, or the one under Liu Ili as Your Majesty's authority? The two are worlds apart. It is the former Central Command, the liaison officer promptly confirmed. Having seen the old Imperial emblem, could it be that Liu Ili has fled? Fu Qinyuan swiftly dismissed that thought. Connected. He nodded at the liaison officer. Yes. The liaison officer withdrew, and soon, a screen flickered to life, revealing Xie Yunjian's face. The 7th Star Fleet, Acting Commander Fu Qinyuan. I greet you, Speaker Xie Yunjian. Fu Qinyuan addressed Xie Yunjian loudly. Xie Yunjian represented the local power of White Light Star. Fu Qinyuan wished to avoid trouble and remain polite to everyone. Major General Ning Xiaoting. Colonel Fu Qinyuan. The pseudo-emperor Liu Ili has fled with the emperor into the Void Star region. The Imperial Council has just unanimously passed a resolution to revoke Liu Ili's titles of Imperial Marshal and Speaker of the Imperial Council, nullifying all his irregular appointments. The former Central Command has been thoroughly purged by Liu Yili, leading to a complete loss of functionality. We are temporarily assuming command of the Central Command. Officially, we shall issue new orders to the 7th and 4th Star Fleets. We are to pursue the traitor Liu Yili and bring him back to his majesty. Xie Yunjian declared with a solemn expression. Understood, responded Fu Qinyuan, acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet, as he saluted Xie Yunjian with great seriousness. Understood, Ekho Ning Tiaoting, commander of the 4th Star Fleet, who was also heard through the communication screen by Fu Qinyuan. Excellent. I wish both of you a victorious return. Xie Yunjian nodded with satisfaction before abruptly severing the communication. Fu Qinyuan cast a final glance at the 1st Star Fleet behind him. It appeared that Xie Yunjian had not allocated any position for the 1st Star Fleet in the mission to apprehend Liu Yili. This implied that Lin Nian and the 1st Star Fleet under his command were beginning to be marginalized. For the people of White Radiant Star, a singular dominance was a most alarming prospect. If Zhu was dominant, then their local forces would be suppressed. If Liu Yili was dominant, it would also lead to the suppression of their local forces, and even more severely than before. Liu Yili had a penchant for using violence to intimidate the opposition. As Lin Nian had boldly fired the first shot against Liu Yili, he had stood out remarkably, directly engaging in a 1-against-3 confrontation. Not only had he defeated Liu Yili's foremost general, Gu Hanzhou, but he had also seized the legacies of Wen Yuan, specifically the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. Lin Nian was already exhibiting the potential to become a new Liu Yili. Regardless of whether Lin Nian harbored such ambitions, it was highly unlikely that the forces on White Radiant Star would permit him to engage in battle again, at least in the near term. Reflecting on this, Fu Qinyuan could not help but shake his head and sigh, a sentiment directed both toward Lin Nian and the prevailing state of the empire. On a shared battleship of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, Lin Nian descended the ladder from the space shuttle. Here, the soldiers from both fleets had bound their former senior officers, all of whom were new commanders installed by Liu Yili, and had placed them to the side. A colossal screen was broadcasting the events to all members of the two fleets. Salute. On behalf of all members of the 2nd Star Fleet, on behalf of all members of the 3rd Star Fleet, we salute you, Commander, the leading soldier shouted, accompanied by the perfectly aligned ranks of soldiers. Lin Nian immediately stood upright and returned their salute. At ease, as he gazed at their faces, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once, he had been a member of the 3rd Star Fleet, a direct subordinate of Wen Rong. But now, with Wen Yuan's suicide and Wen Rong's disappearance, the once formidable 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets had been reduced to their current chaotic state. Thank you all for your trust in me. I shall fulfill my promise to you. No one from the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets will face retribution any longer. All those who were wrongfully accused by Liu Yili shall receive vindication. They are not traitors to the Empire. On the contrary, they're the true heroes of the Empire. Heroes for all of us, Lin Nian declared with utmost sincerity, his voice resonating with conviction as he addressed everyone. Without any command, as his words faded, the ranks of soldiers stood at attention once more, saluting Lin Nian in gratitude. Their eyes glistened with tears, for they had witnessed their commanders being arrested by the gendarmerie without cause or trial, subjected to indiscriminate executions. This had instilled fear and unease in them. Why would the empire they had sworn allegiance to repay them in such a manner? Now disband. I need you to provide me with a new list. They will become your new commanders, the new captains of your warships. Under their leadership, you will continue to be the sharpest blades of the empire. Lin Nian asserted with grave seriousness. Yes, Commander. The soldiers shouted in unison. They then began to jog away. Lin Nian watched their retreating figures, aware that he could not directly appoint new commanders. Re-establishing order within the two fleets and calming the hearts of the people would be better achieved by promoting individuals from within their ranks. Of course, Lin Nian himself had no established faction. For him, it mattered little who was chosen. Having already experienced the 1,455th and 378th warships, he felt that the soldiers under his command were more concerned with who could lead them to victory. Victory meant promotion and pay raises, not mere loyalty to a specific individual. Chapter 87, New Appointments. Lin Nian gazed at the soldiers before him, intending to begin assembling his own inner circle. If there were individuals willing to heed and trust him, he must also ensure the interests of his subordinates. Representatives of the two fleets, you are to gather opinions immediately. I want a list of your internal nominations. I shall wait for you here. Lin Nian approached the two fleet representatives and saluted them. Their election as representatives clearly indicated a strong trust from the lower-ranking officers and soldiers. Yes, Commander. The two responded, somewhat surprised. and immediately returned his salute with solemnity before hurrying away. "Commander, what shall we do with these individuals?" Chun Shao inquired, jogging up to Lin Nian and saluting. "Take them back to the 378th warship. We will detain them all together. Once we reach the vicinity of White Radiant Star, we will hand them over to Xie Yunjian and his team," Lin Nian instructed Chun Shao. "Understood," Chun Shao acknowledged, and his mobile combat team began escorting the captives onto the transport airship. "Commander, I've just received news from the 378th warship. Lord Xie Yunjian is looking for you." At that moment, when Huiyun descended from the space shuttle and handed Lin Nian a message on his wristwatch, it displayed Xie Yunjian's contact identifier from 10 minutes ago. Lin Nian furrowed his brow slightly. "Let us wait a moment. I intend to personally receive the list of nominated officers from the two fleets," he explained to Huiyun. In the eyes of the personnel from the two fleets, every action he took represented the Empire's stance. To sketch out grand plans and depart without fulfilling them would likely foster undesirable thoughts among them. The second and third star fleets had endured considerable upheaval, and the trust they bestowed was exceedingly fragile. Fortunately, Lin Nian did not have to wait long. Perhaps witnessing Lin Nian standing firm in his promise to wait for the submission of the new internal nominations had prompted the representatives to rush back. "Commander, apologies for the delay. Here is our preliminary list. The remaining vacancies will be filled by the Empire and the Commander-S appointment. The second and third star fleets will execute this unconditionally." The two representatives saluted Lin Nian in unison. They could feel the respect Lin Nian held for them, and their demeanor remained exceedingly courteous, even slightly tentative. "Excellent. I have indeed received it. Now, you will accompany my unit moving forward. The Empire should soon issue new orders. Rest assured, I promise that the matters concerning you will be implemented as swiftly as possible." Lin Nian returned their salute earnestly. "Yes, thank you, Commander. We await your good news." They stood at attention and saluted Lin Nian. Lin Nian personally took the list, tucking it close to him, and returned their salutes. "Captain 1, let's depart." Lin Nian swiftly boarded the space shuttle, casting a final glance at the two fleet representatives before entering. The shuttle emitted a soft blue plume as it roared to life. Swiftly departing from the internal hangar of the warship, they soon stepped into the vastness of space. An expansive cosmos unfolded before them, with three interstellar fleets advancing in parallel formation. The foremost fleet occupied the central position, flanked by the second and third fleets on either side. At the heart of this formation lay the illustrious warship 378. The creases at its bow and the myriad scars adorning its hull narrated the ferocity of its last battle. Nearby, the captured warship 38 lingered. However, upon reaching the orbital sanitation station, the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet was destined to be reclaimed by the Empire, awaiting the day when it would once again serve as the nucleus for the reorganization of the entire 5th Interstellar Fleet. The shuttle appeared diminutive amidst the fleet, swiftly entering the confines of warship 378. Inside the command room, Lin Nian entered briskly, accompanied by Huiyun and Chun Shao. "Commander." The once busy crew members of the command room paused their tasks, standing at attention to salute Lin Nian. To them, he had become a deity of war, particularly to those who had followed him since warship 1455, having witnessed firsthand how he led them to their current standing. There was no trace of envy regarding Lin Nian's rapid ascent. His accomplishments transcended the ordinary. Time and again, he had triumphed against overwhelming odds, dancing upon a tightrope where a single misstep could spell disaster. "Very well. Please resume your duties." Lin Nian returned their salute with simplicity before proceeding to his command station. "Commander, Lord Xie Yunqian sought you out earlier. He requests that you contact him immediately upon your return," an officer announced as he hurried over to Lin Nian. "Understood. Please reach out to him at once." Lin Nian nodded, simultaneously picking up a substantial stack of freshly placed documents on the command console, all filled with various applications and requests for orders. The mounting paperwork weighed heavily upon him. As his rank increased, so too did the demands upon his signature. "Major Lin Nian," a voice interrupted from behind. It was Xie Yunqian. Upon receiving the communication request, the connection was established promptly. "Xie Yunqian." Lin Nian turned to salute him. He was affiliated with the Central Command, which in turn reported directly to the Emperor. However, all Imperial directives required scrutiny and unanimous approval from the Imperial Council before being issued. Lin Nian found himself perplexed by the convoluted chain of command. The current Emperor was still quite youthful, and authority was divided between the Central Command and the Imperial Council. "Let us dispense with formalities, Major Lin Nian. We are, in fact, not part of the same system. I am reaching out to you due to the incapacitation of the Central Command, necessitating that we, the Imperial Council, act as intermediaries," Xie Yunqian stated. Major Lin Nian, Lu Ili has fled with the Emperor into the celestial void. The entire Central Star domain has been liberated thanks to the First Interstellar Fleet. Your exemplary performance in resisting Lu Ili's usurpation, culminating in your singular victory over the false leader of the Fifth Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou, has significantly thwarted Lu Ili's ambitions to dominate the Empire. The Imperial Council has unanimously resolved to recognize your paramount contributions during this tumultuous period by formally appointing you as the commander of the First, Second, and Third Fleets, overseeing these three interstellar forces of the Empire and awarding you the prestigious first-class Gold Star Medal as a testament to your merits, Xie Yunqin solemnly declared, bestowing upon Lin Nian the title of Fleet Commander. However, the situation concerning the Second and Third Interstellar Fleets, as gleaned from Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan, revealed that they would heed only Lin Nian's commands. Any mismanagement could potentially incite rebellion against him. In this moment, Lin Nian's decisiveness and courage surpassed that of Wenyoran. Should unrest arise, it would not be easily quelled. The Empire could ill afford further turmoil. Lin Nian hesitated to accept the orders, as Xie Yunqin's statements struck him as peculiar. Initially discussing Lu Ili's escape, yet abruptly declaring him the hero? Was it time for accolades when Lu Ili had not yet been vanquished? Major Lin Nian, do you have any concerns? Xie Yunqin inquired, sensing Lin Nian's reluctance to accept the orders. Lord Xie Yunqin, could we dispense with the formalities for a moment? Lin Nian grasped the railing before him. What precisely would you like to know? Xie Yunqin, recognizing Lin Nian's astuteness, did not wish to withhold information from him. Are you planning to exclude the First Interstellar Fleet from the campaign against Lu Ili? Lin Nian inquired directly. Indeed, Major Lin Nian. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding your fleet. The subsequent matters will be entrusted to Major Ning Xiaoting and Colonel Fu Qinyuan, Xie Yunqin replied candidly. Lin Nian fell silent once more, gazing steadily at Xie Yunqin. He sought further assurances. While he could abstain from participating in the ensuing campaign, he demanded a satisfactory resolution for himself and his subordinates from Bai Mangxing. Xie Yunqin remained silent, attempting to counter Lin Nian's stance. It was evident that Lin Nian desired more. What exactly do you want, Lin Nian? As long as it is not too excessive, we can endeavor to accommodate you. After a prolonged stalemate, it was Xie Yunqin who sighed first, opting to concede. Very well, Lord Xie Yunqin. I have a list of fallen soldiers. They were loyal servants of the Empire and deserve the utmost in compensation. Lin Nian produced a document, and, as he glimpsed familiar names such as Mo Yang Wang, a shadow of sorrow crossed his gaze. Although his time with them was brief, he had not anticipated their willingness to sacrifice their lives to shield Warship 378. That is reasonable, Xie Yunqin acknowledged, nodding. Your initial request is not unreasonable. The Empire must provide compensation for the fallen. Otherwise, few will be willing to serve the Empire in the future. Lin Nian then slowly revealed another list. Additionally, there is a list of those deserving promotion due to their merits. Very well. The Empire will not neglect those who have served with distinction. Xie Yunqin's expression darkened slightly. Yet he chose to acquiesce. Lin Nian produced two more lists as if conjuring them from thin air. This final list contains the names of officers wrongfully executed under Lu Ili's accusations. I implore the Empire to grant them the justice they rightfully deserve. This is my last request, Lin Nian declared solemnly. Xie Yunqin inhaled sharply, realizing Lin Nian's intent. With this maneuver, Lin Nian had placed him in a difficult position. The Second and Third Star fleets will continue to exert their influence unless completely obliterated. Lin Nian understood that Xie Yunqin was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet the mess created by Lu Ili left them with no choice but to swallow their pride. After all, Zhu Xian and Wenyoran had both made blunders, leading to Lu Ili's disastrous pitfall. Every officer of note in the Central Star region had been ruthlessly purged by Lu Ili, leaving the Empire bereft of leadership. Lin Nian emerged as a new breed of combat officer, having forged his position through sheer personal strength and innate talent. Though not an alumnus of the Imperial Command Academy, Lin Nian's capabilities were beyond dispute. He had triumphed over Han Tianzu, a product of unorthodox training, and had bested Gu Hanzhou, a former esteemed student of the Empire. When it came to commanding interstellar fleet warfare, all were compelled to acknowledge Lin Nian's prowess. Very well, this is the last request I can concede. Please send the list over. We will have it reviewed by the Imperial Council. Xie Yunqin conceded, his head shaking in acceptance of defeat. Thank you, Lord Xie. Lin Nian responded with a formal salute. Agreed. Major General Lin. Your 3 Imperial Star fleets are to return to the 001 to 003 sanitation space stations for comprehensive rest and await the next orders from Central Command. Xie Yunjian instructed gravely. Understood, Lin Nian replied, his hand that had just lowered now raised once more. He sensed that Xie Yunjian was being deliberately formal. Major General Lin, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Imperial Council for the contributions of your first star fleet to the Empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. Xie Yunjian suddenly mimicked military protocol, striking his left hand against his right arm. Glory belongs to the Empire. Aboard the battleship number 378, all crew members witnessed this scene, pausing their tasks to stand at attention and replicate the gesture. As Lin Nian watched Xie Yunjian's hologram fade away, he exhaled a weighty sigh of relief. At the very least, he had fulfilled his obligations regarding the second and third star fleets. For the foreseeable future, his first star fleet would likely remain free from conflict. Lin Nian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted as he sank into his command seat, grateful to have returned alive to reunite with his family. In the stillness of space, the battered surface of battleship number 378 opened a gash as numerous soldiers marched out in unison. The surrounding vessels followed suit, each soldier cradling a canister of ashes, forming a neat array, awaiting the final procession. At last, Lin Nian, accompanied by his senior officers, emerged slowly, each harboring a canister of ashes in their embrace. The first to ascend to the highest point of the battleship. Lin Nian held the ashes of none other than Mo Yangwang. Every individual boarding the interstellar vessel had been mandated to compose a farewell letter and specify their remains disposal method. Yet, most opted for cremation, with their ashes to be scattered into the cosmos by a commanding officer or comrade. After all, the ship might not always have the luxury of returning remains. Rest in peace, Mo Yangwang, Lin Nian murmured, opening the urn and gently pouring the ashes into the infinite expanse of stars. Wen Huiyun, Zhou Kejin, Liao Fan, and Chen Xiao followed suit, soldiers clutching the remains of their former comrades, watching as they gradually dissolved into the boundless night sky. Salute! Moment of silence, when Huiyun shouted. As the soldiers of the three fleets saluted the vast canopy of stars, their hearts heavy with grief. After a few solemn moments, Lin Nian, in his capacity as the fleet commander, issued the command, aim. The triple-linked super-heavy artillery of all large vessels began to shift and align toward the common target. The colossal barrels were raised, aimed at the dazzling night sky. Fire! Lin Nian bellowed, seemingly expending every ounce of strength as tears welled in his eyes. The cannon mouths flared with a cascade of fire, again and again, as all present, eyes brimming with tears yet standing resolutely upright, solemnly saluted the cosmos. This would be their final farewell to their fallen comrades. Chapter 89, Lu Yili's Defense Strategy. In the Guanjian Star region, Tianjiang Star, Lu Yili had returned to the central city here, where the young emperor was also brought. Simultaneously, Lu Yili summoned all members of the Lu family. In a conference hall, a critical war meeting was convened. Eyes in the Central Star region had reported the latest developments to him. As Lu Yili listened to his personal secretary's briefing, he seethed with anger. Excellent. Xie Yunjian chose to betray me the moment I departed, he exclaimed, slamming his palm against the table. Although he had anticipated Xie Yunjian's treachery, the reality of it still infuriated him. He surveyed the assembly of Lu family members. Had any of them possessed skills of value, his ire might have been mitigated. Yet, he found few he could trust. If he could rely on anyone, he wouldn't have entrusted the 5th and 6th star fleets to outsiders. Originally, Lu Yili had believed Gu Hanzhou to be a rare talent, only to have Lin Nian eliminate him. It was worth noting that Lin Nian had been merely a private before his rise. Next item, Lu Yili, weary with frustration, instructed his secretary to proceed. Your Majesty, the 2-star fleets under Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan have just transitioned and arrived at Beidong Star in the Suiyun Star region, rapidly advancing towards the Guanjian Star region. We must prepare defenses promptly, the secretary reported, glancing at Lu Yili. Isn't that Lin Nian? Lu Yili queried, taken aback. The 4th and 7th star fleets are pursuing us. Yet the Central Star region isn't deploying the 1st star fleet. They're not utilizing Lin Nian. Indeed, Your Majesty. The people from Bema Star likely fear the emergence of another one like him. The secretary's words faltered, and Lu Yili grasped the implication. They were concerned about the rise of another like himself. Very well, let's change the subject. Where should we establish our defenses? Lu Yili was unwilling to dwell on this topic further. Having been ousted from the Central Star region, if he could not hold onto the Guanjian Star region, his so-called reign as the new emperor of the empire would come to an end. Your Majesty, I recommend contacting Major General Shaolin. He is a professional and can surely provide you with invaluable advice, the secretary suggested respectfully. Very well. Contact Shaolin immediately, Lu Ili nodded in agreement. Regarding military deployment, he indeed required more specialized counsel. As he surveyed the room, Lu Ili noted that apart from sharing his surname, none of the others could offer him any useful insights. They remained silent, utterly useless. Unable to contain his frustration, Lu Ili snapped at them, but none dared to respond, like ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Shaking his head, Lu Ili dismissed them from his mind. He turned to his personal secretary, who promptly began to establish contact with Shaolin. A holographic interface materialized. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Shaolin saluted respectfully to Lu Ili. "The relevant materials have been sent to you. I require your opinion." Lu Ili's expression was grave as he addressed Shaolin. "Your Majesty, I need some time to review and contemplate," Shaolin replied earnestly. "Very well," Lu Ili nodded. Shaolin did not keep him waiting for long. "Your Majesty, I intend to establish our defenses from Jinzhou Star." Simultaneously, the personal secretary promptly unfurled a star map and indicated the location of Jinzhou Star, situated at the intersection of the Suiyun and Guanjun star domains. "There lies a planet," which the secretary illuminated on the map. "Why choose this location?" Lu Ili inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Your Majesty, according to intelligence reports, the adversaries we are to confront are the 4th and 7th interstellar fleets. Since it is not the 1st interstellar fleet, the remnants of the previously defeated 5th interstellar fleet can be of use. Furthermore, within the entire Guanzhou star domain, only the area surrounding Jinzhou Star can sustain our long-term operations. Should the 4th and 7th interstellar fleets engage near Tianjiang Star, our supply stations, warship production lines, and soldier recruitment efforts would be utterly obliterated. In the event of a standoff, we would find ourselves greatly disadvantaged." Shaolin's demeanor was serious. By positioning the battlefield near Jinzhou Star, these issues become significantly less problematic. The enemy fleet cannot simply bypass our main forces to strike at our rear. Countless practical instances have demonstrated that without specific intelligence on enemy deployments or main forces, attempting a sudden jump into their midst is tantamount to self-destruction. Moreover, by ensnaring these two old imperial fleets here, we at least retain a chance of victory. Should we triumph over Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan, advancing once more into the central star domain is not out of reach. Shaolin concluded with the very words Lu Ili most yearned to hear. "Excellent. Let us proceed as you have suggested. Find a way to vanquish these two interstellar fleets. Whatever you require, I shall provide with utmost commitment. Anything at all." Lu Ili exclaimed with fervor. He envisioned himself returning to Beima's star, basking in the adoration of multitudes. Such days had been fleeting, and he longed to reclaim his former glory. Lu Ili's expression darkened as he contemplated this. "Your Majesty, what I need most at present." Shaolin hesitated, uncertain whether his forthcoming words might incite Lu Ili's ire. "Do not hold back. Speak freely. I have vowed to satisfy all your requests, provided you assist me in securing victory." Lu Ili presented himself with great bravado. "Your Majesty, due to well-known circumstances, the morale of our fleet is severely diminished. We urgently require a figurehead to bolster our spirits. Thus, I implore your Majesty to board the ship." Shaolin's words were hesitant, particularly as he reached the final phrase. Stammering slightly, upon hearing Shaolin's request for him to personally oversee the front line, Lu Ili's complexion drained of color. His chest heaved with anxiety. He feared an untimely demise on the battlefield. Such occurrences were all too familiar to him, especially in the interstellar arena, even aboard a colossal warship. Safety could not be guaranteed. The fates of Yizhua, Yinwan, and now Gu Hanzhou all fell to defeat and death on their vessels. "Your Majesty, please do not falter. This is your empire." Shaolin sensed Lu Ili's trepidation and quickly intensified his persuasive efforts. The underlying message was clear. If Lu Ili did not board the ship to command the front line, Shaolin could very well replace the flagship's new imperial banner with the old version. I understand," Lu Ili replied with great difficulty, nodding his head. Chapter 90, Jinzhou Star. In the Suiyun star domain, on Beidong Star, two well-organized interstellar fleets advanced steadily. At the center, two colossal warships were engaged in ongoing communications. "Old Fu, there are no forces from Lu Ili at Beidong Star. What do you think they will ambush us?" Ning Tiaoting inquired, huddling around the command console with his chief of staff and others. A massive star map was displayed on the console. As Ning Xiaoding sought Fu Chenayuan's opinion, he continuously zoomed in and out of a particular area, Jinzhou Star. This planet represented the best entry point into the Guanjun star domain. The surrounding regions were cluttered with numerous small asteroid fields, making it increasingly difficult for larger warships to avoid chaotic collisions. Naturally, Ning shouting could opt for a detour, entering the Guangzhou star domain via an alternative route, yet this would require a considerable amount of time, something he could ill afford. Aside from a direct jump, Zhenzhou Star was an inescapable waypoint. The notion of a direct jump flickered in Ning Xiaoting's mind, but was quickly suppressed. It was well known that the Guangzhou star domain was Lu Yili's stronghold. Should they dare to leap directly into it, they would likely find themselves irretrievably lost. Jumping had its time constraints, and the surrounding environment must be stable. Otherwise, a single missile could obliterate the jump gate, along with all nearby vessels. Torn apart by the ensuing energy surge, such a battlefield was certainly not conducive to jumping. Zhenzhou Star is, then? No other location would permit Lu Yili to establish defenses. Fu Chenayuan's voice broke through. Then we must accelerate our pace. Taking advantage of Lu Yili's diminished morale, we should aim for a swift resolution. Ning shouting harbored grand ambitions, desiring to personally seize Lu Yili, not to mention attaining the rank of Major General. At the very least, to match his former superior, Lin Nian. The first interstellar fleet under Lin Nian had already confirmed its non-participation in the battle. Fu Chenayuan's character was well known to him. He was an honest man who would not vie with Ning shouting. Presently, the stage was set exclusively for him. Previously, Lin Nian had been wary of Gu Hanzhou, but now that Gu Hanzhou had been eliminated by Lin Nian, Lu Yili's other general, Shaolin, was of no concern to Ning shouting. This individual had only gained some notoriety by pairing with Gu Hanzhou. When it came to commanding warships, Ning shouting believed Shaolin had much to learn. Major General Ning, Shaolin may not be so easily dealt with. Considering he is often referred to as one of the twin stars alongside Gu Hanzhou, Fu Qingyuan remarked, his tone tinged with skepticism. Do you truly believe such nonsense? This is our best opportunity. Lin Nian has already shattered the morale of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili is but a dilapidated house on the verge of collapse. All we need to do is give it a push to bring it crashing down. Are you certain you do not desire this monumental achievement? At the very least, it would elevate your military rank and grant you a position within the Central Command, with the authority to influence imperial military operations. I have awaited this opportunity for far too long. Ning shouting unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Very well, very well. You are the Major General. I shall follow your lead as a colonel. Fu Qingyuan replied resignedly. A higher rank could indeed overshadow him. He had long been a colonel and acting commander, and he too yearned for a formal promotion, ideally to become a pivotal figure like Lin Nian, someone of great significance. It is you, old Fu, who truly understands the greater good. Fear not, your contribution shall not go unnoticed, Ning shouting proclaimed, immediately raising his thumb in approval. He had awaited Fu Chenayuan's affirmation. Regarding the situation with Lin Nian, Ning shouting had also received information from Xie Yunjin indicating that Lin Nian's rank remained unchanged. The individuals from the White Main Star found themselves reluctantly accepting the situation, acknowledging Zhu's demise before rashly bestowing the rank of Major General. They even awarded him a prestigious first-class Imperial Gold Star medal. The primary concern was their hesitation to promote Lin Nian to the rank of Lieutenant General. Lin Nian's ascent through the ranks had reached astonishing heights. Of course, these accolades lacked genuine persuasive power. However, in terms of crucial appointments, Xie Yunjin made significant concessions, endowing Lin Nian with substantial real authority, effectively promoting him without an official title. Lin Nian had already assumed command of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, wielding control over 3 formidable fleets. He simultaneously held the position of commander of the 1st Fleet, while Colonel Zhou Kejun commanded the 2nd Fleet, and Colonel Wei Rinda led the 3rd Fleet. All were loyal subordinates under Lin Nian's command. The Imperial Council, by granting Lin Nian such immense power, would undoubtedly seek ways to compensate from other quarters, perhaps by fostering a new force to counteract Lin Nian's rapid rise. Ning shouting was acutely aware of this. He and Fu Qingyuan were among the candidates on the list. In the forthcoming battle against Lu Yili, if he achieved a resounding victory, he would acquire a level of authority akin to Lin Nian's, possibly even a higher rank. Moreover, his command would extend beyond the 4th Interstellar Fleet. Xie Yunjin had already hinted that the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets were undergoing reorganization, with positions reserved for those under his command who distinguished themselves. The sole prerequisite was to secure victory in the battle against Lu Yili. Now, the entirety of the 7th Interstellar Fleet awaited the directives of Major General Ning shouting. The half-length holographic image of Fu Qingyuan suddenly magnified, saluting Ning shouting. Very well. I shall not be overly verbose. Ning shouting stood upright, issuing his command. The 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets advance at full speed. Seize Zhenzhou Star. With a solemn salute to Fu Qinyuan, he concluded, "Understood." After Fu Qinyuan reciprocated the gesture, he severed the communication. In the vastness of space, the two fleets began to shift formations, coalescing into a unified structure. A diamond formation gradually materialized, while the engines of all warships ignited, emitting a brilliant yellow-white luminescence as they accelerated towards the not-so-distant Jinzhou star. In the vicinity of Jinzhou star, the vessels of the two fleets also hastened forward. Aboard the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, Xiao Lin bowed his head, intently studying the star maps of the regions surrounding Jinzhou star. According to the intelligence just transmitted from Beidong star, Ning Xiaoting, after reclaiming Beidong star, showed no inclination to pause for rest, directly accelerating towards Jinzhou star. The commanders of the opposing fleets were equally cognizant of the significance of Jinzhou star. Chief of Staff, at our current speed, how much longer until we reach Jinzhou star? Xiao Lin turned to his Chief of Staff. Commander, we will require approximately 1 month's time. The Chief of Staff replied with a solemn salute. An expanse of star systems is neither particularly vast nor exceedingly small. Reaching it quickly without utilizing a jump drive still demands considerable time. Too slow, Xiao Lin remarked. Although we are significantly closer to Ning Xiaoting's fleet, he is undoubtedly devising ways to race against us. He commanded, relay orders to the fleet. Advance at full speed immediately. We must arrive at Jinzhou star and establish our defenses before the enemy approaches. Xiao Lin spoke earnestly to his subordinates. Understood, they responded in unison, saluting him before hastily attending to their tasks. With a moment of idle time, Xiao Lin noticed the absence of Lu Ili. He glanced around, pondering where his sovereign might have wandered off to. Indeed, Lu Ili had arrived, but his presence was almost negligible. If he were to deliver some motivational words, it would undoubtedly have a more profound impact than Xiao Lin's exhortations as the fleet commander. Communications officer, where is His Majesty? Xiao Lin suddenly inquired of the officer. The officer's expression was somewhat complex. After a brief pause, he spoke. Commander, His Majesty is in the launch area of Hangar 01. After saluting Xiao Lin, the communications officer swiftly departed. Xiao Lin was no fool. The officer's actions spoke volumes. He hurried to his command position, bringing up the monitoring of the launch area of flagship Hangar 01 on the holographic display. At last, he spotted his sovereign, though Lu Ili appeared engrossed in some form of drill with his guard regiment. Sighing, Xiao Lin cast a fleeting glance before feeling utterly dejected. He covered his eyes with his left hand, allowing his head to droop. At such a critical moment before battle, Lu Ili seemed preoccupied not with inspiring morale, but rather with rehearsing an escape.